In typical survival horror stories, players are always portrayed as helpless prey, desperately running just to stay alive. But this handsome guy is the absolute craziest exception the system has ever recorded, and his name is Zhao Yi. Entering the hell game as a psychiatrist, he shows zero fear. Instead, he directly turns these deadly dungeons into his own personal clinic. He manipulates the rules, toys with the line between life and death, and uses psychology itself to mentally torture the monsters, forcing even the most brutal evil spirits to tremble and beg for release. When the line between a genius and a psychopath blurs, the demons finally realize a horrifying truth. They aren't the hunters, but merely his plump lab rats. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Today, let's dive into a survival masterpiece where the main character is the most terrifying thing of all. Hit that like button, buckle up, and let's get started. Recently, the world has been in an uproar due to the invasion of reality by a live-action horror game called Hell. This game relentlessly drags humans into its terrifying world, forcing them to escape by completing various Horror League missions. Winners are granted rewards and increased power, while losers have their lifespans deducted, resulting in immediate death. Today marks another day for Hell to pull in new players for the Puzzle League, and the Eternal Nightcamp platform has secured exclusive streaming rights. This particular dungeon, titled Eerie Game, Colossus Hospital, has an unprecedentedly high rookie mortality rate. The protagonist of this episode, Zhao Yi, is one of those rookies. He was originally a psychiatrist, but when Zhao Yi entered the game, an unknown error occurred in his character data. Despite the game system's repeated attempts to patch the bug, they all ended in failure. Zhao Yi woke up sitting on a dilapidated hospital bed, clutching a scalpel in his hand, his designated soul weapon. The scene before him was bleak and deathly cold. Zhao Yi could see numerous red guides appearing as simulation windows. It seemed he had indeed crossed over into the game world. Steadying his nerves, Zhao Yi got out of bed and began to observe his surroundings. It was indeed a hospital, but it appeared to have been abandoned for a very long time. The facilities were in shambles, infested with rats and divided into many partitions. He noticed a ward door slightly ajar in the hallway and peered inside out of curiosity. "Young man, help me," a weak voice called out from the room. Zhao Yi walked in to find an emaciated old man speaking while breathing through an oxygen mask. He wanted to use the restroom and asked Zhao Yi to help him up. However, at that moment a red warning flashed before Zhao Yi's eyes. Old Man Lu, danger level, extremely high. Note, immobilized, slow speed. No matter how Zhao Yi looked at it, this man named Lu seemed bizarre, and his combat stats were ridiculously high. Was his attack range narrow because he couldn't move? Driven by curiosity, Zhao Yi took a few steps closer to the old man. Outside, the audience watching the live stream began to shout, "Holy crap, is this rookie brainless? Next, so stupid. At least 50 to 100 rookies have fallen for this old man's trap. How is this guy so easy to fool?" Zhao Yi reached out, his hand nearly touching old man Lu's. A triumphant smirk appeared on the old man's face. The moment Zhao Yi touched his hand, he would be killed instantly. Just as old man Lu was indulging in his fantasy, Zhao Yi suddenly withdrew his hand. He then moved to the head of the bed and stood still, pressing the scalpel firmly against old man Lu's forehead. "I'll ask you a question. Answer correctly and I'll take you to the bathroom. Answer incorrectly and I'll take your head." Terrified, old man Lu's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the blade, fearing it might plunge down at any moment. "Fine, ask then. How many leg hairs do I have?" Zhao Yi asked. Not only was old man Lu baffled, but the livestream chat was also flooded with a series of question mark emojis. This was clearly a question that was never meant to be answered. The blade in Zhao Yi's hand had already descended, slicing through the first layer of skin. Blood began to pour from old man Lu. He desperately pleaded for his life. "Wait, ask another one, ask another question. I'll definitely get it right this time." "Fine then, where's the hospital's access card?" Earlier, upon waking, Zhao Yi had seen a guide indicating that an access card was required to open doors, so he used this to threaten old man Lu. Being at a disadvantage, old man Lu dared not lie. There are 3 access cards in the hospital. One is with the dean, one is in the logistics department. Before old man Lu could finish mentioning the third card, Zhao Yi's scalpel slit his throat. Naturally, there was no way out for him. As Zhao Yi never intended to let this old monster live, the viewers in the live stream were stunned by this reversal, which happened faster than one could flip a page. Initially, they thought Zhao Yi was a foolish greenhorn, but they didn't expect him to be so decisive and ruthless. His soul weapon, the scalpel, successfully unlocked after coming into contact with a ghost's resentment, allowing it to inflict physical damage on the spirits in hell. From then on, having taken old man Lu's life, the scalpel also received a certain degree of enhancement. As he prepared to leave the ward, Zhao Yi spotted a stack of files on the table with the words "Colossus Hospital" written on them. The show's host became exceptionally excited by this development. As Zhao Yi was a top-tier rookie with a soul strength of 101, most importantly, he had just picked up a hidden task. The task in Zhao Yi's hand was titled Old Man Lu's Last Wish. This task was more difficult than the main questline, but once triggered, one could choose not to complete it without affecting the main progress. The moment he picked up the files, Old Man Lu's soul fragments began to coalesce. After being eliminated as a ghost by Zhao Yi, the last shred of consciousness Old Man Lu possessed as a human returned. He explained that the documents in Zhao Yi's hand were land deeds, his only savings from a lifetime of work. His daughter, Lu Shui, had secretly started an affair with the hospital's dean to get her hands on the property, plotting to send her elderly father to the afterlife early. However, she ultimately died in a freak elevator accident. As Old Man Lu reached this part of the story, tears flowed uncontrollably. His consciousness began to crumble, yet he didn't forget to make one final request. He wanted Zhao Yi to help him seek revenge. If Zhao Yi took the dean's life, the stack of property certificates would belong to him. Having triggered a hidden task so early in the game, Zhao Yi had the livestream audience buzzing with excitement. Despite the twisted process, they felt Zhao Yi's performance was impressive. His intellect, judgment, and initiative were all outstanding. Among the spectators was Yang Dao, the vice president of the famous guild Broken Horn Union. He was there to check out the new content and evaluate the quality of this year's rookies. Now, Yang Dao's full attention was fixed on Zhao Yi. Earlier, Old Man Lu had hinted that his daughter met her end in an elevator accident. This implied that the hospital's elevator was out of service. The best way to handle the situation would be for Zhao Yi to abandon the hidden task and use the stairs to search for the access card. However, his next move left Yang Dao speechless. He went straight to the elevator and pressed the button. At that moment, another warning window appeared before Zhao Yi. The system indicated there was a vengeful spirit in the elevator. Though its power was diminished, its physical constitution was still 5 times that of an average human, making it impossible to fight barehanded. However, this was only a low-level danger, not an insurmountable one. Zhao Yi loved a challenge, and he guessed there was a 90% chance the ghost in the elevator was Old Man Lu's daughter, Lu Shui. He walked right in and pressed the button for the first floor. He reasoned that most hospitals had their department maps on the ground floor. If he wanted to find the dean, he first needed the layout of the hospital. The elevator began to move, and the audience watched with bated breath. Having just heard Yang Dao's analysis, they all thought Zhao Yi's decision to take the elevator was sheer stupidity. During the ascent, the elevator lights suddenly flickered out and came back on a second later. Reflexively, Zhao Yi looked up only to have a drop of blood land on his forehead, followed by a cold hand resting on his shoulder. Zhao Yi turned his head to see a hideous vengeful spirit behind him, its mouth agape as it shrieked, "I died such a miserable death." The appearance of the ghost Lu Shui sent the hearts of many viewers into their throats. Zhao Yi, however, remained exceptionally calm. People even felt his expression was off. He looked strangely excited. "You're Lu Shui, Old Man Lu's daughter, aren't you?" Zhao Yi asked while wiping the blood from his face. The spirit stopped its screaming and asked back, "I am Lu Shui. Are you here to help me get revenge?" "No, but your father has a special gift for you." With that, Zhao Yi pulled out the stack of land deed files. "Your father left this specifically for you. It seems to be the property certificates. He insisted I hand them to you personally." Lu Shui took the papers and began to tremble violently. She hadn't expected Old Man Lu to leave this to her. Perhaps in that moment she began to regret her lack of filial piety, how she had tried to kill her father out of greed. Seeing the female ghost's intense emotional fluctuations, Zhao Yi began to fish for information, asking her why she wanted revenge. As expected, Lu Shui poured her heart out. Everyone said her elevator accident was a mishap, but only she knew it wasn't. The murderer was the dean. He had pushed her from the roof and staged it as an accident. "Help me get revenge." Lu Shui suddenly grabbed Zhao Yi. "If you bring me his head, I will give you a lavish reward." Despite her words, the system did not send Zhao Yi a new notification. This meant she was lying. There was no such thing as a reward. But it didn't matter. Zhao Yi could still use her. He asked Lu Shui about the dean's weakness. "He is the strongest ghost here, but he is also considered the weakest." Lu Shui said, "Unlike the other ghosts, he doesn't know he's dead. If you can make him realize he has passed away, his obsession will vanish, and his power will dissolve into nothing." Zhao Yi was very pleased with this information. He handed the stack of papers to Lu Shui and walked out of the elevator, whistling. Lu Shui felt something hard inside the file folder, but she didn't expect it to be a grenade with the pin already pulled. Besides his sole weapon, the rusty scalpel, Zhao Yi also possessed 3 grenades. Even though Lu Shui was already a ghost, he killed her once more. This was to make her pay the price for her betrayal of her father. Zhao Yi was in an unprecedentedly good mood, even humming a little tune as he walked, to the shock of all the livestream viewers. WTF, isn't he a psychiatrist? Why did he bring grenades as weapons into the dungeon? Is he a psychiatrist retired from some battlefield? He's way too calm. Most of the audience was ecstatic. Yang Dao, sitting in front of his computer screen, couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Zhao Yi's performance was truly brilliant. Those property certificates were Lu Shui's obsession. He had actually managed to use that to make the ghost lower her guard. After all, when facing demons, most players only think of running. How many have the guts to take the initiative like him? Moreover, it was clear that Zhao Yi knew how to exploit the system's rules. Usually in these situations, physical attacks wouldn't deal much damage to ghosts, but Zhao Yi was a rookie and the dungeon was hell tier. To ensure player safety as much as possible, the system significantly lowered the monster's physical resistance. That was why one of his grenades could cause such massive destruction. Yang Dao was extremely satisfied with Zhao Yi's problem-solving methods. Even though the Broken Horn Union wasn't short on members, he wanted to make an exception and recruit Zhao Yi. Not long after Zhao Yi stepped out of the elevator, he heard a moan from beneath his feet. It was Lu Shui. Her body had been shattered by the grenade's blast, but her head had managed to roll to his feet. Her eyes bulged and her face was charred black, looking utterly horrific. Zhao Yi wasn't scared. Instead, he reached down, picked up the head and threw it with force, performing a perfect basketball shot. "Your head has pretty good bounce, just a bit sticky." After speaking, Zhao Yi pulled out his scalpel, gave it a practiced spin, and walked toward Lu Shui's head. The female ghost was only now feeling true terror, but no matter how much she pleaded, the blade in Zhao Yi's hand struck with precision. The rusty scalpel was stained with a ghost's blood once again, beginning its evolution process. As for its owner, Zhao Yi, his strength attribute increased after killing 2 ghosts in a row. Zhao Yi seemed to thoroughly enjoy the sensation of hunting ghosts. His expression was so intense that other spirits in the hospital instinctively gave him a wide berth. The audience also felt that Zhao Yi was much scarier than the ghosts. Initially, the live stream had very few viewers, but now, thanks to his performance, its popularity had surged to 63,240. My god, this rookie is insane. He's actually scaring off the ghosts in the dungeon. Did I see that right? He just kicked a ghost's head like a ball. Are we sure he's a psychiatrist and not a psychiatric patient? Many guilds were picking candidates through the stream, and Zhao Yi had clearly entered their sights. After eliminating Lu Shui, Zhao Yi returned to the task at hand. Heading to the first floor to find the hospital map, he eventually found the security room and handily dealt with the 3 male ghost security guards there. Looking at the 3 blood-stained corpses on the floor, Zhao Yi suddenly had an idea. He severed their heads and arranged them on the desk, then grabbed a nearby vase and used fresh flowers to decorate the area around the 3 heads. Witnessing this series of smooth, practiced movements, Yang Dao was left utterly speechless. The audience was now in unanimous agreement that he was truly a madman. After a long silence, Yang Dao finally found the most logical explanation for a rookie dungeon. The power of ghosts is severely restricted, so they often choose to play dead to look for an opportunity to ambush players. Zhao Yi cut off their heads to completely eliminate that possibility. But that part where he scattered flowers around them was just surreal. Although Yang Dao's reasoning was sound, the audience still felt this didn't look like something a first-timer in a hell difficulty game would do. Zhao Yi even stood there calmly washing his hands after finishing the deed. After washing up, he sat at the nearby desk and began printing a death notification for the dean, to inform him of the fact that he had long since died. As he passed the table after printing, Zhao Yi paused again as if in thought. Neither the audience nor Yang Dao could keep up with his train of thought. Zhao Yi then pulled out his scalpel and violently plunged it into the heads of the 3 ghost guards, carving out large holes to stick the flowers into. This bloody and horrific scene was too much for the faint of heart to bear. Only then did Zhao Yi let out a long sigh of relief, showing a satisfied smile. Now they shouldn't be able to come back to life. A string of question marks flooded the comment section. What a philanthropist. He actually turned those ghost heads into vases. What's with that look of satisfaction on his face? This guy is definitely mentally ill. Holy crap, I think he's scarier than all the ghosts in this dungeon combined. With all that done, Zhao Yi tucked the death notification into his pocket and stepped out of the security room. According to the map, reaching the dean's office required passing through a long corridor. Crucially, that corridor was filled with a layer of pitch-black mist that would drain a player's mental strength. Furthermore, every room deep within that black mist contained a crybaby ghost, which seemed to be linked to side quests. Additionally, among the doors shrouded in the mist there were dead doors hidden within. Making a single mistake in choosing a door would mean certain death. Rookie players often lost their lives within this mist, so the audience watched with bated breath to see how Zhao Yi would respond. However, this mist designed to instill terror proved completely ineffective against him. He strode forward with great strides. Since he couldn't see anything anyway, he simply closed his eyes. With his vision sealed, his sense of hearing became exceptionally acute. Strange voices echoed in his ears, mostly belittling and humiliating him, telling him he was worthless, didn't deserve to live in this world and urging him to simply end it all. Normally these whispers would easily shake a player's spirit, but they didn't faze Zhao Yi in the slightest. Long ago he had heard countless such terrifying murmurs every single day. From the moment he woke up until the second before he fell asleep, whether he was using the restroom or lying down scrolling through his phone, Zhao Yi never had a moment of peace. In fact, the things he used to hear were far more extreme than these whispers, with every word dripping with endless malice. Therefore, to Zhao Yi, this place wasn't scary. Instead, it exuded a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had returned home. Consequently, far from feeling fear, he actually seemed to be enjoying himself. Is this guy even human? The audience grew increasingly shocked by Zhao Yi's psychological endurance. Soon after, he heard a sound of crying in the distance, and a side quest was quickly triggered. Zhao Yi had to help the crybaby in the room fulfill their wish. Following the sound, he began to lock onto the room where the crying originated. Zhao Yi warily held his scalpel and finally stopped in front of the door to Ward 107. He placed his hand on the handle and gave it a twist, finding it unlocked. The viewers were even more nervous than he was. They held their breath, fearing that Zhao Yi would lose his life the moment he pushed the door open. But in the next second, Zhao Yi let go and stepped back. Oh, this kid is pretty good being so alert. Netizens began flooding the chat with praise for Zhao Yi. In reality, it wasn't just his alertness. The system had sent a prompt. The system stated that this door was extremely dangerous and could be destroyed. Although the data was simple, Zhao Yi believed the system wouldn't lie to him. So he swung his scalpel and stabbed it directly into the wooden door. Despite being an ordinary-looking door, fresh blood actually flowed out when the blade sank in. An obvious look of excitement appeared on Zhao Yi's face. This expression gave the livestream viewers goosebumps. Holy crap, this rookie seems a bit overexcited. I'm starting to feel worried for the dean. This is ridiculous. If I ever run into him, I'll have to be careful. I think he's a total lunatic. At that moment, a system prompt informed Zhao Yi that he had eliminated the doorkeeper ghost, and his soul weapon began to reinforce once more. However, the scalpel didn't change much, indicating that the reinforcement was weak, which disappointed him slightly. Now that the door was no longer dangerous, Zhao Yi pushed it open gently. Inside was a sobbing little ghost, rated at a medium danger level. When Zhao Yi pushed the door open, it was still crying. This was because the child had just witnessed the scene of Zhao Yi torturing the doorkeeper ghost beyond recognition. This crybaby was weeping so hard that what flowed from its eyes was no longer tears, but blood. Please don't kill me, the crybaby looked up, pleading through its tears. But as it spoke, a surge of power was released, rushing straight toward Zhao Yi. The audience watched with bated breath, knowing this was the crybaby's proudest attack method. When facing this type of mental shockwave, players would subconsciously feel fear and their bodies would go limp. Yet Zhao Yi remained standing firm. His soul strength was still at 101, unaffected in the slightest. Zhao Yi even walked directly toward the little ghost, which was roaring and posturing wildly. The audience thought he was going to stab the little thing to death with his scalpel again, and began to worry, as the crybaby had other tricks up its sleeve. To their surprise, however, Zhao Yi knelt on one knee and then gently stroked the child's head. The viewers were utterly baffled. From the start of the game until now, they had seen all of Zhao Yi's decisive and even manic actions, and everyone assumed he was a ghost-killing madman. Yet now, Zhao Yi wore such a gentle expression. In reality, his current approach was perfectly correct. For a crybaby, one must first soothe and comfort it and establish a relationship of trust to complete the side quest. This was the assessment given by Hong Ying, a veteran player known in the industry as the Goddess. As soon as Hong Ying appeared, the men in the livestream chat went wild, but the girl had always maintained an extremely arrogant attitude, coldly spitting out a single word: "Beat it." Not only were those men not angry, they even wanted to record the goddess's scolding to use as their morning alarm. Like Yang Dao, Hong Ying also seemed very interested in Zhao Yi. Now that Zhao Yi was solving a side quest, she was very curious about what his next move would be. Within the horror world, Zhao Yi continued to gently stroke the crybaby's head. It was still crying, but its emotions seemed to have calmed down and it no longer launched attacks like before. The little ghost looked up with eyes filled with blood and tears, looking very pitiful. "You aren't here to kill me, right? I've been here so long, and finally, someone has come to help me." Feeling the sense of security Zhao Yi provided, the crybaby began to let down its guard. What it didn't know was that one of Zhao Yi's hands was still tightly gripping his scalpel, and the person stroking its head was, more accurately, like a predatory wolf. The little girl began to tell her story. It started with her mother being very ill. This hospital claimed they could save her but required high medical fees. Zhao Yi seemed to be listening intently, but in reality he was searching for the optimal angle to strike with maximum force. The female ghost had no idea what he was plotting and was solely immersed in her own pain. Her family had always been poor and simply couldn't afford the medical bills. It kept talking, only noticing when Zhao Yi raised his knife, but by then it was too late to dodge. Zhao Yi's movements were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, the blade slashed across the crybaby's throat. To ensure this ghost wouldn't resurrect, he added numerous follow-up stabs, until blood splattered all over his neat suit. The audience was dumbstruck. They really shouldn't have trusted Zhao Yi. They had just praised him for having a gentle side, only for him to use violent physical means to skip the dialogue with the female ghost in the next second. However, by doing this, he wouldn't be able to obtain important information from the other party. The audience began to wonder, did Zhao Yi not intend to complete the side quest? Contrary to the observing audience, Zhao Yi, who was personally solving the mystery, didn't think that much. He only knew that the system had judged this little ghost as having a medium danger level, meaning it still hid highly destructive means. Therefore, to ensure his own safety, Zhao Yi decided to take its life first. Thanks to this feat, his soul weapon scalpel leveled up once. Zhao Yi leisurely stood up to check his surroundings and found a diary belonging to the crybaby on a nearby table. He began to flip through it page by page. November 12th, the weather is cool and Mom's illness has worsened. I'm still typing to earn money. I used to fall asleep while typing because I was taking care of Mom. I didn't have enough hours this month, so I begged the editor to be lenient, but the editor said there was nothing they could do. So I had to go out and find a part-time job on the weekend. I eat one less meal a day, hoping to save enough money for Mom's surgery. The next day, the diary mentioned the crybaby found a job as a delivery rider, though it was very hard work. By the end of the month, due to continuous heavy rain, the town was flooded, and the little girl took a fall while delivering food. All the wages were lost, and this rainstorm lasted from mid-December until early February. Because of this, the little ghost lost her delivery job, and her mother's condition worsened again, putting them in a desperate situation. Zhao Yi flipped through the diary quickly to May 18th, a stormy day, which had only a few crooked lines of text. What on earth happened to the town? Why has it suddenly become like this? Why isn't there a single person on the street? Where has everyone gone? Zhao Yi sighed and closed the diary. In fact, there wasn't much useful information for him in the diary. But after thinking for a moment, Zhao Yi suddenly focused his attention on the keywords mother and surgery. Thinking of this, he turned and walked out of the room. However, the direction Zhao Yi headed was not toward the dean's office, which left the audience very confused. Along the way, Zhao Yi kept looking around, making the viewers even more puzzled. Only Yang Dao realized he was eliminating incorrect options. The crybaby had mentioned her sick mother several times, indicating that this side quest must be related to the mother. Although the little ghost was dead, as long as Zhao Yi found her mother, he could continue solving the side quest. After a round in the corridor, Zhao Yi stopped in front of a dark green door. Phew, finally found it. Just now, Zhao Yi had checked each room to see which had a woman and which didn't, narrowing down his search area to save time and ensure safety. This was the explanation Yang Dao gave, and the audience found it very reasonable. But if that were the case, a rookie with no experience like Zhao Yi was far too clever. Finally, he pushed open the ward door to find only a female patient ghost lying on the bed, who was highly likely to be the crybaby's mother. "Hello, are you Xiao's mother?" The weak female ghost on the bed spoke to confirm her identity. She was indeed the crybaby's mother, but Zhao Yi didn't show any contempt just because of her sickly appearance. This was because the system had already warned him that this female ghost possessed a medium danger level, equivalent to her daughter. Zhao Yi acted pleased, and continued to probe for information. "Great, I finally found you. May I ask if your husband or any other relatives are in the hospital?" "No," the female ghost replied tremulously. "Why are you looking for me?" Her voice was shaky and intermittent, clearly lacking strength, but as her words fell, her hair began to grow longer, and it began to extend toward Zhao Yi. He had already guessed this long-haired ghost's attack method, but he had also obtained the information he wanted. In this hospital, besides this mother and daughter, there were no other relatives who would come to ambush him. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi pulled the pin on his second grenade and threw it directly into the hands of the female ghost on the bed. Before she could react, the grenade exploded. Zhao Yi walked gracefully out of the ward, which had been turned into ruins. The audience was petrified, and the host was speechless. Yang Dao, who was drinking tea, even placed a saucer underneath in advance, having predicted that Zhao Yi's actions might shock him into spilling his tea. After the ward regained its silence, Zhao Yi walked back in. The audience was very perplexed by this series of actions. Wouldn't a normal person try to get information from that female ghost and then continue to finish the incomplete side quest? Instead, Zhao Yi merely asked if she had any other relatives in the hospital, and then turned around and wiped out the whole family. Yang Dao set down his teacup and watched Zhao Yi with full concentration. He felt this rookie was truly terrifying. To prevent retaliation from the crybaby's family, he had taken the initiative to take the mother's life. His file clearly stated Zhao Yi was a psychiatrist, but now Yang Dao truly felt he was more like a psychiatric patient. As for Zhao Yi, the reason his behavior was so aggressive was that he didn't care much for the rewards of side quests. After dealing with the mother and daughter ghosts, Zhao Yi returned to the main quest of finding the dean's office. Along the way, not a single ghost dared to make a sound in front of him. They all felt this human was scarier than a ghost. Zhao Yi went up to the second floor and passed a room. Through a broken glass window, Zhao Yi saw a floating figure, and the system immediately issued a warning. This is the Dean of Colossus Hospital. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Frontal confrontation is not recommended. Zhao Yi pretended to think for a few seconds. Since I can't face him head-on, there's only one way. He pulled the death notification he had prepared earlier from his pocket. Zhao Yi pressed the death notification against the wall and began to scribble. The audience had grown accustomed to him doing unexpected things, so they merely watched with bated breath. It turned out Zhao Yi was using a red pen to circle several key pieces of information on the paper. Then he used a piece of tape to stick it onto his own face. Once his preparations were complete, he kicked the door open and charged in. He had originally intended for the big boss to have his vision occupied by the information on the paper as soon as he saw him. Unexpectedly, the opponent was too fast. As soon as Zhao Yi entered the room, he was grabbed by the neck and pinned firmly against the wall by one hand, leaving him no chance to resist. After subduing Zhao Yi, the Dean opened its bloody mouth, preparing to eat his brain. But to do this, it had to look directly at Zhao Yi. With a trembling hand, Zhao Yi pointed to the photo on the death notification taped to his face. The corpse in the photo looked very familiar. The ghost Dean's movements quickly halted, and it subsequently let go. Only then did Zhao Yi have a chance to steady his breathing. Am I already dead? The ghost Dean's power plummeted, and it asked in confusion. Then, seemingly unable to accept this fact, it reached out again to grab Zhao Yi's neck. But this time Zhao Yi was prepared. Not to mention the ghost Dean had been significantly weakened. The scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand stabbed straight into the ghost Dean's skull, with both force and angle being extremely precise. This was an instant kill move, sending the dungeon boss straight to the afterlife. After killing this boss, his soul weapon received a significant reinforcement. Zhao Yi also gained 3 points in strength, bringing his current total strength to 8. As for the rusty scalpel, because it had absorbed enough resentment from a powerful ghost, it had officially awakened and possessed a chaos damage attribute. Zhao Yi wasn't sure exactly what chaos damage meant, only guessing it must be some kind of advanced attribute. After retracting his weapon, Zhao Yi began to look for clues in the Dean's office. From reading the Crybaby's diary earlier, it was clear that this hospital had once been swallowed by a mysterious dark power, though it wasn't clear what that power was. Since this Dean was an important boss in the dungeon, there had to be other information in his room. After searching for a while, Zhao Yi only found a blood-stained letter with an unknown sender. The content of the letter read, "Old Chen, I have already contacted the authorities and paid for the town's security to help you. Gushwen town is no longer safe. Pack your things quickly and leave within 2 or 3 hours. Go to the station at the south suburb entrance. There will be a black car waiting for you. If you are any later, an accident will occur." Zhao Yi read the letter several times, unconsciously frowning. This document had been sent from the outside. The person who wrote the letter knew exactly what was going to happen in Gushwen town, but everything seemed to have spiraled out of his control. He addressed the Dean as Old Chen, but in the end, Old Chen still died in the hospital. This story was still riddled with doubts. Zhao Yi couldn't find any more items containing information, so after obtaining the access card, he turned and left. He then turned and walked out of the hospital. The sky outside was dark and heavy, turbid like a thin layer of bloody water. Zhao Yi walked along the path leading to the nearby parking lot. Sensing a thick aura of resentment permeating the air, he stopped in front of a parking space where a ghost standing nearby caught his attention. It was a ghost of ambiguous gender, looking no different from the other wandering spirits around, but the system was continuously flashing red alerts indicating it was extremely dangerous. If Zhao Yi let it out of his sight, something truly horrific would happen. Zhao Yi's mood grew tense once more. This figure seemed even more dangerous than Dean Chen. Could it be the true boss of this dungeon? He followed the system's instructions strictly, not daring to let the entity out of his sight. Zhao Yi stared fixedly at the other party, cautiously backing away until his back hit a metal plate. He still didn't dare turn his head, only reaching into his pocket for the hospital's access sensor card and pressing it against the lock's sensor. The iron gate opened, and Zhao Yi continued to back out. The ghost remained stationary, and since the system didn't trigger any prompts for a new task, it seemed this wasn't the hidden boss of the dungeon. Instead of a hidden task, Zhao Yi heard a notification of successful completion. He breathed a sigh of relief as a teleportation array manifested beneath his feet. Under the gaze of that eerie ghost, Zhao Yi vanished rapidly, leaving it to let out a furious roar of rage. Zhao Yi had successfully cleared the Colossus hospital dungeon, while simultaneously completing the hidden task Old Man Lu's Last Wish and the side quest Crybaby's Last Wish. His performance was rated S grade, earning him 25 experience points and the now unsealed Old Man Lu's property deed. At the same time, Zhao Yi gained a unique title, Bane of Ghosts, which sounded quite imposing. The fact that his entire clear was relatively easy set the livestream audience off once again. After all, when the host of Eternal Night Camp first introduced this dungeon, they had called it Hell Tier difficulty. Its rookie mortality rate was extremely high, yet Zhao Yi had cleared it as if aided by the gods, which was a thrilling sight to behold. After leaving Colossus Hospital, he was sent to a safe zone by the teleportation array. In reality, this was still within the game Hell. This safe zone was not a real physical area in the traditional sense, but a virtual platform. Here, players could trade items, exchange insights on dungeons, or share experiences on expanding territories. For now, however, Zhao Yi had nothing to discuss. He wanted to log out quickly, only to find his chat box flashing with 99 message notifications triggered by his curiosity. Zhao Yi clicked to check and was greeted by a pile of guild invitations, including one from Yang Dao. It seemed that after his recent performance, many guilds had their eyes on him. While Zhao Yi was reviewing the invitations, a young man happened to walk by and glance over. Instantly startled, "Holy crap, big brother, which god are you? Why are so many top-tier guilds inviting you to join? Oh, are they that impressive?" Zhao Yi hadn't researched these guilds before, so he wasn't sure and asked in return. The young man became even more excited. "Of course they are, these major guilds almost never recruit rookies. Sending an invitation to a newcomer is practically breaking their own rules." His face was practically written with the word envy. It was no wonder, as joining a major guild was the dream of all players. After all, they could obtain various welfare resources there and advance world missions, thereby increasing their survival rate in Hell. The young man's obvious longing formed a sharp contrast with Zhao Yi's indifference. He truly had no interest in those big guilds. Zhao Yi found an excuse to dismiss the talkative youth and opened the equipment shop to look around. He also needed to buy some suitable items, but he currently didn't have enough points. Perhaps he would need to grind a few more dungeons. Zhao Yi then checked the rookie rankings and, as expected, his name was at the very top. However, he didn't need things like prestige for the time being. He still didn't know much about this Hell game world, so he clicked on the additional information tab. Zhao Yi chose to read the entry about guilds, wanting to see how these so-called guilds actually operated. Below were several short lines of explanation. Once players enter the Hell game world, they can never return to reality. Instead, they are sent to a certain chaotic world. That place could be extremely dangerous, desolate, miserable, and devoid of sunlight. Players must adapt to various hazards. Subsequently, they build houses, carve out territories, stockpile resources, and move toward the center of the world. The only way to increase survival chances is to join a guild and act together with teammates. After learning he couldn't return to the real world, Zhao Yi felt a slight sense of disappointment. As for joining a guild, it didn't hold much significance for him. Zhao Yi pushed the matter to the back of his mind and tried opening the world map. The first place name that caught his eye was Gushuen Town, which was quite far from the current safe zone. This was the town mentioned in the letter Dean Chen received before his death, and Gushuen Town happened to be near the territory of the Scoundrel Guild. Thus, Zhao Yi ignored the invitations from countless major guilds and proactively applied to join this one. Shortly after the application was sent, he received a reply, "We are a garbage guild with no resources." It was unclear if they were being honest or trying to drive him away, but Zhao Yi replied calmly, "I am interested in Gushuen Town." As soon as this message was sent, the person in charge on the other end of the Scoundrel Guild revealed a smirk. "Interesting. You're the #1 on this year's rookie list, and you're actually insisting on joining our guild. Tisk tisk, may the infinite heavenly Lord protect us. Did this guy not receive invitations from the top guilds? Or is the quality of this year's rookies so poor that even the top of the list couldn't make those guilds lift a finger?" It seemed there were only 4 people in the Scoundrel Guild. Besides the hot woman with the stunning figure, there was an old man who looked like a Taoist, a fortune teller, and a beautiful woman who rarely made an appearance. The dismissal of the rookie earlier had come from that Taoist. "He's the rookie who got an S rating in the Colossus hospital dungeon." "Are you saying he's bad?" the beautiful woman said. The Taoist, who had been mocking him, immediately changed his expression upon hearing the girl's words, his mood turning to one of bewilderment. Such a rookie would surely be fought over by major guilds, so why would he insist on choosing their rundown guild? He said he's interested in Gushuen Town. "Uncle Quan, stop being silent and give us an opinion," the girl said again. The one called Uncle Quan was the remaining fortune teller. Hearing the girl call his name, he slowly closed the book he was halfway through reading. Gushuen Town was a place related to their world mission. However, the members of the Scoundrel Guild had previously only cared about fighting and killing, and did not focus on completing world missions. Because of this, the guild had been declining daily, and rookies had all run away with no one daring to join. So Zhao Yi's application was practically a godsend for them. Uncle Quan had no reason to refuse and told them to approve the application. The news of Zhao Yi joining the Scoundrel Guild was soon announced on the World Channel. In the comment section, A series of question marks appeared once again. Everyone was baffled by his decision. It was common knowledge that the Scoundrel Guild was just a garbage guild that had been established for 2 years and hadn't even cleared an ordinary abandoned city dungeon. Meanwhile, Yang Dao also saw the news. Although he knew Zhao Yi was different and didn't follow common sense, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Previously, Yang Dao had asked his subordinates to find information about Zhao Yi from when he was in the real world. At this moment, his secretary had returned with a stack of documents. The files stated that Zhao Yi was very famous in his profession. During his time practicing psychiatric counseling, he had cured nearly 1,000 patients with severe mental illness. And it was a complete cure, leaving no sequelae, whether the person suffered from depression, violent tendencies, or severe psychological deformities. As long as they ended up in his hands, they would be cured. However, those who passed through Zhao Yi's hands would forget the treatment process. Although they were indeed recovered, they couldn't remember at all how they were cured. All information regarding Zhao Yi's methods of treating patients had mysteriously vanished. Therefore, people in the industry generally didn't call him by his name, but used another nickname, the Angel of Oblivion. The more he heard, the stronger Yang Dao's interest in Zhao Yi became. He immediately told his secretary to call Bane the Demon. But the creature known as Bane the Demon was brutal by nature. Last time in a dungeon, it had gone on a rampage and killed all the players. Currently, because its lethality was too high, it was being detained by the system and wouldn't be released for another 3 days. Yang Dao let out a long sigh and looked at the calendar on his desk. Forget it, there's still time, I can wait a bit longer. As for Zhao Yi, he had already gone to meet his new guild. The hot woman came out to greet him. The girl introduced herself as Lu Ruoqing, responsible for vetting new guild members. The territory of the Scoundrel Guild was quite dilapidated. Zhao Yi's face showed a look of disdain, but he still pleasantly let Lu Ruoqing lead him to meet the other members. There were only 3 other figures inside the guild. The first was the fortune teller who always wore sunglasses, called Uncle Quan, who was the guild leader. Next was the cold as ice and rarely seen beauty, Meng Zhao, the vice leader. Finally, there was an old Taoist named Zhang Shao. According to Lu Ruoqing's introduction, his specialty was swindling and cheating. Zhang Shao immediately jumped up upon hearing this. Lu Ruoqing, my Taoist sect knows astronomy and geography. We have always been unwilling to take an extra penny for fortune-telling and hexagrams. What nonsense are you talking? Saying this, Zhang Shao rushed over and pushed Lu Ruoqing aside, personally trying to get close to Zhao Yi, wanting to lead him to his room. Zhao Yi was assigned to room 404 in this building, while the old members all lived on the 7th floor. But Zhang Shao's ambition to curry favor with the newcomer failed because he was kicked away mid-sentence by Lu Ruoqing. She personally took on the heavy responsibility of taking the newcomer to the dormitory, and the two stopped in front of the door to room 404. Once the dormitory was confirmed, it would become his safe house. No one else could enter unless he agreed. The smart lock on the wall began to collect Zhao Yi's soul information, forming a lock that only he could open. The two went inside to take a look. Although the room looked old on the outside, it was spacious on the inside with a private bathroom and an ample supply of hot water. The only catch was that water and food had to be snatched, no, taken, from the train station 2 kilometers away, which required at least level 3 to enter. Since your level isn't high enough right now, Big Sister can help you pay for some in advance. Thanks, Sister Lu. Seeing Lu Ruoqing being so warm, Zhao Yi suddenly felt that this rundown guild wasn't too bad. After arranging the room, Lu Ruoqing reminded him to come to the living room tomorrow night to listen to a briefing on the Hellgame process. Furthermore, she warned that he shouldn't go to areas outside the guild for now, as it was unsafe. The next evening, Zhao Yi arrived at the living room on time for the briefing on the rules of hell. Unexpectedly, besides him, several other rookies had joined the guild in this batch. Once they were all present, Uncle Quan began by introducing the 4 core members before explaining the situation of the Hell world. After entering the game and successfully clearing the first dungeon, they would all be transported to a world of legal chaos, which could be called a chaotic world. This world was extremely dangerous. Within this vicinity, only the guild building was absolutely safe. Therefore, if these rookies wanted to live, they couldn't run around outside. From now on, the rookies here were officially players of the Hell game. They had 2 types of tasks to complete in total. The first was the dungeon task, and the other was the world task. Among them, a dungeon task needed to be completed once a month, twice at most. So players here would very likely be arranged together with other players in the same dungeon. Consequently, killing others for their loot was a common occurrence. Although it was a game world, their lives were real. So they had to be exceptionally careful and not easily trust anyone. Furthermore, after entering a dungeon, the Eternal Night Camp platform would conduct an exclusive live stream. During the process, if there was a good performance, it would attract many people to become fans. After the live stream, the fans' tips would be converted into points for the players. While it wasn't a huge amount, they could catch the attention of some major guilds, making it easier to operate outside in the future. When Uncle Quan reached this point, the rookies looked at each other and began to whisper, "He's even told us how to get major guilds to notice us." It seemed they didn't care at all whether the rookies were willing to stay in the guild. Uncle Quan heard those words but pretended not to. He continued to explain how to execute world tasks. This was even simpler than dungeon tasks. Every player had a ready-made guide in their system. If they were interested, they could follow it. If they weren't or were afraid of death, they didn't have to do it, as the guild didn't force them. "Do you have any other questions?" Uncle Quan asked after finishing in one breath. He thought no one would have questions, but as soon as he finished asking, the rookies below raised their hands one after another, each wanting to ask a question. Uncle Quan let out a long sigh, then pushed up his glasses, continuing to exercise his talent for playing deaf and mute. If no one has any questions to ask, then the meeting is adjourned. As soon as he spoke, Uncle Quan turned and walked away with Meng Zhao and the others, leaving the group of stunned rookies behind. Only after a good while did they react. The veterans of this guild seemed to have no sense of responsibility for the newcomers at all, essentially leaving these greenhorns to fend for themselves. "Damn it, I always feel like I've boarded the wrong ship. You wanted to join this guild yourself, don't blame others." Contrary to the frantic state of the other rookies, Zhao Yi appeared exceptionally leisurely. He remained focused, sitting and drinking cola, looking like he was on vacation. He knew that among these people, many had signed up to join the Scoundrel Guild just because they were following his lead, which he found somewhat amusing. In fact, all the information about the Hell Game could be found in the system. It didn't matter whether Uncle Quan and the others taught them or not. However, the attitude of the people in this guild was indeed too blunt. They didn't even bother to feign concern. Importantly, they didn't even touch the world tasks themselves. The guild had been established for 2 years, yet it remained at the task guidance stage and had never stepped into an official world task. However, for Zhao Yi, this might be a good thing, as he could experience the plot personally from the beginning and see clearly what Gushuen Town had gone through back then. He clicked on the guild's world task. Since it had just stayed at the guidance stage, the task content was also quite simple. Zhao Yi had to go to the train station to find food and water. The reward for those participating in the task was 2 free attribute points. It was only about 2 kilometers from the guild's location to that abandoned train station. This 2-kilometer journey wasn't long, but 80 of the train station was filled with ghosts. Importantly, one might encounter other dangers along the way that were beyond the resistance capabilities of a level 2 player like him. Consequently, Zhao Yi could only regretfully close the task panel for the time being. After all, the food in the guild warehouse was still piled high like mountains. There was no need to worry about eating or drinking for now. The most important thing next was to work hard on leveling up and accumulating points to exchange for necessary items in the shop. Thus, Zhao Yi decided to grind a dungeon first. Before long, the system matched him with a suitable one with teammates consisting of level 4 Yang Linlin, level 2 Zhen Dao, and level 3 Lu Bai. The dungeon was titled Eerie Campus, and its difficulty was set to Hell tier. The main quest here was to survive for 7 days at Shishan School. The reward was 75 experience points, while the side quest was to break the campus curse with a substitute puppet as the reward. Among the 4 participants in this dungeon, Yang Linlin was a great beauty with high popularity. Having just gone through 4 dungeons, she had already accumulated a considerable number of fans. Upon entering the dungeon, Yang Linlin opened her eyes to find she had drawn a Hell tier difficulty, and her heart instantly plummeted. Her last dungeon had only been normal tier, yet she had nearly lost her life. Now that it was Hell tier again, how was she supposed to clear it? Yang Linlin was currently level 4, with 10 health points and 95 mental strength. She originally had a total of 25 health points, but because she had died 3 times in the previous dungeon, 15 points had been deducted. If she died again this time, she would only have 5 health points left. If she were unlucky enough to die twice and her health points hit 0, it would truly be game over. Yang Linlin clutched her head and trembled incessantly, feeling apprehensive about her fate. Then a thought suddenly struck her. Weren't there 3 others going through the trial with her this time? She could survive as long as she relied on her teammates. At this thought, Yang Linlin turned excitedly to look for her teammates in the classroom. However, the 3 name tags that met her eyes caused her spirit to deflate instantly. Of the remaining 3 people, 2 were level 2, and 1 was level 3. Their levels were all lower than hers, making them completely unreliable. Yang Linlin also took an immediate dislike to Zhao Yi's attitude, because while she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Zhao Yi still had the presence of mind to look around aimlessly. After a period of frustration, Yang Linlin decided to rely on herself, and she glanced at the clock on the blackboard. It was 1:20 p.m. on May 14, 3032. It seemed it was currently lunch break. If all went as expected, there were 10 minutes left before the first afternoon class. Yang Linlin took the opportunity to call the other 3 outside to exchange information. Since she was the highest level person there, she appointed herself the leader. Listen up, we are currently facing unprecedented difficulties and crises. In the next 7 days we must work hard to unite and cooperate if we want a chance to survive. Subsequently, young Linlin asked everyone for their thoughts on this dungeon. Although she was quite beautiful, the young man named Zhen Dao didn't seem to care for her at all, answering coldly, "We've just entered the dungeon and have zero information. What thoughts could I have?" While Lu Bai had a milder personality, he hadn't noticed anything unusual about the classroom either. Only Zhao Yi had long since sensed something was wrong. There were empty seats in the classroom, where desks meant for 2 people were only occupied by a single student. Knowing a classroom had 46 seats, the number of people per classroom should not exceed 23. This was clearly abnormal, but Zhao Yi hadn't yet figured out what the extra empty seats were reserved for. Seeing that Zhao Yi hadn't spoken, young Linlin proactively walked up to him. "Zhao Yi, do you have any opinions? We must cooperate and exchange information now to have a chance at survival." Before Zhao Yi could answer, Zhen Dao felt the name sounded very familiar and began to feel suspicious. About 2 seconds later, he suddenly remembered where he had seen the name and exclaimed, "Are you that Zhao Yi who is ranked first on the rookie leaderboard and got an S rating in the Hell-tier Colossus hospital dungeon?" Zhen Dao's shout not only stunned the other 2 but also came as a great surprise to the audience watching the live stream. Most people hadn't had time to memorize Zhao Yi's appearance from the first dungeon, and they hadn't expected him to enter a second one so soon. At this moment, the person with the most complex emotions was young Linlin. Just a moment ago, Zhao Yi had been the teammate she looked down on the most. She hadn't expected him to be the number 1 on the rookie list who had earned a Hell-tier S. She had to cling tightly to such a top-tier powerhouse, and this idea of riding his coattails wasn't unique to young Linlin. In the next second, young Linlin, Zhen Dao and Lu Bai spoke almost simultaneously. "Big boss, please carry us to the finish line." Zhao Yi didn't mind bringing these 3 deadweights along. He had to clear the stage anyway, so he might as well cooperate with them. "Fine, but before that let me ask you something. Do you still remember your seats?" "Of course I do." "Why?" young Linlin said excitedly. Knowing Zhao Yi's identity, her path to survival seemed to have widened considerably, making her exceptionally happy. Zhao Yi didn't answer, merely looking into the classroom with a deep gaze before telling them to return to the classroom together. If he wasn't mistaken, many people in their class would lose their lives today. If they didn't want to be the first sacrifices, they had to sit in the correct seats and absolutely must not sit in the wrong ones. Zhao Yi's words were light, but all 3 of them could feel the underlying pressure. At this moment, Zhen Dao's face was extremely pale, and he was drenched in sweat. Seeing him in such a poor state, young Linlin asked what was wrong. Zhen Dao stammered for a long time before finally confessing that he seemed to have forgotten his seat from earlier. "Brother Zhao, is this really important? I'm not sure if the other positions are dangerous, but the initial position upon entering the dungeon is guaranteed to be safe for a short period. If you really can't remember, try to deduce it by recalling the reference points around you at the time." His reasoning was so rigorous that the livestream audience couldn't help but marvel. The top ranker's reputation was indeed well-deserved, and many people began calling him Brother Zhao out of admiration for his intellect. Others jealously believed that Zhao Yi had only lucked into the top spot in the rookie dungeon because the monsters were weakened, and that now, in an official dungeon where the ghost's full power was unleashed, they were waiting to see him fail. Facing all sorts of comments, Zhao Yi remained completely unaware. He only cared about how to successfully clear the stage. The bell rang, and the first afternoon class began. Whether they liked it or not, they had to return to the classroom. Once seated, Zhao Yi used the system to discover that all the students in the class were ghosts with a medium danger level. Fortunately, it was only medium. Even if there were many of them, he could barely manage. After the whole class stood up, the homeroom teacher walked in. Also a female ghost, naturally. She held a stack of test papers in her arms and announced that there would be a test during this period. What caught Zhao Yi's attention was that this female ghost danger level was displayed as medium minimum, meaning that under normal circumstances, her danger level would stay at medium. However, once a hunting condition was triggered, her danger level would soar drastically until the target was eliminated, at which point it would return to medium. This was the opponent Zhao Yi was truly wary of. But for now, he couldn't guess what the conditions were to trigger her hunting mode. Was it the stack of test papers in her hand, or did it have to do with their seats? In a worst-case scenario, it might be related to both. Inside the classroom, the teacher was preparing to hand out the test papers, her expression grim. The exam time was 50 minutes and no noise was allowed during this period. Zhao Yi rested his chin on his hand boredly, watching the fat student in front of him who wouldn't stop trembling. He didn't understand why the other person was reacting this way. He watched the teacher passing out papers, wondering what she was afraid of. There was an empty seat with no one in it, yet the teacher still placed a paper there, which piqued Zhao Yi's curiosity. But there wasn't a single word on the papers. He guessed this was just a formality. The teacher soon brought the test paper to Zhao Yi, and as she approached, the person in the front seat shook even more violently. Zhao Yi bit the end of his pen and read the paper leisurely, then happily snapped his fingers and whispered to himself, "Great, I have no idea how to do any of this." Despite thinking this, he still put pen to paper and wrote a few words, putting his name on the sheet. As for the rest, Zhao Yi frowned and then picked up an eraser. It all depended on this. No sooner said than done. Zhao Yi tossed the eraser into the air. Soon the classroom was filled with the noisy whispers of students comparing answers with each other. A student quietly turned around and asked, "Saner, what's the answer? Do you have the same questions as me?" The others were also busy working on the problems with their heads down, and no one noticed anything unusual about the teacher on the platform. Her head was tilted at a bizarre angle, with veins bulging on her neck and face. Li Yuanyi, row 1, seat 7. Ha Shuang, row 3, seat 2. Zhao Yi was puzzled. The exam room was in such chaos, yet the teacher didn't intervene. Could it be that the trigger condition had nothing to do with exam room discipline? He glanced at the name tag of the student in front of him, who was now shaking even harder than before. Sitting in front, Linlin looked back at Zhao Yi, thinking that as the top rookie he must have climbed to the top with more than just luck. She was very curious about what he was doing. Zhao Yi was still focused on fiddling with the eraser. But to her surprise, the questions on the paper were actually very simple. Why would he need to toss an eraser to choose answers for such problems? The teacher was now enraged, slamming the table and shouting, "No talking!" The air went silent instantly, leaving only Zhao Yi leisurely talking to himself. Multiple choice questions are almost done. The answer to the fill-in-the-blank should be. He spread his fingers and began counting the numbers on the problem. The teacher pulled a blood-stained axe from the desk, and her beautiful face rapidly rotted away. She carried the axe, hobbling down like a zombie. Let me see which student will be punished. By now, besides her body, only bare bone remained on the teacher's face, looking extremely horrific. Her red high heels made a tap-tap sound in the silent space. She rested the axe on the shoulder of a red-haired boy. The boy felt his whole body tremble, and was so terrified he held his breath. Under the shadow of the axe reflected on the desk, he thought in terror. Could it be that he was in the wrong seat? Cold sweat poured down instantly. That's not right. I clearly remember the things on the desk. His mental strength rapidly dropped to 68 points. At this rate, he definitely wouldn't survive the first day. This was true for most new players. Zhen Dao trembled incessantly, silently praying in his heart, "Please don't kill me." Linlin's mental strength had also dropped to 83 points. The comments were all worried about their goddess. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's mental strength remained at 100 points. Many comments asked, "Is this guy a monster? I admire Zhao Yi's psychological resilience, but his math, ha ha ha. I just came from Zhao Yi's channel. I peeked at his test paper and not a single answer is right." The skeletal teacher still stood by Zhen Dao, whose mental strength had now plummeted to 43 points. Zhen Dao's hands shook so much he couldn't even hold his pen. He looked up limply. Ultimately, unable to withstand the fear, he slumped onto the table. The teacher carried the axe and continued toward Zhao Yi, and seeing him still sitting there as if nothing were wrong, she tried her old trick, bringing that horrific face close to his to frighten him. Contrary to everyone else's reaction, Zhao Yi turned his head and gave her a smile as bright as a flower. System prompt: the female teacher has triggered a neutral attribute. Even though he had caused such a disturbance, she still remained neutral. It seemed that breaking exam room discipline would not make her kill. So even if this female ghost wanted to kill, she was powerless if the stimulus conditions weren't met. From a certain perspective, she was the safest ghost in the classroom. But safety for now didn't mean safety later. Zhao Yi pulled something out while calculating. Looking at the ugly woman before him, Zhao Yi couldn't help but frown. "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and do the problems." A terrifying identity verification began to appear in the system. The other party's appearance was becoming more and more exaggerated. He shoved his weapon back into the desk. "Forget it, I'm not sure if I can kill her anyway." She continued to lean in, her long tongue hanging down. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Zhao Yi remained calm and smiled. "Nothing. I just think you're really beautiful. I just saw a rotten female ghost who fell to her death and it caused huge trauma to my young heart." Strangely enough, the teacher's ghostly face rapidly restored its beauty. She touched her face gently. "Really? Truly beautiful. Wait, this ghost is too moody. She's back to that disgusting face. Now is the time for problems. Don't play tricks with me. Do your work." Zhao Yi put on a pitiful look. "Teacher, your hands are a bit cold." Suddenly, the classmate in the front seat cried out as if unable to take the pressure. Please don't kill me." This sentence caught the female ghost's attention, and her head instantly elongated, leaning toward the student who was shaking and babbling. She fiercely raised her axe, preparing to swing. The fat student was terrified, and then fell to his knees at the female ghost's feet with a thud. Teacher, give me one more chance, I beg you." Before he could finish, a flash of cold light swept across. Bright red blood splattered onto the classroom walls, a truly eerie sight. The fat student's head fell to the ground and rolled to Zhao Yi's feet. He still stared calmly at the head by his feet and frowned. Suddenly he stepped forward and delivered a decisive kick, sending the fat man's head flying like a soccer ball. By a twist of fate, the head actually flew directly onto Zhen Dao's desk. Zhen Dao was so terrified he screamed out loud, tears streaming from his eyes. Unable to withstand the shock before him, Zhen Dao vomited and fainted immediately. The chat went wild with laughter. Both the humans and ghosts are exaggerated. Only Zhen Dao is being beaten. "Zhen Dao, is this your idea of politeness?" Fortunately, Zhen Dao had fainted. Otherwise his mental strength might have dropped into the negatives, or he might have even turned into a dungeon monster. Suddenly, Zhao Yi walked up to the ghost teacher, handed over his test paper and said with a smile, "Teacher, I'm finished." She reached out to take it and scanned the paper. For someone like Zhao Yi, keeping him around was just causing trouble. "Get out. If you dare to disrupt exam discipline again, your exam qualification will be revoked." "Will do." Linlin watched his tall back. Was he really just leaving like that? Zhao Yi still wore that nonchalant smile on his face. But the moment he stepped out of the classroom door, his expression rapidly returned to normal, becoming serious and sharp. "I think I mostly understand now." 40 minutes later, the exam ended, and Linlin spoke up. "When playing a hell-tier dungeon, can we please be a bit more steady?" "Exactly, big boss. What you did earlier was way too dangerous. You almost scared Zhen Dao to death," he smiled. "I just wanted to test that, teacher. It turns out that as long as we don't trigger the death point, those NPCs are quite tolerant of us." The three of them looked surprised and asked in unison, "Death point?" Lu Bai was so excited his eyes shone. "Big boss, tell us more." Zhao Yi turned cautiously to observe the surroundings. Everything was quiet, with no teachers passing by. "Haven't you noticed? That ghost teacher kills according to rules." Lu Bai interjected eagerly. "Rules? What rules? Isn't she just picking some unlucky person at random to behead?" It was hard to explain in a sentence or two, so Zhao Yi gestured for everyone to follow him to the playground, where the view was open. "During the lunch break, I observed from the lawn that there are a total of 8 classrooms. If you look closely, you'll notice that the number of students in any classroom within the teaching building never exceeds half of the total seats. Furthermore, the more secluded the classroom, the fewer students there are. For example, this classroom has 18 people, while the one behind it has only 15. After I turned in my paper just now, I specifically checked the second floor, and the situation there is exactly the same as the first. Our class happens to be the most secluded one on the 3rd floor. There are many empty seats and very few students in the back rows." Linlin rested her chin on her hand, still not quite grasping the intent behind his words. Zhao Yi continued to guide her. "Suppose, just suppose, the students' deaths are caused by a certain curse. This curse, like a virus, began spreading from the 1st floor. The curse has been infiltrating each class one by one, and now it has just reached our class." Zhao Yi looked grimly toward the classroom. "This curse established specific rules. Only those who triggered a rule would die." Hearing this, everyone felt a sudden chill, and shivered in unison. Zhen Dao and Lu Bai hugged each other tightly in terror. "Then does this rule have anything to do with exam room discipline?" Zhao Yi shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the classroom. "No, think about it. Earlier in the classroom I was making a lot of noise and even kicked a classmate's head. That definitely qualifies as a violation of discipline. But even so, that female ghost didn't do anything to me. Instead, it was that strange fat student in the front row who had his head cut off for no apparent reason. That fat student must have done something to trigger a death point. The other students who died probably did the same thing. If everyone pays attention, they'll notice that the test papers and scratch papers on the empty seats are all blank, shaking all over." Linlin nodded in agreement. "You're right. When I stayed in the exam room earlier, I also saw some students holding white paper, and in the end all those with blank papers were killed." Recalling that scene, Linlin still felt a lingering fear. Could it be that the test paper itself is what triggers the death point? Zhao Yi shook his head, thinking she was still too naive. The blank paper itself wasn't the trigger for the death point. Based on my experience from the last dungeon, even in a hell-tier difficulty, completing the main quest isn't as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The real difficulty lies in exploring side quests, hidden tasks, and uncovering the world building. Therefore, the main quest of this dungeon itself shouldn't be too hard. If a blank test paper were the death point, wouldn't players just be sitting ducks? Linlin watched him intently. Zhen Dao cried out with a sob in his voice, "Brother Zhao, you've said so much, can't you just tell us directly what the trigger is? I really don't want to die. I'm not certain what the specific trigger is yet. Although it's not the paper itself, it's definitely related to it. Besides, there's something I must tell you first." Zhao Yi covered his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. "This isn't a joke. In this school, we four are very likely the only living people." As he spoke, the surrounding air instantly became even colder. Zhen Dao felt as if he had been struck a heavy blow. Cold sweat poured from his forehead as he stood frozen in place, even starting to foam at the mouth. Seeing this, Lu Bai frantically rushed over to support him. In the live stream, the audience was engaged in a heated discussion. Poor little Zhen Dao, great god Zhao, stop scaring him. Others were curious whether what Zhao Yi said was actually true or false. Meanwhile, Lu Bai was still busy shaking his cowardly companion, asking anxiously, "Then what should we do next? The timeline of this dungeon is unstable, and the pace seems very loose. I feel a bit unsure of where to start." Facing Linlin's doubt, Zhao Yi simply uttered 3 words, "Wait for nightfall." Lu Bai looked bewildered. "Wait for nightfall? Why wait for nightfall? Given our current status as students, how much time do you think we'll have during the day to gather the intelligence we need?" Lu Bai was speechless. Linlin secretly marveled. As expected of the top ranker, he really does have some skills. She then suggested they go out tonight to investigate together. Zhao Yi agreed, and they scheduled to meet behind the gazebo at 12 p.m. tonight. Zhen Dao raised a trembling hand and interrupted stutteringly. Can I not go? I'm afraid of ghosts." Zhao Yi gave a brilliant smile. "Of course you can, however I must also remind you, no matter what you hear or see tonight, absolutely do not scream loudly, because no one will go to save you. We won't be there." Zhao Yi successfully terrified Zhen Dao, and even Lu Bai was quite spooked. With a long face, Lu Bai said, "Boss, stop scaring me." "I'll go, okay?" After evening self-study ended, Zhao Yi walked among the crowd. The students around him were all deathly still, walking like the living dead. The system issued an announcement. "Please note, being late or leaving early will result in a warning. Accumulating 3 warnings will lead to expulsion." Zhao Yi calmly opened his dormitory door and scanned the room. As soon as the door opened, he seemed very satisfied with this new room. The place was clean, with 2 bunk beds against the walls, and the bedding and pillows were neatly folded, as expected of a top-tier prestigious school. The dormitory environment was quite good. System prompt: after a day of intense study, you can finally relax now that you've returned to the dorm. You begin to fall into a deep sleep and have a dream that isn't very pleasant. Zhao Yi thought to himself that it seemed the system was forcing him to sleep. He couldn't help but fall asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, as if he had lost control over his body. Late at night, the high-hanging moon glowed with an eerie blood-red hue. Zhao Yi was still sleeping soundly on the bed, seemingly having not slept this well in a long time. Suddenly he slowly opened his eyes. He was the only one in the dormitory. In the silence of the night, some kind of sound seemed to drift in. He sat up abruptly. Something happened. He picked up his phone and lit up the screen to check the time. There were only 3 minutes left until their scheduled meeting. Zhao Yi pushed the door open in a panic and sprinted toward the meeting point. At the gazebo, the figure of a young girl stood quietly. It was Linlin. She was looking around in terror. The surroundings were dead silent. Seeing Zhao Yi arrive, her face lit up with joy. "Where are the others?" "I haven't seen them. Everyone has vanished." "I thought you wouldn't show up either." Linlin huddled fearfully behind Zhao Yi. Looking at the shadows in the distance, Zhao Yi said he didn't know what that thing was, but it definitely wasn't human. He walked over step by step, wanting to investigate. Linlin anxiously grabbed his hand to stop him. "You clearly know it's not human, so why are you going over there? Do you have a death wish? If it's a medium-tier unit, perhaps it can provide the intelligence we need." Linlin continued to stutter in terror. "And what if it isn't?" Zhao Yi pulled the scalpel from his pocket, his gaze sharp as he gripped it tightly. "Then I'll turn it into a medium-tier unit." Linlin was extremely worried. Zhao Yi comforted her. "Don't overthink it. For now it seems no one has triggered a death point yet. They are most likely still alive, judging from the changes in the environment. We have entered a place similar to an inner world. You can think of one as reality, and the other as an illusory world. This is a good thing. It makes it easier for us to gain a deeper understanding of this school." Zhao Yi walked ahead to lead the way. "Come on, let's go see what the school has turned into now." Linlin followed obediently behind. The two proceeded cautiously, with Zhao Yi in front, and Linlin cowering behind. In a corner, a shadow emitting an evil black aura manifested, and a pair of blood-red eyes gradually appeared within the shadow. Linlin was scared pale, thinking this guy was scarier than a ghost. At this point, the comment section had completely exploded. Most of the comments were marveling at Zhao Yi's courage. Zhao Yi gripped the scalpel and walked straight toward that shadow. Upon seeing him, the shadow seemed a bit dazed, but it soon noticed the knife in Zhao Yi's hand. It snapped awake, looking at him with surprise, and then quickly vanished without a trace. Zhao Yi looked in the direction it had left, feeling somewhat helpless, and sighed softly. "Still failed to trigger the insight skill?" he shouted into the empty space. "Hey, don't run, let's talk." Zhao Yi quickly gave chase. Watching him run off, Linlin was very surprised, not knowing what he was trying to do. Zhao Yi pursued relentlessly, running up the stairs while the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Linlin couldn't help but ask him if he was always this brave. "No, I'm usually very prudent." Panting, she thought to herself, would a prudent person cause a scene in the exam room right in front of a fierce ghost proctor? While accelerating, Zhao Yi patiently explained that he was 100% certain that the female ghost wouldn't attack him. Didn't you look closely during the afternoon exam? Linlin asked back in confusion. Look at what? Several students were cheating right under the proctor's nose. When they were caught, they were only given a verbal warning. This indicates that violating exam room discipline does not trigger the death restriction. Linlin indeed hadn't noticed this. Just as he was running at full speed, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Unable to dodge in time, Linlin slammed her head hard into Zhao Yi's back. Rubbing her forehead, she asked, "Why did you stop so suddenly without a word?" Zhao Yi seemed to have discovered something. He put a hand to his lips, signaling Linlin to be quiet. Although she didn't yet understand the situation, she followed suit obediently, covering her mouth tightly with both hands. Linlin followed Zhao Yi's gaze and saw that his expression had also darkened. Following his line of sight, Linlin's eyes widened. Her pupils shot through with blood vessels. Through the small window on the classroom door, the two observed for a long time. Inside were nothing but black shadows, sitting properly at their desks like humans. Linlin lowered her voice and asked tremulously, "What on earth are those black shadows?" Zhao Yi answered coldly, "Not sure yet. Let's go check our class." In the dark corridor, the two quickly arrived at the door of their own class. Zhao Yi quietly poked his head in to peer inside. Sure enough, it was the same as what they had just seen. There were several similar black shadows in the class as well. The teacher was lecturing the students. He quickly discovered that the positions where those shadows sat perfectly overlapped with the seats of the students who were killed this morning. While he was deep in thought, Linlin's face suddenly turned deathly pale. She pointed at the doorway. Zhao Yi followed her finger and saw blood-red eyes staring fixedly at them. It was unclear how long it had been watching there. That eye flickered with a bizarre light. Suddenly being discovered, the two didn't know how to react for a moment and froze in place. Finally, that shadow slowly stepped out from the doorway. Linlin was terrified. How are we going to get past? Her mental strength also began to decline rapidly. Charge straight through. Zhao Yi's nonchalant sentence left Linlin stunned. He quickly grabbed her hand and began to sprint. The shadow had now revealed its original form, its appearance extremely distorted and disgusting. It extended its long tongue, trying to intimidate the two. Zhao Yi spun the knife in his hand, revealing a sinister smile. He violently threw the knife in his hand, accurately piercing the crown of the shadow ghost's head. Before it could understand what had happened, blood gushed from the wound, and it subsequently collapsed heavily to the ground. System prompt. Because you killed this ghost, your soul weapon has been reinforced. After the battle ended, Zhao Yi stepped forward and pulled the scalpel back from the ghost's head. Linlin followed closely behind, and the two quickly left the scene and returned to the first floor. Zhao Yi urged, "Move fast, it can't leave the teaching area." Linlin was somewhat surprised. "It can't leave the teaching area, that's great, let's hurry and escape." However, before she could finish, a hand suddenly strangled Linlin's neck from behind. It was another ghost. It strangled her fiercely. Linlin could only let out a scream. Just like that, Linlin was dragged toward the depths of the teaching building by her neck. Zhao Yi spun around and found Linlin hadn't followed. After seeing the situation clearly, he quickly threw his knife at the ghost, but because the distance was too close, the blade accidentally grazed Linlin's ear, slicing off a small piece. Linlin stood frozen, completely dumbstruck with fear. The knife he threw struck the female ghost's shoulder. Startled and in pain, the ghost let go and retreated repeatedly. The female ghost's scream snapped Linlin back to her senses. She let out a loud cry and ran toward Zhao Yi with all her might. She grabbed his arm with a trembling, death-like grip. Linlin was deathly pale and her shoulders wouldn't stop shaking. She looked truly pitiful. Help me." The fright just now left Linlin unable to stand steady, and she slumped onto the ground, warm tears streaming from her eyes. Seeing her like this, Zhao Yi comforted her with some sympathy. "All right, it's okay, it's gone, it's gone." As she spoke, she subconsciously touched her ear, which was still bleeding continuously. My ear," Zhao Yi sighed. "It's okay, it will grow back after the dungeon ends." He quickly bandaged her wound, and the livestream audience began praising Zhao Yi's decisiveness again. After settling her, Zhao Yi suddenly stood up and said he wanted Linlin to wait here while he went back into the teaching building. The comment section immediately erupted. No one could understand his intention. "Are you crazy? If you go in and get ambushed by them, aren't you just walking into a trap?" Linlin anxiously tried to dissuade him. Zhao Yi was certain he wouldn't get into trouble. The ghosts in this school don't move freely. They all follow certain rules. For instance, that proctor ghost from earlier. I bet it absolutely cannot chase us out of the teaching building. Otherwise, it would be violating the rules and would face unimaginable and severe punishment. So are we going back to the classroom because there's important intelligence inside? Zhao Yi said he needed a roster. The one in the proctor ghost's hand was too dangerous, but perhaps there would be a backup in the office. Linlin asked if she could go with him, and Zhao Yi confirmed. "Are you sure you want to follow?" Linlin hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, "I want to follow. You also know that if I do nothing, even if we clear it in the end, my rating and points will be very low. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for you. If there's real danger, just run and don't worry about me. By following you, I might even be able to help out at a critical moment." Hearing Linlin say this, although Zhao Yi was somewhat helpless, he also wasn't comfortable leaving her alone in such a dangerous place. Ultimately, he agreed to let Linlin accompany him. "By the way, Zhao Yi, why did you insist on going to the third floor to see our class earlier?" He said it was to verify several conjectures in his heart. "What conjectures?" Zhao Yi spoke while alertly observing the surroundings. "Those black shadows in our class are the students who died during the day." The two stopped in front of a bulletin board. This was the office. Zhao Yi slowly pushed the door open with Linlin following closely. Seeing the scene inside, Zhao Yi couldn't help but frown. The room was a mess with clutter scattered all over the floor. It didn't look at all like a place where anyone worked. Zhao Yi observed for a moment and found no black shadows, so he said, "Linlin, come in." After entering the room, he cautiously locked the door from the inside and then told Linlin to help him look for the ledger. She obeyed meekly. Class 8 during the day had a total of 472 seats, and the 121 students were very unevenly distributed. I roughly memorized their positions, and just now in the first floor classroom the positions where those black shadows sat were exactly the seats that were empty during the day. If it were only one class like this, it might be a coincidence, but if all 8 classes are like this, I believe it's a rule. To confirm this, I went to the third floor again. There I saw the fat student who sat in front of me. He was killed by the teacher during the day, and sure enough, a black shadow appeared in his seat. Therefore we can now reach a fundamental conclusion. "The black shadows are those students who died during the day?" Linlin asked in surprise. "Are you saying that with just one glance you memorized all 472 seats and the positions of all 121 students across all 8 classrooms?" She had observed Zhao Yi very closely before. He indeed hadn't looked for very long. Zhao Yi looked at her in confusion and asked back, "Is that hard?" Linlin was somewhat speechless. "Then what's the use of knowing this? Of course it's useful. Based on this rule we can derive a key logic. Those during the day are in a state of survival, and the black shadows at night are in a state of death. The living and the dead cannot sit in the same position. Otherwise it's a violation of the rules, and they will be cleansed." Linlin was still puzzled. Haven't those black shadows already died once? Can they really die again? This question left him in deep thought. Then Zhao Yi picked up a piece of paper from the table. Among a pile of documents there was a neatly folded sheet. He opened it to find it was the Class 11A8 roster for the 14th. The date on the roster matched the clock from the day. "Look, there's no name here." Zhao Yi pointed to a blank box on the roster and explained, "This means this seat should not have anyone sitting in it during the exam. But that fat guy was sitting right in front of me. In reality he knew he was in the wrong seat but didn't know where he actually belonged, which is why he was so terrified. He understood that sitting in the wrong place meant death," Linlin said excitedly. "Then as long as we have this roster, we'll know exactly where to sit for the next few days. We can clear the game." But Zhao Yi felt things weren't that simple. "We entered the dungeon on the 14th, and we have to survive in the school for a total of 7 days. So theoretically, if time is continuous, the dungeon should end on the 20th. However, on this list, the slots for the 20th are all blank. It seems things are becoming increasingly troublesome." Linlin stammered in fear. What does that mean?" Zhao Yi continued. His voice remains calm and cold. "Because by the 20th, he said, emphasizing every word, every single one of us will be dead." Linlin's face turned deathly pale, devoid of all color. Upon hearing this, her mental strength dropped once again, and she seemed to freeze in place, paralyzed by terror. Zhao Yi then picked up another envelope from the desk. It was a letter tightly sealed with wax. He slowly broke the seal to find a thick stack of banknotes inside. Zhao Yi let out an interested "oh" and noticed a small slip of paper tucked between the bills. Curious, he pulled it out to examine it. The note was addressed to the principal, and the money appeared to be a bribe. After reading the letter, he analyzed the situation. The letter should have been sent to the principal, but it had been crossed out and edited many times. Many key pieces of information were redacted. Clearly, by the time this letter was ready to be sent, it was already too late. At that moment, the system returned his weapon to him. Now that he had his weapon back, they headed for the principal's office. Linlin, stunned like a wooden statue, followed mechanically. Just as they turned to leave, Zhao Yi suddenly had an idea. He casually swiped the stack of money from the desk. Linlin watched from the side, speechless, not knowing what to say to this guy. Curious, she asked why he was taking the money, and Zhao Yi smiled as he looked at the cash in his hand. "Just in case." Seeing Linlin's lingering curiosity, he explained, "Do you understand? I'm taking this money for a reason. Whether the beings in this school are human or ghost, they have their own rules for how they handle things. Unless there's an exceptional circumstance, a proctor cannot leave the classroom while invigilating an exam. But a principal is different. Unlike the teachers, the principal isn't as busy. If he's in his room, we need to find a way to lure him out." After hearing this, Linlin thought it made perfect sense. But what did luring the principal out have to do with this stack of money? Soon, the two stood before the principal's office door. Zhao Yi signaled for silence, and Linlin immediately covered her mouth in nervousness. The two peered into the faculty room through a small broken glass window in the door. The system issued a warning: this is an extremely dangerous target that a rookie cannot face head-on, but its movement is severely restricted. Despite no longer being human, this principal remained obsessed with money and was currently in the office counting bills. Linlin suddenly understood. It was because of his greed that Zhao Yi wanted to use the money to lure him out. She finally caught up with Zhao Yi's train of thought and praised his clever approach. "You stay here and keep an eye on things for me. I'm going to scatter the money," Linlin obeyed. Starting from the office door, Zhao Yi began laying the banknotes one by one in a neat trail leading down the corridor. Soon, the money was scattered quite a distance away from them. After finishing, Zhao Yi clapped his hands. "When I knock on the door, follow me and hide at the stairwell leading to the rooftop." Linlin immediately cooperated. Zhao Yi stepped forward quickly and knocked. Upon hearing the noise, the principal snapped his head toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Linlin sprinted to the rooftop stairs to hide. The ghost principal, breathing heavily, walked over with difficulty to open the door. He swung his head around to look but saw no one, though he caught a lingering scent in the air. He rushed out of the office to investigate and stepped right onto the money on the floor. The principal looked down, realized he had stepped on something, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Money, so much money!" He let out an eerie laugh and began shouting in excitement. The principal lowered his head and busied himself picking up the banknotes from the floor. Zhao Yi whispered to Linlin that once the principal rounded the corner, they would slip into the office to find a file. Linlin asked in confusion, "A file? What file?" Judging from that letter, there's a student whose mother had a conflict with the school, and the school caused her severe harm, maybe even killed her. The two continued to watch the principal from their hiding spot. He was greedily picking up the cash, completely oblivious to their presence. When the time was right and the principal had moved further away, Zhao Yi signaled, "Follow me." The two slipped inside quietly. Zhao Yi continued to explain that because of this they had to find that student's records. They needed to find out exactly what happened. Linlin wondered aloud, if it's as you suspect, would something that damages the school's reputation really be recorded in the files? Zhao Yi answered while flipping through the cabinets, "There will be records in the files of expelled students. There aren't many motives for a major conflict between a school and parents. It's usually safety, health, or academics. Shishan School is a closed military-style boarding school with strict rules against fighting and extremely tight supervision. Threats to safety or health are unlikely to happen. Therefore, the motive that would lead to a falling out or even physical violence between the school and parents must primarily be related to the student leaving the school," Linlin thought to herself. "Right, why didn't I consider that?" The livestream chat was also filled with praise for Zhao Yi's deductive reasoning. Suddenly, Zhao Yi stopped at a certain page, clearly having read something that surprised him. A top student with excellent grades had actually been expelled for puppy love. Linlin asked, "Does the school have a hard rule about expelling students for early romance?" I looked at the records of other punished students. The penalty for puppy love is usually suspension for both parties and a parent-teacher meeting. This girl named Chen Chong is the only one who was expelled. Normally, a top student should receive a lighter punishment than an average student, unless during that relationship she offended someone she shouldn't have. Linlin pressed further, asking if the romantic interest or a rival had a powerful background, but Zhao Yi personally leaned toward the latter. After all, top students like her usually have a lot of self-respect. If their advances are rejected, they generally don't become persistent stalkers. "We must investigate Chen Chong, that might be the key clue." But Linlin pointed out the difficulty. Their phones were issued by the school and couldn't access the internet. They could only set alarms. "Go to the computer lab, there's a network there." Just then, Linlin suddenly noticed a dark shadow behind Zhao Yi. She pointed behind Zhao Yi and screamed in terror. Though it was behind him, Zhao Yi didn't panic like Linlin. Instead, he slowly turned his head. "Crap, did the principal come back this quickly?" He frowned, thinking of a countermeasure. But the intruder wasn't the principal. This shadow looked much thinner. The eerie figure slowly pushed open the door and walked in with a hunched back. Cockroaches scurried across the walls, and the strange noises coming from the figure were hair-raising. It kept muttering under its breath, "You all deserve to die, you deserve to die." Zhao Yi felt that this ghost's voice sounded very young. He speculated that the entity might be. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi froze for a moment before taking a step forward. He continued to observe and judge while pulling out an item. "Old man lose property deed." Standing in front of Linlin, he asked, "Are you Chen Chong? We're here to uncover the truth of what happened back then. What exactly happened between you and your mother?" The shadow let out a mocking, booming laugh and asked back, "The truth?" Suddenly, it reached up with both hands, clutched its head tightly, and let out a piercing scream. Linlin couldn't stand the sound. She quickly covered her ears as her mental strength began to plummet. Linlin tried to step forward, pulling out her own weapon and preparing to fight for her life. However, the shadow, the suspected Chen Chong, seemed to be under some kind of control, clutching its head and screaming while talking to itself. Suddenly the shadow's head became lumpy and uneven, and blood began to gush out wildly. Soon numerous long tentacles, looking like octopus limbs, sprouted from its brain. These tentacles continued to grow and expand until they covered its entire body. Observing from across the room, Zhao Yi and Linlin were shocked by the sight. He calmed himself, though the figure was still muttering, "Die, you all deserve to die." Linlin's hand trembled as she gripped her weapon. What the hell is this thing? The creature's body shook as it struggled to walk toward them. Soon the distance between human and ghost was mere inches. It roared again. "Die!" Linlin stood frozen, unresponsive. Zhao Yi quickly stepped back and took a defensive stance. Linlin shouted for Zhao Yi to run, saying she would hold it off. She raised her gun and aimed at the creature, ready to fire while its tentacles surged directly toward her face. In the crisis, Zhao Yi shouted urgently, "Get out of the way!" and shoved Linlin to one side. The spot where Linlin had been standing was smashed into a large crater, the floorboards shattering. Linlin tumbled to the ground, her hand still gripping the gun tightly. The violent impact forced a cry of pain from her. The monster's target was now locked on Zhao Yi, who struggled to dodge its attacks. Having not yet thought of a way to deal with it, Zhao Yi bit his lip in frustration. The tentacles on the monster's head began moving again, searching for prey. The comment section erupted once more, everyone worrying for Zhao Yi. At this rate, a single hit would mean certain death. The monster stood at a distance, turning to thrust a tentacle straight at Zhao Yi. Just then, a gun fired at it, the bullet piercing the monster's abdomen. The impact caused the tentacle to veer off course, allowing Zhao Yi to escape a deadly blow. It was Linlin who had fired. Gripping her handgun, she shouted, "Zhao Yi, run, I'll cover you." The live stream chat praised Linlin for being so cool this time. After being attacked, the monster immediately turned toward Linlin, standing up abruptly to glare at her. Although bullets couldn't kill a ghost, the momentum had helped bail Zhao Yi out. Linlin squeezed her eyes shut in terror, frantically pulling the trigger at the monster. It remained standing. The bullets passing through its body seemed to have no effect, but the provocation thoroughly enraged it. It roared where it stood. Zhao Yi charged toward the monster, his face grim and his gaze sharp. He sprinted forward at high speed. The audience was baffled. Given the chance to escape, why charge forward? Wasn't this suicide? He crouched before it, and as the monster swung its tentacles to pierce Zhao Yi's head, he suddenly held up the document in front of it. That paper made the monster stop its attack. It was Old Man Lu's property deed. It began to stare intently at the paper in Zhao Yi's hand. The tentacles on its head gradually retracted, no longer in an aggressive stance. He quickly looked at Linlin and yelled, "Run!" Linlin snapped awake. The two closed their eyes and sprinted out with all their might, leaving the monster behind. She gritted her teeth and gripped her gun, firing wildly at the dense swarm of cockroaches by the door. Cockroaches fell all over the floor. Linlin ran in front while Zhao Yi covered the rear. Before stepping out the door, he took a cautious look back. Unfortunately, the seal was about to fail, and the monster was already starting to be able to move its body. It roared in fury, and the livestream audience worried if they could escape. Despite running in front, Linlin had less stamina and soon fell behind. By now, the monster had completely broken free from its restraints and was chasing after them with a loud cry. Zhao Yi spun around and threw the knife from his right hand. The blade struck the monster in the chest, significantly slowing it down. The viewers watched the situation with bated breath. The two finally successfully escaped outside, gradually putting distance between them and the threat. Fortunately, these ghosts didn't know how to coordinate, allowing them to get away. Linlin was struggling to breathe and truly couldn't run anymore. Zhao Yi told her to rest for a moment. They were out of danger for now. The air on campus was still eerie and horrific. Linlin asked, "What do we do next?" to the computer lab. "There are still 3 hours until dawn. Let's try our luck at the computer lab. We might be able to find something out about Chen Chang." Linlin suddenly remembered something and pulled out a short-barreled gun. "This is for you. The system will activate the relevant module later. If you practice using a handgun now, you can also improve your shooting skill." Zhao Yi took the gun and thanked her with a warm smile. The comment section began a new round of discussion. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the computer lab. The door was locked from the outside, so Zhao Yi tried out the gun Linlin had just given him. With a bang, the lock was shot off, emitting a puff of blue smoke. The room was empty. "You keep watch for me outside," Linlin nodded, holding her gun as she stayed alert. Zhao Yi did a cautious sweep of the room, checking every corner. He pressed the power button on one of the machines. Outside, Linlin was on lookout. Inside, Zhao Yi sat down before the screen. He tapped the keys at lightning speed to search for information. Linlin asked anxiously how it was going. "The source is unknown, and the information on the web has been wiped clean, but it doesn't matter. I can enter the Black Sea to check." Linlin asked in confusion. "What is the Black Sea?" "Think of it roughly as the internet's landfill. Once data has existed, it doesn't disappear completely, but it requires a special key to enter, and the login steps are very tedious. Were you a hacker before? How do you know so much?" Zhao Yi answered flatly, "No, I'm a psychiatrist, but my consciousness can communicate with data." His fingers flew across the keyboard like phantoms, and he finally got it done. Zhao Yi decisively hit the enter key. Neither Linlin nor the people in the live stream could understand what he was doing. Zhao Yi continued typing while looking toward Linlin. Fortunately, today is only the first day, we still have plenty of time. Linlin took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. Phew, we still have a chance. I must pull myself together. Before long a thick fog began to billow outside the corridor. Linlin reported immediately, "Fog is rolling in." Zhao Yi was startled to hear this. His typing speed became even faster. Finally he clicked the mouse hard once and all search records were completely shredded. Once finished, he ran toward Linlin at full speed, suddenly grabbing her wrist and pulling hard. "Run, there's something wrong with this fog." He dragged Linlin as they sprinted. In the computer lab, Zhao Yi had successfully logged in and viewed Chen Chang's file. Recalling the moment, he had quickly scanned the key information regarding the monster suspected to be Chen Chang. Although Linlin hadn't seen the words on the screen clearly, she knew he had succeeded. Chen Chang's mother had been involved in a dispute with the homeroom teacher of class 10A8 at Shishan School, which led to an accident. She fell from the third-floor corridor and, despite all efforts to save her, passed away on May 13, 302X. The cause of death was severe brain damage. A week later, Chen Chang caused a scene at the school, hacking the homeroom teacher in half with a kitchen knife before going on the run. Since that day she had vanished off the face of the earth, and teachers and students at the school began to disappear mysteriously. The police investigation yielded no results. Outside, Linlin did the math. May 13, 302X, with a week later being the 20th, and exactly 1 month later is May 20th, 3032. Isn't that the deadline for us to complete the main task? Exactly. The electronic desk calendar during the day shows this year is 3032, meaning we've returned to 7 days before the curse happened. No wonder. That explains why the positions on the list only go up to May 19th. Linlin bit her lip. Zhao Yi's judgment was correct. On May 20th, everyone would die. When I first got the roster, I thought clearing the game was within reach. I'm such an idiot, Linlin sighed. You once had a hacker patient with extreme paranoia who came to you every day to say he claimed he could link his consciousness to the network, drifting through the boundless ocean of data. Linlin looked at him with boredom, thinking to herself, "You actually believe the words of a mental patient?" Zhao Yi continued, saying that at first the patient wandered the virtual world in isolation, but after a period of treatment the two of them were eventually able to play together. Linlin almost fainted upon hearing this. The viewers in the live stream also found his story quite hilarious. Linlin asked what happened afterward. While typing, Zhao Yi continued, "Later I was the only one left there." She asked in confusion, "Why?" Zhao Yi didn't stop tapping the keys as he replied casually, "Because I cured his delusions." After hearing this, Linlin was left utterly speechless, thinking, "I never expected you to be so good at deadpan humor. I almost believed your nonsense." At that moment, Zhao Yi seemed to discover something. His gaze fixed intently on the screen. The two of them immediately turned and sprinted, attempting to escape the encroaching mist. Linlin's mental strength was steadily declining. Clearly the fog was devouring her sanity. Linlin felt her consciousness gradually blurring, and her eyelids began to feel heavy. To stay awake, she decisively bit the tip of her tongue. The sharp pain from the gushing blood cleared her head slightly. The live stream audience flooded the chat with expressions of amazement. Zhao Yi noticed she was reaching her limit. Even biting her tongue was no longer enough, as her mental strength had rapidly plummeted below 50. He scanned the surroundings for a place to temporarily evade the black mist. A water tower appeared ahead. It was too late for them to run back to the dormitory. They had to take shelter there first. However, the entrance to the water tower was tightly locked with 2 thick iron chains. Zhao Yi drew his gun. By now Linlin's consciousness was nearly gone. He quickly fired to break the chains, grabbed Linlin's hand and rushed into the tower. Zhao Yi gently helped her sit down, leaning her against a corner. Afterward he carefully shut the water tower's heavy door and found some debris to tightly seal the gaps, just in case. Linlin remained sitting there, weak. Watching Zhao Yi's efficient movements, someone in the live stream marveled. As expected of a pro, with it sealed that tightly, the mist definitely won't get in. Zhao Yi peered out through a small hole in the wall. The mist outside was still so thick it was impenetrable. The system issued a warning. This is an extremely high-risk area with many eerie entities inside. If you wish to avoid a direct confrontation, you must find a place to hide. Zhao Yi looked at Linlin to check her condition and saw that her complexion seemed to have improved slightly. Linlin breathed a long sigh of relief as her mental strength began to recover. She said gratefully, "Thank you, you've saved my life again." Suddenly, Zhao Yi's expression became extremely solemn, and his gaze turned fierce. Without any warning, he pointed his gun directly at Linlin. At that moment his face was as grim as a judge from hell. Terrified out of her wits, Linlin backed away with her hands raised, asking in a trembling voice, "Zhao Yi, what are you doing?" Just then, a rustling sound came from behind her. It turned out that was the direction Zhao Yi was actually aiming at. A figure slowly crawled out. Linlin let out a terrified scream. It was a scruffy, disheveled man with a face full of stubble. He had been discovered. Startled as if by an electric shock, Linlin immediately hid behind Zhao Yi. The man raised his hands and slowly stood up. Zhao Yi continued to point the gun at him, his gaze filled with vigilance and suspicion. System prompt: congratulations, you have found a survivor in the school. The man stammered, Don't kill me, I'm not a bad person. Zhao Yi slowly lowered his gun, but facing a stranger he did not entirely drop his guard, asking coldly, Who are you? Upon being questioned, the man replied somewhat dazedly, It's a long story and it's not safe here. A terrifying monster will be coming in shortly. I'll take you to the hidden basement. Although the other party was taking the initiative to be helpful, Zhao Yi maintained a defensive posture, though he still agreed to follow him. The man introduced himself. My name is Li Kang. I used to be an investigator of mysterious events for the A-City Police Department. Seemingly afraid that his words lacked proof, he pulled out his identification. Zhao Yi carefully verified the information. Linlin introduced herself generously. My name is Yang Linlin. Then she looked toward Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi turned back to ask Li Kang, Are you all alone? While speaking, Zhao Yi casually wiped a table and rubbed his fingertips, finding that there wasn't a speck of dust on them. Li Kang sat down. About 3 months ago, the police turned their attention to Shishan School. The students and teachers here had been vanishing for no reason. The police sent many people to investigate, but they found nothing. Eventually, under public pressure, the mayor had to ask us for help. After making preparations, I led a special task force into the school to investigate. I didn't expect something strange to happen that very night. They were divided into 3 groups of 9 people each. While they were conducting a concentrated inspection, a thick fog rolled in, and a teammate named Xiao Wang was instantly swallowed by it. When the investigators regained their senses, the man had vanished without a trace, leaving no sign behind. Witnessing that scene, Li Kang was left dumbstruck. They were surrounded by the mist, and while frantically searching for Xiao Wang, another teammate let out a scream and was dragged into the fog again. Terrified, Li Kang keenly sensed there was something wrong with this mist and hurriedly roared, Run! At the same time he backed away quickly, desperately evading the fog. He didn't know what exactly was in the mist, he only knew some kind of ghost was hidden within. Ultimately, he led the remaining 6 members to hide in the dormitory building. However, once the thick fog dispersed, they discovered they were completely unable to leave the school gates. An extremely terrifying black mist was entrenched outside the entrance. So the 7 of us had to stay in this eerie school. Li Kang wept as he spoke, covering his face. Zhao Yi stood by the side quietly listening to the story, focusing his observation on Li Kang's every movement. Zhao Yi picked up a pen and began to scrutinize the man. He took the liberty of asking, Then what about your other 6 teammates? Hearing this, Li Kang stopped crying, and his entire being seemed to petrify. After a moment he lowered his head with a grim face and replied in a low voice, They're all dead. According to what you said, you've been in the school for at least 3 months. What do you usually eat? Zhao Yi's question made Li Kang appear even more uneasy. Can we not talk about this? This caused Zhao Yi's suspicion of the man to deepen further. He stared at Li Kang with a scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, the light in the basement flickered gently, and all 3 of them looked in the same direction. The tremors from the ground grew stronger, and the light bulb shook violently. A giant foot manifested within the mist. With every step it took, the ground trembled in response, the vibrations continued, and the light bulb made a piercing creak sound. Zhao Yi turned and gestured for everyone to be silent. The basement's support pillars seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He quickly stepped forward and firmly held a pillar to prevent a cave-in. The giant foot above seemed to sense something and began to stomp heavily on the ground to test it. Linlin was so scared she didn't even dare to blink. She held her breath to observe the situation. The light above shook more and more violently, as if it would fall at any moment. That foot was stomping directly over the basement exit. Li Kang also looked up to monitor the situation, not daring to breathe loudly, swallowing nervously. The sound of searching footsteps continued to pace back and forth above. A moment later, that giant black foot reverted to a normal skin tone. The scene shifted back to a few minutes prior. Li Kang slumped back into his chair and let out a long sigh. I hid in the water tower back then and accidentally discovered this basement, which is how I survived. Linlin seemed to think of something and whispered excitedly, I've got it. The water tower must be a hidden safe zone. As long as we hide here and don't run around, we can last through these 7 days. Li Kang immediately interrupted her. Miss Yang, things might be much more troublesome than you imagine. Upon hearing this, Linlin asked worriedly, What do you mean by that? Li Kang gritted his teeth and said, The eerie power of this school is constantly expanding. The water tower used to be safe, even the ghosts didn't care about it. But later they started lingering outside the tower. Zhao Yi and Linlin listened with grim expressions. Li Kang continued, Not only that, but they would also knock on the door to see if anyone was inside. Later still, they even started using force, breaking in to search everything here. On the 7th day of the last cycle, I was hiding in the basement, and was almost discovered. If we hide here again this time, I'm afraid. Just as his words fell, the commotion above became more violent and rapid. It was the sound of footsteps. Clearly there was more than one ghost up there. Once discovered, they would be like rats in a trap with certain death awaiting them. Zhao Yi indeed couldn't think of a better countermeasure at the moment. The footsteps grew louder, and everyone's sense of terror multiplied as they gradually lost their composure. There was no support structure beneath the floor tiles at the entrance. The tapping sound echoed with hollowness. Zhao Yi quickly rushed to the ladder and pushed against the top with all his might. He had to hold it firm to make this cover plate look as stable as the surrounding tiles. Zhao Yi used his back as a brace, his hands pressing firmly against the entrance cover. The ghost above was exceptionally obese, constantly stomping the ground to test it. Seeing this, Linlin and Li Kang also rushed up to help, stabilizing the ladder to prevent Zhao Yi from falling. After the stomping proved fruitless, the ghost began to violently punch the ground. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth, struggling to endure the heavy blows from the opponent, unable to suppress a groan of pain. Everyone exerted their maximum strength, teeth clenched for fear of losing their grip. Finally, the ghost gave up and stood up. There were indeed many ghosts above, searching every corner. The fat ghost went off to smash other places. Everyone slumped to the floor, breathing a long sigh of relief, having finally escaped another disaster. See, I told you the water tower is no longer safe. If we want to escape this curse, we either find the next hiding spot or break the curse entirely. Zhao Yi slowly climbed down the ladder and asked Li Kang, "Do you have a way to break the curse?" Li Kang replied, "I know how to break it, but the overall difficulty is immense. I can't do it alone. I need your help." Linlin immediately stated, "We can help you." Zhao Yi, meanwhile, stood in a corner silently observing Li Kang. Li Kang hesitated for a moment, his expression tense, before relaxing and placing his hands on the ground. He decided to trust them, saying, "Fine, I'll trust you once. Hiding like this will lead to a dead end sooner or later anyway. Might as well take a gamble." He slowly stood up and continued, "Based on the results of our research and investigation, I can now be certain that this school's cycle of curses is tied to one student." Linlin subconsciously uttered the name Chen Chang, and Li Kang was greatly shocked, stumbling back with a face full of disbelief. "You actually know?" Zhao Yi stood to the side with his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent. Only then did Zhao Yi speak, answering Li Kang. "We don't know much, only that it seems Chen Chang's mother had an accident at Shishan School." Li Kang sat back into his chair wearily, saying as he sat, "That's right, it's a complicated story. Chen Chang was originally a poor student from the city. Although there were debts before, his father later worked in a rural coal mine and was trapped inside during a cave-in." Speaking to this point, Li Kang recalled that chaotic and tragic scene, his hands clasped tightly to his chest, his expression sorrowful. He continued, "The mine owner fled abroad with the money to avoid responsibility, without paying a single cent in compensation. The whole family could only rely on Chen Chang's severely ill, bedridden mother. Their situation was extremely miserable. His mother lost a leg and could only barely maintain their life by doing needlework. The home was destitute, and life for Chen Chang's family grew increasingly difficult. At that time, Chen Chang's mother was already aged, and Chen Chang held her tightly. Fortunately, Chen Chang had been kind and sensible since childhood, and his grades were always top tier. Not only did he get into Shishan School, but he also received a generous scholarship due to his excellent performance." Li Kang continued with a mournful gaze, "This was originally supposed to be the place where he nurtured his dreams, but unfortunately, an accident occurred." Linlin and Zhao Yi listened intently. Moved by the story, Linlin clenched her fists and stared nervously at Li Kang. He continued, "To stimulate competition among students, Shishan School organizes 2 major exams every month. Weekly seating is determined by grades. Chen Chang had the best grades in the class and always sat in the first row. Other students could only sit further back. There was also a purple-haired girl in the class who also had very good grades and was beautiful, named Zhang Ya. She consistently ranked second in the grade and was always Chen Chang's deskmate. High schoolers are at an age of surging hormones. Spending every day together, Chen Chang gradually fell for Zhang Ya. The two sat side by side, occasionally glancing at each other, their faces flushed with a shy blush. Just then, the balding, bespectacled homeroom teacher on the podium announced the arrival of a transfer student. They were originally a match made in heaven, but later a student named Pang Xiao transferred into the class. Pang Xiao had blonde hair and an arrogant face. He was the mayor's son. Although he never took first place in multiple exams, he took a liking to Zhang Ya and directly demanded the homeroom teacher swap his seat with Chen Chang's. Liang Ming, the homeroom teacher, naturally didn't dare to refuse, so the former rank 1 student was kicked to the last row of the classroom, allowing the person with the worst grades to sit in the prime position. Chen Chang could not compete with Pang Xiao and could only swallow his anger. But once when Chen Chong returned to the classroom, he bumped into the despicable-looking Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao was reaching his hand into Zhang Yao's clothes, while Zhang Yao was too afraid to speak out. At that moment Chen Chong's gaze became as terrifying as a demon's, filled with bloodshot intensity. He snapped the pencil in his hand with one hand. Finally, Chen Chong could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. Outside the teaching building to retaliate against Pang Xiao, Chen Chong used his scholarship money to bribe several other students who were also from poor backgrounds. One late night, these students bribed by Chen Chong wore masks and quietly followed behind Pang Xiao. They dragged him into the bushes and beat him within an inch of his life. Two people took turns brutally beating Pang Xiao while another kept watch nearby. Unfortunately, there was surveillance on campus, and the entire scene was captured by the school's cameras. The grade director called the three students in for questioning and investigation. Under the director's harsh interrogation, someone eventually broke under the pressure and gave up Chen Chong. Consequently, Chen Chong was ordered to be expelled by the school. The teacher handed him the expulsion notice. He took it with both hands, his eyes turning pitch black. After the incident, Chen Chong's mother came to Xishan School and found the homeroom teacher Liang Ming to plead for mercy. Liang Ming looked triumphant, his back turned to Chen Chong's mother. She grabbed Liang Ming's sleeve tightly, but Liang Ming didn't care at all. The two then got into a physical struggle. With a face full of disgust, Liang Ming gritted his teeth and roared, "Get away from me!" He swung his hand violently, pushing Chen Chong's mother away. Because she was missing a leg, her center of gravity was unstable. Her eyes turned red the moment she was pushed. As a result, Liang Ming accidentally pushed her down the stairs. She rolled to the bottom of the staircase and hit her head. Blood splattered everywhere, and everyone around was terrified. Hearing this, Linlin hid behind Zhao Yi in fear, while Zhao Yi remained indifferent. No emotion visible on his face, Li Kang continued, "You can probably guess what happened next. The death of Chen Chong's mother was suppressed by the school and the mayor working together." Li Kang gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with resentment as he held his forehead with one hand. A few days later, Chen Chong sneaked into the school alone and hacked the homeroom teacher to death with a kitchen knife. Liang Ming escaped under the pursuit of security guards and vanished from then on. At this point, the room fell silent as everyone watched Li Kang sitting in his chair, head in his hands. After a while he continued, "Actually, those are only rumors from the outside world." Li Kang revealed the truth. Chen Chong didn't escape, he died in the school. Hearing this, Linlin exclaimed, "What?" Zhao Yi remained calm, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought." Li Kang continued, "He died in the warehouse in Sector B. Because his resentment was too deep, it eventually affected the entire school." Having said that, Li Kang crossed his hands in front of him and stated the method to break the curse. "That is, we must destroy his corpse. Only by destroying the body can we end this curse." Hearing there was a way, Linlin hurriedly asked, "Then what do we need to do to destroy his corpse?" Li Kang stood up. "When we first entered the school, we brought a batch of highly destructive weapons. Due to being attacked by Chen Chong's soul, those weapons fell into a deep well inscribed with the characters Wu He, located in the West Sector garage." Li Kang stepped closer to Linlin, a move that made her feel a bit afraid. He suddenly grabbed her hand and both of them looked at him with some confusion. Li Kang looked directly at young Linlin and said, "That specific weapon requires identification, but it won't take too long. As long as you two can help me distract the spirit's attention, I'll be able to activate the weapon quickly and completely destroy Chen Chong's corpse." Young Linlin asked, confused and suspicious, "About how long will it take?" Li Kang's gaze narrowed, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "About 3 minutes should do it." Yang Linlin turned to Zhao Yi. "Should we help him?" Li Kang also turned to look at Zhao Yi, but Zhao Yi didn't give an answer yet, only reaching his hand out toward him. For a moment, Li Kang wasn't sure what decision Zhao Yi had made. With one hand in his pants pocket, Zhao Yi asked Li Kang with a face full of confidence, "When do we move?" Upon hearing this, Li Kang was overjoyed, hardly able to believe his ears. He excitedly grasped Zhao Yi's hand with both of his. "It's too late tonight. Come back here tomorrow night. I'll take you to the West Sector garage." He was so happy he couldn't hide his inner excitement. The next day, Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin were sitting in the cafeteria having a meal. Yang Linlin felt lucky yet still had lingering fears. "Fortunately, we chose our seats according to the list today. Otherwise, we'd definitely have lost our heads on the spot like those few people in class." While calmly eating, Zhao Yi asked, "Is there any fishing line or a similar thin string? The thinner the better, and it needs to be long enough." Hearing Zhao Yi's nonsensical question, she stared with wide eyes and asked back, What do you need that for?" Remaining unfazed, he continued to eat and said, "For killing." Hearing this, Yang Linlin looked at him in disbelief and asked, "Killing who?" Zhao Yi's gaze became exceptionally dangerous as he spat out 2 words. "Li Kang," she shrieked. "What?" He stopped his movements and placed his chopsticks on the table. Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi, baffled. "Are you crazy? If we kill Li Kang, who's going to help us break the curse?" He picked up a can and took a sip of water, saying, "If you still believe he can help us break the curse, then your time of death isn't far off." He took a large gulp of water. While she completely failed to understand what he was talking about, He glanced at the neighboring table to confirm no one was there, and then Yang Linlin leaned in and whispered, "What do you mean by that?" He said the man was lying. Zhao Yi set down the can and explained to Yang Linlin, "First of all, he is only an investigator, not a student from class 10A8 of this school. Don't you think his description of Chen Chong's affairs is too detailed?" Resting his chin on one hand and fiddling with the can with the other, he continued, "He even knows details like Chen Chong seeing the mayor's son Pang Shao reaching into the school beauty Zhang Ya's clothes in class." After hearing Zhao Yi's words, Yang Linlin realized that was indeed the case. "Second, our names aren't on the list. If it's really as Li Kang described, I believe a Chen Chong who could plunge the entire school into an eerie curse would never let Pang Shao and Zhang Yao off." He pressed the empty can onto the tabletop. "At the very least, he would never let Pang Shao off." After hearing this, Yang Linlin found it made a lot of sense, her hand propping up her chin. "That's true, after all, Pang Shao is the root of all his suffering," he analyzed solemnly. "Third, he didn't discover the water tower basement by accident. I even suspect that basement was built by him." Yang Linlin asked suspiciously, "What? That's not very likely, is it?" She voiced her own thoughts. The school's curse had spread to almost every corner. In front of that group of evil ghosts, where would he find the time to build such a large basement? Zhao Yi said the words, "No dust," and this nonsensical phrase left her with a face full of confusion. "What do you mean, no dust?" "I said there was no dust in the basement," he said with a face full of confidence. He stood up, his hand touching the table. "Last night I specifically touched many corners. The lamp bases, the sofa, and even those miscellaneous items were almost spotless. Very clean." He concluded that the basement was normally not cleaned by anyone. Since it was so clean, it meant someone must live there permanently. "As you said, after the curse occurred, it would be almost impossible to build a basement under the noses of the evil ghosts. Therefore, the basement could only have been built before the curse happened. The entrance to the basement is very hidden and has no light. Do you think it's more likely that Li Kang accidentally discovered this basement while being hunted by evil ghosts, or that he knew of its existence long ago?" Yang Linlin thought to herself that Zhao Yi's observational skills were terrifying. Burying her face against the edge of the table, she asked haltingly, "But why would he lie to us? What's the purpose?" Yang Linlin couldn't guess what was hidden behind Li Kang's kind face. Zhao Yi rested his chin on his hand, thinking seriously. "According to psychology, purposeful lies are usually half-truths. To make a lie sound more reasonable and real, one usually needs to include some factual elements." He held up a finger to Yang Linlin as an example. "Even if Chen Chong's corpse isn't in the West Sector underground parking lot, there's bound to be a danger there beyond our imagination." Listening to his analysis, Yang Linlin's face was full of terror, and Li Kang indeed wanted to enter what he called the Wu He. Zhao Yi continued with his arms crossed, "It's just that once he goes in, he won't be able to come out, so he lied to make us risk our lives to help him attract the evil ghosts outside." After his analysis, the comment section flooded with messages again. The viewers in the comment section not only admired his deductive abilities, but were also curious why, since he had seen through it, he hadn't killed Li Kang then, and instead waited until today. After hearing his words, Yang Linlin couldn't hide her inner fear. That man's scheming was too deep. Zhao Yi sat there while Yang Linlin opened the equipment panel to look for items. There were many ready-made pieces of equipment inside, such as bullets, tape, canned food, and so on. She selected the fishing line, and a roll of it immediately manifested, which she gave to Zhao Yi. She said to him, "This is the fishing line. What do I need to do tonight?" He took the fishing line and said she wouldn't have to do anything tonight. Zhao Yi interestedly wound the fishing line around his fingers and pulled it tight, testing the strength of the line. "Whether we succeed or not depends on tonight," he said to Yang Linlin. "If we're lucky, we can break the curse tonight." The two walked outside where the sky was a shade of blood red. Zhao Yi walked with his hands in his pockets, his stride confident, while she still hadn't quite processed everything. Nestled beside Zhao Yi, she peeked at him and asked suspiciously, "Are you planning to use the fishing line to strangle Li Kang to death?" He raised a hand and made a silencing gesture. "Shesh, we're almost at the water tower. From now on, don't talk nonsense." She looked at Zhao Yi in confusion, and found he was alertly staring in one direction. She quickly covered her mouth tightly with both hands, thinking, "He must have a secret plan. I absolutely cannot cause trouble for him." Her clumsy actions left Zhao Yi somewhat speechless as well. The two continued forward in silence. He thought to himself that he still had to be a bit wary of her, lest she accidentally ruin things and expose his plan. The sky remained an oppressive blood red over here. Li Kang was pacing back and forth anxiously, wondering why those two hadn't arrived yet. Finally, the two appeared. Li Kang was overjoyed at the sight and went to meet them as they walked over, saying, "Why were you so slow?" Li Kang continued with some dissatisfaction, "We have to get to the destination quickly. We don't have much time. After midnight, the mist will shroud every corner of the campus." Zhao Yi stepped forward and urged Li Kang, "Then let's go to that place quickly now." He walked ahead, turned back, and said, "Follow me to the West Sector underground parking lot." He pointed in that direction, and the two followed. Zhao Yi walked in the middle, with Yang Linlin following behind. Li Kang led the way in front. The West Sector underground parking lot had a total of 3 entrances. The 3 walked forward 100 meters and then turned right into the West Sector parking lot. Li Kang turned back to warn the 2, "That ghost entity is wandering around the garage entrance." He stopped at the door to discuss tactics with them. "My plan is this: you 2 enter the garage door and intentionally make noise to attract that group of ghosts. Then escape through entrance A and entrance B respectively, leading the ghosts out of the parking lot. I'll hide by the door, and once you lead them away, I'll rush in immediately to activate the weapon." Zhao Yi stared at his hiding spot for a moment in thought, then agreed with a look of approval and pleasure. Upon hearing this, Li Kang happily hid behind the door and stopped talking, while Zhao Yi began to walk inside. He walked in with his hands in his pockets, Yang Linlin following closely. In his pocket, Zhao Yi gripped the fishing line he had already set up, hiding it so he wouldn't be discovered. He had pre-connected the fishing line to the pin of a grenade. The fishing line was wound several times around a utility pole. He walked past calmly with his hands in his pockets, his expression showing no hint of anything unusual. Zhao Yi walked in front, and behind him was the grenade ready to go. As long as he pulled the line hard, a grenade would be detonated. Zhao Yi had already walked in a distance, and Yang Linlin quickened her pace to keep up while Li Kang was nervously hiding behind the door, observing the 2. Gritting his teeth, he stared fixedly at the 2 in the distance, thinking that this time he would surely succeed. Sweat began to bead on his face, and he swallowed hard. Not far away, water was boiling in a pot, emitting smoke as red as blood. He gritted his teeth hard, his face tight and his gaze fierce. "Since that accident happened, I've been barely surviving in this dangerous place for several months. Companions have become fewer and fewer, and not much edible food is left. This is the last chance." By now, Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin had reached their destination, the 2 pressing themselves against the wall. Inside, the dark shadows of ghost entities were faintly visible, the shadows emitting a red light and making a noisy rustling sound. Zhao Yi crouched down to avoid being discovered, and behind him, Yang Linlin's heart was pounding like a drum with nervousness. She watched him with a hand over her chest. Zhao Yi sat down, then carefully moved to hide beside a white car. She watched as he safely reached the side of the car. He crouched on the ground, a red light flashing in his eyes as he prepared to check the information. A red triangle began to emerge in his eyes. Player Zhao Yi's source code has a chaos error, repairing. Subsequently, the system prompted multiple times that the repair had failed. In the distance were dense black ghostly shadows, the most eye-catching being the one labeled 12 in the distance. Looking closely, its body was a mass of knotted muscle with sharp claws. The system indicated it was in a chaos quantum state and was extremely dangerous. Its movement speed was extremely fast, and it could avoid most obstacles. Its attack power was extremely high and difficult to deal with. It would kill every living thing within its line of sight and prioritize attacking noisy targets. It had only 2 weaknesses: Schrödinger's cat and its semi-solid state. After the inspection was finished, the red light in his eyes gradually faded, his gaze refocused, the red light disappearing completely. Now he was fully alert. He told Yang Linlin, "Follow me to the left." She gave an unha and followed Zhao Yi at a sprint. Zhao Yi also quickly ran to the left, avoiding the position where ghost number 12 stood. The 2 found a hiding spot. Yang Linlin hid behind a car in terror, vigilantly observing the outside. Zhao Yi sat down calmly and pulled out his phone. He sent a message to Li Kang. It turned out his contact name for the guy was Scumbag. Li Kang was no slouch either, having noted him as scapegoat. He replied with an "okay," and the message was successfully sent. By now he had completely revealed his true colors, looking sinister as he stared at the phone with eyes wide in an evil smile. "Die, hurry up and die. Only if you die can I continue to live. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. Who told you to trust a stranger so easily? Over here." Zhao Yi also curled his lips. He had prepared a big surprise for the other party. He pulled the fishing line with a sudden jerk. The fishing line was pulled taut. It had long since been looped around the rear of a car. The fishing line connecting Zhao Yi and the doorway was pulled completely tight. Only then did Li Kang, sitting by the door, sense something was wrong. He looked back in confusion, his face full of bewilderment. The pin of the grenade was instantly yanked out by the fishing line. The grenade flickered with light, about to explode. A world-shaking explosion occurred, flames shooting into the sky and shrapnel flying everywhere. Only then did Li Kang react, screaming as he protected his front with his hands. He jumped up abruptly to run for his life. The ghost entities inside also heard the commotion and were searching everywhere for the source of the sound. Li Kang was directly blown away by the force of the explosion. He failed to escape, spitting blood and letting out a cry of pain. He hit the wall and then fell heavily to the ground, prone. He painfully propped himself up, the force of the explosion having left him weak and exhausted. He looked around and cursed. What happened? Then he saw something, his eyes wide, his face written with confusion and terror. That ghost entity was emitting red vapor and charging toward him at high speed. Its long tongue looked as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Only then did he react, an exclamation escaping him. He was so terrified his hair stood on end, his mouth hanging open and unable to close. He ran for his life desperately, shouting as he ran in a panic. With adrenaline soaring, he ran toward the door to save his life, stumbling all the way in a very comical manner. Looking toward the doorway, a brilliant red light shone there while the surroundings were pitch black. Seeing that the ghost shadow had moved far away, Zhao Yi said to Yang Linlin, "Let's go to the Wu He Deep Well." The two quickly ran toward the doorway. Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi in confusion. "Wait, where did you get a grenade? Aren't there no points in the rookie dungeon?" Zhao Yi explained. "I once had a patient who was a weapons trafficker. I promised to cure his bloodlust, and to thank me he gave me some weapons and ammunition." He shook the grenade in his palm. "When I'm idle with nothing to do, I like to carry a few on me. When I'm bored, I take them out to play with." She was dumbfounded after hearing this, her entire being in disarray. The live stream was also flooding with messages, thinking Zhao Yi must have mental problems. Upon reaching the destination, he used a crowbar to pry open the manhole cover and tossed it aside, leaving the well opening exposed. Yang Linlin opened her equipment and handed him a flashlight. She held a gun in her hand. Below was pitch black. "This is for you." The two went down the well together. He climbed down slowly, using the flashlight to observe. The well walls were very clean with not a speck of dust. Just like the basement where Li Kang lived, he found the ground down here was also very tidy after reaching the bottom. He walked in front, with Yang Linlin following closely with her gun. He walked to the wall and pressed a switch. The light came on, and the two made a new discovery. In the center of the giant wall ahead was a red button with nothing else around it. Yang Linlin pointed at the button and asked Zhao Yi curiously, "What's this button for?" "If I'm not mistaken, it's an elevator." Before he even figured out the situation, he decisively pressed the button, making her palms sweat as she asked back, "An elevator?" The doors opened slowly, and Yang Linlin vigilantly raised her gun. Inside was indeed an elevator, just as he had said. She looked around, puzzled. "Isn't this a sewer? Why would an elevator be installed here?" Zhao Yi quickly pressed the down button. "Let's go down and see, no time to dally. I don't know when that black shadow will come back." Gears began to turn, driving the elevator downward. The sound of the gears working grew louder. It seemed the elevator was almost at the bottom. The doors opened slowly, and the two looked out, curious about what would appear. Outside was a long corridor, the air cold and gloomy with red mist permeating everywhere. Yang Linlin asked haltingly, "What is this place?" He said this might be some kind of strange experimental facility. The corridor stretched beyond the horizon. The two remained standing in the elevator observing, not knowing what was hidden in the darkness in the distance. She asked, "Is it an experimental base?" The two stepped out of the elevator. He said ever since meeting the principal, he felt something wasn't quite right. He looked ahead as he walked and said, "Generally speaking, the more powerful a ghost entity is, the more its attack methods tend to be on a mental level, which is very hard to guard against." He recalled the ghost entities he had eliminated before. Although the principal in the dungeon was strong, his attack methods were entirely rational. This indicated that the principal wasn't a ghost but some kind of monster. He closed his eyes to reflect, then summarized with a smile. Clearly Shishan's school was not just a simple Eerie dungeon. Its world building was even grander than anticipated. Suddenly Yang Linlin cried out, her voice filled with terror, "Zhao Yi, look ahead." He looked toward where she was pointing with confusion. A corpse lay prone on the ground, blood from its head covering the floor. Another corpse sat leaning against the wall wearing a hazmat suit, but its face mask was shattered. The deaths of these people were exceptionally gruesome. What on earth had they encountered to end up like this? Limbs were torn apart and scattered all over the corridor. Rustling sounds came from the surroundings, and Yang Linlin pointed at the corpses, trembling. Seeing this sight, she was scared out of her wits. Zhao Yi shone his light on the remains and walked straight toward them without fear. His footsteps echoed in the corridor. Though she didn't know what they had encountered, she was certain this place was unsafe and followed closely behind him. Upon reaching a corner, Zhao Yi said to Yang Linlin, "Follow me." They saw another door, and a glowing control panel caught their attention. He reached out to try and unlock it, confirming it was a failure. The door required facial recognition to open. Yang Linlin fell into deep thought. She asked worriedly, "What do we do now? If we turn back the way we came, we might run into that black shadow." Zhao Yi suddenly pulled out his scalpel. Holding the blade, he flashed a confident smile and turned around without a word. Seeing this, Yang Linlin froze in place, not knowing what he was about to do, breaking into a sweat from anxiety. She asked what he intended to do, but he didn't answer, walking back with the scalpel. Returning to the first corner, she watched from behind as he walked toward the jumbled corpses and then knelt among the severed limbs. Yang Linlin was utterly shocked by Zhao Yi's actions. He held the scalpel in his hand, the blade gleaming with a sharp light. He seemed to be about to do something to a corpse. Yang Linlin covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide and her spine tingling with cold. It turned out Zhao Yi was using the knife to cut off the head of a corpse. He picked up the head and walked toward the door. The livestream chat descended into chaos, with viewers commenting, "This is too outrageous. Why is the head blurred out? Brother Zhao is too fierce. He doesn't even blink while doing this." He walked quickly toward the elevator, scaring Yang Linlin as he passed her. She huddled against the base of the wall, staring fixedly at the head he was carrying. Without a shred of pity, he pressed the head against the control panel. Yang Linlin was dumbfounded, unable to believe he would have such a thought process and drive. The system emitted a beep. Recognition successful. The door opened slowly and a red control panel appeared. The head was digitized and stored in the system. The item obtained was Heidi's head, with a white quality rating. Heidi surely never expected she would encounter a psychopath after her death who wouldn't even let her head go just to open a door. He walked quickly into the room, not forgetting to tell Yang Linlin to follow. Inside was still a dark corridor, with severed limbs visible everywhere. Even the ceiling was stained with blood. The two continued forward. His steps were still steady, while Yang Linlin stayed alert, her finger already on the trigger. They passed countless torsos, legs, hands, and body parts. On the ground was a piece of paper, with a severed finger still pressing down on it. It seemed this person was still clutching this paper right before they died. He picked it up curiously to examine it. The letter's content was from a father to his daughter, Lina. "When Daddy is finished with work, I'll go back to be with you. I'll be home in half a month," Yang Linlin sighed. Truly a father who loved his daughter deeply, still thinking of his child even before death. He echoed her sentiment. Indeed, he was a good father. After saying this, he casually tossed the note behind him. But aside from that, he might also have been a mass murderer. The thousands of deaths outside the school are very likely related to him. Hearing this, she shrank her neck back, responding with some lingering fear. She stole a glance at Zhao Yi, then curled her lips as if complaining, "Good riddance, what a bastard." A strange noise came from the corner, and the red aura became even more concentrated. The two held their breath, warily staring in that direction. This time, even Zhao Yi became serious. They quickly pressed themselves against the wall as the sound echoed around them. Yang Linlin and Zhao Yi poked their heads out from behind the wall. Peering inside, Yang Linlin saw something that made her eyes bulge, her mouth hanging open in terror. Inside was a monster with an extremely distorted shape. Its body was very long, with countless twitching small heads sprouting from its torso and red eyes scanning in every direction. Yang Linlin covered her face, pressing tightly against Zhao Yi's back. "What is this thing? It's too disgusting." On the contrary, Zhao Yi revealed a smile of interest. "What a perfect creation." Hearing this, she nearly fell over, unable to believe he actually held such a thought. The livestream audience couldn't understand either. What exactly was beautiful about this thing? Someone recalled how excited he was when he saw the female ghost in the last dungeon. Yang Linlin asked, "So what should we do with this creation next?" He smiled easily. "Advance steadily and surely, of course." Zhao Yi reminded Yang Linlin to coordinate with him, then pulled out that familiar scalpel from his pocket. Zhao Yi got ready, holding the blade horizontally, while Yang Linlin cautiously raised her gun. "All right, then Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yi charged straight in without any signal or warning. Catching her off guard, she hid behind the wall and shouted loudly, "Didn't you say to advance steadily and surely? Is this really okay?" Zhao Yi charged toward the monster with a face full of excitement. He was already in a direct confrontation with the monster. System prompt: mutated riot monster, medium danger level. Note, this is only a semi-finished product. Its quantum state was still 1 star short on the exterior. Its weakness is hemorrhoids, because it's covered by a cotton ball. Clearly, when those lunatics were performing their horrific experiments, they didn't expect the mutant would also suffer from hemorrhoids due to sitting for too long. It roared and lunged at Zhao Yi. He also charged forward to meet it, the corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile, staring directly at the lunging ghost. Zhao Yi pulled a piece of paper from his back pocket. As the monster charged over, its true face became clear. Only its lower half was human. Its mouth was on its waist, and countless small bug-like heads had grown from its legs. Zhao Yi held up the slip of paper in his hand. Item: Old Man Lose Property Deed. Effect: Can seal a monster within a 5-meter range for 10 seconds. Cooldown time is 1 day. The monster was sealed in place. Zhao Yi crouched down, sliding past its crotch. He slid behind the monster, searching for something. He swung the scalpel, carving an extremely sharp trajectory. The series of movements was exceptionally swift, practiced, and seamless. He moved past it once again. The monster was in a sealed state, standing dazed in place, unable to counterattack. Zhao Yi, face full of excitement, swung a final upward strike. The monster was locked in place, those tiny heads turning to stare at Zhao Yi. He had sliced off the monster's chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum dissipated, its petals fluttering in the wind. The system panel displayed: if a unit is wounded by your soul weapon, the wound will continuously produce gluttons until the unit perishes. The resistance of gluttons is tied to your strength and level. Zhao Yi gripped the scalpel, the blade emitting a fiery red glow. He wasn't yet clear on what the evil god's cognitive contagion was. Zhao Yi's attributes had upgraded. Health 1515, Strength 16, Spirit 101, Luck 0. He felt surprised. After restructuring 1/10,000th of his power, his strength had actually increased by 8 points, and he also gained a special skill called Toxic. Young Linlin watched from a distance as Zhao Yi quickly eliminated the monster, filled with admiration. "Is it dead?" she asked, poking her head out from behind the wall. Zhao Yi turned and replied, "Yeah, exactly." He knelt down to inspect the monster. It could have been a perfect organism, but unfortunately, its creator's skill was limited. The monster's rear had been sliced off by him and was twitching incessantly, blood dripping from the scalpel. System prompt: "Congratulations on killing a riot mutant. Your soul weapon has absorbed the evil god fragments within the mutant." The monster's blood flooded the floor, making a gurgle sound. 0.01 of the power was still not enough. Unable to continue building the cognitive contagion, the construction has temporarily stopped. The system notified him that his soul weapon had gained a new ability. He was currently using the knife to cut into the monster's body. Then, with a sudden swipe, blood splattered everywhere. Yang Linlin asked him in confusion what he was doing now. She walked closer to Zhao Yi to observe. He was performing an autopsy to see if there were any clues. He looked into the monster's body through the incision with surprise. He was stunned. There were actually 18 kidneys. The livestream chat also exploded. Judging from its appearance, it possessed extremely powerful special functions. Clearly, even an abnormal person like him didn't expect it to have so many kidneys. Seeing this, Yang Linlin felt extremely disgusted, covering her mouth and not daring to look, only daring to stand far away. He stood up. It seemed there were no clues. "Let's keep going." The two continued forward, their footsteps echoing in the long corridor once again. Yang Linlin still had lingering fears, following behind with her hands protecting her chest. The two stopped in front of a room. Looking in from the outside, there were many tubes filled with green solution, as if cultivating some kind of organism. Before she could even recover from the fright of the previous monster, Yang Linlin saw a sight that terrified her even more. Ahead was the laboratory, surrounded by containers filled with culture medium, and there were actually children trapped inside. In the center of the room was an operating table with a child on it who had been half dissected, blood flowing from the table to the floor. Zhao Yi continued forward without any fear or hesitation. He remarked, "Our luck is pretty good." He walked to the desk and rummaged through a pile of documents, discovering an experimental diary. He told Yang Linlin there was an experimental diary here. Continuing his search, he found many slips of paper with different serial numbers, recording the status reports, progress plans, and chemical dosages of the experimental subjects, as well as the distribution of interests and the profits brought by such brutal behavior. The experimental subjects have lost control. The content also mentioned a person named Alex. Alex turned a blind eye to the reports. Because of his stupidity, everyone paid the price. Yang Linlin deduced that it seemed a riot had occurred in the laboratory. The experimental subjects they created lost control and then killed everyone. At this thought, her spine tingled, her eyes reflecting the sorrow and fear of the tragedy. After studying the diary, Zhao Yi said, "Whether it's the quantum state riots outside or the monster we just encountered, their appearance was inevitable. There's blood all over the desk and the room." He told Yang Linlin, "They must have a base state." Yang Linlin looked bewildered upon hearing the term base state, turning her head to ask him about it. "It refers to the initial form of the experimental subjects." She didn't seem to understand yet, staring at him blankly. He pointed to the screen and asked if she could understand the device. She looked at the screen and shook her head. Zhao Yi didn't understand either. The screen displayed the image and various parameters of the monster that had just been eliminated. He only needed to restore the data to know how they originally operated. Then looking at what the most primitive base state was would be enough. He was pressing buttons on the control panel, attempting to restore the data. The screen displayed, "Data downloading, optimizing, starting programming complete. Programming downloaded successfully." The hands and feet appearing on the screen looked very much like a normal person's. The two stared intently, waiting for the results. She let out an exclamation. Heavens, the prototype of that disgusting monster just now was actually a girl. This monster's cells possessed extremely strong growth and adaptation capabilities. This meant the girl was very young. He speculated based on the parameters displayed on the screen that the adaptability and growth capacity were exceptionally high. He propped his chin up and stated his deduction. Thinking deeper, this girl might be a student at the school. He was holding a blood-stained file in his hand. Yang Linlin's hands trembled upon hearing this. She asked stutteringly, "You mean?" She turned to look at Zhao Yi as if confirming her own guess. This school built such a massive underground base just to transform students into monsters. She angrily crumpled the document in her hand. Were these people criminals or lunatics? He continued to deduce that the monster from earlier had 18 kidneys, each of which was very healthy. This laboratory was very likely trafficking human organs. If the experiment was successful, this girl's cells could continuously cultivate new monsters. They would have a continuous source of kidneys to buy and sell, which is to say they created a living gold vault. He then looked at the child trapped in the culture container nearby. Moreover, this base had more than just this one project. The experimental diary earlier mentioned that the researchers seemed to have created a monster related to the quantum state. Diary 826. Those lunatics successfully created a quantum state, and they succeeded. He speculated that the black shadow we encountered outside might be the quantum riot monster described in the experimental diary. Hearing this, she turned pale with fright. Subsequently, Yang Linlin angrily clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Those guys actually built an experimental base under the school and turned children into monsters. Truly insane. Zhao Yi sighed and shook his head. No, they didn't build an experimental base under the school. They built a school on top of the experimental base. A shadow covered his face. His words caught Yang Linlin off guard, and she pressed further. What did you say? He analyzed for Yang Linlin that the design of this experimental base was extremely complex. If they had waited until after the school was built to secretly build the lab, it would have been impossible. So clearly, the experimental base was built first. Zhao Yi's deduction was very logical, and also proved the danger posed by the lab and the mastermind. Yang Linlin's face was full of horror and surprise upon hearing this. Furthermore, in their plan, this school on the mountain was also a part of them. Which mysterious person planned all of this? They sent employees to the school to take samples and conduct health tests on every student. They needed young people, those healthy enough to withstand various experiments. He turned to Yang Linlin. Aside from relevant government departments, I ask you, what organization could more legitimately possess the health status of students than this prestigious school? She also felt that was indeed the case. He turned and walked away. We need some data now to confirm this conjecture, and then we can complete this hidden task. He walked to the monster's corpse and made several clean cuts with his scalpel. On the way back, Zhao Yi had already flayed a piece of skin from that monster which once had 18 kidneys. Seeing his cutting action, Yang Linlin couldn't help but vomit. He picked up the piece of skin to observe. Many tiny faces appeared on the skin, and the viewers also shouted that it was too scary. He opened his backpack and stored the freshly cut skin inside. One viewer commented, "I often feel unworthy to stand with the boss because I'm not twisted enough." Subsequently, the two moved along the corridor. The oppressive red mist from before was no longer in the hallway, but the space was still terrifyingly silent. When the two reached the end, a massive white canteen unexpectedly appeared. Zhao Yi stepped forward to check, and Yang Linlin followed alertly. Zhao Yi placed a finger to his lips, signaling Yang Linlin to be quiet. She looked around as he reached out to pull open the door, which revealed a faint blue light inside. Peering in, Yang Linlin also leaned her head over. She terrifiedly covered her mouth to avoid making a sound. There were 5 monsters in the room, each with a completely different shape, and each one was extremely bizarre. Zhao Yi was also stunned by the scene before him. Several monsters were roaming about, while 2 others sat there devouring what appeared to be human limbs. Yang Linlin gasped in a low voice, "There are so many monsters. Just how many students have gone missing? Didn't the police even get involved?" Zhao Yi believed that the actions of the mastermind behind this experimental base were absolutely inexcusable, and it was highly likely to be the mayor of a city. The mayor was pulling the strings from behind the scenes, but he probably couldn't have achieved all this on his own. It was likely that a massive organization was hidden behind him, with the mayor being a mere puppet pushed to the forefront. Supported by other manipulated pawns, Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi in horror. "What do we do now?" Zhao Yi told her to wait a moment. He opened his equipment bar and pulled out the monster skin he had stored earlier. Yang Linlin felt like vomiting, covering her mouth as she repeatedly backed away. Zhao Yi raised the skin and tore it forcefully, splitting it into 2 halves. "Here, take a piece." He handed a piece of the monster skin to Yang Linlin, who shrank back in terror. "What? You're not thinking of—" Before she could finish, she tried to turn and run, only to be grabbed by Zhao Yi. "Come here." She struggled desperately, her face a mask of misery as she cried out, "No, I wouldn't touch this thing if you killed me," ignoring her pleas. Zhao Yi draped the monster skin over Yang Linlin. She stood there paralyzed, looking like she had completely lost the will to live. The scene looked quite comical. Viewers in the livestream chat scrambled to take screenshots of her expression. LMAO, Linlin's expression is priceless. Both of them were now draped in monster skins. Zhao Yi remarked that the texture wasn't half bad. Meanwhile, Yang Linlin felt as if her soul had left her body. She murmured, "I think I see Granny Meng beckoning me to the afterlife." Zhao Yi walked in front, dragging Yang Linlin along. "All right, let's go. Get in." The door was pushed open with a heavy groan. The two monsters that were eating snapped their heads around at the noise, human hands still clutched in their mouths. They stopped their movements, staring fixedly at Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin. They seemed confused by what was happening, scrutinizing the two with their horrific faces. Subsequently, the two monsters slowly began to close in on them. Yang Linlin broke into a cold sweat, clutching Zhao Yi's arm with a death grip. Zhao Yi, however, flashed a confident smile to reassure her. He reached back and grasped her hand. Linlin was stunned, not understanding what he was trying to do. Leading her by the hand, Zhao Yi proactively approached the two monsters. He looked them straight in the eye. The monsters stared back, emitting strange noises. The language of monsters which no human could understand. Zhao Yi was clever and tried to mimic their cries. The female monster seemed surprised, thinking, "Is this guy copying me?" It waved its arms as if using body language to communicate with Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi followed suit, repeating the same movements. Whatever gesture the female monster made or whatever sound it produced, Zhao Yi replicated it perfectly. This left the female monster completely speechless, not knowing what else to say. Its companion nearby also wore a look of disappointment, gesturing toward Zhao Yi to signal to its partner that he was just another soulless repeater. They lowered their guard toward Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin, and turned to leave. Yang Linlin watched from the side, dumbfounded, thinking this trick was actually brilliant. Being able to memorize those strange audio clips and repeat them exactly, Zhao Yi was practically a master of languages. Having successfully deceived the monsters, Zhao Yi pulled Yang Linlin further inside. "Come on, let's look further in." He stood before a peculiar door. There were 16 doors in the canteen in total. Yet this was the only one that no monster ever entered. In fact, every time a monster passed by, they would pointedly avoid it. Zhao Yi stared at the door in deep thought. Yang Linlin asked him if they should go in and take a look, thinking they wouldn't be discovered now. Zhao Yi believed they shouldn't act rashly for the time being, as they didn't know what was hidden behind the door. He led Yang Linlin through the canteen to continue searching for clues. Zhao Yi suddenly noticed another spot. The floor was covered in blood and debris, where two monsters were gnawing on a corpse. Sensing a presence, they raised their heads to look at Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin. Seeing the two staring, one of the monsters actually extended a blood-stained hand. The gesture seemed to say, "Do you want some too?" The fact that a monster was inviting them to dinner left both Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin speechless. Looking at the monster's warm and expectant gaze, Zhao Yi fell into thought. He looked at the squirming maggots in the monster's hand and thought that while he didn't eat human flesh, the atmosphere was already set. He sat down and took the hand, covered in blood and maggots, returning the adorable monster's hospitality. Zhao Yi selected a live white maggot and popped it directly into his mouth, chewing with great relish. Yang Linlin's jaw nearly hit the floor, finding the sight of Zhao Yi eating a maggot utterly absurd. Zhao Yi, however, commented, "The taste is okay, a bit like crunchy chicken." The monster smiled, feeling that Zhao Yi was an expert who recognized that as the best part. Yang Linlin continued to tremble on the side. Through this performance, Zhao Yi determined that they had completely lowered their guard against him. He began to examine the mangled corpse while Yang Linlin stood by in a state of high alert. Zhao Yi found a letter and picked it up. He opened the envelope and Yang Linlin leaned in curiously. The letter mentioned terms like fusion failure and portal destroyed. The Shishan experimental base seemed to be repeating the tragedy of that town from years ago, with the writer's resentment vividly expressed on the page. Looking at the content of the letter, Zhao Yi speculated that these events were all related to Gushwen town, but there was currently too little information available about the town. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up. "Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin for triggering a hidden task. Task: investigate the truth behind Shishan High School. Rewards will be distributed upon settlement." Zhao Yi smiled as he looked at the letter in his hand. Sure enough, these remnant documents confirmed his suspicion. This school was built solely to cover up the experimental base. The elite students recruited from A City all ended up as experimental subjects here. Previously, in the Colossus hospital dungeon, he had seen a similar hideous black shadow. From this fragmented information, that black shadow might be Subject 11. This also meant that such experimental bases might exist everywhere, not just at Colossus Hospital and Shishan High School. Zhao Yi turned to Yang Linlin, intending to share this information. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. He found Yang Linlin sobbing nearby. The monster also seemed to sense the commotion, raising its head to look around for the source of the sound. Zhao Yi quickly pulled Yang Linlin and ran off, leaving the monster dazed in place. It was bewildered, not understanding why these two fellow monsters were running away. Zhao Yi brought Yang Linlin behind a door where there were no monsters. Having been dragged along the whole way, Yang Linlin was out of breath. Zhao Yi asked in confusion, "What are you crying for?" Yang Linlin replied, "I know the hidden task is finished, and even if I die on the way back now, it was worth it. But seeing so many students still in that canteen, I really can't feel happy." After speaking, she pointed toward the clustered monsters. Zhao Yi fell silent upon hearing this, not knowing how to comfort her. Thinking of those students who had fought for their dreams, young Linlin continued, they once held hope for the future, putting in countless hours of sweat, blood, and tears just to get into this high school. They never expected they would step into a horrific hell, being cruelly modified into various monsters. She looked at those monsters that were now tearing at corpses with gluttonous greed. It was hard to imagine how much despair they must have felt as they lay on the operating table. Young Linlin remained immersed in her sorrow. After listening, Zhao Yi placed a hand on her shoulder and said solemnly, "Listen, pitying them now won't help anything." He urged her to use this time to find key clues, saying they might be able to follow the trail to find the mastermind behind the experimental base. Hearing this, young Linlin felt that Zhao Yi had a point. She wiped away her tears and looked straight at Zhao Yi, asking, "So what do we do now?" Seeing that she had regained her spirit, Zhao Yi laid out the plan. "First, we have to find a way to lure that black shadow from the parking lot to one place." Young Linlin was full of questions upon hearing this. "Luring that thing together? Are you crazy?" Zhao Yi rubbed his chin. Based on how the black shadow had hunted Li Kang, it could be classified as the final creation of the experimental base, Subject 12. It was in a state of quantum riot, extremely unstable but also incredibly fierce. Young Linlin listened with a racing heart. "And you still want to lure it over? You'll probably lose your life before you even get a word out." Zhao Yi looked at her and analyzed. "It possesses that kind of power, yet it stays in the experimental base causing destruction. Don't you find that strange?" Young Linlin speculated that it might have nowhere to go and was just lingering there. Zhao Yi, however, rejected her view. Rather than lingering, it would be more accurate to say it is guarding the entrance. Zhao Yi's expression was grave as he speculated. "The moment it hears noise, it goes after Li Kang, which shows it doesn't want anyone entering the base. Moreover, the monsters in the base would rather eat rotting corpses than dare to go outside. This proves there is something outside that terrifies them. And clearly that thing isn't Subject 12. If Subject 12 wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping a hand. So if I've guessed correctly, what they fear is that curse, the unknown monster hidden in the mist." After hearing Zhao Yi's analysis, young Linlin vaguely understood that these monsters were actually in an adversarial relationship with the mist outside. Zhao Yi nodded and showed her a piece of paper. The paper indicated that the mayor of A City would not allow the subjects to leave the base, and was finding every way possible to destroy everything here. Young Linlin instantly caught the main point. "I see that thick fog is the method they came up with. They want to use the curse to erase all traces of the experiments here." Seeing that young Linlin understood, Zhao Yi flashed a confident smile. "Exactly. The monster of unknown origin in the mist was the real killer. In this dungeon, the key to both the main quest and side quests lay right here." Young Linlin was still somewhat confused. "That being said, the mist is even harder to handle." "Why are you smiling?" Zhao Yi's smile grew even more mysterious. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I plan to cooperate with that black shadow." Hearing this mad idea, young Linlin was utterly speechless, even wanting to help Zhao Yi snap out of it. Zhao Yi, however, believed that if he could communicate with it in the right way, he might get important information about the curse from it, or even help them complete the side quest quickly. Young Linlin reached out to feel Zhao Yi's forehead, then her own. "No fever. Why are you starting to talk nonsense?" Zhao Yi felt helpless toward her as well, pushing her hand away and turning to walk off, not bothering to explain further. "Just follow me." Although she still couldn't understand, she followed obediently. A few hours later, the two arrived at another location. Zhao Yi and young Linlin stood outside a massive door. Young Linlin asked, "What are we waiting for?" Zhao Yi answered leisurely, "Waiting for the monsters in the canteen to go rest. Even if modified, their essence is still biological. Living things get tired and need to sleep. We'll check that door while they're resting." Zhao Yi pointed to the closed door behind them. He speculated that whatever was behind the door was definitely related to Subject 12. Young Linlin looked at the door. "But how do we get in? It has a password lock." Before she could finish her sentence, she let out a cry of shock because she saw Zhao Yi holding a head in his hand. The head was still swaying as Zhao Yi brought it close to the sensor for a scan. The lock emitted a series of beeps as it identified the user. Zhao Yi recalled the information about the black shadow. One of its weaknesses was its original self. If they were lucky, its physical body might be hidden inside. No sooner had he thought this than the notification for a successful identification sounded, and the door opened automatically. He casually tossed the head onto the ground and walked into the room behind the door. The two stepped inside and found the space exceptionally spacious, with a device emitting green light in the center that was currently operational. After seeing it clearly, both were taken aback. It was a cultivation pod storing an experimental subject. The pod was filled with liquid, and the thing inside appeared to be still alive. It looked like a massive brain tissue with two giant eyes, with countless nerve fibers interwoven to form a humanoid silhouette. Young Linlin covered her mouth and gasped. "What on earth is this thing?" Zhao Yi stared at it for a moment. This could almost be called a work of art. Hearing this gave Yang Linlin goosebumps. Zhao Yi reached out to touch the cultivation pod, discovering that the subject had only retained its core nervous system. Cell activity was maintained via nutrient solution, with external equipment replacing internal organs to achieve life circulation. To complete a surgery that retains only the nervous system, among the people I know, only one person could achieve this. At this point, the chat was flooded with comments. He must be bragging, right? How could such a surgery be possible in reality? I graduated from that medical school, and I can responsibly tell everyone that this surgery is theoretically possible. It's just that schools use cadavers. Nobody would experiment on a living person. Exactly. I've been a surgeon for 23 years. To reach this level, anesthesia would be useless. The entire process must be completed while the patient is fully conscious. This is too cruel. This is simply a crime, Yang Linlin hadn't yet recovered from Zhao Yi's words. Zhao Yi, are you saying it's still alive? Zhao Yi confirmed her question once again. This kind of life-sustaining nutrient solution and equipment was extremely expensive. Those mad researchers would never expend so much effort for a dead person. He pointed to the massive cultivation device and explained it to Yang Linlin. Yang Linlin, forgetting her fear for a moment, stared at the creature in the pod and murmured to herself, "It's actually alive." Then what does it feel right now? Cold, pain, or despair? While Yang Linlin was observing the creature, Zhao Yi noticed a notebook on the table. He flipped open the notebook to check the contents. One page read, "God said, focus is an essential quality for condensing the spirit, while kindness is the lock that seals power, and anger and fear are the keys that open this lock." He rubbed his chin in thought. This seemed to be some kind of theological or philosophical content. Suddenly, Yang Linlin called him over to look at something. She pointed to an electronic tag above the cultivation pod. It read, "Subject Chen Chong, age 16, adaptability 96, survival rate high, computer band compatibility 92, mental fit excellent." Zhao Yi realized that it was him, the student Chen Chong, who had been expelled for puppy love. He had actually been transformed into this creature with a complex structure of blood vessels and nerves. Interesting. Chen Chong had been chosen as the carrier for Subject 12. Zhao Yi flashed that confident smile again, rubbing his chin. This time he felt he had touched the core of the truth. He turned to walk away. "Let's check the list of experiment participants." Yang Linlin followed curiously. Zhao Yi opened the notebook from earlier, which contained a list with names clearly written. Zhang Ya, Pang Xiao, Li Kang. He was surprised to discover that Li Kang's name was actually on the list. Seeing this name basically confirmed his deduction. It was indeed as he thought. He stared fixedly at the names on the list. Pang Xiao wasn't the mayor's son at all, and Zhang Ya wasn't some goddess of class 18. They were all researchers disguised as students to lurk in the school for the purpose of monitoring and selecting suitable experimental subjects. Zhao Yi closed the notebook. The tragedy of Chen Chong had already begun to take shape in his mind. Yang Linlin was dumbfounded. What? Zhao Yi could already imagine the situation Chen Chong had been in back then. Pang Xiao and Zhang Ya had played different roles to deliberately approach Chen Chong with the objective exactly as recorded in the notes. It caused the kindness in Chen Chong's heart to dissipate, releasing the inherent evil. Logically, students with better grades possess higher concentration levels. Indecisive people rarely achieve great things. Hearing this, Yang Linlin couldn't help but look at the cultivation pod while Zhao Yi continued to speculate. The best school in this city was actually designed to filter for subjects with high concentration. Are Zhang Ya and Pang Xiao's names not on the list? They were researchers and likely fled before the curse occurred. A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Zhao Yi's train of thought. You're absolutely right. A man holding a gun appeared before the two. It was Li Kang. He wore a sinister smile. But those two bastards didn't escape at all. They became sacrifices. Didn't expect that, did you? Dangerous as it was, I still made it in. You two mongrels, the game ends here. Yang Linlin raised her hands. Please, just stay calm. Zhao Yi continued to look at Li Kang with a confident smile. He pressed down on Yang Linlin's shoulder, telling her not to move, which only further enraged Li Kang. Make one move and I'll blow your head off, he roared. Zhao Yi taunted him. Go ahead, shoot. Yang Linlin looked on with a face full of terror. If you actually had bullets, you would have fired long ago. I don't believe you could have restrained yourself until now. Pushed beyond his limit, Li Kang roared and pulled the trigger. There was indeed a bullet in the gun. However, the shot didn't hit Zhao Yi. Instead, it struck Yang Linlin. The livestream audience flooded the chat with ridicule. How do you even miss that truly legendary aim? Yang Linlin was also furious after being hit. I wasn't even the one provoking you. Why did you shoot me? Seeing this, Li Kang apologized quickly, promising to aim properly this time. He shouted as he aimed at the two once more, but his vision began to blur. He was unable to focus his attention. The creature in the cultivation pod also watched the scene unfold. A second gunshot rang out, and once again it hit Yang Linlin. The comment section exploded again. LMAO, this marksmanship, it feels like a personal vendetta. Is this gun called the Melancholy Woman? My heart goes out to Goddess Linlin. Seeing Yang Linlin injured, Zhao Yi shed his monster disguise and told her to do the same. Yang Linlin covered her chest with her hands, unsure of what he intended to do. Another comment popped up. Lol, worrying about that in this situation? Zhao Yi used his teeth to tear off both sleeves of his shirt. He used his own clothes to bandage Yang Linlin's wound. It looked severe and she appeared to be in great pain. Li Kang continued to observe them. While bandaging, Zhao Yi spoke. All right, you plotted against us once and we plotted against you once. Rounding it off, you now owe us a favor. Li Kang looked at them with extreme suspicion. But before he could figure it out, Zhao Yi turned the tables to collect the debt. Talk, what can you do to help us? Li Kang gritted his teeth in rage. What do you mean rounding off? I owe you a favor. If it weren't for the fact that you're still somewhat useful, I would have killed you long ago. Li Kang swallowed hard, suppressing his fury. Since you've made it here, it means you already have a rough idea of what's going on. Zhao Yi helped up Yang Linlin, who was trembling from the pain. Li Kang walked past the two. Yes, we did everything including the curse on this school. To leave this place, we must find a way to break the curse. Li Kang walked toward a computer that was still running. Zhao Yi watched him. What are you trying to do? Li Kang smiled confidently. By shutting down the X2 life support system and killing the Riot X2 body, the remaining basic variants will no longer be a threat. The organization will soon send people to lift the curse and clean everything up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi immediately stopped him. Stop deluding yourself, the organization isn't coming to save you. Li Kang refused to accept reality. I participated in this experiment. I know secret data they don't, which is of immense value. The organization won't abandon me easily. Rather than offering comfort, Zhao Yi became even more biting. If you were truly that important to them, they would have sent someone to rescue you long ago, instead of leaving you to struggle for survival in this hellhole for so long. Instead of counting on the organization behind you, you're better off trusting us. At least for now, our boat can still manage to carry one more person. Zhao Yi offered Li Kang a carrot after the stick. Li Kang, however, did not appreciate it. Roaring hysterically, "Shut up!" He pointed the gun at Zhao Yi. "Dare to talk more nonsense and I'll kill you." Facing the gun pressed against his forehead, Zhao Yi remained exceptionally calm. The feeling of being abandoned hurts, doesn't it? You look like a loyal dog that ended up in this state. They fed you empty promises while you were useful and tossed you out like trash when you weren't. Don't be a fool, there's only one way to survive. Zhao Yi let out a cold, composed laugh and stated firmly, "Only we can help you now. Killing me is no different from suicide." Hearing this, Li Kang reached the peak of his rage, his body trembling uncontrollably as he growled through gritted teeth. "Shut up!" Witnessing Li Kang's trembling, Yang Linlin's terror and Zhao Yi's calm handling of the situation, the viewers flooded the chat with comments. "Holy crap, that's terrifying. This guy actually fell into the pit," others commented. "Looks like the dungeon is almost cleared. The puzzles are being solved one by one. It would be a shame to die here." At that moment, Li Kang gradually regained his composure. His tense body relaxed, and he slowly lowered the gun, sitting dejectedly before Zhao Yi as if resigned to his fate. Li Kang appeared soul-crushed, abandoning all resistance and leaning against the nearby wall. Hiding behind Zhao Yi, Yang Linlin also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had nearly been scared to death by Li Kang. In the dim room, Li Kang pulled out a cigarette, placed it in his mouth and lit it. His expression became utterly tragic. He took a deep drag and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, saying, "I look quite pitiful in this state, don't I?" Hearing this, Yang Linlin questioned him loudly and angrily. "After doing such things, you dare to call yourself pitiful?" She then calmly accused him. "What about those students you tortured and modified? What about the families you tore apart? And those nerve cell experiments, aren't they the pitiful ones?" Li Kang took a slow puff of his cigarette and replied leisurely, "You think I wanted this? My daughter is in their hands." As he spoke, Li Kang recalled the image of his wife's weak breathing before she died, and the sound of his daughter's crying when she learned she would be leaving her mother. Li Kang continued, 3 years ago, cancer took my wife. Before she died, she told me I must take good care of our daughter." At this point, Li Kang lowered his head before Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin, clutching the cigarette so tightly he seemed to want to crush his own skull. His body shook continuously as he said, "I already failed my wife and now I'm failing my daughter too." Having said that, he remained curled up, shedding a few tears. Hearing this, Yang Linlin suddenly recalled a memory. She had once read a manuscript that mentioned a girl. "My dear Lina, I heard the amusement park is finished. I promised to take you there. My current work is nearing its end. I'll be home in half a month at most. Rest assured I will definitely return this time." Yang Linlin rested her chin on her hand in thought. Could it be? While Zhao Yi was lost in silent thought, Yang Linlin asked Li Kang if his wife and daughter were both controlled by that organization. Li Kang kept his head lowered, replying slowly, "How else could it be?" Leaning against the cabinet on the right, Li Kang appeared exhausted. Once those students entered this place, they were no different from pigs. Once those students entered here, they became lower than pigs. Facing Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin, Li Kang asked, "You think our crimes are unforgivable, but in reality we had no choice." Li Kang looked at young Linlin with hollow eyes. If you had to choose between the lives of your loved ones and those of strangers, would you really choose outsiders and let your family die? This question instantly sent young Linlin into a state of panic and fear, leaving her speechless. Deep inside, a thought flashed through her mind. It's true, if I were in Li Kang's position I might have made the same choice. Young Linlin clenched her fists and whispered to herself, "That's right, humans are inherently selfish." After a moment of silence among the three in the dim environment, Li Kang spoke, "Fine. Speaking of cooperation, since you could make it here, it shows you're no ordinary people. If you're willing to help me, I'll tell you the method to break the curse." Zhao Yi then said to Li Kang, "What you want us to help you with is probably rescuing your daughter, right?" Li Kang looked up at Zhao Yi and replied with a cold laugh, "With your current abilities, the moment you get near the organization's perimeter, you'd be discovered and handled on the spot, and executed, let alone rescue my daughter." Li Kang replied to Zhao Yi with a contemptuous tone. He then looked at young Linlin and added, "Of course, if you weren't carrying this stupid woman with your skills and judgment, you might survive a bit longer." Feeling slighted by Li Kang, young Linlin shouted at him, "You're the stupid one, your whole family is stupid." Zhao Yi took a step toward Li Kang and asked slowly, "Then what exactly do you want us to help you with?" Zhao Yi stared directly at Li Kang, asking in front of Linlin. Using his remaining arm to brace himself, Li Kang slowly stood up and walked to the left. "Follow me, I'll show you something." Li Kang walked straight ahead. Zhao Yi and Linlin watched him, wanting to see what information he would reveal. The light shone in the direction Li Kang was walking. Zhao Yi remained calm, hands in his pockets observing Li Kang's movements. Linlin timidly hid behind Zhao Yi for protection. In a corner of the room, Li Kang knelt on one knee by a cabinet. He used his other hand to open the door. Having opened it successfully, Li Kang bent down and looked deep into the cabinet. Inside the cabinet was a brown cloth, concealing a secret behind it. Li Kang slowly grabbed the cloth. Seeing Zhao Yi and Linlin approach, Li Kang quickly pulled back the cloth to reveal what was inside, giving the two a shock. Seeing the sight within the cabinet, Zhao Yi took his hands out of his pockets. Behind that cloth was a sophisticated high-tech security device. Li Kang pressed his thumb onto the device for fingerprint recognition. A few seconds later, the device signaled fingerprint scan successful. Zhao Yi and Linlin stood behind, watching Li Kang reach inside the cabinet to search. After a moment, Li Kang pulled a test tube containing medicine out of the cabinet. He turned to look at Zhao Yi and young Linlin, leaning against the cabinet with a sigh, and said to Zhao Yi with his eyes closed, "Take it." Zhao Yi quickly took the medicine. Young Linlin also stared curiously at the vial. Zhao Yi asked Li Kang, "What is this?" Still leaning against the cabinet, Li Kang replied wearily, "It's a product of another project. Though unfinished, its power is just as dangerous." Li Kang let out a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes to answer Zhao Yi. Seeing that Zhao Yi held the medicine firmly, Li Kang looked at the two and revealed that the organization would never let go of this item. Whether it be months or years later, even if this place becomes a ruin, they will surely send people to turn it upside down to find it. Once this medicine falls into the organization's hands. At this point, Li Kang's vision began to blur, and sweat ran down his face. The figures of Zhao Yi and young Linlin gradually overlapped and blurred in his eyes. Li Kang shook his head, trying to stay conscious, then slowly sat opposite the two. Leaning against the wall with his head lowered, he revealed more to Zhao Yi. "Everything about the curse originates from that box." Li Kang used his last shred of strength to look up, struggling to open his weary eyes to look at Zhao Yi. "As long as you close that box, the curse will be broken." He used his remaining strength to point toward an exit, telling Zhao Yi and Linlin that the box was at the center of the thick fog. Zhao Yi and young Linlin looked back in the direction Li Kang pointed. Li Kang urged, "The mist won't attack things without the breath of life. If you can control your emotions, you should be able to reach it. They have no facial features, nor ears." Having said that, Li Kang's hands fell weakly. Clearly he had exhausted his strength. Zhao Yi and young Linlin looked back at the increasingly weak Li Kang. But they didn't forget to listen for the key information. They release brainwave signals to determine if there are living beings within their attack range. By now, Li Kang had collapsed where he sat, his tired eyes and bloody wounds leaving him drained. He struggled to provide the final information to the two. "Remember, no matter what you see in the mist, do not panic, and above all, do not show fear. Because once your emotional fluctuations are detected, the nearby evil ghosts will come following the scent." Li Kang's tone became solemn as he stated the horrific consequences to warn the two. Looking at the extremely weak Li Kang, young Linlin urgently suggested, "Zhao Yi, quickly bandage him." But Zhao Yi continued to look at Li Kang coldly, saying to Linlin, "Don't waste any more energy and time." Seeing Li Kang grow weaker, Zhao Yi easily judged that he hadn't eaten for a long time, and his body had reached its limit. During the escape process earlier, adrenaline had already provided a secondary boost to him. In young Linlin's view, though Zhao Yi appeared cold, his analysis was completely correct and well-founded. Zhao Yi, with his hands in his pockets, said flatly, "He's lost so much blood that unless there's a major hospital nearby to give him an immediate transfusion, even a legendary doctor couldn't save him." Hearing these words, Yang Linlin felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Seeing Linlin's dazed expression, the viewers commented, "Goddess Linlin's expression, she must be feeling terrible." Others said, "True, though Li Kang wasn't a good person. His story made him feel like a real person. I almost forgot he was an NPC in this dungeon." Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi and asked timidly, "Do you think he's telling the truth?" Zhao Yi was silent for a moment before replying, "From a psychiatrist's perspective, I believe he's telling the truth." Zhao Yi pulled the medicine Li Kang had given him from his pocket and said to Linlin, "But clearly the system won't leave us an easy way out." The medicine was held before Zhao Yi. Only then did Zhao Yi say to Linlin, "To break the curse there might be another simple way. If one didn't follow the route Li Kang pointed out, even if a rookie mastered the method, the survival rate would be a mere 1. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's analysis of the 1 survival rate, Yang Linlin nearly collapsed, forced to reach out and steady herself against a nearby wall. She looked at Zhao Yi and whispered, "Do we have to find another way to break the curse then?" In response to her question, Zhao Yi rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought for a moment. Gazing at the pitch-black path ahead, he told her that predicting the hardships of the upcoming journey was pointless. While some shortcuts were difficult to traverse, they were bound to be more effective. Yang Linlin felt a surge of dread. It was too dangerous. Even if one could remain conscious within the mist, any emotional slip-up would trigger an attack from the evil spirits lurking within. Zhao Yi continued to stare straight ahead at the path, letting out a soft chuckle as he answered her. "It's fine. As a doctor who has treated many psychiatric patients, I am very confident in my emotional control." With that, Zhao Yi strode past Yang Linlin toward the front. "I'm starting now." After only a few steps, he heard Yang Linlin call his name loudly and stopped to look back at her. Looking quite ill at ease and with a trace of fear, she said to him, "Then, I wish you the best of luck. I won't be going over." At this point, the livestream audience began flooding the chat with comments. "Goddess Linlin is so sensible." Clearly, she realized that maintaining the same level of calm and emotional control as Zhao Yi was completely impossible for her. If she followed him now, she wouldn't just be a burden, it would be no different from seeking her own death. Other comments suggested that successfully clearing a hidden task would already yield massive rewards. Amidst the pitch-black visuals, the chat kept scrolling, with the final comment being, "Now, it all depends on Zhao Yi's performance." After wandering through the secret passage for a long time, Zhao Yi finally found a dilapidated elevator. He stood there, carefully observing the elevator doors, which were covered in grime and dust. It was evident that this secret path was built in an extremely hidden and hard-to-find location, and this secret room seemed to rely on the elevator's power to maintain its operations. Zhao Yi stepped slowly into the elevator. He understood that this shaft was different from the direct shaft guarded by Subject X2. The operational mode here was specifically for authorized personnel. Consequently, the monsters outside could not enter or exit. Thus, Zhao Yi pulled out Haida's head, prepared to use it. Zhao Yi moved swiftly to bring Haida's head close to the elevator's facial recognition scanner, thinking to himself, "Anyway, they won't sit on the ground and dig a several hundred-meter-long tunnel. While they were monsters, they still had their own perceptions. They were killers and hunters, not excavators." After holding Haida's head before the scanner for a moment, the system signaled a successful identification. At this, the livestream viewers began to complain again. "Holy crap, she's rotted so much even her own mother wouldn't recognize her, yet the recognition still works." The elevator interior was filled with rust and bloodstains that had dried long ago, left uncleaned by anyone. As Zhao Yi entered the elevator, Haida's head automatically vanished. He leaned against the elevator wall, waiting for it to descend. Whenever the elevator moved, the ancient gears emitted a piercing screech. After a while, the elevator stopped, and the doors opened slowly, accompanied by the sharp whine of the old system. When Zhao Yi saw an eerie figure with long white hair standing with its back to him, he couldn't help but feel a slight chill. This strange figure was a red-clad wraith with a danger rating of extremely dangerous. It was important to note that this was a terrifying wraith that had been cruelly cursed. Fear was its favorite nourishment. As for its weakness, the wraith's 6 senses were obscured by rules, allowing it to rely only on the emotional fluctuations of living beings to find its prey. But when encountering a man as cold as Zhao Yi, it would only perceive him as a mere rock. "Such a beautiful woman. Don't you really want to take a look?" When the audience saw the ghost's arm, they immediately commented, "Damn that sleeve, isn't that Li Kang's arm?" Standing behind the ghost, Zhao Yi recognized the arm and thought, "Just as I expected. Li Kang would rather risk provoking X2 than use this secret passage. There was definitely something extremely horrific here, and it was lingering right here." Zhao Yi focused his gaze on the ghost, seriously considering his next move. Zhao Yi let out a soft breath and began to step forward. He stretched his limbs to warm up for his plan, then spoke with a face of innocent calm. The autumn weather is truly refreshing. The viewers outside were utterly shocked by Zhao Yi's behavior, quickly commenting, "To be this calm when facing a female ghost, he's even reciting poetry." Zhao Yi unhurriedly walked step by step toward the female ghost. At this moment he also brushed against her body, making her sense something. The audience commented in horror. No way, the big boss actually dared to touch her? A few fine beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Yi's face as he thought, "I have no desire to be a ghost rider, but there's no choice, this woman is blocking the way." Sensing something touching her, the female ghost quickly raised her head and snapped her face around to look at Zhao Yi. It was an extremely hideous face with deep-set sockets and no eyeballs. Her mouth was torn all the way to her ears, and her teeth grew in jagged rows as if she wanted to devour everything. A long twisted tongue extended up to the position of her eyes. When her true face was revealed, the viewers were scared out of their wits. "Holy crap, that sudden turn nearly killed me." Facing that nauseating face, though Zhao Yi was slightly tense, he remained calm and showed no emotion whatsoever. Suddenly the ghost extended her long tongue and licked his entire face. Saliva coated Zhao Yi's whole face, making the audience's skin crawl. "Everyone, I don't even dare to breathe. If Zhao Yi shows even a hint of fluctuation, he'll definitely be eaten on the spot." A moment later, the ghost swiftly retracted that filthy tongue from Zhao Yi's face. Her eyes gradually narrowed. Zhao Yi remained silent and composed. After a while, he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped away the remaining saliva. After finishing, Zhao Yi let out a soft chuckle which surprised the audience, causing the chat to explode with messages again. Some of the comments said, "Impressive, I didn't expect him to actually show that kind of expression." The female ghost sensed no emotional fluctuations whatsoever in her surroundings. Her eyes gradually turned white, and she turned back around, treating Zhao Yi as nothing more than a small stone. Having confidently passed this test, Zhao Yi gave the female ghost an awkward smile, ensuring she couldn't detect any trace of emotion. Facing the wraith's threats and terrifying actions, Zhao Yi showed no fear and his emotions remained flat. He even let out a confident cold laugh as he passed by. Walking straight in, he found an iron ladder that had been prepared long ago leaning against the wall. Zhao Yi approached to observe closely, then decided to reach out and grip the ladder to climb up. To avoid wasting time, he confidently grabbed the rungs and climbed rapidly, wanting to see what the next trial would be. At the exit, a hatch cover blocked the way. Zhao Yi used his left hand to push the cover open forcefully and climbed out. The scene here resembled a gymnasium, but it was very dim. Various sports balls were placed on racks, and the floor was littered with scattered balls. There were also lockers for personal items and a ping-pong table. Everything was in disarray. Additionally, Zhao Yi heard a bizarre voice repeating over and over, "August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom. August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom. August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom." Zhao Yi looked around for the source of the voice. "August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom." After observing for a moment, Zhao Yi discovered the voice was coming from a doll model. The doll lay in a corner incessantly playing that dialogue. "August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom." When the doll sensed Zhao Yi looking at it, it uttered an even more hair-raising line. Mom was sewn into a doll. Suddenly, from the distance, a pair of eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Yi. They were a girl's eyes, but eerily her face was covered in blood, and blood was also streaming from the corners of her eyes. Zhao Yi walked toward the rack where the balls were stored. A deep red mark suddenly appeared on the cabinet, and the doll began repeating the previous dialogue. "August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom." Mom was sewn into a doll. "August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom." Mom was sewn into a doll. Zhao Yi gently pushed the door open and stepped into the room next to the ball rack. The voice became increasingly clear. August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom." Mom was sewn into a doll. Appearing before Zhao Yi was a girl of about 8 or 9, standing by a ball bin in the corner of the room. The girl was clutching the same doll Zhao Yi had just seen. Her mouth also kept muttering, "August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom." Mom was sewn into a doll. Seeing this, Zhao Yi calmly lowered his head and chuckled. The eerie voice continued to echo, "August 8th, cut hair, after cutting hair, hide mom." Mom was sewn into a doll, but without a trace of fear. Zhao Yi walked straight toward the girl holding the doll. The audience posted hundreds of comments, some asking, "What is he planning to do? Is he going to just walk over and kill that girl?" Upon reaching the girl, Zhao Yi reached out his hand as if to touch her. Then he made a move that took everyone by surprise. He gently patted the girl's head. Subsequently, the girl stopped repeating the rhyme. Zhao Yi knew this wraith had been standing here for a long time waiting for something. Without hesitation, he bent down, looked the little ghost in the eye and asked in a gentle tone, "Little one, may I ask how to get to the center of this mist?" The little ghost snapped its neck toward Zhao Yi, and blood gushed from the wound. It stared at Zhao Yi for a moment without saying anything. After a while, it used its right hand to point in a certain direction and spoke no more. Zhao Yi let out a soft laugh and thanked it. This scene left the audience dumbfounded. watching him actually thank a ghost. After leaving the little ghost and walking a distance, Zhao Yi heard it whisper softly, "Why is the stone talking?" He ignored the question entirely, and kept walking, no longer paying mind to the little ghost and the confusion in its mind. Zhao Yi had passed another trial with ease. He suddenly realized that, as long as one's emotions remained stable, even if they touched these spirits, they would not attack. After walking for a while, 2 massive doors appeared before Zhao Yi. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the doors and pushed them open with force. What he had been searching for finally presented itself. The room was filled with thick, swirling mist, the atmosphere gloomy, and the walls were stained with blood. Zhao Yi couldn't believe his eyes. This place looked even more horrific than Li Kang had described. Ferocious spirits moved through the mist, among which there were even headless ghosts. They moved freely here, completely indifferent to Zhao Yi's presence. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhao Yi took his first brave step into the room. He was greeted by swarms of ghosts. They heard the movement and realized Zhao Yi was here. Countless cold gazes began to fix upon him. Zhao Yi activated his 1001 mental strength skill and closed his eyes as he moved through the crowd of ghosts. Thus, bit by bit, he ventured deeper into the mist. His mental state remained at an extremely high level, but the mist grew thicker. The sounds of curses and eerie whispers here began to seep into his thoughts. The deeper he ventured into the mist, the more ferocious and terrifying the ghosts Zhao Yi encountered became. As he neared the center of the mist, a monster appeared. It had the head of a black deer, but its body was a mangled mess of bone and flesh, looking utterly horrific. When it discovered Zhao Yi approaching, it stared at him fixedly. Instantly, numerous squirming maggots grew on Zhao Yi's left thigh. Decay spread rapidly, and blood began to flow from his eyes and mouth. The right side of Zhao Yi's face was gradually becoming as rough as old tree bark. Despite this, he remained expressionless, calmly continuing forward. Venturing further, he suddenly discovered a paper doll, expressionless and dressed in traditional Chinese ancient clothing. There was no emotion on the paper doll's face. Only those 2 red cheek patches and the lips painted as red as blood were particularly striking. It wasn't as terrifying as the other ghosts. It simply stood there silently, hands folded over its abdomen, eyes staring straight at Zhao Yi. The paper doll's face was coated in a thick layer of paint. As Zhao Yi approached, it exhaled a breath from its mouth. Instantly, Zhao Yi's entire body ignited with ghost fire, enveloping him in a massive ball of blue flame. The fire burned with extreme intensity, making his injuries increasingly severe. Despite the hardships of the road ahead, Zhao Yi's gaze remained fixed firmly forward, showing not a hint of fear. The viewers outside commented one after another, "Everyone, I really can't watch this anymore." It was simply too tragic. Standing in the mist with his body covered in wounds, yet from start to finish, Zhao Yi's emotions never wavered, and his face didn't even show a trace of pain. Zhao Yi's steadfastness caused the audience to continue flooding the comment section. "While the injuries will heal after the dungeon ends, going through this kind of trial is just too cruel, isn't it? An ordinary person definitely couldn't hold out. I really wonder if he's human, to be in that much pain yet not make a sound. If it were me, I would have given up long ago." Suddenly, the mist dispersed, revealing a desolate landscape with Zhao Yi standing in the center. The audience's comments flooded the screen again. "Look, the mist is gone. Did he reach the destination? Or maybe the big boss has stopped and isn't moving." Zhao Yi stopped walking, and an extremely bizarre sight appeared before him. 2 corpses, one male, one female, were tangled together, lying in a vast pool of blood. A young woman in professional attire had her body somehow twisted onto a young man whose face looked extremely pained. Facing this horrific image, a thought flashed through Zhao Yi's mind. These 2 might be Zhang Ya and Pang Xiao, but regardless of who they were, it no longer mattered. Zhao Yi knelt down and carefully observed the wound on his left leg, where the maggots were frantically devouring his flesh. He picked up a small knife with his right hand. With his other hand, Zhao Yi grabbed the largest of the maggots, which was biting firmly into the wound on his left leg, causing blood to splatter. He brought the knife close to the maggot's body and forcefully sliced it off his leg. The maggot's body suddenly grew large and turned fiery red. Roots grew around it as it struggled wildly on the ground. After a moment of struggling, the maggot's body began to shrivel, and a small leaf grew out. Seeing this, the audience asked what kind of plant it was. Subsequently, a comment explained, "One look and it's clear you haven't been watching the livestream properly. This is the tree of cruelty born of the evil god, the so-called man-eating tree." The green leaf sprouting from the maggot's body rapidly transformed into a flower branch as red as fresh blood. The transition was lightning fast. A moment later, the flower branch gradually withered. Zhao Yi looked at the wound on his left leg again and whispered to himself in consolation, "This way the wound won't rot anymore." He pulled out a piece of white cloth and gently bandaged the wound to prevent infection from external contact. Zhao Yi stood up and continued forward, leaving behind the 2 twisted corpses of Zhang Ya and Pang Xiao lying dead in a pool of blood. After a few steps, a golden box appeared before him. The exterior of the box was engraved with obscure and difficult-to-understand patterns. It lay quietly in the center of that cold, silent space. Zhao Yi stared at the box for a long time, deep in thought. After careful consideration, he decided to crouch down and reach out to touch this mysterious box. He picked it up and slowly opened the lid to check the interior. As the lid opened, a melody drifted from the box, which contained a small golden pagoda. Suddenly, the space around Zhao Yi began to warp violently, causing him a wave of dizziness. At this critical moment, he focused his mind to reclaim his sanity, snapped the lid shut and stood up. In the distance, a mass of thick fog manifested before Zhao Yi's eyes. The shape and color of this mist appeared extremely eerie. Zhao Yi steadied himself, holding his breath as he observed. When the thick fog gathered together, it actually shifted into a terrifying form. A hideous ghost face gradually took shape, revealing sharp fangs and a frantic laugh. The laughter grew clearer and louder. The ghost face's eyes sprayed fire, and its face was covered in horrific patterns, leaving the livestream audience thrilled. They flooded the chat with comments, "Holy crap, that's the summoned ghost, it's gathering power," opening its huge mouth to devour everything. Red smoke swirled around its body as it rapidly sucked all the corpses on the ground into its belly. Facing the massive suction, Zhao Yi held a hand before his face, calmly observing everything as if he were planning something. Immediately afterward, a golden treasure chest flashed before his eyes, accompanied by a prompt. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the side quest, Unravel the Curse of Shishan High School. Zhao Yi maintained his idol-like composure. In his hand was the Pandora's box he had prepared in advance. By now the surrounding scenery had turned to ruins. The horizon was dyed an eerie blood red. The screen then cut to an office desk with hot coffee. Yang Dao sat by the table with a solemn expression, clearly waiting for someone. Just then, a knock came from the door. He answered, calling for the person outside to enter. Entering the room was the tall, arrogant Bane Ba. Bane walked straight to the office desk and asked Yang Dao what he wanted. Yang Dao didn't rush to answer, instead gesturing for him to sit down first. Then Yang Dao spoke, saying he wanted to introduce someone to him. Bane slowly pulled out a chair and sat down with a wicked, unruly smile, casually asking who the person was. Yang Dao answered without hesitation, "Zhao Yi." Bane appeared somewhat confused. Yang Dao then pushed Zhao Yi's file toward him and added, "He is that angel of oblivion." Bane's expression froze instantly, his face darkening as he asked in a panicked tone, "He's entered here too?" Yang Dao then asked Bane if he knew anything about Zhao Yi. Bane's complexion became extremely unsightly. He bit his lip hard, his expression struggling, as he began to recount past events. "Chairman, as you know, my family has a certain illness, though I prefer people to call me a genius." In Bane's fantasies he yearned to become a peerless great demon lord. That thirst for slaughter was deeply branded into his blood. Because of this, his father had become an arms dealer. For munitions are always accompanied by blood and sin. The talent his father displayed was the most extraordinary Bane had ever seen. In his narrative, his father had participated in countless wars and slaughtered countless lives. In those wars, the number of women, children, and elderly who died by his hand was in the tens of thousands. This ideology of brutal and cold-blooded struggle not only placed his father at the top of the world, but was also deeply implanted in Bane's mind. From a young age he vowed to surpass his father. Bane's face darkened as he continued in a low voice. Until one day he met that angel of oblivion. Yang Dao seemed to guess the ending and interrupted. "So your father's illness was cured by him, wasn't it?" Bane didn't answer. He just lowered his head and trembled incessantly, his heart churning with rage as he viewed this as a monumental disgrace. Bane felt terrified. He didn't believe it was true. Slaughter was written in the genes. How could it be cured? He slammed the desk in fury, roaring out of control. "I cannot accept that my father, who was once the king of arms, a mastermind of war, standing at the top of the world's food chain, suddenly turned into a kind old man one day, spending all day doing nothing but fishing and playing chess." Bane slammed the table repeatedly, venting his long-suppressed hatred. Yang Dao remained silent, listening to him continue. Bane roared his assertion that Zhao Yi wasn't curing a disease but had killed his father. Yang Dao comforted him softly, telling him to calm down first, then asked, "How much do you know about the process of Zhao Yi treating your father?" Bane suppressed his anger, gasping for breath from over-excitement. He sat down and said the treatment back then was conducted in secret, though the time they spent together was long. The actual treatment time was very short. That man in a single day, perhaps even less than an hour, cured his father's desire for slaughter. Bane trembled, unwilling to admit reality. It was precisely because the time was so short that he felt his father had completely become a different person. Yang Dao pondered for a moment and pressed further. "Did you have contact with him before?" Bane replied. "Only once." Yang Dao continued to ask about his feelings at the time. A strange sensation surfaced in Bane's mind. A blurred yet persistent fear. He shook violently from the extreme terror, calling that memory horror. Yang Dao was puzzled by his words. Horror? He didn't understand how a cold and cruel killer at the top of the food chain could actually admit to feeling fear. Yang Dao smiled curiously. "He actually made you that afraid?" Bane wanted to say something but was so nervous he couldn't speak, only able to clench his fist tightly to force himself to appear calm. Subsequently, his emotions turned to hatred as he stared angrily at Yang Dao, asking about Zhao Yi's current whereabouts. His eyes blazed and his fists were clenched. Yang Dao answered flatly, "He's currently in a guild called Scoundrel. It's full of a bunch of losers. The members there are few and the guild construction is terrible." Yang Dao's words were pointed and meaningful as he gestured for him to rest first. Yang Dao added that there would be a spirit tide in a month, and perhaps they could reap some benefits then. Bane nodded silently and left. Before leaving, he resolutely stated that if given the chance, he would definitely wash away the family's disgrace with his own hands. Meanwhile, in another location, Zhao Yi's heavy footsteps rang out. Yang Linlin noticed his figure and turned back in surprise, shouting, "You're back, I thought you." Before she could finish, Zhao Yi approached with a staggered gait, saying he was fine. He brought back some experimental equipment, preparing to excise his own rotting severed leg. Seeing the table covered in cutting tools, Yang Linlin was terrified. "You're going to saw your own leg?" Zhao Yi appeared exceptionally calm while preparing for this major feat. Step by step, he placed his leg on the table and set his stance. Subsequently, Zhao Yi picked up the saw and decisively set to work without anesthesia. Without a change in expression, he personally completed the amputation surgery, not even blinking the entire time, acting just like a ruthless lone wolf. While this ruthless man, Zhao Yi, calmly bandaged his wound, the goddess Yang Linlin was vomiting incessantly nearby. Zhao Yi smiled indifferently, very satisfied with the recent surgery. Now he could peacefully prepare to communicate with Subject 12. Yang Linlin was utterly confused. Wasn't the task already over? Why take the risk of making contact? Zhao Yi answered her naive question with a mocking tone. "They prepared such a massive curse array for me. If I don't return some gifts, it would be far too impolite." Yang Linlin seemed to understand Zhao Yi's intent. He wanted to use Subject 12 to deal with the organization behind Li Sheng. She believed this was almost impossible, as the power behind them, capable of creating such a terrifying curse, must be shockingly strong. Zhao Yi agreed, which was why he wanted to teach them a few things through Subject 12's original form. Yang Linlin shrank back slightly, confused as to what he would teach. Zhao Yi revealed a pure smile and said he was just teaching some common sense. 3 days later, the main quest ended 15 minutes early. X2 unexpectedly returned to the laboratory. Seeing this, Yang Linlin raised her gun at Subject 12 in fright, but it brushed right past her, completely ignoring her presence. X2 walked quietly to Zhao Yi and under Yang Linlin's terrified gaze, gave him a respectful bow as if greeting its master. Zhao Yi revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing Subject 12's actions, Zhao Yi knew he had succeeded. What he had taught Subject 12 wasn't some profound move, but how to smile. Although Subject 12 was a clone, its training in emotional simulation was already very proficient, making it look more and more human. Zhao Yi reminded it softly, "No matter what happens, never forget to smile." Subject 12 also revealed a brilliant smile. Subsequently, Subject 12 completely vanished into the void. Just then, a commander led an army to surround the school. He first sent Team A in to scout. The commander stood on high ground listening to the report. The report stated that according to the preliminary investigation, the curse of Shishan High School had already been sealed. Sensors showed no signs of life inside. Hearing the report, the commander slowly removed his glasses and ordered Team A to enter the laboratory for a search, reporting any situation immediately. Upon receiving the order, Team A quickly entered the interior with guns raised for an inspection. Strange phenomena filled the sky as dust swirled and the clouds turned an eerie dark red. Subject 12's blurred silhouette appeared in the dim air. He revealed a terrifying cold smile, excited that prey had been delivered to his door. Shishan High School was currently permeated with a murderous aura. Subject 12 circled above Team A, his speed so fast they could hardly track him, leaving the entire squad in a panic. Subsequently, a series of screams rang out. No one knew what they had encountered. Zhao Yi also returned to reality. System prompt: "Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for clearing Eerie campus." Zhao Yi fell into deep thought. Why was the world exploration 100 but the plot exploration only 6? He wondered if it was because he had ended the dungeon early. By now the sky was dark and many people had gathered around the safe zone discussing animatedly. Lu Ruoqing sat nearby, swaying a glass of red wine, appearing very leisurely. Seeing Zhao Yi, Lu Ruoqing congratulated him on clearing the stage and praised, "I watched your live stream. You performed excellently." Zhao Yi replied modestly, "Simple dungeons like that can be done by anyone." The surroundings were still noisy, and Lu Ruoqing let out a helpless sigh. "Brat, showing off again?" Zhao Yi asked curiously. "Sister Lu, what's happening over there?" she replied calmly. "Nothing much, just someone dying. It's normal here." Zhao Yi understood she must be used to such scenes. Zhao Yi said softly that he wanted to go over and check the situation, and she casually agreed. Zhao Yi squeezed into the noisy crowd and heard many perplexing exclamations. How can this be? What a tragic death! When he saw the corpse on the ground, he couldn't help but freeze. It was an extremely distorted mutant, with only the head still maintaining a human appearance. The corpse's limbs and torso were twisted and wound together like a spiral. Zhao Yi analyzed privately that this was clearly not an ordinary death, but had been twisted into this state by some eerie power. Red smoke swirled around the corpse, which was covered in claw marks and bloodstains. Zhao Yi stepped forward and picked up the corpse to investigate. Subsequently, he decided to flip the corpse over for careful observation. When that eerie face was turned over, the surrounding people recoiled in succession, exclaiming, "He's actually still smiling? How bizarre, I'm getting goosebumps." Zhao Yi touched the mutant's head and found he couldn't feel a skull at all. After pressing down, he thought to himself that the killer must have sucked out all the bones through the wound in the back, leaving no trace. After the inspection, Zhao Yi concluded that the technique was extremely exquisite. The killer was either a doctor or a butcher, but judging from the opening and closing of the incision, it looked more like a butcher. While Zhao Yi was focused on checking the corpse, the people around were all looking at him with terrified eyes. He turned to a girl nearby and said, "Beautiful, could I borrow your soda?" The girl, thinking he was some master detective, agreed without hesitation. Zhao Yi added that one bottle of soda wasn't enough. He also needed a hard-boiled egg. Someone in the watching crowd answered, "I happen to have a boiled egg. I'll get it for you right now." Everyone was curious how he would use soda and an egg to solve the case. Zhao Yi twisted off the soda cap, and people began speculating on how this soda could help solve the crime. Subsequently, he slowly peeled the egg. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Zhao Yi stared at the egg for a moment. Someone in the crowd sneered, "See that? Better take notes." Zhao Yi stared at the egg, then suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed it in one go, followed by several large gulps of soda. After eating and drinking his fill, he let out a long belch in front of everyone. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Zhao Yi patted his stomach and muttered to himself, "Ate too many potatoes in the dungeon. Eggs are better after all." Once the crowd realized what happened, they began cursing one after another, having actually thought he was solving the case. The girl who lent the soda cried in anger, feeling she had worked for nothing. Zhao Yi ignored them and walked straight toward a dark room. He acted with great style. No one could have imagined he had just played them all. Returning to his room, he gently turned the lock and then sprawled out in a star shape on the soft bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Subsequently, Zhao Yi opened the system panel to check his status, and the screen displayed his personal information. He had now reached level 3 and possessed many items obtained previously. Zhao Yi asked the system, "My level increased, so why didn't my strength change?" The system popped up a detailed explanation. Player level only affects the permissions to enter different tiers of dungeons. It does not directly increase strength. Strength attributes include constitution, self-recovery, combat power, speed, and so on. There are only 3 ways to increase one's strength: performing world tasks, unlocking the shop, and obtaining certain special rewards within dungeons. Zhao Yi realized that level and strength did not necessarily have a strong correlation. The system then displayed domains, which fell under the category of special abilities used to increase a player's capacity in a specific area. The options included the mental domain and weapon domain, followed by the elemental domain and body-strengthening domain within the basic categories. Domain levels were divided into 8 ranks. More advanced branches could only be upgraded after a domain reached rank D. Thoughts of these special ability domains flashed through Zhao Yi's mind. Curious, he stood up and searched for data regarding these special abilities, recalling analytical articles he had read before. The information panel twice displayed data regarding types of special abilities. Generally speaking, the firearms domain was the most suitable choice for beginners, as it could evolve into a mechanical mecha style. Subsequently, the system panel provided Zhao Yi with a critical piece of data. "Your mental strength is exceptionally high. Would you like to select the mental domain?" Zhao Yi contemplated the information provided by the system. He sat down and took a sip of water, thinking about the records mentioning that certain data would fully open once one's strength reached rank S. He communicated with the system panel. "Can a person choose only one domain?" Upon the system confirming this and stating that one could achieve greatness within that domain, Zhao Yi felt very satisfied. He leisurely made his choice, deciding on the body-strengthening domain. When Zhao Yi spoke his decision, the system panel seemed somewhat bewildered, as if it couldn't believe it, and asked once more, "Are you sure?" It reminded Zhao Yi that choosing the body-strengthening domain would be a waste of his talent. Zhao Yi activated the body-strengthening domain without hesitation, and the system immediately prompted that the activation was successful. The system informed him that after activating the body-strengthening domain, his strength had increased by 18 points. He could now increase his strength attribute through combat. Zhao Yi then rolled up his sleeves to check, finding the veins on his arms bulging. His expression was one of great satisfaction, as he felt the power within his body was far more abundant than before. Deciding to put it to the test, he threw several powerful heavy punches into the air to gauge his hand strength. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled Zhao Yi, causing him to stop his movements. He walked over to open the door and found a man standing outside politely greeting him. The man spoke humbly, "Excuse me, are you brother Zhao Yi?" Zhao Yi confirmed his identity and invited the man inside to talk. The man introduced himself as Fang Bai, a rookie currently at level 3. Zhao Yi didn't care much about the level, simply asking the reason for his visit. Fang Bai hesitated, his gaze constantly darting around. He scratched his head somewhat shyly, wanting to ask Brother Zhao to lead them in performing some world tasks. Fang Bai quickly stated his terms. "We will pay a corresponding reward. Players could trade with each other using points, items, or even promises." He hoped Zhao Yi would lead them to complete tasks and promised to pay points as a reward. Zhao Yi seemed to develop an interest and asked specifically how many points were being offered. Fang Bai somewhat awkwardly made an offer. 1,000 points per person. Zhao Yi was a bit surprised, not expecting others to be involved. Fang Bai grew increasingly nervous and began to explain haltingly. "The high-level players in our guild don't care about anything. The middle group spends all day thinking about how to leave the guild. Consequently, the cohesion among the bottom-level rookies is very poor. Everyone basically does their own thing, forming small cliques. As more people join, the groups become chaotic and leaderless. In an environment without clear laws, framing, exploitation, and manipulation are not uncommon." Fang Bai sighed. "To survive better, I could only manage to pull together a small team to unite them for the time being." Zhao Yi flatly raised a question. "Killing each other is prohibited within the guild, right?" Fang Bai answered gloomily. "It's only prohibited to kill someone openly. If you really want to kill, there are plenty of methods, and the strong won't kill the weak directly, but it's easy to suppress them." Fang Bai made up his mind, slapped the table hard, and called out Zhao Yi's name loudly. He sincerely expressed his wish. "We came to you partly because we want to strengthen our team's physical power, and partly because we hope to complete world tasks together. Because the rewards are generous, we don't want to lose them to others." Zhao Yi agreed with Fang Bai's thinking but still felt something was strange. He pointed to the system panel and asked, "There are many people who want to do tasks. Why is it that after I return from clearing a dungeon, the guild's world task is still stuck on the tutorial task?" Fang Bai replied with a tremble. "That's because the difficulty of the guild's tutorial task is a bit abnormal. So far, 6 groups have gone, 27 people in total, but the result is that not a single person has returned alive." Zhao Yi asked in surprise, "Is the tutorial task that hard?" Fang Bai told him everything he knew. "We went to the forums to look at the tutorial tasks of other guilds. Most are very simple but offer no rewards. Very few are like our guild's, which rewards 3 talent points for the tutorial task. Naturally, for such a generous reward, the task is extremely difficult." Zhao Yi placed his water can on the table, entering a serious state. He confirmed once more. "Was the person dead outside because they were doing the tutorial task?" Fang Bai didn't hide it, nodding in confirmation, and stated the requirements for completing the task. The requirement is to collect food and water. To perform this task, one must go to the grocery store and butcher shop within the station and complete 2 games with the ghost clown and the ghost butcher. After the player wins, they will unlock the 2 scenes, and the 2 ghosts will transition from neutral to guild allies, providing the player with unlimited water and food. He paused and continued, "But that person outside lost the game. As a result, the ghost butcher used his bones to make soup. The body was carried back by his teammates." Contrary to Fang Bai's worry, Zhao Yi's lips curled into a look of interest. He continued to ask Fang Bai, "How many people are in the team?" "When do we depart?" Fang Bai answered hopefully. "My current group has 5 people. Besides you and me, there is a cute girl named Tianchen, though she is mentally unstable. The beautiful Bai Shuje used to be an enforcer for an underground organization. And then there's a kind uncle named Lu Han. As for the departure time, they can move at any moment. It all depends on you, Zhao Yi." After hearing this, he finally agreed, suggesting Fang Bai lead the way to see the situation. The group of 5 walked along a winding mountain path in the night. Fang Bai took the lead and pointed out the entrance to Zhao Yi. He speculated that there were still people in there trying. Zhao Yi didn't speak, simply looking in the direction Fang Bai pointed. The people inside were not strangers. It was precisely Shang Weishan and several of his trembling lackeys. Fang Bai walked over and politely asked him how the situation inside was. Sitting and smoking, Shang Weishan heard his name called and looked up to observe. What met his eyes was Zhao Yi, with Tianchen and Bai Shuje standing to his left and right. He mocked, "Isn't this the number 1 on the rookie leaderboard?" Wanting a piece of the action too, Shang Weishan's lackey immediately stepped forward to provoke them. "You've got some nerve, kid, trying to steal our boss's rewards." Zhao Yi didn't want a conflict, so he said softly, "I know the rewards are generous, naturally no one wants to give them up. But have you thought about it? This is only a tutorial task, and there are many other tasks and rewards following it. The fact is, if everyone is stuck here, no one gets the things that come after." When Zhao Yi directly laid out two options, get rich together or starve together, the two lackeys who were just being provocative began to waver. Only then did Shang Weishan step in. He tossed his cigarette butt on the ground and ultimately agreed to give Zhao Yi's group a chance. The cigarette butt Shang Weishan had just tossed was still smoldering. He walked over, stepped on it, and ground it out. He reminded them that many people had already died inside. "This is for your own good." Subsequently, Shang Weishan kindly stated that he could tell them some of the rules of the clown's game first. This game requires at least 3 people to participate, and involves playing rock, paper, scissors with him. Each person takes 10 turns. Before making a move, both parties' hands are covered by a black cloth, so nothing can be seen. Whoever loses a round will have a finger cut off. Winning 3 out of 10 rounds counts as winning the game. If that person fails to win 3 times, the clown throws them into the grocery store behind him. I don't know what horrific thing is in there, but those who go in never come out. After a previous player fails the game and is killed, the next player to participate will continue playing against the clown, with all scores reset as the game starts anew. We also discovered that the clown's moves for the 3rd and 6th turns are fixed. The pattern is that the clown will play scissors on the 3rd turn and paper on the 6th. After hearing this, Fang Bai deduced that if the pattern follows this, the 9th or 10th turns might also be fixed. One only needs to win 3 times. At this point he became puzzled as to why no one had completed the task yet. These words caused Shang Weishan to be slightly taken aback. He frowned, irritably gritting his teeth. Then Shang Weishan's tone became sharp as he questioned, "So, are you willing to risk your life to test a fixed pattern just so others can profit?" Fang Bai nodded in understanding. If a previous mistake gave people hope, there would still be those eager to try. But if the last attempt was wrong, no one would be willing to do it. Lu Han also expressed agreement. "Everyone is selfish. Why should I get beaten so others can have candy?" Zhao Yi stepped forward calmly, remarking that sighing was useless. He would go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Shang Weishan moved out of the way and invited him in. Zhao Yi's group immediately went inside. The lackey beside Shang Weishan watched them leave, then asked in confusion, "Boss, did you tell them the wrong thing? I remember the clown's fixed moves weren't scissors and paper." Seeing him so naive, Shang Weishan yelled at him for a while, and then analyzed, "That Zhao Yi is the top of the rookie list. Didn't you notice the strange way Lu Ruoqing was looking at him? As long as someone like that is alive, do you think the guild administrators will let us be promoted?" After hearing this, the lackey nodded blankly, seemingly understanding. He then pulled out a lighter and flattered while lighting a cigarette. "Boss is wise as always." Shang Weishan took a puff and blew out a small smoke ring. The two stood there smoking, surrounded by a haze. The lackey secretly evaluated that Shang Weishan was indeed a psychopathic killer, full of schemes. It would be for the best if Zhao Yi died. It would be one less rival for rewards and women in the future. Zhao Yi's group walked deeper inside, surrounded by a hazy light. After a while they finally saw a signboard. The further they went, the more signs there were, and they were covered in blood. Bai Shujie was somewhat worried. "Brother Zhao, that man's gaze wasn't right just now. I think he's lying." But Zhao Yi simply said flatly that he already knew. She patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "If you knew all along, then I'm relieved." Meanwhile, Fang Bai chimed in from the side. "As expected of the number 1, you saw right through them." He walked in front, leading everyone to the grocery store ahead. Subsequently, the 5 arrived at the grocery store door. The clown happily raised his hand and waved, welcoming everyone to the supernatural grocery store, asking what they wanted to buy or if they came to play the game. Zhao Yi got straight to the point, asking what the reward for the game was. The clown explained, "Dear guests, if you wish to play rock, paper, scissors with me, and if you win 3 out of 10 times, I will provide you with services for free forever, and everything in the grocery store will be unlimited." Zhao Yi nodded and then raised a question. "And if we lose?" No sooner had the words been spoken than the clown revealed a sinister smile. "If you lose, you only need to pay a very small price," the clown said with great interest. "As you know, if a game is lost and there are no stakes, then it's no fun at all." Zhao Yi agreed without hesitation. "We choose to play the game." Upon receiving the answer, the clown smiled brilliantly. "Then please allow me to introduce the rules of the game to you." A few minutes later, after hearing the clown's introduction of the rules, Lu Han whispered that the rules were exactly the same as what Shang Weishan had described. Was he really that kind-hearted? Fang Bai didn't think so and suggested remaining vigilant. The clown spoke again. "I want to emphasize one point to everyone. During the game, do not attempt to break the rules by killing me or cutting off my fingers." At this point, the clown pointed to the door behind him, which was emitting a murderous aura. The door slowly opened, and there seemed to be countless pairs of eyes staring at them from within. Under their terrified gazes, the clown ordered the door closed. Tianchen also saw that scene, but she showed no fear. Subsequently, she even calmly crouched down to stroke her teddy bear. The clown continued to explain that players who win the game could obtain 3 talent points. Others who enter the game together but do not get a chance to participate would receive 1 talent point. After speaking, the clown turned around and said, "If you decide to participate as a team, please come in and sit at the round table in the shop. Our game will begin immediately." Zhao Yi looked confident and was the first to walk in without hesitation. Watching him enter, Tianqian's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly a bit unwilling, but she then happily followed close behind him. The remaining 3 stayed where they were. Lu Han asked hesitantly, "Are we going in together?" The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. This game is within the guild's range. If you die, you cannot be resurrected. Fang Bai was terrified upon hearing this. Constantly breaking into a cold sweat, he immediately gave his deduction. "If Zhao Yi wins, we can get 1 talent point. This thing is very precious, especially in the early stages. Every bit of strength increase is visible to the naked eye." Beside him, Bai Shuji's expression darkened slightly, but she didn't say much. She then stood up and strode forward. "If a woman like me wants to gain a foothold here, she must make an investment. The 1,000 points have already been paid. It would be a huge loss not to go." Fang Bai and Lu Han couldn't help but remark, "She has a point." Subsequently, he also made up his mind to walk forward. Whether life would be a bed of roses or a complete stalemate depended on this moment. The clown stood by the large table waiting for everyone to approach, immediately revealing a sinister smile. "Distinguished guests, please sit." He picked up the TV remote and said excitedly that he would turn on the TV to liven things up for everyone. As soon as the TV was turned on, a shrill scream echoed through the room. On the screen was an extremely pained man crawling on the ground. Wisps of black energy were frantically invading his body. Seeing this, everyone was terrified, causing their mental strength to drop rapidly. Contrary to the others, Tianqian and Zhao Yi were very calm, maintaining their mental strength. He looked at her and couldn't help but feel surprised. This cute little girl didn't seem afraid at all. The clown suddenly let out a cackle. "Now who goes first?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi spoke up. "Mr. Clown, I'll play with you." The clown let out a soft laugh. "You are a straightforward person. I like you very much." Subsequently, he looked at Zhao Yi and laughed loudly, announcing the start of the game. Fang Bai was startled as the chair he was sitting on slowly moved away. Not just him, everyone was moved away from the large table, leaving only Zhao Yi and the clown. Suddenly, the light on the ceiling snapped onto Zhao Yi. He immediately introduced the rules for the next 3 minutes of the game. You can discuss among yourselves to decide which move to make. Once a decision is made, you can place your hands into the black bags in front of you. He pointed to the mechanical arms on the ceiling and continued, "The bags will then be pulled open by the machine simultaneously." He widened his eyes and let out a soft laugh. "Of course, I can assure you that there are no monitoring devices in the bags. I don't even have the spare time to do such a thing." After hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression remained very confident as he smiled slightly. "I believe you." Subsequently, he turned to Fang Bai to ask what move he should make, which greatly surprised the man. Seeing that Fang Bai seemed not to believe his ears, he pursed his lips and smiled. "That's right, I'm asking you." Fang Bai immediately began to think seriously. Seeking external help right from the start didn't seem like Zhao Yi's style. Did he have a special intention, like misleading the opponent? Thinking of this, Fang Bai warned him, "I'll state this up front. If you lose, don't blame me." Zhao Yi agreed, but Fang Bai remained hesitant. Soon he offered a plan: play scissors. After hearing Fang Bai's suggestion, Zhao Yi reached his hand into the bag on the table. He smiled slightly and looked at the clown. "I'm ready." Seeing this, the clown wore a surprised and pensive expression. Immediately, he also reached his hand into the bag. The mechanical arms began to move. A voice rang out, "Both sides have made their moves," now revealing the answer. The countdown sounded, and everyone held their breath. The black bags were pulled open, and everyone was surprised to find that Zhao Yi had played scissors while the clown had played rock. The spectators hung their heads in dejection. "It's over. Playing scissors really was a loss." The clown looked at him with a slight smile. "My apologies, it seems your luck isn't very good." The clown gestured toward the machine on the table, inviting him to accept his punishment. Zhao Yi was exceptionally calm. Signaling the clown that he was ready, he reached his finger into the punishment machine before him without hesitation. The blade fell instantly and blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Yi remarked with poise, "Fortunately, I prepared plenty of cotton balls before coming." Afterward, he called for Fang Bai again, giving the man a start. He asked with a calm expression, "What should I play for the second round?" Fang Bai waved his hands and stammered, "I don't know, decide for yourself." Despite losing a finger, Zhao Yi calmly took back the black bag. He said flatly to the clown, "I'll play rock for the next round." The clown stared at him sinisterly, thinking that this man was very different from his previous prey. Propping his chin in thought, the clown felt uneasy, which made him very curious. Looking at that calm face, the clown became increasingly curious. Exactly what kind of threat could he pose? The second round began, and both sides made their moves simultaneously. The winner this time was again the clown. Without a trace of fear, Zhao Yi reached his pinky finger into the cutter and blood sprayed. Witnessing this scene, the three people behind him felt a collective surge of terror. Lu Han was shaking all over with fear, biting his finger and muttering, "At this rate we'll lose. What should we do?" Seeing this, Bai Shujie turned back and cursed, "It's only been 2 rounds, don't talk like it's already over." Contrary to the others, Zhao Yi waved his hand and let out a soft laugh, thinking to himself triumphantly, "I didn't intend to win the first 2 rounds at all." He narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the opponent. The system panel appeared, scanning the clown's background. After reading it, Zhao Yi revealed a sinister smile, a deduction forming in his mind. This guy could perfectly predict other people's moves. It definitely wasn't a guess, but cheating via an ability. But to win this game, he couldn't just call him out directly. He had to use this point to force him into a dead end. Fang Bai clenched his fists, his face full of worry. It was the 3rd round. According to Shang Weishen's intel, the clown was guaranteed to play scissors this time, but that man's words weren't necessarily reliable. Bai Shujie pondered with a heavy heart. If this round proved Shang Weishen was telling the truth, their win rate would increase significantly. If he had lied in this tense atmosphere, Zhao Yi leaned back lightly in his chair and even let out a laugh. He tilted his body back, the corners of his mouth curling up. "When I first arrived, someone told me you would play scissors in the 3rd round, right?" the clown explained. "By rights I cannot disclose the rules." The clown looked at him with interest. "But I quite like you, so I can give you some insight. I will play fixed moves in the 3rd and 6th rounds, but as for what they are I cannot say." Zhao Yi nodded, expressing great satisfaction. That was enough. The 3rd round began, and they hid their hands under the black cloth. The 3 people behind were incredibly nervous, their hearts racing. Here it comes. Zhao Yi has a chance to win this time. He must win. Lu Han was biting his nails in terror, his body shaking incessantly. Accompanied by everyone's fear, the mechanical arms slowly descended, quickly grabbing the black cloth in front of Zhao Yi and pulling it open. The cloth on the clown's side was also pulled open. He had played paper with a triumphant face. Fang Bai and the other 2 tensely checked what Zhao Yi had played. The black screen was lifted, and Zhao Yi confidently displayed his hand, making the scissors gesture. Tianchen held Nini high and cheered happily. "Great, big brother Zhao won." Fang Bai and Bai Shujie both breathed a sigh of relief, secretly admiring Zhao Yi. Without a trace of fear, the clown calmly reached his hand into the machine and smiled as he congratulated him. The clown then exposed the lie, saying it seemed that man outside had tricked him. Zhao Yi smiled brilliantly. "I'll repay him another day." Fang Bai and Bai Shujie looked at each other, thinking in unison. "Big brother, you accidentally let that slip out." The clown wiped his hands and asked with a hint of contempt in his tone, "Are you sure you can leave here alive?" Zhao Yi was not to be outdone and countered. "Then on what basis are you sure I won't live?" The clown nodded and remarked that he was indeed very interesting. Zhao Yi's gaze turned cunning as he propped his chin and stared at the opponent. "You like excitement, don't you? Let's add some new fun to the game." The clown froze for a moment upon hearing this, looked up at him, and then tossed the blood-stained handkerchief onto the floor at the mention of a bet. The clown asked excitedly, "What kind of fun?" Zhao Yi struck a mysterious pose. "Well, we'll talk about that in a moment." The game continued, and the 2 faced off again. Zhao Yi lost the 4th round, but he remained very calm. By the 5th round he lost again and lost another finger. But by the 6th round, the clown lost. The game continued, and Zhao Yi lost both the 7th and 8th rounds. His ring finger was severed. In the 9th round, Zhao Yi lost once more. At this point, Tianchen shouted excitedly, "It's the 10th round." The clown tapped the table leisurely, and remarked sarcastically, "It seems you made a bit of an error when choosing which fingers to have cut." The clown analyzed that with the fingers remaining on both his hands he could only play scissors or rock. Upon hearing this, Bai Shujie leaned toward Fang Bai and asked in confusion what was going on. Fang Bai explained, "If big brother Zhao had 3 fingers left on his right hand he could still play paper." He continued to mutter anxiously, "But now extending his fingers makes scissors, and clenching his fist makes rock." Zhao Yi remained calm, indifferent to their discussion. He had indeed lost the ability to play paper. Lu Han spoke up, his face as pale as wax. "According to the rules, if both sides make the same move 3 times in a row, the clown wins." This meant that as long as the clown played rock 3 times consecutively, Zhao Yi was guaranteed to lose. The clown felt victory was within his grasp, his face full of excitement. Zhao Yi then spoke up, "Mr. Clown, remember what I said earlier? Let's add some fun to the game." The clown responded quickly, propping his chin with a sinister look. "This is the final round. Although I like you, rules are rules." The clown set a condition for him. "If you have an idea that doesn't violate the rules but adds interest, I can let you choose your favorite way to die after the game ends." Zhao Yi stared at the clown and uttered 4 words. "Let's place a bet." The clown asked back in surprise what the bet was. Zhao Yi confidently held up his remaining 2 fingers. "I bet I'll win the next round." The clown was stunned for a moment. He said contemptuously, "Mr. Zhao, I don't think you've grasped your current situation. Under these circumstances, it's impossible for you to beat me." Zhao Yi's lips curled into a confident smile. "This gamble has conditions." He made a request to the clown. I want you to close your eyes. An item appeared in the void. He said slowly, if I win, you owe me a favor and have to help me with a few things within your power. The clown looked at the pseudo-Pandora's box before him in surprise, and the system showed him the item description. Zhao Yi reiterated with a sharp gaze, if I lose, not only is my life yours, but I'll give you this as well. The clown was stunned after hearing this, clearly tempted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes with a devious smile. The clown leaned forward. No problem, Mr. Zhao. I accept the bet. Entering the final round, Zhao Yi asked, you can only open your eyes after the black cloth is lifted. Any objections? The clown answered without hesitation. No problem. Looking at Zhao Yi's hand with only 3 fingers left, he became overconfident. In his current state, I can win even without using my X-ray ability. Bai Shujie was puzzled. Why was Big Brother Zhao doing this? Was there no chance of winning? Fang Bai was also clueless, saying worriedly that they could only leave it to fate. Zhao Yi then asked the clown to go first, to put his hand into the bag and close his eyes. Hearing this, the clown didn't rush to comply but instead glanced at Zhao Yi's hand, which only had 2 fingers remaining. After observing, the clown agreed to Zhao Yi's request. Under Zhao Yi's gaze and everyone's tense, held breath, he reached his hand into the black bag. Zhao Yi also reached his hand in with a serious expression. Bai Shujie and Fang Bai behind him had their hearts in their throats. Suddenly, Zhao Yi smiled slightly. I'm ready too. Please have the machine reveal the answer. The mechanical arm received the command and slowly pulled open the black cloth. According to the agreement, the clown could now open his eyes to observe. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yi's hand now had no fingers at all. Everyone was stunned, and only Tianchen was laughing happily. The clown couldn't believe his eyes. Zhao Yi laughed softly. My apologies, I won. Bai Shujie remarked that she never expected him to actually cut off his own fingers. Fang Bai chimed in, saying that because he had no fingers, what Big Brother Zhao actually played was paper. The clown hung his head in dejection, speechless. He sat there in a daze without a word, staring up at the ceiling for a long time. Instantly, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire space. Subsequently, the clown let out a tragic laugh and proactively placed his hand into the cutter, losing another finger. Bai Shujie finally breathed a sigh of relief, then she jumped up and cheered. We won. Fang Bai and Lu Han also let out long sighs of relief because they didn't have to lose their lives. Lu Han held his head, his body still shaking incessantly. That's great. While wiping his hands with a towel, the clown said, Mr. Zhao, I want to know. He raised a question. Since when did you start plotting against me? Zhao Yi immediately replied. Since I had 3 fingers cut off. You said it yourself. Rock, paper, scissors is a game of luck. It's impossible for anyone to win all the time. Having said that, Zhao Yi concluded that the clown's ability to win consistently must be due to cheating. Therefore, in the 5th, 7th, and 8th rounds, he first played scissors under the black cloth and then intentionally changed his move inside the bag, but the result was still a loss. Zhao Yi stated firmly that the clown must have an X-ray ability. He held up his hand, which was missing 5 fingers. At that time, I realized that to win the final round I had to set a trap, which was to take away your X-ray vision and induce you to play a fixed move. Hearing this, the clown clapped his hands. I see. He imagined the situation at the time. When you cut off the 7th finger, you intentionally chose the thumb on your right hand, making everyone believe that for the final round, whether you used your left or right hand, you could only play scissors or rock. The clown pointed to his eyes and continued. Then you used the bet to induce me to close my eyes, sealing my X-ray vision. To ensure a win, I was bound to play rock. He lowered his head. Finally, you cut off all your fingers, turning the rock of your left hand into paper. Zhao Yi winked at him, signaling that he was exactly right. The clown immediately applauded for him, looking up with admiration. Mr. Zhao's maneuver has truly opened my eyes. This is the most interesting round of rock, paper, scissors I have ever played. Then the clown stood up. I will fulfill my promise. He put on his hat and announced that from now on the grocery store would provide all goods to him and his guild members for free and in unlimited quantities. The clown continued, furthermore, when you leave, I will award talent points according to the rules. Everyone will receive 1 talent point. Fang Bai was greatly shocked. Individual rewards meant these 3 talent points were not part of the world task. Bai Shujie was also extremely excited. This haul was massive. By putting talent points into strength, they could comprehensively improve their constitution and skills. On the other side, Tianchen was happily stroking Nini's head, saying, Smile. The clown took off his hat as a sign of respect. Regarding Mr. Zhao, I owe you a favor. Feel free to ask if you need anything. He bowed. Zhao Yi immediately replied, I happen to have a question. Zhao Yi pointed upward and asked, Do you know the situation at the butcher shop above? He answered truthfully, There is a madman there who doesn't follow the rules very much. The hat gradually vanished. Zhao Yi followed up. What does he want to do? The clown didn't hide anything, answering that the butcher was looking for his daughter. System prompt. Zhao Yi's team has successfully unlocked a new guild scene. The grocery store and its surrounding 10-meter range are now a safe zone. Everyone was talking at once, not expecting someone to actually clear the game. This year's rookies are so fierce. They even neutralized that clown Sabi. It seems to be Zhao Yi, the #1 on this year's rookie leaderboard. Everyone was full of praise for Zhao Yi. Meanwhile, Shang Weishan clenched his fists with a grim face, his mind full of question marks. Why wasn't Zhao Yi dead? The intel he gave was clearly wrong. How did he win? Could he have seen through the plan? He called over his lackey. "Come here. What are the boss's orders?" He gave low-voiced instructions. The lackey nodded. "Don't worry, boss." That person told the other thugs, "I have something to talk to you about." At this time, Zhao Yi's group walked out of the grocery store in high spirits. Tianqian looked at his bleeding hand with great concern. Standing on the left, Fang Bai also expressed care. "Big brother Zhao, don't be in a hurry to return to the base. The injury on your hand is too severe." Bai Shujie agreed. Injuries sustained in either dungeons or tasks had to be handled quickly. Zhao Yi suddenly glanced forward as if he had discovered something. He looked up at the sky and smiled. "They're all here." Zhao Yi was full of expectation. "Don't be in a rush to leave. Let's go unlock the butcher shop." The group stood before the elevator, staring at the doors as they waited for them to open. Fang Bai couldn't stay idle and spoke up, saying that since Big Brother Zhao could even beat that twisted clown, he was full of confidence in him. The other two also expressed their agreement. Just as they were discussing heatedly, the elevator doors opened. Zhao Yi had been waiting for a long time and pressed the control panel without hesitation. Just as he was about to step in, a hand roughly blocked him. A cold and provocative voice rang out, "Zhao Yi, you've already cleared the stage and taken the rewards. Shouldn't this task be left to others now?" Before Zhao Yi could answer, someone spoke up for him. Drawing the attention of those thugs, relying on the support of his teammates, Fang Bai shouted angrily, "You don't dare go yourselves, but you won't let us go?" Faced with the questioning, the thug didn't care at all, casually smoothing his hair. "Many more people die in the butcher's game than in the clown's. I'm doing this for your own good." Hearing these shameless words, Bai Shujie didn't hide her contempt at all, directly mocking, "Save it. You really think we don't know? You're just afraid we'll become stronger than you after finishing the task, right?" Having been poked in a sore spot, a flash of fury crossed the thug's eyes. He looked every bit the part of someone harboring ill intent. "You didn't disappoint us," he muttered mysteriously as he reached into his pocket and drew a sharp knife. The blade glinted with a cold light under the lamps, and the air grew instantly tense. He gave the knife a casual flourish, projecting an aura of, "I'm the greatest in the world and no one stands in my way. I just don't feel like letting you leave today." Zhao Yi didn't even acknowledge the thug directly. He simply offered a friendly middle finger, followed by a smile that was 3 parts cold and 7 parts sardonic. "Now I can take your life with just 1 finger." Being so utterly dismissed caused the veins to bulge on the thug's ugly face, unable to mask his inner rage. Suddenly he realized there was no reason to endure this kid's insolence any longer. So he lunged forward ferociously with his knife raised. Even as the blade closed in, Zhao Yi remained composed and fearless. "Did you know, my strength attribute is already at 21 points. Along with those words, his movements became as swift as a gale, both fast and decisive. Zhao Yi used his absolute strength advantage to crush his opponent. While slamming his elbow ruthlessly into the thug's waist, he casually mocked him. Seizing the gap while the thug was doubled over in agony, Zhao Yi followed up by pointing 2 fingers at him. Leaving the man with no chance to resist, it was the villain's bad luck. Having just escaped the clutches of the elbow strike, his nose was subjected to a precise hit from the 2-finger Zen technique. The thug, who had been looking down his nose at everyone just moments ago, was now hoisted up by his nostrils, screaming incessantly. Seeing him utterly defeated by Zhao Yi, Tianqian giggled mischievously. Perhaps finding his hands too dirty, Zhao Yi pivoted his ankle to generate power and then used a burst of immense force to kick the thug away like a heavy piece of junk. The guy traced an arc through the air and slammed heavily against the wall, the impact so great that blood sprayed from his nose. The agonizing pain made him forget any semblance of dignity as he slumped on the floor, trembling and groaning. Zhao Yi glanced at him sideways, then looked at his 2 blood-stained fingers with an expression of extreme disgust, as if he had touched something revolting. And naturally, revolting things shouldn't stay on him for long. He casually wiped them off on the clothes of the person standing next to him. After wiping, he seemingly still didn't feel clean enough and continued to pick and scrub focusedly, completely unaware that the owner of the clothes was staring at him with laser-like intensity. Fang Bai froze for a moment before reacting, jumping to the side to dodge and looking at Zhao Yi with an expression of disbelief. "You actually wiped that filth on me?" "I have tissues." Zhao Yi flashed a hypocritical smile, not feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment even after being caught red-handed. "No need, I've already wiped it clean." At that moment, his attention was drawn to the conversation of 2 other thugs. The 2 were whispering, "What should we do now?" Bai Shuji's eyes were filled with loathing and contempt as she demanded the 2 move out of the way, instantly crushing the sinister plot they were brewing. "We're all in the same guild. You can stop us now, but can you stop us forever?" One of the thugs found this quite reasonable and quietly asked his companion to move aside. But the other guy remained obstinate. "If we scatter now, there will be hell to pay." seeing his companion's confidence waver. He shouted threats at Zhao Yi and the others to regain his authority. "Shut the hell up if you don't want to die, get lost or we'll break your legs and give them to the butcher for meat stuffing." Hearing this, Fang Bai rolled his shoulders, intending to rush up and fight to the death. "In that case I'll fight you for it." Fortunately, before he stepped onto that path of no return, he was stopped by Lu Han. "Don't get into a fight with them." Right in the middle of this stalemate, Shang Weishan arrived with a large group of people. "What's going on?" This guy had a villainous face, and the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth added a few degrees of malice. Fang Bai's body went rigid with tension, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, all of them worrying that if Shang Weishan joined forces with those thugs, they would be dead meat. Bai Shujie felt much the same, thinking the guy clearly had no good intentions. But then an unexpected scene unfolded. Shang Weishan pointed at the thugs and barked, "This is none of your business. Get lost." Shang Weishan had actually taken Zhao Yi's side. This was an unprecedented anomaly. He added, "If you don't have the guts to do it yourself, are you going to stop others from doing it?" The thugs didn't dare talk back. They immediately tucked their tails between their legs and apologized profusely, kowtowing in haste. Fang Bai watched this scene in utter confusion, while Bai Shujie, in a rare moment of kindness, explained that Shang Weishan was helping them. Then Shang Weishan made another baffling move. He stepped forward and acted very affectionate, showing great concern for Zhao Yi as if the two were the best of friends. Then, catching Zhao Yi off guard, he slung an arm around his shoulder and flashed what he thought was a sincere smile. "I'll take you to participate in this game. They won't be able to stop you." A look of insight flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes, but he didn't call him out. Instead, he played along with the act. Bai Shujie also saw through it. This was a setup by Shang Weishan. Send people to cause trouble and then step in to save the day, thereby joining their team as a matter of course. She quietly reached out and gave Zhao Yi's sleeve a gentle tug. She wanted to catch his attention and voice her suspicions, but Zhao Yi seemed to ignore her entirely, instead enthusiastically reaching out to Shang Weishan. "Big brother, let's go together so we can look out for each other on the way." Although Shang Weishan indeed had this goal in mind, the fact that he succeeded so easily still surprised him. Even so, he didn't overthink it. As long as the goal was achieved, it was fine. The two shook hands, marking a wish for a successful cooperation. After letting go, Shang Weishan was so smug his tail was practically wagging in the air, thinking Zhao Yi was far too easy to fool. Seeing the die was cast, Bai Shujie stopped trying to hold Zhao Yi back and let go of his sleeve. She turned and gave Fang Bai a look, signaling that Zhao Yi seemed to have already placed his trust in Shang Weishan. The two were of one mind, their internal vigilance peaking. They had to keep a constant watch on this treacherous and cunning man. The group stood before a massive door that was slowly being pushed open. The sight behind the door was bone-chilling. Blood-mangled human limbs were hanging upside down like cargo. Aside from Zhao Yi's calm face and the secretly calculating Shang Weishan, everyone else looked horrified. Sun Long stood with his back to the crowd, holding a massive cleaver and chopping meat. Zhao Yi walked forward as if he hadn't seen the horrific scene, introducing himself in a flat tone, saying they were players here to participate in the butcher's game. The butcher pulled the blood-drenched, axe-wide cleaver from a corpse that was as soft as mud and slammed it into the wooden chopping block, the blade embedding itself firmly at a 60-degree angle. Sun Long wiped his filthy hands on the blood-stained apron at his chest before turning around, announcing in a raspy, muffled voice, "I have 3 types of games." Sun Long held up a blood-flecked index finger. "First, help me deliver goods. There are orders for several guests right here. Whoever is fastest wins, and the winner gets to drink my signature meat broth. As for the losers," at this point Sun Long didn't elaborate further, instead letting out a series of eerie chuckles that revealed sharp teeth. Although Shang Weishan wasn't afraid, he still felt the imagery was very intimidating. The people behind Zhao Yi were already starting to panic. Then the butcher held up a second finger. "Second, go into the kitchen and cook a dish. If I'm satisfied, you pass. If not, I'll teach you how to cook myself." Finally, Sun Long held up a third finger. "The third game, go to the 100 Burial Valley in the desolate mountains to help me gather raw materials." He finished by asking, "Which one do you want to play?" Zhao Yi didn't answer immediately, but said, "We need time to discuss." Then he turned to ask for his teammates' opinions. After hearing Fang Bai's idea, wanting to play the second game because he felt they could help each other without resorting to killing, Shang Weishan disagreed. "Without an accurate judgment, who knows what delicious means? Look at that guy's demeanor. Do you really think you can guess his taste?" Shang Weishan continued while staring at the butcher. "And if he wants us dead, then that game will be impossible to complete," Fang Bai countered. "Then in your opinion, which task should we choose?" Shang Weishan answered immediately. "Naturally, the first task is simpler." Shang Weishan added with a selfish smile, "Delivery essentially relies on speed. If you're slow, you can only blame yourself." Bai Shujie saw through his intent and voiced her opposition. "This won't do, this only benefits you. With your physique and your past fighting experience, you'll definitely be the fastest." Fang Bai also agreed, believing that as soon as the task started, Shang would surely order his lackeys to hinder others. Hearing this, Shang Weishan put on a helpless act. "If you're determined to think the worst of me, there's nothing I can do." Bai Shujie, furious, called him out by name before turning to Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, we trust you. You choose." Fang Bai also expressed his support, and Zhao Yi's gaze shifted slightly, scanning Shang Weishan without concealment. Under the gaze, Shang Weishan felt a surge of apprehension and unnaturally averted his eyes. However, the answer Zhao Yi gave took Shang Weishan by surprise. "I think Big Brother Shang is absolutely right," Zhao Yi explained. "This world is inherently cruel, some things are unavoidable, so we might as well leave it to fate." Shang Weishan laughed loudly in extreme support. Bai Shujie froze, asking in confusion, "Are you serious?" Fang Bai also muttered to himself, "Could it be that there truly is no reliable path for this butcher's game, that even someone as smart as Zhao Yi has to leave it to fate?" Bai Shujie kept a constant eye on Shang Weishan and saw him covering his mouth with his hand. Shang Weishan was smiling insidiously, thinking everything is going according to plan. Great. Next, as long as the butcher confirmed the start of the game, that kid would regret it. After laying out the food, the meat-selling butcher roared, "Everything is here. Go and come back quickly. I only want the first person to finish the task," he continued to announce in that raspy voice. Hearing this, Shang Weishan and Lu Han were extremely surprised and immediately began to act without a word, packing at top speed. Others also busied themselves frantically to be the first. Meanwhile, Tianchen sat quietly to the side, observing the chaotic crowd with indifference. Zhao Yi glanced at the steaming meal on the table that belonged to him. Due to nerves, Fang Bai let out a long sigh of relief after packing one portion. Taking advantage of these few seconds of rest, he scanned the surroundings. Fang Bai saw Zhao Yi standing idle and asked in confusion, "Big Brother Zhao, why aren't you moving?" He suddenly remembered Zhao Yi was missing several fingers and might be unable to pack. Although Fang Bai felt some hesitation, after a moment's consideration, he chose to walk over to Zhao Yi's side to help him pack. Bai Shujie and Lu Han had been watching everything and naturally saw this scene. She watched out of the corner of her eye, her heart full of contempt. Has this Fang Bai still not adapted to the rules of survival here? Helping Zhao Yi right now is just hurting himself. Seeing this, Lu Han also felt a bit smug, thinking it was good that someone like Fang Bai was so stupid. It meant his own hopes of survival were higher. Shang Weishan confidently picked up the neat bundle he had worked hard to pack, and the three of them quickly sneaked away while everyone else was busy. Fang Bai looked back just in time to see them getting a head start. He then said to Zhao Yi, "Zhao Yi, you're on your own now. This is all I can help you with." Having said that, Fang Bai picked up his own bundle and chased after the three. Zhao Yi looked at the bundle Fang Bai had packed and thought, "This guy's packing skills are truly abysmal." Zhao Yi then glanced at Tianchen, who was still idling in the corner. He asked curiously, "Tianchen, aren't you going to do the task?" She replied, "No, Tianchen doesn't want to do the task." Zhao Yi made a face to tease her. "You'll die if you don't do the task, you know." Tianchen didn't believe him. "You're lying to me." Nini said, "I'll be fine." Zhao Yi didn't understand what she meant and asked who this Nini was. Tianchen then held the teddy bear in her arms out toward Zhao Yi. She hugged it tightly while happily introducing it. "Nini is the first friend I made after coming to this world." He stared at the strange little bear for a moment and called for the system in his mind. The system panel then manifested. "Nini, neutral alignment active. Note when you attempt to harm this girl. It will remain vigilant. When you leave a wound on the girl, it will fall into a frenzy. Weakness currently unclear." Zhao Yi patted Nini's head and praised, "This bear is really cute. I've never seen such a cute little bear." Hearing this, Tianchen revealed a happy smile. "Thank you, Big Brother Zhao. Nini will be shy if you praise it like that." Seeing this girl who smiled like a flower because of a single compliment, Zhao Yi found it somewhat amusing. Then Zhao Yi stood up and walked leisurely toward the table ahead. He sat down heavily, showing no concern for the ongoing task. Zhao Yi said calmly, "Butcher, got any braised beef? Slice some for me." The butcher didn't immediately understand his meaning and stared at him with a look of confusion. But then the situation changed. For some reason, the butcher suddenly flew into a rage, reaching out to grab the massive cleaver lying beside him. He roared sternly, "Get out, you are not my guest." Zhao Yi tilted his head, calmly crossing his arms as he replied, "The clown told me you have a daughter. How long have you been looking for her?" Hearing this, the butcher was shocked. Perhaps because the emotional fluctuation was too great, he was actually unable to speak for a moment. The cleaver in the butcher's hand tilted slightly, animal blood dripping from the shiny tip. He stood before Zhao Yi and asked in a low voice, "What does that have to do with you?" Zhao Yi raised a hand. "I want to make a deal with you regarding your daughter." The butcher stared at him with those terrifying rolled-back white eyes. Zhao Yi continued, "Clearly you can't leave the meat shop for too long. Even a madman like you who dislikes rules must have rules to follow." The butcher's hand holding the knife was trembling from excessive force. Zhao Yi turned his wrist and instantly, the fingers that seemed to have been cut off appeared again. I can go to many places you can't to help you find your daughter, he added seriously. For example, in Gushwen town we might find a clue. The butcher's eyes widened. You think I'll let you off for that? Zhao Yi responded composedly. You definitely will. I cleared the clown's game. I've already proven my ability. He asked the other party calmly. What difference does it make for a butcher like you who has washed your hands in a sea of blood to kill one more or one less person? Sure enough, hearing this, the butcher was no longer as decisive as he had been at first. He slightly lowered his arm holding the cleaver, resting the knife on the chopping block, then turned and walked into the small, always closed room behind the counter. No one knew what he did inside. The air remained silent for a long time. After a while, the butcher brought out a large bowl of enticing meat and entrusted, "Help me find my daughter. Bring her back to me, and you will receive a handsome reward." Zhao Yi agreed confidently, and the system interface immediately popped up. Congratulations, you have accepted a large-scale world-hidden task. Find the butcher's daughter. Reward currently unclear. Watching the butcher's retreating figure, Zhao Yi was very smug, just as I suspected. The clown had said the butcher was different from him and didn't like to follow rules. In other words, if we rigidly followed the rules to complete the butcher's game, he might kill us simply because he was in a bad mood. He turned his head toward Tianshan. Rather than testing luck with that meaningless game, it's better to deal directly with the butcher. For what comes next, one only needs to sit quietly and wait for those people doing the task to return. Tianshan held the plate with her fair, slender hands, skewering a piece of meat and holding it to Zhao Yi's lips, wanting to feed him. As if she could read his thoughts, she repeated his words. Rather than testing luck with that meaningless game, it's better to deal directly with the butcher. Zhao Yi was somewhat surprised. Tianshan looked at him with a sweet smile. Big brother Zhao, Nini says your hand is inconvenient and asked me to help you pick up meat. You like Nini, and I like Nini too. Over with Shang Weishan, the atmosphere was becoming tense as he led the command. Stop them! A group of people immediately surrounded Fang Bai, Bai Shujie and Lu Han. He ordered his lackeys, don't let them leave the station. Fang Bai, his face pale, questioned Shang Weishan. You actually dared to plot against us. Shang Weishan looked back at them. What else? Should I wait for you to finish the task first and then go die myself? Shang Weishan glared at the three. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhao Yi. He's the one who agreed to this butcher's game anyway. Lu Han made a move to rush out, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. Bai Shujie was quick, grabbing him with one hand. Bai Shujie urged Lu Han to calm down, saying that if he rushed out now, his legs would be broken. Lu Han watched through gritted teeth as Shang Weishan walked away. Shang Weishan spared a glance for the group and sneered. I'm heading out first, I'll leave this to you boys. His subordinates surrounded the three, telling their boss not to worry. Shang Weishan whistled as he strolled out. His lackeys hemmed the three in, one of them wielding a baseball bat. Stay quiet and maybe we'll let you die quickly, he said. The others closed in with knives drawn. Bai Shujie clenched her fists in fury and shouted at the thugs, Are you all idiots? Why are you helping Shang Weishan? Don't you know what kind of man he is? If he can betray and stab us in the back today, it'll be your turn tomorrow. The crowd paused to listen to her, but one subordinate stepped forward and snapped, Save your breath. The fate of those who betray the boss is worse than anything you can imagine. They feared that if they didn't follow orders, their punishment would be far more severe than this. Whatever happens, we aren't letting you leave today. Hearing this, Bai Shujie grew even more worried. She stared at her hands, her forehead drenched in sweat as she desperately calculated her next move. Suddenly, Bai Shujie let out a roar. Screw it, I'm fighting my way out. Fang Bai was startled, watching as she prepared to lunge forward. Bai Shujie charged straight at them. Fang Bai tried to stop her, but it was too late. He didn't even have time to speak. As soon as she rushed in, the thugs subdued her, grabbing her arms and hair until she was pinned. Shang Weishan's subordinate sneered, You actually thought you could run? With one hand yanking her hair and the other gripping the baseball bat, he wore a triumphant smirk. Bai Shujie struggled desperately, teeth clenched and eyes brimming with tears. She screamed, Let me go, her struggling clearly annoying him. He glared at her and roared, Still got a big mouth, huh? He delivered a vicious kick to her abdomen, sending her flying backward. Bai Shujie let out a pained shriek. From the sheer agony, she accidentally dropped the bag she was holding. Bai Shujie was kicked quite a distance, collapsing on the ground in extreme pain. The subordinate ground his teeth in rage, pointing at the fallen woman. He barked an order. Beat her, keep hitting her until she learns her place. The thugs swarmed her, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. She curled into a ball, protecting her head and screaming for help. The bag that had flown from her hand hit the ground. The contents inside shattered, and a blood-like red liquid began to zeeb out. Fang Bai and Lu Han stood at a distance, watching the group assault Bai Shujie with a mix of terror and fury. Fang Bai clenched his fists and let out an angry roar. Enough, stop it, you're going to kill her. Shaking with rage, his gaze turned dark. If you want to kill someone, go do it on a battlefield. Hearing this, several people on the perimeter turned their heads, appearing somewhat intimidated by Fang Bai's reaction. The crowd dispersed. Bai Shujie lay on the ground, still shielding her head, her voice weak as she continued to call for help. Fang Bai rushed over to check on her. One of the thugs remarked, She's a persistent one, almost made the boys want to head to a real battlefield. Fang Bai bent down to help Bai Shujie up. Are you alright? I'll help you sit over here. Bai Shujie was covered in bruises. Thank you, Fang Bai, she whispered. Fang Bai propped her up against the wall. Lu Han stood before them, blocking their path. It's over. We're all going to die. Shang Weishan had said so. And he was right. This was all Zhao Yi's fault. Lu Han's expression was tense, his face pale as stone. If he had chosen task 2 or 3, maybe we wouldn't be dying right now. Standing behind Lu Han, Fang Bai felt his anger flare. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Fang Bai's expression was terrifyingly furious. Lu Han whipped his head around. Am I wrong? If he hadn't said leave it to fate, would we be in this mess? His eyes were wide. The whites bloodshot. Lu Han glared at Fang Bai. If he hadn't allowed Shang Weishan to join our team, would we have fallen into his trap? Fang Bai replied flatly. I see your old habit of bullying the weak while fearing the strong has returned. Shang Weishan is the one who hurt you, yet you don't dare lay a finger on him. Instead, you blame your teammate. Have you forgotten who led you through the last dungeon and got you those rewards? Fang Bai stared at Lu Han with a dark, piercing gaze. Struck where it hurt, Lu Han recoiled, unable to find a comeback. Suddenly, Lu Han lunged forward and grabbed Fang Bai by the collar, moving too fast for him to react. Their eyes met as Lu Han hoisted him up. Fang Bai didn't resist. Lu Han stared him down and roared, "Say that one more time, I dare you." Lu Han's hands were trembling, but he maintained his grip on Fang Bai's collar. Fang Bai began to feel a sliver of fear, sweat dripping down his face as he watched Lu Han. He realized this man was being driven insane by the fear of death. It was better not to provoke him further. Lu Han's expression softened slightly, and he released the collar. Why'd you go quiet? Do you agree with what I said now? Fang Bai looked at Lu Han with confusion, unable to fathom what the old man was rambling about. Lu Han summoned his weapon and stated decisively, "That's right. I'm going to kill Zhao Yi." Holding the weapon, he looked as though he had been driven to a frantic madness by fear. "As long as I kill Zhao Yi, Shang Weishan will definitely let me leave." I know he will. Lu Han planned to kill Zhao Yi and then use the excuse of delivering the goods to flee back to the guild headquarters. No matter how powerful the butcher was, he couldn't kill him inside the hostel. Lu Han sprinted off, immensely smug about his plan, shouting excitedly as he ran. "Yes, that's the way. Once I get there." Upon arriving, Lu Han roared, "Zhao Yi, get your ass out here." The two inside were in the middle of a meal. Zhao Yi and Tianshan heard the noise and looked toward the door. Lu Han charged straight into the room, exuding a murderous aura as he raised his weapon to strike. Zhao Yi, using the hand that had only 2 fingers left, pointed toward a chair and asked calmly, "Care for some beef?" Lu Han leveled the tip of his weapon at Zhao Yi. "Get outside." Zhao Yi smiled and remarked on his behavior, "Your acting is pathetic. One look and I know exactly what you're up to." Zhao Yi's gaze darkened as he said softly, "I've already made a deal with the butcher. I can take you all with me." Hearing this news, Lu Han was stunned into silence, staring blankly at Zhao Yi. His expression shifted from murderous rage to sudden delight. Lu Han stammered, Are you telling the truth?" Zhao Yi turned and leaned against the table, saying smugly, "Of course it's true. Why else would I be sitting here eating so leisurely?" "Oh right, what did you want me for just now?" Lu Han quickly hid the weapon behind his back and fabricated an excuse on the spot. I just wanted to ask you," Lu Han lied without blinking. "Is there any way to complete this mission?" Zhao Yi let out a contemptuous laugh. "Is that so? I thought you wanted to kill me to claim the credit from Shang Weishan." Having been seen through, Lu Han didn't know how to respond, his mouth frozen shut. He forced a hypocritical smile. "How could that be? You're my great benefactor. I'd never do such a thing. I was just hoping you'd take me with you when we leave." Fang Bai finally caught up to Lu Han, panting as he supported Bai Shujie. Fang Bai warned, "Brother Zhao, be careful." Seeing the two had arrived, Lu Han worried his intentions would be exposed. Zhao Yi raised his hand to greet Fang Bai and Bai Shujie. Though very few fingers remained on it after his game with the clown, the two stared at him in a daze, assuming a battle had already taken place here. Fang Bai asked, "Are you eating meat?" Fang Bai waved a hand in refusal. "As long as you're okay, forget the meat. I wouldn't dare." Bai Shujie was exhausted and didn't say a word. Suddenly remembering Zhao Yi's invitation, Fang Bai grew worried. "Wait, eating meat?" Fang Bai turned his head and gave Lu Han a suspicious look. Zhao Yi and the little girl sat together, looking at each other. Fang Bai helped Bai Shujie into a chair. Both of them were drained after sprinting all the way there. Fang Bai asked, "Brother Zhao, have you already found a way to complete the butcher's game?" Zhao Yi smiled and shook his head. Though he hadn't found a way yet, he seemed remarkably cheerful and relaxed. Hearing that Zhao Yi still had no plan, the two were dejected. Fang Bai looked at Zhao Yi, hesitated, and then asked, "So, are we just waiting to die?" Zhao Yi remained calm, one hand in his pocket as he pushed the bowl of meat toward Fang Bai. "Don't be in such a rush. Eat some meat first." Looking at the bowl, Fang Bai thought miserably that Zhao Yi must have given up. He didn't even use chopsticks, simply grabbing a slice of beef with his hand and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing vigorously as his dejection faded. He thought to himself, "If I'm going to die, I might as well die on a full stomach." Half an hour later, a burst of loud laughter suddenly erupted outside, causing everyone in the room to look toward the door in surprise. "I won, you're all going to die, every single one of you." Bai Shujie had regained some of her strength. She rested her chin on her hand and looked toward the entrance. Zhao Yi maintained his confident smile. Fang Bai said anxiously, "It's over. Shang Weishan is back." The door was kicked open, revealing Shang Weishan. Lu Han began to tremble the moment he saw him. Shang Weishan hunched over as he scanned the room, slowly stepping inside. He had lost an arm, and he was laughing manically, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Zhao Yi like a predator about to lunge. "What, number 1 on the rookie list? You think you're worthy of facing me, Shang Weishan?" He opened his mouth wide and roared. "With just a little scheme of mine, you walked right into it like a stupid pig. Use that pig brain of yours. Did you really think a piece of trash like you was fit to call me brother?" Zhao Yi sat perfectly still and replied, "I did." Shang Weishan slowly walked toward Zhao Yi. Seeing that Zhao Yi was still staring at him, he grew furious that the man was playing it cool even at death's door. "I'll see how long you can keep up that act." Shang Weishan slammed his hand onto the table. He laughed triumphantly. "Butcher, I've completed your game, and I'm the first one back with the delivery." The butcher turned around, raising his cleaver as if to chop meat. Shang Weishan ordered the butcher, "Now give me my reward." He held out his hand. The butcher remained with his back turned, focused on chopping meat as blood splattered everywhere. When he finished, he paused and looked up, covered in fresh blood. He picked up a meat hook. Seeing that he received no answer, Shang Weishan stood frozen with an embarrassed look on his face. Severed palms and fingers lay on the butcher's table. The butcher turned his head toward Shang Weishan. His mouth was full of razor-sharp teeth and he held the iron hook in his hand. The subordinates guarding outside looked into the room, worshipping their leader. "He's too strong. Brother Weishan is about to complete the mission. When he gets stronger, we'll reap the benefits, maybe even bag a few beautiful girls." Zhao Yi smiled, sitting leisurely in his chair while the little girl calmly played with her doll. Bai Shujie rubbed her forehead. "It's over. It's all over. We're all going to die." Shang Weishan stood opposite the butcher. Though he was somewhat afraid, he maintained his bravado. "Come on, announce to the whole district that I, Shang Weishan, will become the strongest existence among the rookies. I'll let everyone know that what they couldn't do, I can. And that Lu Ruoqing, she'll be looking at me differently too, won't she?" The butcher stared at him, a purple aura rising from his head as he prepared to attack. "Once I get her in my bed, let's see if she isn't begging for mercy at my feet." Before he could even finish his sentence, he began vomiting blood. Intense pain caused the veins to bulge on his face. He hadn't even realized what had happened. The butcher had skewered Shang Weishan's body with the hook. The movement was so sudden he had no chance to dodge, and blood continued to spray from his mouth. The butcher leaned close to his face, his bloodshot eyes wide open as he revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He used the hook to hoist Shang Weishan into the air. Shang Weishan forced himself to endure the agony, his expression growing strangely calm. The butcher let go, but the hook remained embedded in Shang Weishan's abdomen. He collapsed onto the table, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Why kill me? I was clearly the first one to finish the mission. It should be Zhao Yi and those other 4. They're the ones who should die, not me." Turning toward Zhao Yi, he called out his name with a trembling voice. Zhao Yi sighed and smiled, not even bothering to turn his head. He glared at Zhao Yi in fury, his limbs shaking uncontrollably from the pain. Surely, Zhao Yi must have done something. Blood flowed across the table where he lay. Zhao Yi looked at him, picked up his chopsticks to grab some meat and ate leisurely. Shang Weishan's expression turned deathly grim. Fang Bai and Bai Shujie were also terrified by this scene. Shang Weishan weakly reached out a hand toward them, gasping for help. Save me," he crawled toward them. Blood continuously flowing from his mouth and wounds. Shang Weishan collapsed to his knees, his face ashen. Zhao Yi stood up and walked toward him. Shang Weishan weakly reached out a hand. Zhao Yi approached with his hands in his pockets, looking down at Shang Weishan's pathetic state. His eyes were glazed over, seemingly exhausted from blood loss. Shang Weishan looked up at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi looked at him with a contemptuous smile. "Regrets?" Shang Weishan was trembling so much he could barely speak, struggling to raise his hand. "I was blind. Save me. Spare my life." Zhao Yi held out the hand with only 2 fingers left and gave him the middle finger behind him. The murderous butcher suddenly yanked the chain tight. The whites of Shang Weishan's eyes were completely bloodshot. He stared wide-eyed at Zhao Yi. Fang Bai, Bai Shujie, and Lu Han were terrified by this horrific execution. No one dared to look at the little girl who was hugging her teddy bear with an expression of excitement. Shang Weishan lay on the ground, letting out his final breath. The butcher yanked the chain again, muscles bulging in his arms as he bared his sharp teeth. With a flick of the butcher's hand, Shang Weishan was pulled high into the air. Fang Bai looked up. The wound looked as if it were about to tear open as he let out a piercing scream. Shang Weishan was hung high in the air, right next to the severed limbs the butcher had hung up earlier. Blood dripped down from his legs. Seeing their leader killed in such a brutal fashion, the subordinates were scared out of their wits. What happened? Didn't Shang Weishan pass the trial? Why is he the one dead? Why? Lu Han covered his mouth in horror. Bai Shujie and Fang Bai were also pale with fright. Fang Bai thought to himself, if even Shang Weishan who finished the task was killed, who's next? Is it Zhao Yi who's standing closest to him? Once it was over, the old butcher turned around abruptly, no longer showing that murderous expression from before. Fang Bai and Bai Shujie watched from a distance. The butcher stepped into another room. Fang Bai didn't understand what would happen next. You've completed my task, the butcher's voice rang out, and a bowl of blood-red soup was placed before Zhao Yi. He looked at the bowl curiously. It turned out the butcher had gone inside to get the reward. This is your reward. Zhao Yi is the one who completed the task. Zhao Yi took the soup with both hands and thanked the butcher pleasantly. The system displayed the item as butcher's meat soup. It was a consumable. Despite being a butcher, his culinary skills were undeniable, though for some reason the dishes he made were always filled with resentment and fury. Item effect causes the body to enter a berserk state for 5 minutes, after which the user will completely lose combat effectiveness for 12 hours. Zhao Yi happily stored it in his equipment bar. This was a decent item. Though the side effects were significant, the effect was potent and could be a lifesaver in certain situations. Outside the building, dark clouds loomed and red mist swirled. A system notification congratulated player Zhao Yi for unlocking a new scene in the Butcher Shop Guild. This remained a neutral scene. Players can buy meat at the butcher shop but are not protected in the vicinity. Caution, do not provoke the butcher. Inside the building, the others were also listening to the announcement. Zhao Yi had obtained 3 talent points, and members of Fang Bai's team each received 1. The world task had been updated. Settle the grudge on the train. Everyone marveled at how impressive this rookie was. One person clenched their fists and said with a frown, what a shame. This major world task already has Zhao Yi's name on it. No one can pick up a higher-level world task than him now, unless he dies, the person opposite advised. Brother, stop. Your method is a bit dangerous, the man explained. But if we don't kill him, we'll have to wait for him to unlock the map. The next world task will completely release the side quest NPCs. By then, we won't have a chance to strike. Upstairs, a woman stood with her hands on her hips, observing. She turned to Uncle Quan and remarked that everyone seemed to be salivating over these rewards, their minds twisted with greed. Uncle Quan listened with his arms crossed, pushed up his glasses and frowned. Our guild has no explicit rules against players killing each other. Let them be. The woman turned back to look down, an interested expression playing across her face. So there's a good show coming. Uncle Quan finished speaking and stood there, deciding not to interfere. Zhao Yi and his group were currently sitting around the table. Zhao Yi stood with his hands on his hips, watching the butcher. After killing Shang Weishan, the murderous aura around the giant had vanished. Bai Shujie rested her head in her hands, disappointed in herself. Zhao Yi completed the task, but Fang Bai took over, asking awkwardly, are we just waiting to die? Zhao Yi looked at the butcher and asked, is there any news about your daughter? The butcher walked to a cabinet, sat down and began rummaging through it. Zhao Yi watched closely. The butcher pulled a box from the depths of the cabinet. Placed on the table before Zhao Yi were a blood-stained old radio and a badly damaged old ID card. There are many things from before her birth, but I can no longer remember them clearly. The ID card belonged to a female student, the butcher's daughter. He hoped these 2 items would help Zhao Yi find her. Zhao Yi opened his equipment bar and stored the 2 items he had received. He leaned back confidently in his chair and said to the butcher, I will find her as soon as possible. Also, I want to take a few people with me. The butcher spoke generously. You can take them all. Bai Shujie's jaw dropped in shock. She could hardly believe her ears, stammering to confirm. Is it true? Not only did we survive, but we also earned 2 talent points. Fang Bai was ecstatic. We can leave too. Lu Han slumped to the ground, clutching his head in excitement, speechless. Zhao Yi glanced at Lu Han, who was so terrified he didn't even have time to hide his smile before quickly lowering his head to avoid eye contact. Zhao Yi was also pleased, thinking to himself, great, I survived. He looked up at the butcher again. No, actually, I don't plan on taking all of them. There are some things I can't do, but you can help me. The butcher frowned, unsure of what Zhao Yi wanted him to do. The 3 listened to the conversation between Zhao Yi and the butcher. Since the butcher had done such things many times before, the 3's faces changed drastically, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. At the mention of killing, the old butcher revealed his true nature. Emitting a thick murderous aura, he gripped his knife, his eyes turning blood red. He never intended to let us all go. He wants to kill by proxy. Zhao Yi smiled and said to the butcher, the one I don't want to take with me is Lu Han. Lu Han turned pale with terror, his hands over his head as he trembled. He broke down, screaming frantically, no, you have no reason to kill me. Lu Han pointed at Fang Bai and Bai Shujie. I never did anything to betray you. I'm the same as them. Bai Shujie and Fang Bai watched as he grew increasingly frantic. Zhao Yi raised his hand, closed his eyes and said calmly to Lu Han, I never mind sharing meat with others, but there are 2 things I cannot tolerate. Zhao Yi reached a hand toward Lu Han, leaning back in his chair with the aura of a big boss. His gaze was sharp. Second, you depend on me to eat meat. Yet you want to eat the meat off my bones. I am not bloodthirsty, but that doesn't mean I won't kill." After hearing Zhao Yi's words, Lu Han knew his fate was sealed. He stood frozen in place, his face ashen. Zhao Yi closed his eyes and continued, "You should have realized this long ago." Lu Han cowered and trembled as he watched the butcher approach with his knife. He pressed his hands together, stammering for mercy. "Please, no." The butcher looked down at him and ignored his pleas. As the giant swung the massive cleaver, Lu Han screamed in terror. Following the sound of a heavy thud, Bai Shujie looked away, unable to watch, and Fang Bai withdrew his hands in fear. Only Zhao Yi sat composed, calmly tasting the beef. He glanced in Lu Han's direction and thought, "Watch your step in the next life." He still held a piece of meat in his chopsticks. Lu Han's head rolled to the feet of Shang Weishan's lackeys, who turned pale and were too speechless to even retreat. The blonde lackey glanced at Zhao Yi, his lips trembling, fearing he would be next. Zhao Yi propped up his chin, scanning them with a sinister and terrifying expression that sent the entire group fleeing in all directions, screaming, "Ghost!" Zhao Yi stood his ground and watched them go. While Bai Shujie and Fang Bai watched the lackeys escape, Zhao Yi calmly walked toward the door. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. He looked back at the two behind him. "What are you still standing there for? The tutorial task is over. Aren't you going back?" Fang Bai stammered, unable to find words. Zhao Yi patted Fang Bai on the shoulder, and Fang Bai watched Zhao Yi's hand nervously. Zhao Yi gave Fang Bai a brilliant, friendly smile. "Relax, I'm not going to kill you. I'm not that kind of cruel person. Killing is actually quite difficult for someone as kind and weak as me." Fang Bai was speechless at these words. Hearing Zhao Yi call himself kind and weak, Bai Shujie and Fang Bai looked at him with total disbelief, thinking, "Kind and weak? Are you kidding me?" Bai Shujie said, looking at him. "If I hadn't seen you kill 2 players with a smile, I really would have been fooled by your handsome, harmless appearance." Fang Bai breathed a sigh of relief, placing a hand on his chest. "Regardless, these 2 attribute points were given by you. Thank you. Also, I want to remind you that Shang Weishan has an older brother who is a core member of the guild. Since you killed Shang Weishan, I'm afraid there will be trouble," Bai Shujie and Fang Bai warned. Zhao Yi propped his chin with his remaining 2 fingers and smiled. This didn't surprise him. It was unrealistic for someone like Shang Weishan to try and win people over by force alone. He certainly had a benefactor. "So what do you plan to do?" Looking at the innocent little girl holding the teddy bear, Zhao Yi couldn't help but pat her head. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Despite having only 2 fingers left, his typing was still fast and practiced. He was looking up information on Sun Baba. Zhao Yi fell into deep thought. None of these people seemed related to the news of the butcher's daughter. He closed his laptop. He had to think calmly now. Finding the butcher's daughter was a hidden task and surely required a meticulous plan, so she wouldn't have died for no reason. But if she really had died in the sewers, it would be impossible for her to become the kind of powerful wraith that stirs up trouble. Zhao Yi tried to find useful items in the system. He received a blood-stained radio from the system. Zhao Yi pressed play. It was the final conversation between the daughter and the butcher. The last place Baba had set foot was Gushwen Town. In the recording, the girl said it was very cold and she didn't want to go there anymore. But the recording was intermittent and didn't explain things clearly. "What happened, Baba? Tell Daddy clearly." "Daddy, Baba is so cold. Can you come pick me up and take me home?" The butcher immediately agreed and asked where she was, saying he would go get her. But before the girl could answer, the connection was lost. Zhao Yi began to deduce after hearing the dialogue. He turned off the radio. Gushwen Town. Judging from the recording, Sun Baba had taken a train to Gushwen Town and the butcher had not accompanied her. So what exactly happened on that train? Zhao Yi pulled out the map to check. He observed carefully for a while. These locked areas were still inaccessible. It seemed the butcher's task would have to be put on hold for now. There were still a few days before next month's dungeon. Zhao Yi planned to check the newly unlocked world task first. This task required 6 participants and involved going to an abandoned station to find a short-distance train with only 6 carriages. To explain, in dungeon tasks, as long as health doesn't drop to 0 upon death, one can be resurrected back at the guild. But death in the games of the butcher and the clown is real death, unless one escapes and abandons the task. The dungeon status for world tasks is, once you enter, you cannot leave. It's either completion or death. However, there was no rush. He would see how things stood first. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's fingers slowly grew back. He looked at his hands with satisfaction and smiled. These new hands weren't bad. While he was sitting on the bed looking at his hands, a strange noise suddenly came from outside. He opened the door to find a group of unfamiliar faces standing there looking for him. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, one of them spoke. "You're Zhao Yi, right? The vice boss wants to see you." Zhao Yi propped his chin with a dark expression, pretending to be troubled. "Well, although it makes me sound a bit childish to say it, those poorly trimmed nose hairs of yours are quite interesting." Zhao Yi spoke in an innocent tone with his most gentle smile. The others turned pale upon hearing this. His tongue was truly venomous, being insulted like this. The man's face darkened and his eyes widened, not expecting Zhao Yi to dare say such a thing. The vice boss flew into a rage. Unwilling to suffer the insult, he threw a punch at Zhao Yi. The punch was incredibly powerful, but the strong arm hit a barrier. It was a protective wall created by Zhao Yi. The man leaned his face close in a fit of rage. "Come out if you've got the guts." Zhao Yi propped his chin and pretended to sigh. This situation was truly rare. Suddenly, a new thought flashed through his mind, and Zhao Yi grew excited. He pulled out a large, heavy durian. "Sister Lu gave this to me. I wanted to eat it but couldn't find a tool to open it. Since you're all so idle, why not help me open a durian?" The men outside gritted their teeth in hatred. "Kid, I don't think you've grasped the situation, but I'll be kind enough to tell you." Zhao Yi acted arrogantly before the furious vice boss. "No need." Seeing him so calm and even intentionally provocative, the man grew angrier. He was about to throw another punch, but before he could move, Zhao Yi struck first. He did something the other party never expected. Before the second punch could land, that durian was smashed directly into the man's face. He twisted in pain, but because it was so sudden, he couldn't dodge, and had to take the entire durian squarely with his face. Grandmother's teeth, the throwing force was immense. The durian hit his face and actually exploded open into several segments. The durian rolled onto the floor and the vice boss lay on the ground with blood covering his face. Seeing their leader in such a pathetic state, the lackeys all covered their noses. Some gritted their teeth and a few whispered, "That looks painful." Zhao Yi walked over and crouched beside the vice boss to see if he was dead. He gave a brilliant smile. "Your head is really hard. Have you practiced Iron Head Kung Fu?" Hearing such an insult, the man struggled to raise his head, worthy of being a vice boss. He quickly pushed off the ground with both hands, struggling to climb up. He roared in shame and rage as he threw a punch. "I'll practice Iron Head Kung Fu on your mother." Zhao Yi didn't say a word. Coldly and nimbly dodging the punch, he maintained that casual expression and turned off the room, sharing permissions. The vice boss's body was idly locked in a net. He struggled angrily but to no avail. Subsequently, he was swiftly kicked out the door by Zhao Yi. The group of lackeys was also knocked flying, falling in a jumbled mess. Zhao Yi walked over leisurely and picked up the durian segments that had just been smashed open. The vice boss who had been thrown out was now in a sorry state with two subordinates supporting him by the arms. Zhao Yi gave a happy, brilliant smile. "Thanks for helping me open the durian." The vice boss was fuming with rage, wishing he could chew Zhao Yi to bits. He pointed at Zhao Yi and roared frantically, "Hide in there for the rest of your life if you've got the guts." Before he could even finish, Zhao Yi slammed the door shut. The vice boss stood outside staring at the closed door, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "Damned rookie, this rookie named Zhao Yi dares to be so disrespectful to me. Damn him, damn him. Watch this kid for me 24 hours a day. I don't believe he won't come out." The subordinates quickly took their orders. By evening, Zhao Yi went out for a walk as usual. He was brought to room 511 of the guild base. Another member of the gang was sitting there pouring tea. This person appeared to be the leader. "Was Shang Weishan playing the butcher's game with you?" Rather than showing fear, Zhao Yi calmly replied with a single word, "Yes." Unlike the nose-hair guy from earlier, this man appeared much more composed. He set down the teapot and slowly followed up with Zhao Yi. "How did he die?" Zhao Yi retracted his smile and gave a short, honest answer. "I killed him." The man began to grow angry. "Why did you kill him?" "Oh dear, you suddenly ask me why I killed him, and I really don't know how to answer." Zhao Yi revealed a sinister expression and provoked. "Probably because it was fun." The subordinates were pale with shock. Was this guy a psycho? Killing for profit isn't scary. Killing because it's fun is the most terrifying thing. This kind of person might be smiling while talking to you one second and stab you without warning the next. Worthy of being the leader, he acted calmly. Hearing such a provocation, he only lightly picked up his teacup, blew on the surface, and stared at Zhao Yi without blinking. "Do you know who I am?" Zhao Yi replied, "Let me guess." By now, his expression had returned to normal. "You're Shang Weishan's older brother." "Exactly. Since you've heard of my name, then you should know what kind of person I, Shang Pibang, am." Zhao Yi immediately waved his hand. No, I've never heard of you at all, and I suspect you're not your father's biological son. If the neighbor hadn't stepped in, your father really shouldn't have given you such a grudge-filled name." The subordinates began breaking into cold sweat again. Their boss hated people making fun of his name the most. Zhao Yi was simply asking for death. It seemed he was truly enraged. The teacup in his hand developed many cracks due to his internal power. He stared at Zhao Yi with a dark face. "Do you think you're very funny?" Zhao Yi smiled, still using the word handsome to describe himself, which was indeed a bit simple. The air suddenly became heavy, and the subordinates didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Zhao Yi stepped forward and came to his seat. "Talking this much is a bit formal." He sat down naturally to the side. The boss was almost unable to restrain himself by now. His face was dark, yet Zhao Yi acted as if he were at home. He unhurriedly picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. The boss looked at him and fell into thought. In all his years in the other world, he had never seen such a brazen rookie. Suddenly, one of the subordinates pointed a gun at Zhao Yi. "Boss, this kid is too arrogant. Just say the word and I'll blow him away right now." Others joined in the clamor. "That's right, boss. Although players can't die in the guild base, it still hurts. Let's take him and grind him down. The leader of Shang Pibang's gang appeared somewhat displeased by his subordinate's performance but didn't pay it any mind. Zhao Yi picked up the still steaming teacup and sighed. I understand he can kill me while I can't kill him because he has a good brother and I don't. After saying this, he sighed again. The leader looked at him and asked curiously, Since you understand that, you shouldn't have killed my brother. Zhao Yi slammed the teacup onto the table and asked, Know what I'm thinking? He laughed sinisterly. I don't need to know a madman's thoughts, but soon you'll know what I'm thinking. He stared at Zhao Yi with an increasingly gloomy gaze. I'm thinking that if I had a shotgun in my hand right now I could blow your head off with one shot. Zhao Yi's reaction took him by surprise. The big boss froze in place. He hadn't expected a green rookie to actually say those words. Oh dear, look at you, like a pathetic crawling insect, too poor to even buy a gun. Before I could say another word, his head was blown to bits, his body and head in different places. Before the cigarette between his fingers could even be lit, it subconsciously slipped and fell to the ground. Zhao Yi flashed a sinister smile, his movements as fast as lightning, so fast that no one could react, he said flatly. Sorry, I actually do have a shotgun. Before the lackeys could recover their wits, it was all over, and they descended into a chaotic chatter. What happened? This madman actually opened fire. Within the guild base, players could be resurrected even if they were burned to ashes, so the vice boss wasn't particularly worried. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that a mere level 3 player managed to pull a gun in a level 22 player's room and blow his head off directly. He looked at their shell-shocked faces and glanced sideways. What are you so surprised about? If I had just fired randomly, he definitely would have dodged. Naturally, I had to use dialogue and acting to distract you all before letting him taste the lead for me. Zhao Yi's eyes glinted with a trace of madness as he spoke, and he truly succeeded in terrifying them. Hearing his twisted description, the vice boss couldn't help but shudder. Psychotic freak, after cursing, he tremblingly raised his gun and aimed it at Zhao Yi. Finally, he aimed at Zhao Yi's head and pulled the trigger. Zhao Yi's head was blown apart just like the boss's had been, but he seemed to be savoring the process of death. A satisfied smile even hung at the corner of his mouth. This was a long-lost familiar feeling. Elsewhere, a high tower was being tightly wound by countless chains. Within a corridor just wide enough for one person, the surroundings were filled with an eerie red light. A shadowy figure whose features were indistinguishable was bound to a copper pillar. The thing looked half human and half dog but had a tail. It wasn't just one but many monsters of various forms fixed around the area. They were all snarling, opening giant mouths filled with sharp teeth, looking extremely ferocious. Among those thousands of shadowy demons, a tiny beam of blue light descended from above. The dark figure gradually revealed its form. This was indeed Zhao Yi, and this place might be the hell specifically used to imprison the demons he had killed. The moment they saw him, they recognized him, but for some reason they looked utterly terrified. He's back again. The swarm of ghosts stared at him dumbfounded. Clearly, Zhao Yi was not very welcome here. It was he who had captured us from those psychiatric patients and locked us here. He revealed his true form, but an unstable contour appeared where his head should be. It emitted a peculiar golden light that was different from theirs. In their eyes, Zhao Yi had no fixed shape. He was a secret that could not be pried into, his true meaning yet to be deciphered. More importantly, he was the master who ruled this unknown territory. He was angry, jealous, cruel, bloodthirsty, and stubborn. This was the ghost's assessment of him. They didn't understand how he could clearly call out the name of every demon and monster here. Wherever he walked, the most terrifying monsters would bury their heads and play dead. A beam of golden light as if from heaven shone directly onto Zhao Yi's face. He tilted his head back happily, enjoying the moment. Resurrected so soon, it seemed Zhao Yi preferred the sensation of death. He opened his eyes, still in the lair of that big gang leader, but this time the opponent seemed to have resurrected first. He hauled Zhao Yi up and locked his hands behind his back to the chair. To him, a crazy kid like Zhao Yi was extremely threatening, so he stood at a distance to observe. Damn it, to be blown away by a level 3 nobody in front of my boys. If word of this gets out, where will I put my face? He gritted his teeth and resolved to make this kid feel the ultimate agony until he begged for mercy in tears. The big boss walked up to Zhao Yi with a remote control and asked him, "Kid, know what this is?" Instead of being afraid, Zhao Yi laughed brilliantly. Zhao Yi excitedly guessed that the chair he was sitting on must be an electric chair, and what the other was holding was the remote. Tisk tisk. For an ordinary person, this is indeed an extremely grueling punishment that they might not withstand, but for me it clearly has no effect. Hearing this, the boss's eyes bulged, and the veins on his forehead popped with rage. He trembled all over with fury, clenching his fists as he stammered, "You?" He then quickly flipped the switch and pressed the button. The electric chair began to operate. Zhao Yi seemed to be suffering the highest level of electric shock. His entire body flickered with electricity, and his hair and skin split under the high power shock, his hair standing on end. Soon, smoke rose from Zhao Yi's body, and his hair was a tangled mess. Yet he still sat there quietly. Seeing him subjected to such inhumane torture, the lackeys turned pale with fright. Some even reflexively covered their mouths to keep from screaming. Zhao Yi's head slumped. His whole body was burned like a piece of charcoal, continuously emitting black smoke. The vice boss laughed heartily, feeling extremely refreshed. He wanted to see if this kid's mouth would still be so tough after being shocked like this. But just a few minutes later, Zhao Yi returned to his original state and appearance. He even cheered excitedly. After the boss finished venting his madness, he smugly held up the remote and asked how it felt. Zhao Yi replied, "It's all right. A powerful electric shock causes intense pain in a short time, but if one is already adapted to it." Hearing this, the boss was so enraged he wanted to lunge forward and boot Zhao Yi to a pulp to vent his hatred. Zhao Yi smiled and continued, "Actually, I'm quite comfortable. Why not just go a few more rounds?" The boss's expression froze, making him look like a Shar-Pei. He couldn't understand why it had no effect on this kid. The boss even began to suspect the kid was a masochist. He gripped the remote, gritting his teeth as he watched, seemingly unsatisfied with the torture just now, yet he still provoked. "It must hurt like hell, right? Why are you faking it? If it hurts, just say so." By now, Shang Pibang had lost his initial composure and long since revealed his true face. Zhao Yi acted as if nothing had happened, happily saying to him, "Can you give me the remote?" "No way," he smirked triumphantly. "What, weren't you just talking tough and pretending? Scared now?" "No, I think this test product is pretty good. If you won't press it, I'll press it myself." Both the boss and the vice boss were stunned, not understanding what he was talking about. Zhao Yi revealed a sinister smile. "Actually, playing with just the electric chair is a bit boring. You could add some variety," he described with an excited face. "Like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Do you know what the best part of that is?" Both men's eyes went wide, staring at him fixedly. And hearing Zhao Yi say this, they shook their heads frantically in terror. Zhao Yi began to use his intimidation tactics again. He suddenly straightened up slightly, and though he hadn't done anything yet, those people were already turning purple with fright. The boss panicked and raised his weapon, shouting at him, "Don't move." He was indeed quite flustered by now. Zhao Yi seemed to see through the embarrassment and lowered his voice. "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to tell you the best part is a killing method a patient told me about last time," he continued like a devious, shadowy demon. "You prepare a jar of mercury, carve a cross on my head with a knife, and then pour the mercury down along the scalp. The weight of the mercury will continuously peel my skin and muscle tissue away, until finally, a complete human skin is successfully stripped off." Zhao Yi grew more excited as he spoke. "Usually, I'm not dead yet at that point. I can even jump out of the skin and perform a dance to liven things up for you." After hearing him describe this process of self-mutilation, the faces of those two were as black as the bottom of a pot. The one sitting straightened his back, not daring to move, while the one standing was fearful and trepidatious, like a newlywed bride who had just entered the house. The boss stared at him, unable to help but swallow hard, his body trembling slightly. The vice boss and the other lackey looked at Zhao Yi, who was smiling like a flower, and thought, "Is this guy even human? Terrifying, simply too terrifying." The boss gritted his teeth in thought. He couldn't kill Zhao Yi in the guild base, nor could he take him out. The only way to avenge Shang Weishan was through threats and torture. As he thought, he stored the baseball bat in his hand into the system. He pulled out a cigarette to calculate his next move, because the current methods of torture were useless against this kid. The boss lit the cigarette and took a deep breath to reclaim his composure. After experiencing this series of events, he concluded that Zhao Yi was no ordinary masochist but a psychopath with a twisted mind. Just then, a knock came from the door, which was actually good news in such a tense atmosphere. A group of people all looked toward the door. Shang Pibang ordered a subordinate with a dark face to open it, and the lackey complied immediately. The lackey opened the door with a blustering air to ask who it was. After suffering Zhao Yi's psychological torture, he was in an extremely irritable mood. The moment the person outside appeared, the lackey's blood rushed to his head and he let out a roar like a bull. A glamorously dressed woman spoke up. "Demanding someone on my turf without even a greeting. That's not quite according to the rules, is it?" Upon seeing this woman, the vice boss inexplicably shuddered with fright, standing there stammering his greeting. Sister Lu." The boss also reined himself in a bit. What was this woman doing here? She ignored the two of them and directly crooked a finger, looking at Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, come with me." The two bosses looked nervously at Zhao Yi, their hearts skipping a beat in guilt. Zhao Yi moved his feet, and the iron ring on his right ankle was easily snapped. Next was the left. It was clearly solid metal, but Zhao Yi stepped out as light as if he were taking a stroll. Once again, he left Shang Pibang and his lackeys dumbfounded. Sister Lu stood there composed, watching him play with these two, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Yi played like a child fiddling with toys. He remained sitting there, slowly unbinding the restraints on his hands. Seeing him stand beside Sister Lu, Shang Pibang felt it was an eyesore. He stared at Zhao Yi with a dark, angry face, scaring the lackey beside him until he turned purple. Sister Lu suddenly looked at the boss and said in a mocking tone, By the way, who are you? I've never seen you on the 7th floor. The vice boss turned pale with shock, wanting to stop Sister Lu's words but failing. The quick-tongued lackey pointed at Shang Pibang and said, "The 7th floor. That's a place where only the top players in the guild are qualified to live." Before he could finish, the vice boss slapped him on the head to shut him up. Though Shang Pibang was furious, he had to be completely subservient to Sister Lu because she was one of the top combatants in the core layer. He had to endure no matter what. No matter who you are, remember that I don't care what happens in the dungeons. But as for this person, if you dare to mess around in the guild base, you'll be in big trouble. Sister Lu's tone was gentle yet filled with threat, and she even winked at him after finishing. Shang Pibang held his cigarette and feigned composure, but he was actually sweating profusely from fright. The lackey quickly nodded and bowed as he saw Sister Lu out. She and Zhao Yi then walked out together. Shang Pibang remained sitting there. After a while, he suddenly darkened his face and reached out his hand. Seeing this, the vice boss quickly turned to ask for instructions, and then the two began to whisper in low voices. The content of the conversation was unknown, only that the vice boss said he would clean it up. Back with Sister Lu and Zhao Yi, the two went up to the 7th floor together. Sunlight spilled onto the balcony, and the scenery was quite beautiful. As soon as Sister Lu closed the door, Zhao Yi had already walked over to the large dining table on his own. Seeing him unceremoniously pick up the food on the table, Sister Lu teased happily, "You really don't treat yourself like a stranger." Zhao Yi tossed a piece into his mouth and chewed while turning his head to look around. The view from the 7th floor was indeed beautiful, and Sister Lu also sat casually opposite him. "What's there to see? It's just the same as below." Zhao Yi didn't beat around the bush either, casually placing the chocolate wrapper on the table. Zhao Yi had always been a straightforward person. "Let's be blunt, did you save me because you want me to do something for you?" Sister Lu looked at Zhao Yi thoughtfully. "Couldn't it be that I saved you out of sympathy for the weak?" Zhao Yi gave a flat, short answer showing no mercy whatsoever. "It could, but I don't like owing people favors, especially a scorpion-hearted woman like you, otherwise others wouldn't be so afraid of you." Sister Lu found it very interesting after hearing this. "Then guess my reason for saving you." Zhao Yi fell into silent thought. Unlike those Sister Lu had seen before, Zhao Yi neither flattered her nor showed fear, which intrigued her. Zhao Yi still sat silently without a word, merely staring at the languid Sister Lu opposite him. The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. Sister Lu also shifted her gaze somewhat uneasily. To ease the sense of unease, Sister Lu poured a glass of red wine and slowly brought it to her nose to sniff. "You look a lot like someone I know." By now, her expression had also become sorrowful. Zhao Yi joked while eating chocolate. "It couldn't be an ex-boyfriend, could it?" Sister Lu tilted her head and took a sip of wine. "Actually, yes." Zhao Yi didn't know how to respond for a moment. "I still have an unsettled grudge with him." "Then shouldn't you just go find him directly?" Sister Lu stared at the wineglass with a desolate expression. "He's dead." Zhao Yi asked curiously, "How did he die?" "I killed him." Zhao Yi reached out and rubbed his chin. "Why?" Sister Lu asked back. "Are you trying to investigate me?" Feeling he had asked too much, Zhao Yi rubbed his nose somewhat awkwardly. "Sorry, professional habit." Sister Lu let out a light laugh and then tilted her head back against the chair. The Angel of Oblivion had dealt with thousands of the most dangerous and terrifying psychiatric patients in the Maple Kingdom and successfully cured their psychological trauma, turning them into completely normal people. She asked with a melancholy full of private thoughts, "Since you're so capable, can you help cure me?" Zhao Yi looked at her seriously. "To be honest, your illness is hard to cure." Sister Lu looked at Zhao Yi, her expression unchanged. "You haven't even asked what illness I have. Although there are many intractable diseases in psychology, in reality, the hardest to treat are people like you who don't seem ill. To summarize in my words, your sobriety syndrome is even harder to treat than a mental illness." It seemed Zhao Yi truly saw through her condition. Sister Lu leaned forward. Only then did she put away her arrogance and ask Zhao Yi sincerely, "Dr. Zhao, you can definitely cure me, right?" He pondered for a moment. "I'll need some time." It seemed Zhao Yi truly could treat her illness. "The thing I lack least is time. If you can cure me, I can give you a precious gift as a reward." Although he couldn't be 100% sure he could cure her, Zhao Yi was very interested in such severe cases. He stood up. "All right, I'll think of something." Sister Lu also responded composedly. "Then thank you in advance, Dr. Zhao. As for later, Shang Pibang won't dare to look for trouble with you directly in the great world, but you'll have to handle the dangers in the dungeons yourself." Zhao Yi didn't mind. "If there's nothing else, I'll head out first." Sister Lu sipped her wine, signifying she wouldn't see him out. After leaving Sister Lu's room, Zhao Yi walked leisurely alone in the quiet corridor. Suddenly, a girl waiting at the end of the corridor gave Zhao Yi a start. It was Tianchen. The little girl held her bear, her eyes flashing with a light of joy. "Big brother Zhao, it's great that you're okay." Zhao Yi walked over quickly with concern. "Tianchen, why are you here?" The little girl innocently held the bear up before her. Nini said you were in danger and told me to come check." Looking at the pure and innocent girl before him, Zhao Yi couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Zhao Yi reached out and patted the teddy bear's head. He gently rubbed Tianqian's head and said softly, "Thank you." Tianqian was also very happy. "It's nothing. Nini is very happy to see you're okay. By the way, it's late. Fang Bai made some good dishes. Let's go eat in his room." Zhao Yi agreed casually. "Alright, let's go together." And so, the tall and the small figures talked and laughed as they walked. At the dining table, Fang Bai opened a can of water and handed it to Zhao Yi. "Big brother Zhao, Shang Pibang didn't do anything to you, did he?" He reached out to take it and answered briefly. "No," Zhao Yi asked Fang Bai while pouring water. "You were the one who told Sister Lu, right? I was very worried when I saw you were taken away. I don't have a background or much ability, so I could only ask the guild bosses for help. Only Sister Lu and one other person live on the 7th floor. I knocked for a long time and no one opened. Fortunately, Sister Lu is quite kind-hearted, otherwise you might not have escaped today." Zhao Yi gently raised the glass in his hand toward Fang Bai. "Thanks." He then followed up by asking if there was any news regarding the newly opened world task. Bai Shujie reported that all 6 teams dispatched had been wiped out. With Aseka people per team, that was a total of 36 casualties. Zhao Yi appeared somewhat preoccupied. He stared at the water in his hand and sighed inwardly, so obedient. Fang Bai continued, "The corpses of the deceased were discarded haphazardly in Block G. Their deaths were extremely gruesome, to the point where they were almost unrecognizable as human, as if they had suffered immense terror and agony before dying. The worst part is that no information was sent back from the dungeon, so no one knows what the situation is like inside." Zhao Yi drained his glass, set it down, and asked the two if they were going. Otherwise he would go alone. Fang Bai and Bai Shujie were momentarily embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Fang Bai lowered his head and spoke sincerely. "Brother Zhao, to be honest, I want to be as decisive as you. After all, that's 2 talent points. But the mortality rate of this task is terrifying. If I fail," before he could finish, Bai Shujie also stammered, "Me too." Zhao Yi turned to ask the little one beside him who was feasting, "Does Tianqian want to go?" The little girl was happily chewing her food and replied indistinctly, "Going." Zhao Yi gently reached out and removed a stray grain of rice from Tianqian's face. Bai Shujie was lost in thought. As she watched Tianqian, she found herself stunned. She gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, "Even a girl like Tianqian dared to go?" Bai Shujie felt she was being too weak and cowardly, so she set down her bowl and slammed her chopsticks onto the table. She slapped the table as she stood up and said loudly, "I've changed my mind, I'm going too." Fang Bai happily raised his glass. "Since everyone has decided, let's have a toast. I wish everyone success." They raised their glasses together in high spirits. By the time the meal ended, it was late, and the sky had turned a deep blood-red color, looking exceptionally eerie. At platform 3, Tianqian, Zhao Yi, and Bai Shujie had already arrived at the ticket gate. The little girl and Zhao Yi remained very calm, but Bai Shujie was somewhat terrified. Her heart went cold as she looked at several corpses on the ground. The surroundings were extremely desolate, with almost no one else around except for the 3 of them. System notification: welcome to platform 3. Entering the train of resentment requires 5 to 9 people. Please form a team yourselves. Hearing the notification, Bai Shujie asked, "Brother Zhao, the task requires 5 people, but we only have 3. What should we do?" Zhao Yi replied flatly, "The task entrance is at carriage 1. Let's go in first and see." Over there, things were in chaos, with someone shouting, "Don't run, don't lose your composure just because many people died. Those are 2 talent points, you can't just skip the task because you're afraid." They were busy trying to encourage and mobilize others when they saw Zhao Yi approaching, which left the other 2 very surprised. Among the 3 walking over, the leader seemed to be the top of the rookie list. Zhao Yi. A rat-faced man greeted him happily. "Hello, Zhao Yi, are you here for the task? Team up with us, I promise we won't hold you back." The girl beside him let out a biting snort. "Sycophant." Zhao Yi also walked forward with a smile. "We'd be glad to, but I wonder if your teammates have any objections?" The bald man was overjoyed. "No objections, no objections, come over quickly." The other 2 also expressed their agreement. The 7 people formed a circle, and the team was assembled. A blue light quickly enveloped them. System notification: welcome everyone to the world task, Train of Resentment. Good luck to all. At this moment, Zhao Yi was in a state of unconsciousness. He struggled to open his eyes, his forehead beaded with sweat. After an unknown amount of time, he found himself sitting alone in a carriage. Outside the window, a drizzling rain fell, adding to the gloomy atmosphere. Zhao Yi wasn't fully awake yet and sat there for a while longer. Once he regained full consciousness, he quickly scanned the surroundings to observe the situation. He was sitting in carriage 6 and the silence around him was somewhat frightening. He thought to himself and looked up at the numbering. Was he in carriage 6? Zhao Yi stood up, still maintaining his composed demeanor. He looked around but found no trace of the others. It seemed they had been separated. The primary task now was to check the surroundings to ensure safety. If the dungeon task was for them to eliminate resentment, then they had to figure out what had happened here. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from behind Zhao Yi, as if something were closing in on him. However, Zhao Yi remained calm throughout. He checked the seats row by row and discovered something. That item seemed to surprise Zhao Yi quite a bit, and his expression changed. On one of the carriage seats were several colored pencils, and beside them was an open pencil box. Curious, Zhao Yi bent down and picked one up to examine it. It was a white box that looked very old. The laughter drew closer, but since it didn't sneak attack him, it meant it wasn't dangerous. He would ignore it for now. The pencil box was made of iron, yet it had been crushed into such a distorted shape. This proved that some kind of catastrophe had occurred here. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and casually tossed it back to its original place. Zhao Yi walked forward unhurriedly, wanting to see if there were any other clues. Suddenly, he found something that made him stop and observe. It was an old suitcase with a backpack scattered beside it. Curious, Zhao Yi stared at it for a long time, but having lived in this world for so long, he knew better than to touch strange things randomly. The system immediately issued a warning: this is a high-danger suitcase. Curiosity kills the cat. Do not open it under any circumstances. Zhao Yi opened the nearby backpack to see if there was anything special inside. It was filled with student textbooks, which seemed to be of little value. After finishing, he quickly set down the Chinese textbook and fixed his gaze on the suitcase the system had warned him not to touch. A voice in his mind kept egging him on. Open it, open it. Zhao Yi couldn't help but reach out, wanting to grab the suitcase and open it to satisfy his curiosity. His expression was blank, as if he were hypnotized, while the voice continued to linger in his ear. Just as his hand neared the zipper, half of a human face appeared behind him. She continued to encourage him excitedly. Yes, open it. Unknowingly, his hand had been placed on the zipper, but the movement suddenly stopped. The voice asked in confusion, "Why did you stop? Open it, quickly open it." Zhao Yi revealed a smile that went unnoticed. It seemed he had only been pretending to fall for the trick. Seeing the other party's desperation to have him open the suitcase, he stood up decisively, and then turned to leave without looking back. Zhao Yi was not the type to meddle in dangerous business. A shadow quickly appeared behind him, shouting angrily, "Where are you going? Open it." This ghost was just a child who had recently grown up. He held a teddy bear in his arms and thought through gritted teeth. Damn it, he actually escaped my temptation. Suddenly, Zhao Yi turned back, leaving the little ghost confused. It quietly observed Zhao Yi's actions and found that he seemed to have changed his mind. Walking back to the suitcase, it stood to the side and laughed joyfully. "Put your hand on it." It encouraged him even more excitedly. "Yes, just like that. Open it up." Before it could finish, Zhao Yi suddenly pulled out the knife he carried. He flashed a sinister smile and raised the knife, intending to slash open the suitcase for some unknown reason. This action successfully threw the little ghost into a panic. It didn't understand why Zhao Yi was doing this. He was actually going to slash the box open. The knife in his hand stepped down rapidly. Sinking all the way to the hilt, Zhao Yi pulled it back decisively, and then began a frantic series of stabs against the resentful suitcase. It was finally over. For some reason, blood flowed from the box. After dealing with it, his clothes were also stained with quite a bit of blood. System prompt: you have killed a resentful ghost. Your soul weapon has been strengthened. The slumber of the evil god is being reconstructed, but energy is insufficient. During this repair, you have gained 4 points of strength. The chaotic power of this mental weapon is still somewhat weak. Zhao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. It was finally dead. The little ghost behind him was still in a daze, not understanding what had happened, but seeing Zhao Yi's powerful aura, it began to back away warily. It knew Zhao Yi was not someone to be trifled with, and had unknowingly broken into a cold sweat. It was terrifying. It accidentally stepped on a soda can while backing up, making a significant noise. The little girl turned back in panic to see what she had stepped on. She was even more afraid of being discovered, and cold sweat sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Suddenly, Zhao Yi looked up and turned around, staring at her with a grimacing smile that looked even worse than a ghost. Though a ghost, she was ultimately just a child. She let out a terrified scream. Zhao Yi stood up and slowly walked toward her with a dark expression. She collapsed to the ground, trembling, covering her face with her hands. "You don't come any closer." Although her body was shaking, she sensed that Zhao Yi had no intention of harming her. The little ghost slowly lowered the hands covering its face to look at him. Zhao Yi crouched down, saw its appearance clearly, and smiled. "So it's a little ghost," it pleaded while crying. "I didn't mean to harm you, I was forced to do it too." Seeing it so terrified, he stopped teasing it and pulled something out from the system. It turned out Zhao Yi had helped it fix both eyes of the teddy bear. It froze in surprise, seemingly having a high level of affection for the little girl. Zhao Yi smiled and reached out to rub its head. "Don't be afraid, Big Brother is a good person." With tears still in its eyes, the little ghost looked up at him. "Really? Uncle?" Even though Zhao Yi was still quite young, this little brat was so disrespectful. That uncle really annoyed Zhao Yi. He gripped its neck fiercely. I'll give you one more chance to address me. The poor little ghost was choked until its tongue poked out, and it managed to squeeze out a big brother. That's more like it. He released his hand happily. The poor little girl clutched her neck and hid in a corner, coughing violently from the lack of oxygen. He asked, "What exactly happened on this train?" The little girl appeared very terrified, curling up and clutching her head. Hearing Zhao Yi's question, the little ghost became even more panicked. I can't say," it continued to tremble violently. It is monitoring me. If I say anything, it will definitely know." Seeing the little ghost like this, he asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" It replied, "The teacher's words on page 38 of the textbook taught us not to tell secrets to others randomly. I'm a good child, I can't speak ill." Zhao Yi wondered what kind of teacher taught such things. He looked at the book on the backpack and picked it up to observe. It was the Chinese textbook he had seen earlier, which he thought wasn't anything special. Because time was tight, Zhao Yi decided to store the book in the system first and study it when he had time. After finishing, he stood up and neatly packed the little ghost's things back into the backpack. The little girl stared at his actions while trembling. Zhao Yi handed it the backpack, but it still didn't understand why he was doing this. He spoke gently to the little ghost, "Don't lose your things or you'll be crying again later when you can't find them." The little girl reached out and hugged the backpack in its arms, lost in thought. It watched Zhao Yi's retreating figure with a heavy heart, seemingly wanting to explain something to him. Zhao Yi continued to walk forward unhurriedly and without hesitation. He soon reached the door. Seeing Zhao Yi about to open the door and leave, the hands hugging the backpack began to tremble violently. It squeezed the things in its arms tightly to stay calm. Finally, just as Zhao Yi stepped out the door, it summoned the courage to shout, "Big brother, don't go to carriage 1. Zhao Yi turned back, looked at it with a smile, and made a gesture. "Okay, I got it." The little girl hugged the teddy bear in its arms. It reached out its hand as if it wanted to say more, but ultimately lacked the courage to speak. Tears suddenly burst from its eyes, and the carriage door slowly closed. The little ghost could no longer hold it back, and tears streamed down its cheeks. It just silently watched him leave, weeping. Until the door was completely closed, no one knew what it had actually experienced or what made it so sad. Zhao Yi pulled the book out from the system to study it carefully. He remembered the teacher the little ghost had mentioned, so he tried to flip through the pages to check the content. Sure enough, there was a passage titled Teacher's Words. There were 4 red circled parts in the book with the following content. The monitoring room has the morning paper and the latest map. Starting the train requires diesel. Do not go to the driver's cab. And the content in the last red circle was the most terrifying. It will be watching you at all times. Zhao Yi closed the book and thought to himself, who exactly is it? Or rather, what kind of thing made that little ghost so afraid? Since the little ghost warned him not to go to carriage 1, Zhao Yi chose carriage 5. He stood at the door and thought for a moment before finally pushing it open and entering. It was a mess inside, with several silhouettes gathered together in the distance. It was Wang Shu and Li Miao, cowering by a fire pit with 3 ghosts standing in front of them. Zhao Yi's appearance startled both the ghosts and the humans, and they all looked over in unison. Li Miao froze when she saw Zhao Yi, while Wang Shu showed a fawning expression. "Brother Zhao, you've come just in time. Please save us," the fattest ghost spoke up. "Outsiders are prohibited from participating in the game unless you are willing to bet your life." Zhao Yi propped up his chin, a cunning smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Betting with my life?" Li Miao shouted. "What are you still hesitating for? We're all comrades in the same boat now. It's so selfish of you to stand by and watch." Seeing her being so arrogant, Wang Shu quickly interjected. "This game certainly won't be difficult for you. You can definitely complete it." In truth, Zhao Yi was also curious about what they were playing, so he agreed, "Fine, I'll participate." Li Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Shu inwardly sighed with relief. Luckily, Zhao Yi agreed. If that young lady's temper had offended him, everything would be over. Zhao Yi quickly walked up to the 3 ghosts. "What game? How do you play?" "The game is called Guess, Guess, Guess. Within 10 minutes you must find out the cause of our deaths." The ghost in the middle stated the rules. "You can ask 3 questions. We will not lie, but you must never ask the cause of death directly." It pointed to the other 2. "At the end of the task we will take their arms." Then it pointed sinisterly at Zhao Yi and stated the price of failure. "As for you, you must die." Zhao Yi remained very calm, looking at the ghost with a smile. Not only was he not afraid, he appeared quite relaxed. "Is that so? I understand." Li Miao said irritably. "What kind of attitude is that? Can you be serious? I don't want to lose my arms." Wang Shu also looked pleading. Zhao Yi smiled, thinking to himself, these 2 are certainly not polite at all, and they've already used up most of the questions. Only 1 question left. Think carefully before you ask. Zhao Yi rubbed his chin and soon said, "Fine, then I'll be the one to ask." Subsequently, Zhao Yi put away his playful demeanor and asked solemnly, "Do you long for freedom?" The 3 ghosts were all puzzled, not understanding why he would ask such an irrelevant question. Wang Shu thought to himself, "Are you sick? I already wasted 2 questions, and now you've wasted another." I really don't know how you got first place. Wang Shu felt guilty. If you want to scold him, why bring me into it? Zhao Yi couldn't be bothered with those two and stared at the ghosts with a stern face. Answer me, do you long for freedom? The three ghosts looked at each other and began to sneer, thinking this guy must be crazy to ask such nonsense. They replied in unison, we long for it extremely. One of them clenched its fist, its hand still trembling slightly. Unfortunately, there was no longer any hope for freedom. Zhao Yi smiled with satisfaction. All right, the questions are over. State the cause of our deaths. If you guess correctly, you are temporarily safe. If you guess wrong at this point, the ghost revealed a sinister smile, feeling that Zhao Yi could absolutely not guess it. Wang Shu broke into a cold sweat, biting his lip in terror. Damn it, how could anyone possibly guess that? Li Miao screamed in terror. Don't kill me, it was those two who didn't guess correctly. This has nothing to do with me. The ghosts shared that sentiment. Their hands began to morph into sharp blades. Didn't guess correctly, did you? Then you die together. The three ghosts swiftly turned their hands into lethal weapons. Suddenly, a faint light flickered in Zhao Yi's eyes. He pointed at the fattest ghost and said, when you died you were murdered by someone else. Their goal was to eat your flesh. Then he pointed to the skeletal, emaciated ghost. You died from an asthma attack. There was no medicine on the train and you suffocated to death. Finally, he looked at the third ghost. You committed suicide, howling in despair until the very end. The three ghosts were stunned, unable to fathom how he knew these details. They stared fixedly at Zhao Yi until finally, the suicide ghost announced, you have completed the game. For now, you are safe. Despite being ghosts, they possessed principles and would not go back on their word. Li Miao and Wang Shu were overjoyed, thinking that Zhao Yi truly lived up to his status as the top-ranked rookie. Zhao Yi suddenly reached out and grasped the hand of the suicide ghost, speaking with a profound expression. Thank you. I desire freedom just as much as you do, and I am willing to pay any price for it. Those are my sincere words. The three ghosts exchanged surprised glances. Since their deaths, no one had ever spoken to them this way. Zhao Yi turned his gaze toward the door of carriage 4. He hadn't expected to clear 2 trials so quickly. Zhao Yi suddenly leaned closer to the suicide ghost. Among the three, this one seemed to be the most intelligent. Zhao Yi asked, I want to know what exactly happened on this train. Hearing his inquiry, the ghost was startled. All three ghosts became hesitant and stammered as if this were a secret too difficult to voice. The little ghost from before had even burst into tears of fright when the subject was mentioned. The suicide ghost hesitated for a long time. By the rules, it wasn't supposed to speak. However, perhaps moved by that soulful handshake, it finally spoke. The answers you seek aren't on the train. You must look for them outside. The dull wooden ghost added, but the world outside is dangerous. You need to find a ghost candle to survive out there. Zhao Yi recalled something. The little ghost earlier had warned him not to go to carriage 1. Ghost candles. Zhao Yi deduced silently that the candles he needed were likely located in carriage 1. The three ghosts watched Zhao Yi's retreating figure. Zhao Yi thanked them with a smile and prepared to leave. A hand suddenly shot out and pulled him back. Wait, brother Zhao, where are you going? He replied flatly. To find my own freedom. Li Miao ran over petulantly. If you all leave, what happens to me? Wang Shu shot her a contemptuous sidelong glance, thinking she was not only useless but also suffered from a severe case of princess syndrome. He replied impatiently, you can come with us. Being teamed up with someone like her was truly rotten luck. She refused to stay behind, but when it came time to actually move, she questioned Wang Shu, asking if he was trying to lead her to her death. Wang Shu, clutching Zhao Yi's arm, was momentarily speechless after hearing her words. I finally found a safe refuge. Do you think I'm an idiot? By now, Wang Shu was truly driven to fury and roared directly at her. Then what exactly do you want to do? Everyone is in the middle of a dungeon quest. Do you expect to just sit back and reap the rewards? She responded arrogantly. I'm telling you, since you brought me in here, you're responsible for getting me out. And don't act like you're doing this quest for my sake. If we don't finish the quest, we all die. Wang Shu shook with rage, pointing a finger at her face. He was used to speaking politely and found himself at a loss for words against such a shrew. Seeing him on the verge of exploding, Zhao Yi said calmly, we're leaving regardless. Do as you wish. With that, he walked straight ahead without looking back. Wang Shu hurried to follow him, and the two truly left. Li Miao had no choice. She couldn't stay alone to face those three ghosts. She shouted angrily, wait for me. Upon reaching carriage 4, they heard the sound of singing before they even entered. Zhao Yi and his party pushed the door open. The singing grew clearer, and several figures flickered at the end of the carriage. Tianchen was sitting there. She was the source of the singing, but her expression was different from usual. Zhao Yi walked over and saw that the dark shadows were trembling incessantly. The little girl quickly sensed someone approaching. When she turned and saw Zhao Yi, she broke into a brilliant smile. Brother Zhao. She immediately stood up, clutching Nini, ran toward him and leaned against him. Nini just said you would come to save us, and you actually came. Zhao Yi looked at her in surprise, then stroked her head tenderly, praising her. Good girl, you did very well. The little girl quickly introduced the shadows huddled and shivering in the corner, saying they were passengers of this carriage who had very enthusiastically played games with her just now. Then she pouted sadly and complained, "It's just that they stopped playing halfway through. It's so annoying." Those dark shadows continued to tremble without pause. Tianqian turned her head and mischievously stuck out her tongue. The group screamed in terror. One long-haired woman was so frightened she actually wet herself, shaking uncontrollably. Li Miao looked on with disdain. "What kind of dumb luck does this brat have running into a bunch of spineless cowards like these?" Zhao Yi said nothing, only shooting her a cold glare. She countered, "What, did I say something wrong?" Zhao Yi suddenly looked up at a certain spot, then shifted his gaze away. The other two remained silent. A faint red light flashed in his eyes as he scanned the area like a camera. "It seems these doors can't be opened. The mission doesn't want us taking shortcuts. In other words, the system rules are protecting us." Zhao Yi fell into deep thought. He had to get the ghost candle before he could find a way to leave this train. He looked at the group of cowards wailing on the ground. "All right, stop shaking. I'm taking Tianqian to carriage 1. You guys enjoy yourselves." Hearing that he was taking Tianqian away, the 6 people actually knelt in unison and kowtowed, weeping with gratitude. "You are truly a saint. We kowtow to thank you." The tall and small figures quickly headed for the door. Seeing Zhao Yi leave, Wang Shu immediately made a fawning request to accompany them. Zhao Yi appeared to have no fondness for this rat-faced man. Li Miao looked back at the group still huddled in the corner and spat toward them triumphantly. "Pa, a bunch of cowards." She didn't notice that the group had already reverted to their true ghost forms. Her spit landed right on the head of one of them. The female ghost gnashed her teeth in rage, snapping her head around to stare fixedly at her. The other ghosts also turned to look at Li Miao in unison. Li Miao shrieked in terror, her foot slipping as she lost her balance. As a result, she fell flat on her face. Coincidentally, someone was standing right behind her at that moment. Li Miao turned her face and ended up slamming her head into Wang Shu's rear as he walked in front. She pulled her head away, her face deathly pale. Zhao Yi asked what happened, and Wang Shu, blushing, said it was nothing. Zhao Yi smiled slightly. "Then let's keep moving." Subsequently, Zhao Yi encountered Wenlong and Bai Shujie in carriage 2, and found Qin Shufang in carriage 3. Each of them had completed the malicious ghost games in their respective carriages. Before the door marked with the number 1, all 7 people were accounted for as they stepped into carriage 1 together. Several bizarre human heads were arranged on a table. A candle was stuck into the forehead of each of those heads. A headless girl appeared before everyone. "Welcome aboard Midnight Train 19, Wenlong was startled, asking with a pale face. "Speak quickly. What game do we have to play?" she explained. "There is no game in this carriage. Previously, you were assigned to 5 different carriages. Completing the games allowed you to discover hidden clues. Next, you can use those clues to explore further. There are 6 ghost candles here. Once a ghost candle leaves a skull, it can only burn for 1 hour. During this time, the person holding the candle will not be attacked by other ghosts on the train. Ghost candles can also, to an extent, dispel the darkness outside the train, causing the extremely fierce spirits in the dark to view you as one of their own. Of course, this doesn't mean they will never attack you." Several candles flickered out. The headless girl raised a hand. "When all the ghost candles have burned out, the seal on the driver's cab behind me will open." Wenlong asked what would happen when the seal opened, and she replied, "Nothing major, just that the conductor and another unspeakable guest will emerge from within." Bai Shujie spoke up. "It sounds like both the conductor and that guest are extremely dangerous. It's best not to let them out," the headless girl warned. "Additionally, I must remind you all that the door to carriage 1 is the only exit on train G19 that can be opened. Once you choose to open it and go out, the things outside might also come in. All right, you may now begin distributing the ghost candles." She stared at the candles on the table for a moment. Bai Shujie quickly noticed the anomaly. "But there are 7 of us." Wenlong thought for a moment. 7 people, but only 6 candles. Only those holding a candle were protected. In other words, we must abandon 1 person. That goes without saying. The best choice is to abandon the oldest woman. Everyone turned their gaze toward Qin Shufang. She pulled something from her pocket, then stepped back a few paces threateningly. "I must have a ghost candle. If I don't get one, I will kill everyone who has one." Zhao Yi smiled to himself. "This old lady is ruthless." "Interesting." Wenlong asked in terror. "Ma'am, what are you doing? Weren't we just discussing this?" Wang Shu also chimed in tremulously. "Exactly. Even though you're up there in years, you're still a member of the team. How could we abandon you?" Qin Shufang countered. "Then how do you plan to distribute them?" The question struck right at the heart of everyone's selfish schemes. Bai Shujie asked Zhao Yi if he had a good solution. Zhao Yi broke the deadlock. "No matter how we distribute them, 1 person will be left without a ghost candle. But if we change our perspective, it works. Regardless of how the remaining candles are split, anyone leaving the carriage to look for clues outside must have one." Wang Shu seized the opportunity to say, "I think Brother Zhao is absolutely right. Those who contribute to the team should have priority in using the ghost candles. Wen Long followed suit. Li Miao sneered. Who knows if he's contributing to the team or just wants to grab a candle and run. I think he just wants one for himself. And he's just too embarrassed to speak first, so he's making excuses. While Li Miao was mid-insult, Zhao Yi reached into his pocket with an indifferent expression. You're right, he suddenly pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Li Miao's legs. Her legs were instantly bloodied and she fell backward. She screamed for help in terror. Wen Long broke into a cold sweat, never expecting Zhao Yi to have a gun, especially a shotgun. Wang Shu was baffled. Such a gun cost several thousand points in the shop. How did this newcomer get his hands on it? Zhao Yi put away the gun, walked over to Li Miao, knelt down and mocked, "Oh my, look at you, girl. How could you be so careless and break your own legs like that?" The three behind him froze in place upon hearing this. Zhao Yi scratched his face. She wailed, pointing at Zhao Yi and saying he was a murderer, telling everyone to stop him. The group ignored her completely. Wang Shu smiled sinisterly. Even if Zhao Yi really killed her, we wouldn't stop him. With one person dead, there are just enough candles to go around. Zhao Yi's gaze turned cold, filled with murderous intent. Stop screaming. I'm going to perform surgery on you. I won't kill you. But if you struggle too much and I accidentally puncture your throat and cause a massive hemorrhage, don't blame me. She trembled and begged for mercy. Li Miao let out a blood-curdling wail. Zhao Yi took out a pair of scissors and slammed them into her mouth. Instantly, blood sprayed from her mouth. The scissors in Zhao Yi's hand were dyed red. Her teeth and tongue fell to the floor. Li Miao could only let out whimpering sobs. Zhao Yi comforted her. All right, stop crying. I'll help you stop the bleeding. As long as you don't talk, you won't die. What a shame, he threatened. A lovely girl just broke her legs and lost her teeth and tongue because she was careless. I hope none of you make such a basic mistake. Wang Shu's face turned deathly pale. He thought to himself that this guy was terrifying. Wen Long swallowed hard, feeling that this man was extremely dangerous. Anyone else would at least give a warning before acting, like unzipping their pants before taking a leak. But this Zhao Yi was something else. He didn't even unzip, he just let it fly without a sound. Who could stand that? Qin Shufang watched Zhao Yi and mused silently. The guild's information was correct. This person must not be left alive. However, for the sake of the current mission, she would not act yet. Zhao Yi reached out and took a candle. All right, I'm taking a ghost candle out now. Zhao Yi raised the candle. Bai Shujie took one as well and followed. I'll go with you, Wen Long also urged. Let the three of us go out together. You can split the remaining three among yourselves. The headless girl began to open the gate. She took out a lock and invited everyone to enter. Zhao Yi stepped in calmly, with the other two close behind. Bai Shujie asked, Brother Zhao, do you have any thoughts about this mission? Zhao Yi countered, didn't you get any clues in the previous carriages? Wen Long was puzzled. What clues? Bai Shujie rested her chin on her hand and thought. I just played jump rope with a bunch of little ghosts. There didn't seem to be any special clues. Did you find something? Wen Long speculated. I've got it. It seems we're supposed to find some kind of monitoring room. Zhao Yi walked toward the door labeled monitoring room. This station had been abandoned for untold years in this chaotic world. Many parts were long since in ruins. He looked back and said, Mo family village isn't a small place, so the station was built quite large. If our ghost candles only burn for an hour, we must find a map first to avoid wasting time. Bai Shujie was confused. But what do we do after we find the map? Wen Long offered a suggestion. I think the way to complete the mission lies outside the station, so we need a map to find more information. Zhao Yi expressed his agreement. Exactly. The mission requirement is to eliminate the resentment. First, we have to figure out what the resentment on the train actually is and how it was generated. Only by finding out what happened back then, and clarifying the conflicts, can we complete the mission. I asked several monsters on the train, and none of them dared to bring up what happened back then. This proved that something extremely terrifying existed on the train. Though we couldn't see it, it was constantly monitoring every corner of the station. Zhao Yi explained, so we can't investigate inside the train. We have to look for clues outside, such as recordings, notes, newspapers, or accounts from ghosts. Bai Shujie nodded in understanding. Wen Long looked around, and after observing for a while, determined that since the station was already built, the monitoring room should be in that direction. Zhao Yi immediately took the lead to investigate. Bai Shujie hid behind a wall, guessing that the monitoring room was right around the corner. Suddenly, a voice from out of nowhere barked a curse, startling the two and turning their faces pale. One of Zhao Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and the system immediately displayed the target's information. Security ghost. Extremely dangerous, no weaknesses. Don't be fooled because its eyes are open. It is actually sleeping. Unless it suffers a massive impact or injury, it will not be forcibly awakened. Most of the nearby ghosts are afraid of it. If discovered, please flee as quickly as possible. Zhao Yi revealed a sinister smile, which made Bai Shujie feel a surge of panic. What is this guy smiling at? What is he up to now? Seeing Zhao Yi approach, Wen Long quickly warned, be careful. This ghost is fierce, it will attack us. Zhao Yi brought the candle close to the security ghost's face and explained calmly, no it won't, it's already asleep. Wenlong wondered how he knew. Zhao Yi casually reached out and plucked one of its nose hairs. Zhao Yi gave a forceful yank, causing the security ghost to startle violently. The other two shouted in terror, you woke him up? Zhao Yi reassured them. It's fine, he's not awake yet. They breathed a sigh of relief, and Wenlong asked, how are you so bold? Zhao Yi reminded him, don't talk nonsense, I've been very timid since I was a child, that's why I'm so cautious. After hearing Zhao Yi's words, Wenlong nearly choked on his own saliva. This was cautious enough to pull someone's nose hairs. Wenlong could only let it go, thinking that as long as the ghost hadn't woken up it was fine, and prepared to open the door. He gripped the handle and turned it for a while, but the door wouldn't budge. Wenlong turned back to look at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, the door is locked. Wenlong was stunned by the sight before him. Holy crap, what on earth are you doing? Zhao Yi replied calmly, can't you see? I'm undressing him. Wenlong instinctively took a few steps back, muttering under his breath, maybe we should run, this guy is pushing his luck too far. The security ghost is definitely going to wake up in a bit. Bai Shujie didn't seem to agree with Wenlong's suggestion. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, was getting more into it, huffing and puffing as he stripped the monster's clothes off. The security ghost was now down to nothing but a pair of boxers. She thought that even though it was a ghost, that specific area would still be very sensitive. Zhao Yi was being so aggressive that he really might wake the ghost up. Shujie quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Big brother, enough, stop undressing him. Let him be. We have business to attend to. Only then did Zhao Yi listen. She let out a long sigh of relief. Wenlong asked puzzled, wait boss, we only need the key. Why did you strip him bare? Zhao Yi rummaged through the pile of the security ghost's clothes and found a key. He casually tossed the clothes to Wenlong, telling him to put them on. Wenlong looked utterly confused. If that's the case, why don't you wear them? Zhao Yi explained. I'm too thin, it wouldn't look right. Your build is similar to the security ghost's. Put on his clothes and with the scent on them. Zhao Yi casually took the ghost's nightstick and grabbed the security ghost's hand. Handing the nightstick to Wenlong, he said, hold this tight. Hit anyone you see. System prompt, you have obtained the item Foul Wraith Nightstick. Originally just an ordinary nightstick, this security ghost particularly enjoyed using it to poke other ghosts in the buttocks. Every time it saw the pained and contorted expressions of other ghosts, it would feel immense satisfaction using it to alleviate the inferiority complex caused by its own dysfunction. Effect: damage increased by 500 when hitting the buttocks. Hitting the back door is guaranteed to deal 10x fatal damage. Note, serious warning to certain mentally unstable players. Do not attempt to put such foul items into your inventory to take out of the dungeon. Wenlong's face turned deathly pale, and he tightly covered his nose. This weapon looked imposing and dominant, but it turned out to be a specialized backside poking stick. Zhao Yi stood at the door. All right, let's go in, we don't have much time. Bai Shujie also covered her nose. Stay away from me. Zhao Yi inserted the key into the lock and turned it. He pushed the door open and the three filed in. A chilling, horrific atmosphere instantly pressed in from all sides, and they had to rely on the flickering red light of the ghost candle for a faint glimmer. Not far away, swarms of ghostly figures were wandering about. The stench of rotting corpses filled the air. Bai Shujie and Wenlong looked around nervously. Facing so many ghosts, the best course of action should have been to turn and run. Zhao Yi, however, remained exceptionally calm, a confident smile curling his lips. Then, pretending to be in a towering rage, he pointed at the group of ghosts and began cursing them out, ordering them to take off their pants immediately. He shouted for them to stick their rears out and stand facing the wall for an inspection by the boss. His teammates were scared silly by this maneuver. Zhao Yi's voice echoed through the room, quickly attracting the attention of the specters. They swarmed toward them with murderous intent. Wenlong trembled all over, screaming, he's insane, he actually dares to speak to them like that. Surprisingly, the group of ghosts actually obeyed, lining up in a long queue and turning to face the wall one after another. Before everyone could react, rows of purplish rears were exposed. This group of demons and monsters actually listened to Zhao Yi. One by one they dropped their pants and bared their backsides. A truly nauseating scene. Wenlong was so shocked his jaw dropped. Seeing him still dazed, Zhao Yi gave a smug smile and urged Wenlong to go hit their backsides. He didn't forget to remind him to strike hard, with precision and stability, so as not to blow their cover. Wenlong had no choice but to raise the nightstick. His eyes were filled with utter confusion at this bizarre situation. Sweating profusely, Wenlong turned back to ask Zhao Yi one more time, wanting to confirm if he really had to personally hit the ghost's rears. Zhao Yi narrowed his cunning eyes and asked his tall teammate, do you want to disobey orders? Wenlong swallowed hard. Fine, I'll do it. He raised the nightstick high over his head, staring at the first rounded purplish rear with a complicated expression. With a loud thwack, Wenlong clenched his teeth and used all his strength to lash the ghost backside. Instead of getting angry, the ghost couldn't help but let out a piercing yet enjoyable groan. The remaining monsters also turned their heads to observe this first pioneer to be struck. Seeing the guy trembling all over and panting heavily, they actually revealed satisfied smiles, their eyes full of anticipation for their own turns. Seeing the reactions of this group of masochists, Wen Long's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What's so enjoyable about this? He then ordered them to keep their heads down and stop looking. Though chaotic, the scene was under control and no problems had arisen yet. Zhao Yi took the opportunity to head to the computer to look for clues. Hearing this, Xu Jie also volunteered to accompany him. A moment later, the two arrived in the computer room. The room was empty and eerily silent, but the equipment was still running. Zhao Yi placed the half-burned ghost candle on the table. He chose a computer and sat down, carefully tapping the keyboard to search. He quickly found the overall floor plan of the station. Xu Jie stood by, frowning as she looked at the plan, which displayed detailed dimensions and information for every area. Suddenly, she noticed something wrong. Leaning closer to the screen, she asked in confusion, "Why does the floor plan only mark the height data for all the buildings? Shouldn't a normal drawing also have front elevations?" Hearing this, Zhao Yi attempted to continue his investigation. The results showed that the data did not exist. She cursed softly in frustration. Is this architect sick or something? He would rather cram the floor plan with height data than draw a single front elevation. Zhao Yi stopped moving and fell into thought. These indicators had to be useful and needed to be memorized. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him. Wait, in the diagram just now, why was the underground warehouse the only one without data? Zhao Yi sensed an anomaly and said flatly that something was wrong. Bai Shujie tilted her head curiously. "What's wrong?" He pointed at the map and explained. "In this station, only the underground warehouse is on level B1. Nowhere else has a basement. Building a specific B1 level just for a warehouse seemed completely unnecessary in the design." Zhao Yi ordered her to go collect all the relevant newspapers and bring them back. Shujie took her orders and hurried off to search, leaving him alone in thought. Could that ghost have meant this? Zhao Yi's gaze instantly became cold and sharp. If that was the case, he seemed to have understood the core danger of this game. A few minutes later, Shujie returned clutching a large stack of old and new newspapers. She said this was the total collection of newspapers gathered from all the offices. Zhao Yi took the newspapers with satisfaction. Now it was time for them to leave. In the other room, Wen Long happened to finish smacking the last ghost. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief, the expression on his face actually shifting from initial resistance to enjoyment. It seemed he had used the opportunity today to take revenge on the ghosts that usually bullied him, feeling extremely satisfied. Just then, Zhao Yi returned and signaled Wen Long to retreat immediately. Wen Long, still wanting more, pressed to know if he had found any clues. Zhao Yi didn't elaborate, only requiring the three of them to move to a new location first. A while later, after they had settled in another spot, Wen Long raised his hand like a schoolboy to ask a question. "Why are we sitting in a circle in the women's restroom, swapping intel around a pile of ghost candles? Isn't this scene a bit too bizarre?" Zhao Yi replied in a whisper, feigning mystery. "Good question. Next time try not to ask it." This unexpected answer left both Wen Long and Shujie stunned. To avoid wasting any more time, Zhao Yi retrieved a secret manual from the void and flipped through it page by page. It recorded top-secret information that not just anyone could know. Only after turning to a key page did Zhao Yi explain that he had gone to great lengths to get these clues in Carriage 6. The paper was filled with scattered and eerie notes. For example, diesel is needed to start the train, entering the control room is strictly prohibited, along with several difficult-to-explain supernatural warnings. Wen Long was utterly confused after reading them. "That's not right. Isn't our goal to eliminate the resentment on the train? Why mention starting it?" Bai Shujie added in confusion. "Could this be a trap intentionally set by the system to mislead us?" Zhao Yi quickly dismissed the idea and pulled out another newspaper for them to see. It was news about a horrific accident from years ago. A black storm had suddenly swept through Mo family village. The day after the storm, monsters appeared everywhere in the village. They were cruel and bloodthirsty, of bizarre forms, and always appeared accompanied by black fog, their origins unknown. They stayed hidden in the darkness and could only operate in specific areas. Anyone dragged into the black fog would be assimilated into a terrifying monster just like them. When the news spread, it caused a massive riot. Fortunately, there were still 3 trains at the station that could carry those without cars away from Mo family village to Gushwen town. Morning papers and electronic newspapers summoned most of the villagers. They crowded into the station, determined to board the last train to leave that horrific place. Wen Long suddenly had a realization after hearing this data, connecting all the clues together. The station originally had 3 trains, but now only 1 remained. This meant the other 2 had safely reached Gushwen town, and the one left behind was the doomed train where the accident occurred. Seeing that Wen Long understood, Zhao Yi expressed deep agreement. He suspected that the accident from back then was the source of the resentment, so the 3 of them had to figure out exactly what that accident was. Wen Long nodded repeatedly. Zhao Yi fell into thought again. The information in the recorder showed that Sun Baba was also on the train to Gushuen town at that time. Could it be this very one? Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. The three instinctively looked at each other. The sound was like a heavy damp object being dragged across the floor, making a harsh scraping noise. The sound grew closer, seemingly moving in their direction. The stench of a corpse, accompanied by a thick murderous aura, quickly filled the women's restroom. Bai Shujie gripped her ghost candle, staring tensely at the door. Is someone coming? Next, the door creaked open and an old woman dressed as a cleaner walked in. She looked surprisingly kind, except for one eyeball that had fallen out and was hanging down. It turned out the sound from before was the noise of her mopping the floor. She immediately spotted the man wearing the security captain's uniform. Not only did this old woman look kind, but she was also incredibly timid. Thinking Wenlong was the original security captain, she was so scared she turned and ran, leaving even her weapons behind. Seeing this, Zhao Yi came up with a plan and immediately shouted for her to stop, scaring the old woman into a shiver. He warned her with false bravado that the person sitting next to him was the new security captain. If she dared to run, he'd have the captain beat the crap out of her with that stick. The old woman stopped in her tracks, turned around and cried out, "Please don't hit me." Wenlong took the opportunity to put on an authoritative air, huffing like a water buffalo as he ordered the old woman to come and sit down. The old woman practically crawled over and sat, looking ready to take orders at any moment. Zhao Yi immediately switched to a friendly, smiling face to reassure her. "Don't be nervous, Grandma. The new captain just wants to ask you a few questions." He also didn't forget to warn her in a cold voice that she must speak the truth, making the poor woman tremble. He then slowly asked what exactly happened in this train back then. After hearing this, the woman suddenly clutched her head and shook, claiming in terror that she knew nothing. Seeing this, Wenlong brandished the nightstick in his hand as a threat, barking a question as to whether she wanted a beating to force her to speak. But the old woman continued to clutch her head tightly, shouting excitedly that she couldn't say even if she were beaten to death. Facing this situation, the three could only look at each other, unsure of what to do. Zhao Yi frowned privately. It seemed his deduction was correct. Even here, it was monitoring them at all times. He changed the subject and asked where the diesel was. Only then did the cleaning woman calm down slightly, saying the station originally had a gas station, but it was a bit far away. But later, for some reason, the gas station was demolished during station renovations. She added timidly that there were still several barrels of diesel in the basement, but the manager there had an eccentric personality. If they wanted to get diesel from him, it would likely be very troublesome. After hearing this, Zhao Yi waved his hand to signal she could go. The old woman felt as if she had been granted a grand amnesty and fled at top speed without looking back. Before Shujie and Wenlong could even react, she was gone. The two didn't understand why Zhao Yi let her go so easily, and Shujie still felt the cleaner had utility value. Zhao Yi calmly picked up his ghost candle and stood up. He said it was no longer necessary. The basic mission route had emerged. Wenlong and Shujie looked at each other, utterly confused. The two also quickly grabbed their ghost candles and followed. As they walked, they asked what this so-called basic route was. The three headed toward the basement. Zhao Yi walked ahead and explained that the resentment on the train came from the grudges of the passengers before their deaths, and what they needed to do was leave this place. Therefore, to eliminate the resentment, they had to start the train. Starting the train required at least 3 essential conditions. First, the conductor must be in the driver's cab to control the locomotive. Second was to go to the underground warehouse to get diesel. At this point he stopped. Wenlong, anxious, stamped his feet and pressed. And the third, Zhao Yi continued walking, saying he couldn't say more. Wenlong immediately shut his mouth. Shujie looked around vigilantly. Was there really some ghostly thing monitoring them all the time? Zhao Yi's lips curled as he confirmed that the good news was it hadn't fully awakened yet. He then added in an extremely cold tone that once it wakes up, they will all die. As they spoke, the group had arrived at the underground warehouse area. Shujie said worriedly that the cleaner had just mentioned the warehouse manager had a very bad temper. Is it really okay for us to just barge in like this? Zhao Yi reassured her that the reality was quite the opposite. He explained unhurriedly that if they knew who was monitoring them, they would understand that the underground warehouse was actually the safest place. The two were left even more bewildered. Why is that? Suddenly, a series of chaotic screams erupted from upstairs, drawing everyone's attention. Zhao Yi quickly did a mental calculation and reached a conclusion. Time was almost up. He turned back abruptly and told Wenlong in a tone that brooked no argument to hide inside the car immediately. The faster, the better. Wenlong froze, puzzled. Wait, am I the only one who has to hide? Zhao Yi was in no hurry to answer. Instead, he reached into the void and pulled out a long-barreled weapon. With a crisp clack, he chambered a round. It was a high-grade shotgun. He handed the gun to Wenlong, then gave a faint smile, confirming that the security ghost had already awakened. He brazenly framed Wenlong, claiming that not only had Wenlong stripped the ghost's clothes and stolen its nightstick, but he had even plucked its nose hairs. "It will never let you go," Zhao Yi warned. "Right now only the rules can save your life. You must run back to the station as fast as possible, get the ghost candle, take off those clothes and return everything else to it." Terrified into incoherence, Wenlong still managed to muster enough logic to retort, "Didn't you do all of that yourself, Zhao Yi?" Zhao Yi ignored his protest, thrusting the gun into his hands and sternly warning him that there was no time left. He told Wenlong he was lending him the weapon for now. At the same time, he repeatedly urged him to find a way to save at least a little bit of the ghost candle, no matter what. "Save as much as you can, don't let them burn out," he stressed. Wenlong's face was deathly pale, his lips trembling as he tried to speak, but the monster's roar erupted again. So fierce it seemed to pierce through the thick walls, cutting their argument short. The ghost was now completely naked, save for a pair of boxers with a baby chick pattern covering its modesty. It turned back with an angry howl, searching for anyone daring enough to cross its sight. Seeing his teammate still hesitating, Zhao Yi, acting as the team leader, pressed a hand onto Wenlong's shoulder to urge him on, scaring him out of his wits. "The security ghost has already reached the lobby. If you want to live, do exactly as I said." With no other choice, Wenlong fled, tears and snot streaming down his face in anger, clutching the two weapons as he ran without looking back, cursing Zhao Yi for being a jinx. He vowed that after Zhao Yi died, he would go to his grave and frantically steal his altar offerings. Bai Shujie watched his receding figure with concern and asked softly, "Will he die?" But Zhao Yi only gave a half-serious smile. "Theoretically, no. While the security ghost is extremely powerful, its movement speed is limited." Zhao Yi reminded both himself and Bai Shujie to hurry, as the ghost candle only had 1 hour of burning time left. All preparations had to be finished within this hour. Once the train started, they wouldn't have another chance to check for flaws. Zhao Yi and Bai Shujie ventured deeper into the dark, damp warehouse area. The echoes of their leather shoes hitting the floor rang out in the bone-chilling silence, as a murderous aura permeated the air. Bai Shujie suddenly noticed something beneath her feet. The floor here had somehow become sticky, clinging to the soles of her shoes in a disgusting manner. Realizing Zhao Yi had moved ahead of her, Bai Shujie hurried to catch up. A moment later, the two arrived before a massive warehouse door. Timidly, she reached out and pushed it open just enough to peek inside. Through the gap, she could only see some scattered internal parts. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief and say that no one seemed to be inside, a gray-blue half-face suddenly appeared at the gap. Deep within those pitch-black eye sockets were blood-red pupils staring fiercely at the two intruders. Terrified, she let out a scream, pointing frantically and shouting that there was a ghost. She stumbled backward instinctively, but was fortunately caught by Zhao Yi, who held her by the shoulder. His touch made her slightly shy, but he paid it no mind, staring dead on at the ghost while calmly soothing her. "Don't be afraid, it would be abnormal if a place like this didn't have ghosts." He let go of her and walked to the half-open door, knocking politely to greet the warehouse manager. To their surprise, the interior was locked tight with heavy iron chains that an ordinary person could never break. The ghost inside remained agitated, roaring at them to leave and stating that neither they nor their masters were welcome here. Zhao Yi remained calm with a light smile. He had his own ways. He withdrew the ghost candle into the void and revealed his true form so the other party could see him clearly. He stated that they were not slaves to that thing, but merely outsiders. The ghost inside squinted its eyes suspiciously, sizing them up. "Truly outsiders?" Zhao Yi's lips curled. Just as expected, the warehouse ghost was a neutral entity. He then confirmed his previous words, explaining that the ghostly aura from before was merely emitted by the ghost candle to protect them. The ghost fell into a serious, pensive silence. Then the heavy doors were slowly pulled open from within. It seemed the ghost was convinced and allowed them inside for a deeper talk. Bai Shujie walked into the warehouse with her candle, looking around, while Zhao Yi followed beside her. Suddenly she saw a shadow behind them and turned pale with fright. The shadow had chains wrapped around its feet. This was the warehouse ghost. He lit a cigarette and stared at the two while smoking. "You aren't the first group to come looking for me," he said. "A pity." Zhao Yi looked at him. "Don't worry, we'll be the last." Hearing Zhao Yi's confident words, the ghost gave a disdainful snort. "Want to get rich, do you? Go over there. Take it yourselves," it said, pointing to several oil drums at its feet. Bai Shujie wondered why it was so simple. Zhao Yi continued to stare at the ghost with a smile. "We don't just want fuel, we want your help." The warehouse ghost was momentarily confused. "And why should I help you?" Zhao Yi countered. "Don't you want to leave this place?" The warehouse ghost retorted that no one could leave. Although it usually kept its eyes closed, it still kept its wits about it. Zhao Yi held up the ghost candle. There was still a chance before it burned out. The warehouse ghost took a long drag of its cigarette and said nothing more. Bai Shujie listened from the side, completely lost. What are you two talking about? Who exactly is he?" Both Zhao Yi and the warehouse ghost scolded in unison. "Let the grown-ups handle the talking, kids stay out of it." The warehouse ghost blew out a cloud of smoke and said it knew the ghost candle was powerful, but wondered if they had enough to go around. Zhao Yi admitted they didn't. He said one teammate had already headed back and seemed reliable enough to follow orders and save a bit. The warehouse ghost still shook its head, saying there wasn't enough time. The train was too old and slow, it would take time to leave the station. Once it started, their ghost candles would burn out extremely fast. You won't last long. Zhao Yi placed the ghost candle on the table. He said to the warehouse ghost, "That is why I came to you. You can help us buy some time." The warehouse ghost was stunned, thinking Zhao Yi was joking. It shook its head. "If I had the ability to deal with it, would I still be forced into this corner? But I am curious, how do you know of its existence?" The old warehouse ghost was puzzled by Zhao Yi's intelligence. The ghosts in the station usually didn't dare mention its name. Zhao Yi found a chair in the warehouse and sat down, explaining that he had discovered a digital map in the monitoring room. Though it was a top-down view, it was marked with the vertical data for all the internal equipment. Using that data, I reconstructed the station in my mind. When the image of the entire station took shape, I was surprised as well. Someone actually built this station in the shape of a ghost's head. Zhao Yi had already outlined the entire station in his mind. He crossed his arms and calmly stated his deduction. Combining it with the words of other ghosts, it was monitoring the station because it was actually the station itself. This meant the entire station was built exactly according to the shape of a skull. Furthermore, Zhao Yi discovered that this underground warehouse was extremely bizarre. Beside him, the warehouse ghost and Bai Shujie continued to listen intently. Zhao Yi recalled the diagram of the underground warehouse. Not only was it the only place in the station without height data, but it also looked like a tumor on this ghost head, completely irrational. Zhao Yi made a gesture to make them understand the domineering nature of the station ghost. If it didn't occupy this warehouse, it would be absolutely intolerable. Zhao Yi tapped the table and stated the sole reason: it cannot occupy this place. So, if I'm not mistaken, the reason it couldn't recover in the past was because of your suppression. The warehouse ghost's expression soured, but it remained silent as it listened. Zhao Yi continued, "But when the station underwent maintenance in July, some kind of connection between you was severed, allowing it to successfully escape your control and awaken." The warehouse ghost was shocked because Zhao Yi had guessed everything correctly. Beside them, Bai Shujie also had a sudden realization. No wonder walking on the floor earlier felt like stepping on flesh and blood. She couldn't forget that hair-raising sensation. Realizing something, she asked in a trembling voice, "Does this mean the station ghost is gradually recovering its body?" The thought left her drenched in cold sweat from fear. The warehouse ghost still had its cigarette in its mouth, surrounded by haze. "You guessed correctly. Although its power cannot enter here, I cannot leave the station. Every place in the station except for this underground warehouse is under its surveillance." It told Zhao Yi hopelessly that the moment anyone approached the exit it would wake up. Zhao Yi understood its helplessness and said he had a way. Holding the ghost candle, he said that his and Bai Shujie's burning times were the same. He would leave his candle with the ghost to keep time. When the candle was nearly burned out, he wanted the ghost to leave the warehouse and sabotage the station's main control room, and its eyes, in short, distract its attention as much as possible. Zhao Yi didn't want to completely destroy the station ghost. He only wanted the warehouse ghost to tie it down so they could evacuate. When the station was about to fully recover, the warehouse ghost should immediately board the train and escape with them. Once they broke through the station's range of coverage, they would be free of its control. He patted the warehouse ghost. The warehouse ghost felt this was a plan worth trying. It took the ghost candle but worried that the security ghost would be troublesome. It was the station ghost's most capable lackey. If it truly fought to the death, it could hold them back for a long time. Hearing this, Zhao Yi rubbed his nose guiltily. He told the warehouse ghost not to worry. It wasn't there. The warehouse ghost was surprised. Zhao Yi's expression was somewhat unnatural. He thought of Wenlong, who was still being chased all over the place. Wenlong was terrified, unable to understand why it was still chasing him. "I already gave you back your clothes and nightstick. Why are you still after me?" Zhao Yi reassured the ghost again. "Anyway, it's not here, you can rest assured." Hearing this, the warehouse ghost seemed to find its courage and agreed to Zhao Yi's plan. He lifted a barrel of diesel from the floor, set it aside and sat in a chair. "Fine, I'll tell you everything I know." The warehouse ghost sighed and sat down. When the Mo family village incident first occurred, the villagers frantically fled into the station. The image of the crowd swarming the station surfaced in his mind. They knew that once this train left it would never return. So not only were monsters slaughtering villagers, but a massive amount of internal carnage occurred as well. It turned out this station had once been a place where countless people died wrongly while trying to escape monsters. People killed each other to fight for a spot on the train. They were packed into every carriage. However, the train refused to move. The villagers were extremely dissatisfied with the conductor. Only one last train remained, and the monsters had already chased them from the village to this very spot. "Conductor, start the train." "That's right, why aren't you hurrying up?" The conductor looked back at the people packed into the carriages. He said he would not start the train until his mother was on board. The crowd was furious out of fear of death. Do you want to get all the villagers killed just for your mother? We don't want to die. Start the train. But no matter what they said, the conductor remained silent. One of the men pulled a knife and stepped out from the crowd. He cursed, intending to force the conductor to start the train. The man held the knife to the conductor's neck and threatened, "Start the train or I'll kill you." But the conductor remained stubborn, saying that if they killed him, they would have even less chance of escaping. "I'm absolutely not starting the train until my mother arrives." Although the man was furious, he was helpless, leaving only a warning. Terrified screams erupted from the crowd. Monsters, a massive pitch-black monster appeared at the train door, and the villagers were scared out of their wits, but they knew they had to fight to survive, so they joined forces to resist. Together, they drove the monster out of the carriage. In the distance, an old woman with trembling legs was walking slowly toward them. The crowd also noticed the elderly woman's movement. The man who had just held the knife to the conductor's neck also breathed a sigh of relief. That old bag was finally here. Hearing that his mother had arrived, the conductor looked back and revealed a smile. The man, annoyed that the old lady was walking too slowly, urged her to hurry, and even rushed over to support her. Perhaps he was too impatient. The old woman couldn't keep up and complained, telling him to be gentler. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed by, grabbing the man's leg and giving him a start. He instinctively cursed, "Get lost." Seeing his mother preparing to board, the conductor hurried to the door to assist. But just as he reached the door, he saw the man with the knife push his mother toward a monster. The monster couldn't distinguish between people. Seeing the old woman flying toward it, it devoured her in one bite. The conductor screamed in agony, but it was all too late. After hearing the story about the station, Zhao Yi's face remained expressionless. So did his mother become a ghost? The warehouse ghost nodded in confirmation. Only different from the ghosts you usually see. It lit another cigarette and added, "She was killed by it." People who turn into this kind of ghost lose all memory and consciousness, falling into a state where they know only slaughter. Zhao Yi stood up. "Where is she now?" The warehouse ghost puffed out smoke. "I know what you're thinking. The conductor's mother is his obsession. You want to use her to resolve the conductor's grudge, don't you? But right now, she is nothing but a frantic killing weapon." Furthermore, many fierce ghosts had gathered in the south waiting hall of the station. Going there without a ghost candle was suicide. The warehouse ghost discouraged him and warned of the danger, but Zhao Yi only smiled gently. Zhao Yi looked friendly, indicating he had a way. He pushed 2 oil barrels while Bai Shujie followed behind with a ghost candle. He reached out his hand for Bai Shujie to give him the candle. Bai Shujie shielded the candle and asked, "What about me if I give it to you?" Zhao Yi pushed the barrels and looked at her. The aura of the warehouse ghost remains on this train. The warehouse ghost and the security ghost are equal in strength, so the ghosts on the train won't mess with you. After adding the diesel to the train, use this cart to block the door. This way, the inside of the train will be safe for the time being. The ghost candles can be plugged back into those spots. Just leave one with when long for timing, don't waste them. Bai Shujie was still worried. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Zhao Yi shrugged. "Otherwise I'll push the cart back and you go to the south waiting hall to find the conductor's mother who has regressed into a killing monster." Bai Shujie was dumbfounded. She thrust the ghost candle into his hand. "You'd better go, you're powerful and brave. I'm just a weak woman, I can't do such dangerous work." Having finished speaking, she quickly pushed the 2 oil barrels and fled like the wind. Zhao Yi turned and headed south. After just a few steps he looked down at his feet. His steps felt increasingly sticky, and the path beneath him was getting more and more viscous. The station was about to wake up, he had to hurry. Entering the south waiting hall of the station, Zhao Yi found monsters lying all over the place in every direction. He turned and saw one busy at work. It turned out to have just slit the throat of one of its own kind. A head flew into the air, and Zhao Yi ducked to avoid it. Suddenly he looked toward a corner where a massive monster with several hideous heads was located. In particular, it was devouring its own kind. That monster was none other than the conductor's mother. One of its other heads clamored, "It's my turn, my turn." But the long-haired head that was currently feeding was extremely short-tempered. "Back off, I'm not done playing yet." As the 2 heads bickered, Zhao Yi knelt to observe. He summoned his weapon, gripping it as he waited for the right moment. Sensing an opening, he smiled slightly. The small scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand flew toward the long-haired monster head. With a casual slash, the head was severed from the monster's body. The cut instantly bunched into folds of flesh, which then blossomed outward like a flower. Since they shared a single body, the remaining heads were also affected. They felt an agonizing pain and wailed, "It hurts so much." Zhao Yi continued to watch leisurely, offering only a simple apology. The monster flew into a rage, lunging at Zhao Yi with the intent to kill. Zhao Yi turned to leave, casually picking up the head he had just cut off. "I don't have time to play with you lot, goodbye." Seeing Zhao Yi ignore it, the monster grew even more furious, chasing him desperately, determined to kill him. One head lunged forward, roaring at Zhao Yi and snapping its jaws, but it only managed to snag a few strands of his hair. Discovering he had lost some hair, Zhao Yi grew angry. With the ghost candle clamped in his mouth and his hand rubbing his head, he suddenly saw a red-horned monster appear ahead. He leaped over the creature, causing the head that was still trying to bite him to sink its teeth into the red-horned monster instead. It bit squarely into the red-horned monster's buttocks, causing the creature to let out a scream filled with pain and humiliation. Driven past its limit, the red-horned monster turned back and began to brawl with the large monster. Since they couldn't agree, it devolved into a fight. The large monster wanted to kill Zhao Yi, but no longer had the chance. Having shaken his pursuers, Zhao Yi felt a surge of relief. He sprinted out of the stationary zone. Looking at the nearly extinguished ghost candle in his hand, Zhao Yi realized it wouldn't last much longer. At that moment, he also sensed something abnormal. Looking at the ground, it was incredibly sticky beneath his feet. Zhao Yi accelerated, clutching the head. He could feel the station beginning to awaken. Within the walls, skeletal remains were faintly manifesting. He ran toward the staircase area. He had to get on the train as quickly as possible. As he ran down the stairs, the security ghost happened to be running up. It was rushing toward the control room with a look of terror. Which blind fool is attacking the control room? The master is already displeased. I must hurry and resolve this. Zhao Yi and the security ghost ran in opposite directions, brushing past each other. It sensed something was wrong and turned its head. What was that thing that just ran past? It only saw Zhao Yi's back. Zhao Yi turned and glared at it, scaring it into turning back in a panic. This person is terrifying. Zhao Yi sprinted toward the waiting train. He found the path becoming increasingly viscous. The station ghost seemed to be trying to impede his steps. Bai Shujie watched him from a distance with anxiety, urging him loudly, "Zhao Yi, there's no time, get on quickly." Zhao Yi aimed for the carriage door, accelerated into a sprint and leapt inside, still clutching the ghost head of the conductor's mother. Seeing him enter, Bai Shujie quickly shut the door. Zhao Yi looked toward the table where the ghost candles were placed. 3 ghost candles left. Not bad, better than I expected. When Wenlong saw Zhao Yi, he flew into a rage. "You're finally back, I was just about to." But he suddenly noticed something. The ghost head in Zhao Yi's hand. Seeing the state of things, Wenlong's attitude softened instantly, and he meekly expressed that he was just about to thank him, leaving Zhao Yi feeling bewildered. Zhao Yi asked the people in the carriage if they had encountered any special circumstances during this time. Everyone reported that the ghosts in the station had been very well behaved, showing essentially no hostility toward them, and no terrifying monsters had approached from outside. The effect of the ghost candles was very powerful. Zhao Yi felt this was good. He summoned his weapon and turned to everyone. "Get whatever weapons you have out, it's time to get to work." Wenlong instinctively grabbed Zhao Yi's hand. "Wait a second, didn't the previous clues say we can't enter the control room right now?" At this point, Zhao Yi's hand was already on the door handle, seemingly wanting to tease Wenlong. He pretended not to hear clearly. "What did you say? I can't hear you." Speechless, Wenlong let go. Zhao Yi pushed open the control room door and walked in. The interior was filled with an incredibly horrific aura. 2 heads were faintly visible inside, and Zhao Yi walked in with perfect composure. The people outside looked in and were also stunned by the scene before them. 2 ghosts were locked in a fierce struggle, the scene bloody and horrific. Seeing this, everyone lunged toward the table wanting to take the ghost candles. However, before they could reach them, one person's palm was severed cleanly at the wrist. Blood sprayed and the man turned deathly pale, not yet realizing what had happened. He rolled on the floor wailing, "My hand." Zhao Yi raised his scalpel threateningly. "No one touches the ghost candles on the table or don't blame me for being unkind." Qin Shufang furrowed her brows, saying nothing when suddenly she raised her gun and pointed it at Zhao Yi. "Give me the ghost candles or I'll blow your head off." She didn't seem to fear Zhao Yi at all, maintaining her threat. The situation fell into a stalemate, with Zhao Yi confronting the old woman while Bai Shujie and Wenlong stood to the side. Looking at the 4 ghost candles still burning on the table, Bai Shujie frowned as she watched Qin Shufang threaten Zhao Yi. She clenched her teeth, seemingly reaching a decision. Once decided, she said, "I'm sorry, old lady." Stunned by the words, Qin Shufang had no time to react before a fist slammed into her face. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, Bai Shujie nimbly grabbed her arm and pinned her firmly to the ground. Realizing she had been subdued, the old woman screamed loudly. She struggled desperately to no avail. Her eyes turned blood red with rage, but it only earned her an apology from Bai Shujie. Bai Shujie had decided to place her trust in Zhao Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi expressed his gratitude for her trust. Wenlong, standing behind him, reminded him, "Zhao Yi, stop talking about that. The ghosts in the control room are coming out." The 2 ghosts emerged together in an embrace. One of them spoke. "Who permitted you to open the control room door?" Zhao Yi held up the ghost head of the conductor's mother. He pointed at the ghost head as a threat, scaring the head into a cold sweat. "Start the train." "I'm only saying it once." When the conductor saw the head, he immediately cried out, "Mother?" Zhao Yi stood opposite the conductor clutching the head and told him that his mother was already controlled by this power. To make her return to her former self, the only way was to leave this place. It is about to wake up. If you don't want to see your mother die again, start the train immediately. Zhao Yi's expression was exceptionally serious. After hearing the situation, the ghost conductor understood and immediately agreed. He roared, "I'm taking my mother out of here. Start the train and leave this place." The ghost conductor turned and went back into the control room to start the train. However, things did not go smoothly. The other ghost, who was clutching him tightly, continued to interfere. He was the murderer who had caused the mother's death and turned her into a fierce ghost. He continuously lashed out at the conductor, preventing him from starting the train. He gripped the doorframe of the control room tightly, roaring with resentment. "You want to leave? Back then I let you leave and you didn't, you bastard. Now you want the whole train to die for that old hag?" His words made the ghost conductor tremble incessantly. The evil ghost decided to go down fighting. "No one is leaving today. I'll drag you all to death with me." He refused to let anyone leave the station alive because he himself had died here. Seeing his "take everyone down with me" posture, Zhao Yi told Wenlong to shoot. Wenlong summoned the firearm named Demolition Office and fired. The gun roared, the bullet flying straight toward the ghost, threatening everyone. Wenlong's shot directly blew its head off, leaving it only enough time to let out a final scream. The ghost head instantly vanished into ash. After firing the shot, Wenlong gave Zhao Yi a thumbs up. Zhao Yi seemed to sense something and turned back abruptly, his expression grave. The ghost that had just been headshotted was actually still alive. It roared in fury, "How dare you hit me?" After observing, Zhao Yi realized, due to extreme rage, this ghost has mutated. "I'm going to kill you, all of you." The ghost had transformed into a newborn overlord ghost, which was extremely dangerous. Weakness: unknown. Skills: Twin Peak Ghost Claws, Soul-Stealing Ghost Pupils. Note: killing you is as simple for it as killing a stray dog on the street. Looking at the information displayed on the system panel about this ghost, everyone felt the danger. Zhao Yi told Wenlong to hold it off. "Use whatever system items you have, or we won't have another chance." Suddenly, Zhao Yi sensed an attack coming. He dodged just in time, losing only a few strands of hair. The overlord ghost was completely unharmed. Seeing it couldn't hit Zhao Yi, it shifted its target. It stared at Zhao Yi, finding that he remained unfazed, offering only a slight smile. The overlord ghost grew increasingly furious, its entire body emitting pitch-black smoke. It looked exceptionally eerie. Bai Shujie hid in the back, cold sweat breaking out continuously. Those ghost claws were too terrifying, even a graze would be crippling, if not fatal. Wenlong kept pulling the trigger. "I'll fight you to the death." Bullets struck the overlord ghost repeatedly, but it only sneered, completely unharmed. Seeing this, Wenlong's fear intensified. The shotgun was completely useless. At this moment, the overlord ghost turned its attention to Wenlong and Bai Shujie. Seeing it look over, Bai Shujie was scared out of her wits. The overlord ghost attacked Wenlong, lashing out with its claws. Wenlong couldn't dodge in time, and one of his arms was torn off. Wenlong screamed in terror. The overlord ghost raised its sharp claws again to launch an attack. This time, Wenlong was truly terrified, frantically screaming for help. Zhao Yi leapt up while the overlord ghost was attacking Wenlong and swung his scalpel at the ghost. Whether Zhao Yi did it intentionally or by accident, this strike landed squarely on the overlord ghost's buttocks. It screamed in pain but was helpless. The overlord ghost was shocked that it had actually been injured and wanted to see what kind of thing it was. The intense pain in its body made it wail incessantly. Something had actually grown out of its buttocks. The overlord ghost cursed. Damn it, the thing that had just grown out from under its buttocks looked like a tail. This managed to suppress its surging power. It turned back to Zhao Yi, its eyes filled with resentment. "You damned insect." The overlord ghost cursed. It closed in on Zhao Yi, yet Zhao Yi continued to mock it leisurely. "I will kill you." Zhao Yi stared at the overlord ghost in silence. He summoned the item T-202. T-202 was a syringe. Zhao Yi gripped it and pierced it precisely into his own neck. System prompt: you have used the item D-202 potion, consumable. Description: a project created by a mysterious organization. They took great risks and paid a heavy price, but in the end only half was completed. Effect: dark personality materialization. Note: perhaps you have never truly understood your own heart. Do you know how terrifying the real you is? Both Wenlong and the overlord ghost stared at Zhao Yi. Both seemed to sense that the substance Zhao Yi had injected was extremely dangerous. After the injection, Zhao Yi casually tossed away the empty syringe and looked directly at the overlord ghost. "You're finished." The empty syringe rolled away on the ground. He threatened, "Soon I will turn into a horrific monster. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, crush your bones, and suck your marrow dry." The overlord ghost stared blankly at Zhao Yi. The atmosphere became instantly tense. The surrounding people held their breath, staring at the ghost and Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi revealed a confident smile, while the overlord ghost maintained a defensive posture. Suddenly, Zhao Yi sensed that the drug's effect hadn't kicked in. The overlord ghost was still observing him, its forehead full of question marks. Zhao Yi coughed twice to hide the embarrassment. He rubbed his chin. Well, to be honest, I'm not very satisfied with this T200 experimental product. I'll find a way to complain to their researchers later. Hearing this, the Overlord ghost grew even angrier. Since nothing happened, what are you acting so tough for? It swung its fist at Zhao Yi, intending to kill him. But before the claws could touch him, a cute little ghost suddenly leapt out. She hugged the Overlord ghost's arm tightly. You aren't allowed to hit, big brother. Furious at being obstructed, the Overlord ghost directly tore off both of the little ghost's arms, causing the girl to scream in pain. Then it swung its hand, slapping the little ghost away. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The vicious Overlord ghost stared at her. Little brat, you're as useless as your father. How dare you help an outsider against me? I'll eat you first. It walked toward the girl curled up in the corner. 3 ghosts suddenly appeared from elsewhere, blocking its path. It threatened. You dare to rebel too? One of the ghosts confronted it firmly. No one will stand in the way of our freedom. They all wanted the train to depart, so they stood before the evil and selfish Overlord ghost. The Overlord ghost gave a contemptuous laugh. Hey, just you lot. Seeing this from the outside, Wenlong felt things were going south. They couldn't win, so he had to help. At this moment he summoned the item, Immobilization Talisman, leaped forward with a sprint, and took the chance to slap the paper onto the Overlord ghost's back, causing it to let out a muffled groan. As soon as Wenlong placed the Immobilization Talisman on the Overlord ghost, it froze in place and fell unconscious. Seeing this, Zhao Yi called out to everyone. Now everyone retreat to the back of the carriage. I'll handle things here. Everyone looked at him with concern. Bai Shujie decided to listen to him. She said to Wenlong, trust Zhao Yi. Bai Shujie helped Wenlong retreat, followed by the little girl clutching her Nini bear. The 3 ghosts also followed, carrying the little ghost. At this moment, only Wang Shu, Qin Shufeng, and Li Miao remained in the carriage. The effect of the Immobilization Talisman soon vanished. The Overlord ghost turned its head. Now no one can help you. Are you ready to die? Zhao Yi stepped forward, staring at the Overlord ghost, and asked, what about you? While it wasn't paying attention, he opened the carriage door, and a familiar figure appeared. It was none other than the warehouse ghost. Zhao Yi looked at the Overlord ghost. Are you ready to die? Both surprised and panicked. The Overlord ghost watched as the sinisterly smiling warehouse ghost opened the box on its chest to suck it in. By now it was too late for the Overlord ghost to run. It felt its body being sucked in bit by bit and screamed in agony. My body? But it was to no avail. Zhao Yi asked for the Overlord ghost's head. The warehouse ghost was very confused. What do you want its head for? Zhao Yi joked that he would use it as a chamber pot. This left the warehouse ghost with a forehead full of question marks. Seeing this, Zhao Yi stopped joking and explained, I was teasing you. I just want to kill it with my own hands. The Overlord ghost was gradually absorbed by the warehouse ghost, until only its head remained, dying a truly miserable death. Zhao Yi crouched beside it, ghost aura still radiating from his body. He plunged his scalpel directly into its skull. System prompt. You have killed a newborn Overlord ghost. Soul weapon has been strengthened. Slumber of the evil god is being reconstructed. Progress 0.05. Soul weapon energy is insufficient. Reconstruction failed. Please continue to work hard. During this reconstruction, the host has gained 8 points of strength. Glutton has evolved into Predator. Predator means units wounded by your soul weapon will develop predators at the wound site. Predators will continuously absorb the unit's life force to heal your injuries until the predator is removed or the unit dies. Its strength is related to host Zhao Yi's strength and level. Zhao Yi held the scalpel in his hand. The predator would continuously absorb the target's health to restore his own wounds. Truly excellent. As long as I launch an attack, I can obtain continuous health regeneration. Zhao Yi was very satisfied with this upgrade. He turned back to look at that person. Conductor, start the train. The ghost conductor quickly complied. Zhao Yi smiled at him, but before long his smile froze. Standing on the carriage, he looked toward the station. A mass of red viscous matter was tightly surrounding the train car. Zhao Yi thrust his scalpel into it. The mass reacted instantly to the attack, but it soon began to disintegrate. All the matter surged toward the carriage where Zhao Yi stood. He absorbed it all into his body, remarking, the feeling of absorbing life force is truly excellent. Bai Shujie and Wenlong, who was missing an arm, walked toward him. She looked at him with a look of joy and asked, has the train started? Is it safe now? Zhao Yi immediately dismissed her notion. No, the station has fully awakened. A horrific aura enveloped the carriage. As the train sped away, the station had completely revived, with waves of dark red blood rolling and surging. Beneath the tide, countless white bones broke through the ground. The station ghost had awakened, its eyes radiating a deep blue light as they stared fixedly at the train. The train was charging toward the light, surrounded by a void of blood red. The station ghost watched coldly as the train attempted to flee. Outside, other malicious ghosts were in hot pursuit, and the train was nearing the edge of the light. Those evil spirits continued their frantic chase from behind. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out from below. The station ghost's arm broke through the ground right at the tail of the train, the massive hand sporting razor-sharp claws. The station ghost pressed down firmly on the train with its arm, pinning it in place. The carriages at the rear began to shake violently and collide with one another. Inside, the ghost candles illuminating the surroundings flickered wildly, the tremors making Bai Shujie and Wen Long stumble. Bai Shujie was supporting Wen Long. Zhao Yi and the warehouse ghost stood opposite each other. He looked out the window to observe the situation. Zhao Yi walked to the door to investigate, and the warehouse ghost followed, unsure of what he intended to do. Zhao Yi quickly opened the carriage door and shouted to the ghosts in the rear carriages, "Get to carriage 1 now." Hearing Zhao Yi, the ghosts immediately sprinted toward carriage 1. Meanwhile, the monsters looked on in a daze, glancing at each other in hesitation. One monster asked its kind, "Should we trust a human?" The other monsters still wavered. Once the notification was complete, Zhao Yi shut the door. Done. Zhao Yi glanced sideways at the warehouse ghost and ordered it to disconnect the rear carriages. Upon receiving the command, the warehouse ghost opened the carriage door, sat down and pressed its hands against the floor, erupting with staggering power. The carriages were successfully decoupled. Before the vibrations could reach Zhao Yi's group, the carriage he was standing in had completely disconnected from the rear. The rear carriages were overturned in the tremors. Inside, the violent shaking sent the ghosts into a panic. Dark red blood surged in from the outside. They had no time to react before the tide rose past their necks, drowning them. The carriages were destroyed, and only Zhao Yi's carriage escaped in time. The train sped through the station, racing toward the light. After finishing the task, Zhao Yi slammed the door shut, and Wen Long looked toward him. A smile appeared on Wen Long's face, his eyes filled with admiration for Zhao Yi. He thought to himself that Zhao Yi was indeed decisive, and they had escaped another disaster. As the train fled at full speed, a violent vibration suddenly erupted from the rear. The station ghost had caught up to Zhao Yi's carriage. Its arm reached out from below, prepared to grab the train. The conductor's expression was grave as he glanced back. Things were looking bad. They needed at least another minute to leave the station. They had to stall for a little longer. Zhao Yi turned to look at the anxious Wen Long and Bai Shujie. He told the two to pull out their ghost candles and hold them in their hands. The two responded in unison. "Okay." Wen Long and Bai Shujie gripped the ghost candles nervously. Bai Shujie pressed herself timidly against Wen Long. The station ghost's arm rapidly descended from above, attempting to intercept the train as the surroundings turned into nothing but a dark red bloodscape. Bai Shujie and Wen Long didn't dare open their eyes to look, waiting in suspense. Suddenly, the ghost candles in their hands erupted into violent flames. The fire blazed, its color turning a deeper shade of crimson. Terrified, Bai Shujie hugged Wen Long's arm tightly. Wen Long also recoiled slightly in fear. The station ghost's arm was on the verge of grabbing Zhao Yi's train. It closed in from behind while the train continued its high-speed advance. An explosion occurred, and the resulting golden light enveloped the area as waves surged with countless white bones. Wen Long squeezed his eyes shut in fear. Bai Shujie opened one eye to see what was happening. Both gritted their teeth. Bai Shujie's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape as she looked at her hands. She looked up at Zhao Yi. By now she was no longer so panicked and asked, "The ghost candles are burning so fast this time. What do we do next?" The flames continued to burn fiercely. Zhao Yi looked at everyone with a grim expression. He spoke, "Everyone, our fates are now tightly bound together." Bai Shujie, Wen Long, and the group of ghosts all looked at him in confusion. Zhao Yi said to everyone seriously, "If you want to live, if you want freedom, you must listen to me from now on." Zhao Yi turned and gave orders to the warehouse ghost. The warehouse ghost stayed with the conductor, pouring all its power into the propulsion system to ensure the train left at maximum speed. He then turned to the ghost team and ordered, "Stay in the carriage and prevent the malicious ghosts from the rear from chasing us." The three ghosts and the little ghost focused intently on Zhao Yi. "You don't need to cause much damage, just hit them at the critical moment and kick them off the carriage." They nodded slightly to indicate they understood. Zhao Yi turned to look at Wang Shu's group, giving them a start. Zhao Yi said to them coldly, "Furthermore, aside from this little girl, I intentionally kept these three. Wang Shu, Qin Shufeng, and Li Miao. If necessary, you can throw them out as bait." He closed his eyes and laughed in a flat tone. Hearing this, Wang Shu collapsed to the ground in terror, his eyes wide. Qin Shufeng also stood with her mouth open, stammering, "Please no." Li Miao sat to the side and burst into loud sobs. Wang Shu trembled all over, staring at Zhao Yi and saying, "I never offended you. Why are you trying to harm me?" Zhao Yi walked over and sat in front of him. "This is a tempering opportunity for you. How can you say I'm harming you?" Zhao Yi looked down at Wang Shu. I am a kind person, don't let the opportunity I've given you go to waste." Seeing Zhao Yi's sinister expression, he was too terrified to speak and stood up to look at the ghosts. Zhao Yi waved his hand at Wang Shu and the others, ordering the ghosts to tie them up. The three ghosts stood before Wang Shu. He looked at Zhao Yi in horror and shouted stutteringly, "No, Zhao Yi, you demon!" The train sped away, Wang Shu's miserable screams echoing through the carriage. A skeleton suddenly appeared above the front of the train. It emitted a powerful turquoise aura and roared in fury, "Don't even think about leaving." The train sped right through it, and it turned back to stare at the fleeing train, letting out a roar. Blood coagulation, an invisible force, caused the train to decelerate instantly, its speed slowing down until it was about to come to a complete stop. Zhao Yi hurriedly looked at the warehouse ghost, telling it to act quickly. The warehouse ghost rapidly reached out to lift a lid, and strands of red mist surged from its body toward the outside. The red mist overflowed from the warehouse ghost's body, enveloping the train like a shield. The train began to accelerate once more. Not only did it regain its speed, but it was even faster than before. The security ghost suddenly appeared, swinging its fist and letting out a horrific howl. The security ghost leaped over another ghost's shoulder like a game of leapfrog, jumping over its head and leaving that ghost staggering. The security ghost landed outside the carriage, still holding his ghost candle. Wenlong was both surprised and terrified to see the security ghost. Wenlong's face was ashen as he shouted, "Damn it, is this guy never ending? Quickly push him off." The two ghosts behind him quickly charged out. The security ghost slowly stood up, letting out a low beast-like growl that made the two ghosts stop warily. It slowly looked up, eyes gloomy, before suddenly tilting its head to look at Wenlong and the three ghosts on the carriage. Wearing a pathetic expression with tears in its eyes, it pleaded, big brother, don't hit me. I'm here to help you. Take me with you." The three ghosts were stunned. They never expected such an outrageous move from the security ghost. The malicious ghosts attempting to climb onto the carriage were kicked off ruthlessly by the security ghost. "Get lost, all of you, get down." The three ghosts inside only had to watch quietly without lifting a finger. They conversed happily. "It seems he really has joined us." They pressed their hands together in a gesture of sincerity. After being invited, the security ghost stepped inside. "Come on, we'll make some room for you. Fight the monsters with us." The three ghosts made space. Inside, Zhao Yi turned to look at the security ghost that had entered. With its help, dealing with these monsters would be much easier. However, with the security ghost's sudden betrayal, the station ghost would certainly not take it lying down. While defending against monsters was easier with the security ghost's help, it also completely enraged the entity, making the situation even more dangerous. The station ghost became increasingly massive, surrounded by blackish-green smoke, as it stared fixedly at the train. The skull's eyes were filled with rage as it roared, "Damn traitor!" The tracks ahead had been destroyed by the station ghost, with debris flying everywhere. If the tracks were broken, the train could not escape. The rails below were also trembling from the vibrations. The train had to decelerate immediately for safety. The ghost conductor slammed on the brakes, producing a piercing screech. The conductor looked ahead. The blown-up tracks lay across the path, blocking the way. The windshield was also smashed to pieces by flying debris from the explosion. The ghost conductor panicked, gripping the controls and shouting, "We're going to crash, what do we do?" Zhao Yi stood behind him calmly and ordered, "Charge straight through, wreck the train at full power." The ghost conductor looked back at him, his face full of confusion and worry. Zhao Yi explained that only this would trigger the ghost candle's protection mechanism. The warehouse ghost also looked back in terror. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, the ghost conductor pushed the lever to the limit. Deciding to trust Zhao Yi and accelerate with all his might, a violent explosion occurred, and the tracks were completely pulverized, fragments scattering everywhere. The train derailed and flew into the air, its body tightly enveloped in the golden light emitted by the ghost candles. Wenlong and Bai Shujie were shaken until they couldn't stand, but they both held onto the ghost candles in their hands with a death grip. The train soared into the sky, leaping over the damaged tracks. Accompanied by golden light and lightning, it sped away like a rocket. Beside it, the station ghost's massive skull followed in hot pursuit. The train flew further and further away, finally shaking off the station ghost. It stopped in place and watched, screaming in rage. "No!" System notification. "Congratulations on completing the world task, Train of Resentment. You may leave this task world at any time. Rewards will be issued later." Zhao Yi sat beside Wang Shu and the others, smiling friendly. "If I let you go back, will you retaliate against me?" The three were still tied up. Li Miao's eyes were vacant. She kept shaking her head and crying while saying, "Don't come near me." Wang Shu looked at Zhao Yi in terror and stammered, "No, I won't." Meanwhile, Qin Shufang kept her head down, not daring to look at him. Zhao Yi decided to release them. He cut the ropes and said, "Very well." The three left quickly, and the system prompted that the players had exited the world. Zhao Yi watched as the three disappeared one after another. Suddenly, Qin Shufang pulled a handgun from behind her back, aimed it at Zhao Yi and fired 3 shots in rapid succession, catching him off guard. Before he could react, the old woman gritted her teeth with a look of rage and shouted, "Go to hell." 3 bullets flew straight toward Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi watched the bullets fly toward him quietly, smiling confidently without a trace of fear. The bullets were closing in on Zhao Yi's face. A hand reached out and easily caught the flying bullets. The warehouse ghost stood before Zhao Yi to block the attack. Zhao Yi stood behind him, smiling triumphantly. Zan Zan ran up to Qin Shufang. Her arms had already regrown. She pointed at Qin Shufang's face and cursed, "Bad old lady, you actually tried to sneak attack Big Brother." Zan Zan opened her giant mouth, prepared to launch an attack. Her mouth, filled with rows of sharp teeth, opened wider than her head, terrifying Qin Shufang. Zan Zan's neck suddenly elongated, snapping toward Qin Shufang's head. Just then, Qin Shufeng rapidly exited the world. System notification. Player Qin Shufeng has left this world. Seeing her sudden disappearance, Zan Zan froze in place. Zhao Yi crouched down, picked up a bullet from the floor and began to observe it. Someone had indeed instructed her, but it wasn't clear who yet. Zan Zan turned back to Zhao Yi and asked with concern, "Big brother, are you okay?" Zhao Yi looked up at Zan Zan and said happily, "I'm fine, thank you for your earlier warning." Zhao Yi stood up. "I have to go." Hearing that he was leaving, Zan Zan looked despondent, staring at him and not knowing what to say. Zhao Yi rubbed her head to comfort her, clutching her teddy bear. Zan Zan looked up and asked Zhao Yi, "Will you come to see Zan Zan?" Zhao Yi replied, "Of course, I'll go to Gushwen town." Hearing this, Zan Zan revealed a brilliant smile and reached out her hand to Zhao Yi, then Pinky swear. Zhao Yi reached out and Pinky swore with Zan Zan. The two said in unison, "Pinky swear, hang yourself, it's not allowed to change for 100 years. Wenlong walked to Zhao Yi's side with his gun. "Zhao Yi, your gun." He turned back toward Wenlong. Wenlong thanked Zhao Yi for saving him. Wenlong held the gun with both hands and handed it to Zhao Yi. "Goodbye, Zhao Yi. I won't be participating in main storyline tasks anymore. I'm truly not cut out for it." After finishing his sentence, Wenlong gradually disappeared. System notification. Player Wenlong has left this world. Zhao Yi looked at the gun in his hand. He was lost in thought. Bai Shujie said, "See you on the outside, Zhao Yi." Bai Shujie and Tianchen waved goodbye to Zhao Yi. System notification. Players Bai Shujie and Tianchen have left this world. Tianchen hugged her bear and waved at Zhao Yi. "Goodbye, big brother." Zhao Yi stored the gun back into his equipment bar. The warehouse ghost stood behind him, smiling at him. Zhao Yi turned toward the warehouse ghost. "I said I was the last person to come to this warehouse." The warehouse ghost expressed deep gratitude to Zhao Yi for saving it and everyone else. It raised its hand and said, "Thank you for returning my freedom. If you encounter trouble in Gushwen town later, you can come directly to our habitat to find me. We will help you." Zhao Yi reached out and pressed Zan Zan's shoulder, instructing the warehouse ghost, "Help me take good care of Zan Zan. She's still young, I'm not at ease if no one is watching her." Zan Zan looked up at him with tears in her eyes, calling out, "Brother." The warehouse ghost replied, "Don't worry." System notification. Player Zhao Yi has left this world. The train sat quietly, strands of white smoke rising. The surroundings were no longer eerie, permeated instead by a sense of tranquility. The external system issued an announcement. "Congratulations to players Zhao Yi, Wenlong, Bai Shujie, Tianchen, Li Miao, Wang Shu and Qin Shufeng for completing the world task. Eliminate the train's resentment. All players receive 2 talent points. The new map Gushwen Town has opened, and a large number of side tasks with earnable points have gone online." Everyone flocked to the announcement. The favorability level of those special ghosts on the train toward Zhao Yi had been upgraded to Exalted. From now on, Zhao Yi could obtain their help and services in Gushwen Town. Regarding ghost favorability, the level rankings are as follows: Blood Hand, Deep Hand, Dislike, Indifferent, Friendly, Exalted, Awe, Adored, with the highest level being Loyal. After hearing this, a man cursed with his hands on his hips in jealousy. "Damn it, what kind of monster is this Zhao Yi? How can he complete every single task?" Some were also very admiring. "The top of the leaderboard is indeed badass," a woman said regretfully. "He's about to disappear from the rookie leaderboard. If he levels up to level 5 next month, he'll no longer be a rookie." Everyone discussed animatedly. One person speculated, "I bet he'll definitely go to the Demon Spirit dungeon next month." Hearing Demon Spirit, the woman from before quickly covered her mouth in fear. Rumor had it that besides horrific ghosts there were also terrifying legends, curses and even mentally unstable players killing each other. Another person chimed in. "The man-demon loves to frantically slaughter teammates in dungeons. In the last Demon Spirit dungeon he made a fortune by killing teammates." In the back, Qin Shufeng, who had just left the dungeon, was lost in thought with an anxious expression. Just then, someone walked up to her. She looked up, leaning on her crutch, her face a mask of exhaustion. The man ordered Qin Shufeng to follow. "Come with me, Brother Lai wants to see you." She followed him without a word. He led her to see Shan Lai, who was sitting in a chair, a cigarette in his hand, surrounded by a haze of smoke. Qin Shufeng pulled the gun from her clothes, her face haggard. She didn't dare look him in the eye as she placed the gun on the table with trembling hands. "This is your gun." The man's face was dark as he took a long, fierce drag of his cigarette. He exhaled a series of smoke rings, looking profoundly disappointed. Shan Lai leaned forward, hands on his legs, staring directly at Qin Shufeng as he demanded to know why Zhao Yi wasn't dead. Qin Shufeng didn't know how to answer and swallowed nervously. Gulp. 3 burly subordinates stood behind her, surrounding her. Opposite her was Shan Lai, pressing for an answer. Qin Shufeng stammered, "That kid is extremely difficult to deal with." Hearing this, Shan Lai grew furious and slammed his hand onto the table. He roared into Qin Shufeng's face, "Couldn't you have just shot him? Who would have thought an old hag on the verge of death like you would be carrying a gun?" Qin Shufeng could only bow her head and endure, not daring to resist. She said hesitantly, "A ghost blocked the bullets for Zhao Yi." She recalled the scene where the warehouse ghost caught all the bullets with a single hand. Shan Lai didn't quite understand what kind of ghost she was talking about. He was somewhat confused and momentarily speechless. The subordinates beside him also stared at her, wondering what horrific events had occurred in that mission world. Shan Lai let out a grunt and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. After Qin Shufang finished speaking, she continued to stare at the floor. Shan Lai stubbed out his cigarette, his anger subsiding slightly as he realized Zhao Yi was indeed a troublesome character. Shan Lai said to Qin Shufang, "Take the gun back, there will be a demon spirit summons in the middle of next month. With that bastard Zhao Yi's personality, he definitely won't miss it." Hearing this, the subordinates frowned in confusion. Shan Lai stared at Qin Shufang and said, "Kill that kid and all our previous promises will take effect." Seeing that she had escaped punishment and even gained a new opportunity, Qin Shufang quickly replied, "Yes." Zhao Yi had already returned after completing the task and was walking along happily. This mission had been completed excellently, and he had even gained many allies for the next one. Sister Lu saw Zhao Yi from behind just as he returned. Leaning against the doorframe with her chin in her hand, she called him baby, and said in a teasing tone, "Come back and see me again next time." Zhao Yi turned back, looking somewhat embarrassed, and cleared his throat awkwardly. He thought to himself, "The way she says it, those who know the truth think I'm here to treat a patient, but those who don't would think I'm here for an exorcism." Zhao Yi flipped through a book for information as he walked down the stairs. He focused intently on the pages. He found the relevant entry, Patient Lu Ruoqing, emotionally stable but unable to control the red demon personality. Manifestation: when subjected to strong external stimulation, the red demon personality latent within the body awakens, capable of slaughtering specific groups. The book featured an illustration of a red-haired female ghost with sharp claws, along with various descriptions. This personality uses various refined medicinal wines for cooking and pairs them with fresh raw vegetables. Without raw vegetables, the red demon will refuse to eat, subsequently falling into a frenzy and killing incessantly. Once satisfied with a delicious meal, the red demon personality's mind is appeased and returns to its slumber, until the next time it is awakened. Note: the red demon belongs to the Adam hybrid. This is a spiritual plant cultivated by the Black Lamb in the ancient Western world. It is created by fusing seaweed from the evil sea with its foul saliva, and these seeds are often sown among groups with high mental concentration. Although the Black Lamb has little affection for the red demon it inadvertently created, it is undeniably the most perfect creature it has produced based on human records to date. At the end of the page was a temporary treatment plan. Chemotherapy, dietary components are currently unclear, awaiting further confirmation. Zhao Yi turned to the next page to continue searching. The next page recorded information on the patient Tianchen. Divergent personality. The little girl always believes she has a friend named Nini. Visually, this manifests as her holding a tattered stuffed bear. In reality, this bear does not exist. Only patients with the same condition can observe it directly. The image showed a children's toy. Tianchen was holding hands and spinning in circles with a Nini stuffed bear that was as big as she was. When the divergent personality senses danger, it forcibly unlocks the body's genetic lock to immediately deal with the source of the threat. If the divergent personality lasts too long, it will lead to the collapse of the genetic lock and death, or result in an uncontrollable form. Remarks: this personality divergence is extremely severe. She seems to have come into contact with some unspeakable objects in the darkness. This indicated that Tianchen's situation was critical. The temporary treatment plan at the end of the page: no treatment needed for now. Further observation of her dietary components is required. After reading, Zhao Yi thrust his hands into his pockets and stored the patient manual item into his storage space. He quickened his pace. Arriving at his lounge, Zhao Yi pushed the door open and entered. He quickly sat in a chair and opened his attribute panel to check his stats after completing the task. System display, level 3, XP 25,100. There were also various items he had collected from previous missions: HP 2020, Strength 35, Spirit 101, Luck 0. He held several titles, including Bane of Ghosts. He was an unpredictable Preachy Violator with 12,000 points. His evaluations were all S rank or higher, and his weapon was a scalpel. Zhao Yi glanced at his attributes and thought, now that I have 3 S rank or higher evaluations, I should be able to unlock the high-level shop. Zhao Yi opened the high-level shop page, and countless high-grade items came into view. While browsing, he noticed a strange book. He asked curiously, what's this? That is a fragment of the Analects of Confucius. The price was 5,000 points. During the Warring States period of a certain Eastern world, there was a saint named Kong who was rooted in benevolence and convinced others with virtue. He was 2.2 meters tall and could dismantle a city gate with one hand. He had 3,000 disciples and traveled to lobby the monarchs of the 7 kingdoms, successfully convincing them to promote his teachings. The Analects were the rules Confucius formulated for those in power at the time. Collecting all of them results in a limited edition set. The system commented, "Zhao Yi, your purity is still too low." After learning about the Analect's technique, Zhao Yi clicked buy without hesitation. The system stored the item in his storage space. "You have purchased the technique Analects." Zhao Yi propped his chin with his hand, lost in thought. "A single fragment costs 5,000 points. I need to find a way to earn more." Zhao Yi decided to open the world map for inspection. He was currently looking at the map of Guxuan Town. The place was surrounded by mountains and rivers. He needed to study what the new world task was. It could both earn points and provide clues about Sun Baba. The system displayed the world task details. Job hunt task, recommended level 5 to 10. No limit on the number of people. Task rewards are issued according to job rank. You have repaired the train at the abandoned station and successfully driven it to Guxuan Town. However, after venturing deep into Guxuan Town, you find it filled with many dangers and demons. To survive, you must strive to integrate among these demons. Under the introduction of some kind-hearted ghosts, you learn that you must have a stable job in Guxuan Town to continue living. Zhao Yi stared blankly at the information panel. He felt a bit disappointed. "Fine, my level isn't high enough." He waved his hand, intending to put it aside for now. The prompt box gradually faded. "If I get the chance, I'll ask the warehouse ghost to help investigate Sun Baba's business." And so, peaceful days passed one by one. Zhao Yi lived a leisurely life playing cards with Bai Shujie, Fang Bai, and Tianshan in his spare time. Until the beginning of this month, Zhao Yi was standing in his room connecting to a certain game dungeon. System notification. Successfully connected to the dungeon Wilderness Survival. Transitioning to the Wilderness Survival task. In a dense forest among high mountains, a man was jumping up happily to say hello. The system announced the task information. The participant's main task is to survive in the Dubako Mountains for 15 days. Main task reward 150 Express. Side task reward Destiny Chest. Difficulty Purgatory. Task Intro. You are invited to participate in a program organized by wilderness experts Bear and Ed to survive together for 15 days. Note, this dungeon will seal the player's storage space. All items within the storage space are unusable. Player's power is reduced by 50 until the end of the task. Dark clouds loomed over the mountains. Zhao Yi was transported here. He lay in a clearing, while Zhao Yi was still unconscious. The sound of people talking came from nearby. "Same old rules, one leads 4. The conversation woke Zhao Yi up. They were arguing. "I hosted this show and I found the sponsors. You want a 50-50 split, isn't that a bit unfair?" Zhao Yi was curious about what they were talking about. He turned toward the source of the voice. One man replied to the one named Ed, "Be reasonable, Ed. If it weren't for me using my connections to find them, do you think you could bring 8 people to the Dubako Mountains to film a show on your own?" Zhao Yi looked over and saw 2 men sitting by a fire arguing. One was wearing a backpack and green clothes. The other wore long pants while the man opposite him wore only a pair of shorts. The 2 were so busy arguing they didn't notice when Zhao Yi woke up. The man said, "Damn it, fine then." Ed pointed at Bear and said, "You're in charge of weather observation." Although he accepted the compromise, his attitude was quite unpleasant. "If anything goes wrong with the show this time, I won't let you off." Zhao Yi was observing the 2. Bear turned and left. Ed sat by the fire watching Bear's retreating figure. Only then did Ed notice that Zhao Yi was awake. He glanced at Zhao Yi and flashed a brilliant smile. Ed asked Zhao Yi, "You're awake?" The system provided information about Ed. Alignment, neutral. Weakness, none. A former Special Forces soldier who began participating in wilderness survival shows after retiring. Because he is good at enduring hunger, he was dubbed the starving class by the audience. Zhao Yi scratched his head, looking at Ed. "Are we in the Dubako Mountains now?" Ed stood up and looked at the sky, arms raised high as if to embrace the entire mountain range, appearing as relaxed as if he were in his own home. "That's right. Look around you, isn't it beautiful?" Zhao Yi looked up at him, still scratching his head in confusion. "I've wandered many places to survive, but every time I come here, I can't help but think this is absolutely the most beautiful place in the world." Zhao Yi looked at Ed with an expression of pure boredom as the man began to ramble again. Ed was about to continue, but he was interrupted by Zhao Yi raising a hand, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before Ed could waste any more breath, Zhao Yi got ahead of him and asked, "What did Bear go to do?" Ed pointed behind him. "Oh, he went over there to get the camera." Ed crossed his arms and closed his eyes to explain to Zhao Yi. "Sometimes the live broadcast equipment and the network cut out because of the weather. So we usually use recording equipment to document the guest's process of conquering nature through willpower." Ed smiled and patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder. "You should rest for a bit. Once Bear is back, the other guests will be awake too. Then we'll start filming our show." Zhao Yi only gave a brief answer. "All right." Half an hour later, Zhao Yi was resting against a rock. Bear returned. He walked toward Zhao Yi carrying a massive backpack. The backpack was taller than Bear's head, but he carried it on his back with ease, showing no signs of fatigue. Bear looked at Zhao Yi, flashed a friendly smile, and waved a hand to greet him. Zhao Yi propped his chin with his hand, focused on observing and testing Bear. Bear's speed up the mountain far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He smiled slightly, feeling a bit of excitement in his heart. It seemed this wilderness activity would be very interesting. Zhao Yi stood by the fire, hands in his pockets. He was observing Bear. Ed also looked at Bear. Ed reached out his hands to warm them by the fire. Zhao Yi looked at Ed again. Ed was the same. The grass was frosted, so the temperature was definitely below zero, yet he only wore a pair of pants. It seemed the physical constitutions of both men had reached an incredible level. 2 other people near Ed had just woken up. They were rubbing their heads with dizzy expressions, struggling to sit up. One was Ji Tang, ranked in the top 8 of the rookie leaderboard, and the other was Ding Feilong, ranked 14th on the rookie leaderboard, proving both were very capable. This dungeon was full of powerhouses. No wonder the difficulty was Purgatory level. A few more people woke up one after another and the chat channel began to buzz. I'm a newcomer. May I ask what Purgatory difficulty is? Can some expert explain? Someone commented, dungeon difficulty is divided into normal, nightmare, hell, purgatory, torment, despair, and unsolvable. 2 more people woke up. One was a girl and the other was a tall man. Everyone felt extremely exhausted upon waking. The group of people who had woken up sat around the fire, looking at each other. The crowd in the chat channel was also in anticipation. Everyone's awake. It's about to start, right? One viewer commented excitedly. They were looking forward to the expert Zhao Yi's new flashy plays. Ed waved at Bear. Bear set the backpack aside and was rummaging through it. Bear took out a camera and handed it to Ed. The camera was small and exquisite, perfect for jungle travel. He tossed a battery to Ed. Bear said, "This is your camera's battery." But there was only one battery. Ed was confused. Why am I short one battery? What happens when this one runs out? Bear looked at Ed with an unpleasant expression. Funds are limited. And when have you ever actually finished a battery? Ed glared at Bear in annoyance, but didn't say anything more. He slung his backpack over his shoulder. Ed's backpack was only half the size of Bear's, much lighter and more compact. Fine, it shouldn't be a big problem if I use it sparingly. Having regained his spirits, Ed looked at everyone and made a loud announcement. Everyone, welcome to the program Wilderness Survival. He held the camera in one hand to document the process. He explained the dungeon to everyone. For the next 15 days, everyone will be divided into 2 groups of 4. You will follow me and Bear respectively to complete challenges in different areas and finally return to human society. The group stood listening to Ed's explanation. Before that, everyone has 10 minutes of free discussion time and the right to choose whom to follow for the challenge. If one side has too many people, the extras will be randomly assigned to the other group. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, scanning and testing one another. After the announcement, Ed slowly backed away. Now everyone start discussing. Ed gave everyone 10 minutes to discuss. Bear also stood aside, waiting. Ed focused on filming the process of everyone discussing and getting to know each other. Bear said, "Everyone try to be quick. It's getting dark. There are not only fierce beasts in the mountains but also terrifying poisonous insects." After a few minutes of discussion, the grouping was complete. Team Bear consisted of Ren Hanping, Kanan Hiroto, Ning Wenxiao, and Ji Ning. Their advantage was that Bear had high-quality equipment and a military knife divine weapon. Team Ed consisted of the remaining people, including Zhao Yi, Wei Yun, Ding Feilong, and Ying Xiangying. The advantage was that there was no advantage. Team Ed looked a bit unreliable. Those 2 looked at Ed with expressions of distrust. Originally, both wanted to choose Bear, but they were randomly assigned to this team. Ding Feilong clutched his head and let out a long sigh, looking utterly disgusted. Afterward, the 2 groups separated to look for tonight's camp as it was getting late. If they didn't find a place to rest soon, it would be easy to get lost and be attacked by dangerous predators. Ed was filming as he walked. High up, a large spider was descending from the treetops. It landed on Ying Xiangying's shoulder. Ying Xiangying turned his head and saw a massive blackish-brown spider. He pointed at the spider and shrieked, eyes rolling back in fear as he screamed, "Spider!" A hand landed on Ying Xiangying's shoulder and grabbed the spider. It was Ed. He caught the spider and excitedly stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. Zhao Yi smiled, inwardly marveling. It seemed Ed was not only cold-resistant but also toxin-resistant. The other 3 were horrified by the sight, staring at Ed with dark expressions. The 3 stammered, he actually ate it." Ed reached out and wiped his mouth. The spider had already been swallowed into his stomach. He turned back to everyone. "Everyone be careful. This reality show has no medicine, water, or food. If you get bitten by a poisonous insect, you'll likely lose your life." Zhao Yi was focused on observing and testing Ed. While Wei Yun listened to Ed's explanation with wide eyes, Ed announced, "And it's almost dark. We must find a cave and start a fire as soon as possible, or tonight will be unbearable. Everyone, stay close behind me," Ed suggested, pointing ahead. Ding Feilong had a sudden inspiration and suggested, "Ed, I see the trees here are tall and draped in vines. Why don't we just clear out the venomous creatures in the canopy and sleep in the trees tonight?" He spoke as they walked. Ed replied, "Mr. Ding, under normal circumstances, your method would be perfectly feasible, but not now." He looked up at the sky, which was thick with dark clouds. "Do you see that? Based on the weather and air humidity, there's a high probability of rain tonight. Heavy rain is coming over the next few days. If we don't find a cave for shelter, getting soaked will lead to death from hypothermia very quickly." Wei Yun asked, trembling all over. "What about food and water?" Ed opened his mouth and gave a grin. "Don't worry. Once we have a place to settle and survive tonight peacefully, we'll be able to find protein easily tomorrow." Wei Yun continued to shiver. Zhao Yi observed the surrounding terrain as they walked. Ed, leading the way, continued to document their progress with his small camera. Zhao Yi glanced to the side and spotted fresh bear droppings. He thought to himself that a wilderness survival expert like Ed couldn't possibly have missed the bear scat he had seen, yet Ed continued walking as if nothing were wrong. Zhao Yi deduced that Ed completely ignoring fresh bear droppings meant that an adult bear posed absolutely no threat to him. Zhao Yi smiled slightly. With such a powerful survival expert by their side, it seemed they would be very safe. However, since this dungeon was rated Purgatory difficulty, could it be that Ed wasn't actually on their side? Zhao Yi looked at Ed and pondered. Things were likely not that simple. The group arrived at the mouth of a cave. The interior was pitch black. Ed held the camera in one hand and pointed outside with the other. "It hasn't started raining yet. Hurry and find some dry wood to start a fire. As long as we have a fire in the cave tonight, we'll not only get a good night's sleep, but we'll also have food tomorrow." Everyone looked at Ed. Ying Xiangying scratched his head, appearing somewhat at a loss. Zhao Yi took the initiative and volunteered to gather wood, saying he would go alone while the others could do as they pleased. Wei Yun and Ding Feilong nodded repeatedly in agreement. Zhao Yi circled the area and picked up a few dry branches. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening. When he reached a patch of woods, he unexpectedly found that the trees there were all snapped, clearly the marks left by a large predator. The broken trees lay scattered, forming a small trail. After observing for a moment, Zhao Yi found fresh bear droppings nearby, proving that the culprit behind the broken trees was indeed that bear. Zhao Yi smiled slightly. With these clues, finding that bear would be no problem. After scouting the area and gathering the necessary information, Zhao Yi returned to the cave. The sound of striking stones to start a fire echoed from the darkness. Sparks flew. Flames rose. Ed, the survival expert, had started a fire for everyone. Ding Feilong sat opposite Ed. The rest huddled around the fire for warmth. It began to rain outside the cave and the sky had turned completely black. Wei Yun looked outside and breathed a sigh of relief. It really did get cold. "Luckily we got a fire going." Zhao Yi suddenly noticed something. Ed was clutching his stomach, his face deathly pale. "Huff, huff." Zhao Yi asked him what was wrong. Ed simply said it was nothing. "It might be that the spider I ate during the day was a bit toxic. I'll be fine after a night's sleep." He forced a smile, his forehead drenched in sweat. "We'll consider the matter of food and water tomorrow morning. The rainwater has special impurities. Although it's not corrosive, it shouldn't be drunk." With that, Ed rolled over, faced the rock wall and lay down using his backpack as a pillow. For the sake of tomorrow's task, everyone should rest. Ed decided to sleep early to recover his strength. Zhao Yi glanced over, thinking that the toxins from spiders and venomous snakes usually only work when they enter the bloodstream. Eating them generally wouldn't be a major issue. Zhao Yi looked up and out of the cave, thinking that if even a powerhouse like Ed couldn't handle spider venom, then things would turn sour very quickly if the two of them clashed. Ying Xiangying said to Ding Feilong, "Since Ed said so, let's get to sleep. We'll find food tomorrow morning." Ding Feilong agreed, patting the dust off the ground to prepare for rest. Everyone decided to sleep early. 2 hours later, Zhao Yi, who was sleeping on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He sat up and looked outside. The rain had stopped by now, and the moonlight illuminated the scenery outside. Zhao Yi picked up a burning branch from the fire. Gently holding the burning branch like a torch, he tiptoed outside only to be spotted by Wei Yun. He didn't know when she had woken up. Wei Yun sat up and watched Zhao Yi walk out. Zhao Yi's behavior at this moment seemed very mysterious. Curious, Wei Yun followed behind Zhao Yi. It began to rain again outside. The rain in the forest made Wei Yun feel chilled. She wrapped her arms around herself, her legs trembling strangely from the cold. She clearly saw Zhao Yi walking this way, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Yi suddenly came from behind and pressed his scalpel against Wei Yun's neck. Wei Yun froze in place, not daring to move. Zhao Yi's eyes were dark as he asked in a low voice, "Are you following me?" Wei Yun was drenched in sweat and glanced back. Although the use of storage space was prohibited in this dungeon, soul weapons could still be used. Wei Yun looked sideways at the scalpel pressed against her neck. She had long heard that Zhao Yi was extremely ruthless. If she said the wrong thing, she might lose her life instantly. She was frantically thinking of a safe way to answer. Wei Yun's face was pale as she turned her head and stammered, "I wasn't following you. I came out to use the bathroom." Various comments popped up in the chat channel. LMAO, talk about being caught with your pants down. Zhao Yi frowned at Wei Yun, his eyes filled with distrust. Zhao Yi released his hand and let Wei Yun go. Oh, using the bathroom, huh? She let out a long sigh of relief. Before she could celebrate her escape, Zhao Yi said, then do it right here. This made Wei Yun's eyes widen in surprise. Drop your pants right now. If you can't go, I'll help you go. Zhao Yi pointed at a patch of grass. Wei Yun looked embarrassed and gave Zhao Yi an unexpected look. The chat channel was dying of laughter from Zhao Yi's behavior. How could he say such a despicable thing? Wei Yun awkwardly held her skirt, her face flushed with shame as she didn't dare look directly at Zhao Yi. Big brother Zhao, I admit I followed you out, but I didn't have any bad intentions toward you. I'm just so cold. I wanted to find you to borrow a piece of clothing to wear. She let out a shout, shivering violently as the rain fell harder. He smiled at Wei Yun and withdrew the weapon into his storage space, making her feel a bit safer. Want to borrow clothes? Why didn't you say so earlier, honestly? Wei Yun gave a happy smile. Although this top-ranked rookie was rumored to be quite terrifying, he felt rather easy to talk to. Zhao Yi held up 3 fingers in front of her. Wei Yun felt something was wrong. What did he mean by holding up 3 fingers? He uttered a few words flatly and briefly. 3,000 points. When Wei Yun heard this price, her jaw dropped in shock. Are you kidding me? You're selling a rag for 3,000 points? Wei Yun trembled all over with rage, both from the cold and from fear of this man. Selling a piece of clothing for 3,000 points? Why don't you just go and rob someone? Zhao Yi replied indifferently. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Wei Yun was petrified on the spot. The coldest place wasn't the rain in the forest, but Zhao Yi's heart. Wei Yun's anger now outweighed her fear. She ground her teeth and said, Zhao Yi, let me tell you something. Even if I, Wei Yun, freeze to death, die of cold, or jump off this mountain, I will absolutely not spend 3,000 points on your rag. Just as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past, making Wei Yun shiver all over as her nose began to run. Zhao Yi watched her quietly. She cried and shouted that it was too cold. 3,000 it is then. She transferred 3,000 points to Zhao Yi and clicked confirm. The notification for a successful transaction sounded, and Zhao Yi received the 3,000 points. His current points stood at 6,000. He was very happy. He had just spent 5,000 points to buy the Analect's fragments, and now selling a piece of clothing earned him back 3,000 points, immediately restoring 60 of his wealth. It was a great deal. Wei Yun asked Zhao Yi if he could give her the clothes now. She was really cold. Zhao Yi calmly took off his jacket. To her surprise, he hung the jacket on a tree instead of handing it to Wei Yun. Zhao Yi then began to unbutton his shirt. Wei Yun watched him in confusion, shivering from the cold. Zhao Yi handed the shirt to Wei Yun, but she appeared displeased. She pointed at the jacket hanging on the tree. Wasn't it this jacket? She had assumed 3,000 points was for the jacket. Zhao Yi glanced back. Oh, so she meant the jacket. He held up one finger and said 100,000. This quote made Wei Yun so angry she almost spat blood, falling backward. Her scream echoed through the entire forest. The birds on the branches were startled and flew off in all directions. Zhao Yi, you're too cruel. Zhao Yi put his jacket back on and continued his reconnaissance with the torch. He thought to himself that he had finally shaken off that busty girl and needed to continue following the clues to find the bear. He observed his surroundings as he walked. Ed's so-called finding food tomorrow was completely unreliable. Stepping into puddles after the rain, he knew that if it kept raining, it would be difficult to recover body temperature by tomorrow morning. For the next 14 days, all the firewood would be soaked and unable to burn. Zhao Yi headed deeper into the forest. He imagined the scene when the group in the cave lost the fire they relied on for survival. Never mind finding food, just staying in the cave would be waiting for death. Zhao Yi smiled as he realized the key to the problem. Tonight was the moment most likely to be overlooked. Whether he could take the initiative for the next 14 days depended entirely on tonight. Moonlight flooded the entire forest. Zhao Yi quickly found the bear. To avoid getting blood on his clothes, he stripped naked to fight the bear. It was a massive black bear standing nearly twice Zhao Yi's height. Zhao Yi leaped lightly over the bear's head. He circled behind it with extreme speed and before it could turn, braced the bear's head with one hand and pressed his scalpel against its throat with the other. Zhao Yi made a horizontal slash, cutting the bear's throat as blood sprayed out violently. After a life-and-death struggle, although Zhao Yi was covered in wounds, he ultimately took down the bear. It crashed to the ground. Zhao Yi walked to the carcass and stabbed the scalpel into the bear's body. He made a long incision in the bear's abdomen, and blood flowed out like a fountain. Subsequently, the predator skill of the scalpel was activated, and a plume of red-orange mist drifted from the incision. The brown bear's life force continuously transferred to Zhao Yi. He opened his arms, feeling the source of life surging into his body. Zhao Yi looked up at the moonlight and after draining all the life force sighed, "Ha, this truly is a pleasurable power." He put his clothes back on. The system prompted, after experiencing a life-and-death battle, your body-strengthening domain has been activated. Constitution improved, strength 1. Currently, the body-strengthening domain rank is F and the strength value is 18. Zhao Yi zipped up his jacket and prepared to return to the cave. Zhao Yi looked up at the sky, the moonlight reflecting on his face. He tied the bear's leg with a rope and dragged it along. All right, now to find a cave and start stockpiling wood. Half an hour later, in a cave, Zhao Yi was stockpiling wood, and the bear carcass was also hidden here by him. Someone in the chat channel was curious. Why is Zhao Yi doing this? With a super survival expert around, they definitely won't lack food, right? Having stockpiled enough firewood, Zhao Yi let out a sigh. He was in a great mood. This firewood should be enough. He stood up and clapped his hands, looking at his results. Other viewers also commented, I think Zhao Yi is being too cautious this time. Zhao Yi began to grill bear meat skewers over the fire. Viewers sighed, that looks delicious. Is Zhao Yi here on vacation? Tasting the skewers, Zhao Yi found them delicious. The problem of food was perfectly solved. What was the next plan? It continued to rain outside. Zhao Yi sat by the fire eating meat and looking outside, thinking he still needed to find water to drink. As Zhao Yi ate and thought, the system showed that rainwater was toxic and could not be drunk. Note, if it can be boiled in a container and then filtered with crushed charcoal, small amounts can be drunk. Do not consume more than 1 liter within 24 hours, otherwise unknown metal components will accumulate and lead to kidney failure. As he ate, Zhao Yi looked around and found a large stone nearby. He picked up the stone, which was larger than Zhao Yi's palm. He raised his scalpel. Zhao Yi looked at the stone in his hand with a smile. People in the system channel asked one after another, what is Zhao Yi doing? Zhao Yi turned his back and began to hack frantically at the stone with his hands. 2 large bowls were soon finished. Zhao Yi had used his scalpel to cut the stone and create them. Everyone sent bullet comments in admiration. That actually works, worthy of being a soul weapon. Someone else asked if they were available online. They wanted to buy 100. Zhao Yi used the bowls to catch rainwater. He walked to the mouth of the cave. The rain was heavy outside, and he stood there until both bowls were full. Carefully holding the water bowls with both hands, he returned to the cave. Zhao Yi approached the fire. He placed the water bowls by the fire. Zhao Yi took off his socks. Everyone wondered in bullet comments, why did he take off his socks? To dry them. He's been sitting by the fire for ages, they should be dry by now. Zhao Yi used his hands to stretch open the socks he had just taken off, picked up the boiling water and poured it into the socks, using the socks as filters and another bowl to catch the filtered water. Subsequently, Zhao Yi drank the water, causing everyone to call him hardcore. Someone in the chat channel commented, "Bro, are you serious? I bet that water has a tang to it." Another person commented, "Truly ruthless. As long as you don't get poisoned, water filtered with a sock is drinkable too." Zhao Yi looked toward the pocket of his jacket and tore off a piece of cloth. Holding his weapon, Zhao Yi walked deeper into the cave. Zhao Yi used the scalpel to kill 3 venomous insects, a centipede, a scorpion, and a spider, and stuffed them into the cloth bag he had just torn off. Zhao Yi let out a sigh of relief. These things are enough, I can go back now. Returning to the original cave, everyone was still sound asleep. No one except Wei Yun had noticed Zhao Yi going out. Zhao Yi lay on the ground to rest, and Wei Yun quietly nudged her way to his side. Zhao Yi was lying on his side facing the cave wall. Wei Yun lay beside him, her chest accidentally brushing his back. She placed her hand on Zhao Yi's shoulder and whispered, "Where did you go?" Zhao Yi didn't turn around and also replied softly, "I went to take a dump." Wei Yun found it ridiculous and asked, "Taking a dump for 6 hours?" To be precise, it was 5 hours, 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Zhao Yi's words petrified Wei Yun on the spot. She was speechless. She lightly shook Zhao Yi's shoulder and pressed, "Do you know something?" Knowing he lacked points, she induced him, "I'll buy your intelligence with points." Zhao Yi immediately reached out his hand, 1 piece of intelligence for 500 points. Wei Yun was stunned by the price. Zhao Yi turned around to see if she agreed. Wei Yun gave a dry laugh. "Can it be a bit cheaper or pay in another way?" she said, placing her hand on her chest. Zhao Yi said nothing, scanned the hand she had placed on her chest and then abruptly turned back around. "No need, I'm sleeping." Wei Yun sat up in a huff thinking, "I'm so beautiful and you actually don't care." A sleeping teammate woke up and mumbled something, scaring Wei Yun into quickly lying back down to avoid being discovered. Zhao Yi still lay there and ignored her. Wei Yun leaned in and whispered, "Fine, 1500 it is then. I'll buy 3 pieces of intelligence, they must be true. Don't you dare scam me out of my points." The system prompted that Zhao Yi had received 1500 points, and his balance became 7500. Having received the points, Zhao Yi gave a happy smile. The two slowly sat up, carefully looking around to see if anyone was awake. Zhao Yi covered his mouth and whispered, "First, all edible animals on the mountain are continuously migrating out of our current area tonight. Second, this heavy rain might not stop until the dungeon ends. During this time, the temperature will continue to drop, and the firewood outside will be impossible to burn after being soaked for hours in the downpour. And one more important thing, third, the most terrifying danger might be right beside us." Zhao Yi scanned the others. Wei Yun listened intently, her face filled with terror and tension. Having finished, Zhao Yi lay back in his original spot. Wei Yun looked at the others with concern, pondering his warning that the most terrifying danger might be right beside us. She glanced at the remaining few. They were all sound asleep and no one showed any suspicious signs. Aside from her and Zhao Yi, there were 3 others. Who exactly was the danger Zhao Yi spoke of? As the sky grew darker, Wei Yun's mind raced with thoughts, until she gradually fell into a deep sleep, perhaps because she was utterly exhausted. The next day, a drizzling rain continued to fall. Ding Feilong and Ying Xiangying could only look up at the sky helplessly, huddled by the cave entrance with their arms crossed. Ding Feilong was annoyed because the rain was heavier than yesterday, and he regretted not bringing back more firewood. Ying Xiangying stood there as well, agreeing that going to gather wood now would surely lead to illness, and without medicine they would be left for dead. Just as everyone was worrying about the heavy rain, a voice suddenly came from behind. Ed was standing in front of the camera, showcasing his powerful physique. He was calmly filming and narrating. He spoke about the second day in the Dubako Mountains. Placing a hand on his forehead, Ed expressed concern about the climate here. He was still complaining incessantly about that damn untrustworthy bear. Zhao Yi looked at Ed pensively, thinking that after a night's rest Ed seemed to have recovered significantly. With a trace of shrewdness in his eyes, Zhao Yi stared at Ed's hairy legs and noticed the muscles were still slightly twitching and trembling, proving the spider venom in his body had not been completely neutralized. From this it was clear that Ed's toxin resistance was not very high. Under the surprised gazes of Ding Feilong and Ying Xiangying, Zhao Yi produced a stone bowl. Ding Feilong's jaw dropped in shock. Unable to understand where Zhao Yi had found a stone bowl, Ed turned and saw Zhao Yi collecting rainwater, so he hurried over. He reached Zhao Yi and warned him that the rainwater was toxic, trying to stop him from drinking it. Zhao Yi looked at Ed confidently and replied, "Don't worry, I already tried it last night." Zhao Yi carried the freshly collected rainwater toward the blazing fire. Ed clearly still didn't believe the rainwater was drinkable. Zhao Yi sat calmly by the fire to boil the rainwater, explaining that after using charcoal to absorb most of the sediment it could be consumed in small amounts. After finishing his work, Zhao Yi stood up and said, "Though I felt a bit unwell after drinking it last night, I've already recovered today." Ed continued to stare at him with a bewildered expression, unable to believe it. Indeed, Zhao Yi looked radiant today, and seemed perfectly fine. Ding Feilong threw a punch in the air in support, feeling that having water to drink was a good thing regardless. Ed had no choice but to accept it. Everyone gathered in a circle, their gaze fixed on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi said calmly, "Once the water boils, we can add some herbs to it. Drinking it will be good for the body and can neutralize some of the toxins in the water." Zhao Yi found a plant and said he had seen it while studying medicine, and that his teacher had explained its effects. Nearby, some people were whispering, "Isn't Zhao Yi a psychiatrist?" They suspected Zhao Yi was lying to everyone. If it were truly a medicinal herb, why didn't he use it to boil water last night? Zhao Yi placed the herb on a stone. Sitting by the edge of the stone, Zhao Yi continuously rubbed the herb. In reality, he knew perfectly well that these plants weren't toxic at all. Following his movements, black juice flowed onto the stone, but this plant wasn't a medicinal herb at all. With the stone stained with residual juice in hand, the real reason Zhao Yi crushed these herbs and soaked them in the water was to mask the specific scent of a certain substance. Zhao Yi filtered out the green residue, then served a bowl of medicinal water with a satisfied look on his face. The first to taste it was Wei Yun. She took the bowl and drank it without hesitation. As the first to bravely try it, Wei Yun showed absolute trust in Zhao Yi. However, the bitter taste made her cough lightly a few times. Next was Ding Feilong, who drank the medicine under Wei Yun's dissatisfied and worried gaze. Then it was Ying Xiangying's turn, his brow furrowed, appearing extremely uncomfortable. Finally, Zhao Yi picked up the bowl with a natural expression. But his gaze was enough to let everyone know the water didn't taste good. As Zhao Yi drank the medicine, he mysteriously reached his hand into his pants pocket, seemingly searching for something. It turned out to be a small cloth bag hidden in his pocket. He quickly pulled out a small green leaf and put it into the bowl of water intended for Ed. The old fellow gulped it down without a second thought. As Zhao Yi stared intently at him, Ed's hulking frame sat on a rock as he muttered an old Eastern proverb, "Heaven has unforeseen winds and clouds, and man has unexpected fortunes and misfortunes." The meaning was that anything could happen. Sure enough, just as he finished drinking, his body began to burn as if on fire. The world spun, and the bowl slipped from his hands and shattered. The onlookers screamed in terror, "Ed, what's wrong with you?" Ding Feilong stared tensely, thinking he had been poisoned, but Zhao Yi alone looked normal. Under Zhao Yi's gaze, Ed collapsed to the ground, his mouth wide open. Zhao Yi discovered he was in slight danger. His weakness was low toxin resistance. Although poisoned, the dose wasn't deep. Even if his consciousness was blurred, the beastly instinct within his body had not yet fallen asleep. If anyone tried to kill him now, the outcome would be miserable. Furthermore, he was currently feeling quite hungry. Ding Feilong and Ying Xiangying stepped forward and softly called out to Ed. Everyone gathered around in worry. While only Zhao Yi appeared very calm, Ding Feilong and Ying Xiangying worked together to carry him to the blazing fire. Ed's tall, powerful build left Ying Xiangying drenched in sweat from the effort. Zhao Yi propped up his chin with satisfaction, thinking to himself that the system had set Ed's beast instinct to prevent players from easily assassinating him while he was poisoned and unconscious, thereby reducing the dungeon difficulty. He let out a sinister laugh, feeling he was quite the clever one, both kind and smart, for not doing something as stupid as killing Ed. Looking at Ed lying there motionless, Zhao Yi calculated that keeping him around still had its uses. Ding Feilong and Ying Xiangying fell into deep thought, staring at Ed and unable to fathom why he would be poisoned, given that everyone had been together and no one had seen him eat anything alone. Ding Feilong stared suspiciously at Zhao Yi, doubting it was his doing. Zhao Yi put on a slightly anxious look, waving his hands repeatedly and saying it wasn't him. Ding Feilong rolled his eyes at Zhao Yi, thinking that with an expression like that you might as well have "I am the murderer" written on your face, but it was best not to clash with him. And so time flew by until the following evening. Everyone sat around the fire while Ed remained unconscious. Suddenly a muffled sound of water came from Ed's direction, taking Ding Feilong by surprise. He quickly got up and ran over, but he was still a step slower than Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi came to Ed's side, helped him up and fed a bowl of water into his mouth. He told Ed not to rush and to drink slowly. He also comforted him, saying not to worry and that everyone would look after him until he recovered. Ding Feilong was still completely bewildered. After drinking the water, Ed's eyes opened slightly. Though still exhausted, he expressed his thanks to Zhao Yi. After finishing the water, he fell asleep again. Zhao Yi laid Ed flat and noticed a red backpack nearby. He walked to the backpack and pulled out an old-looking black camera. Zhao Yi fiddled with the camera and scrolled through the videos. A voice came from the video saying, "I've come to catch you all." Intense curiosity made the remaining three quickly gather around. The camera played a recording. Ed was chasing a short-haired girl, looking extremely ferocious as if he were about to pounce on her, and letting out a sinister laugh. "Hee, caught you." Zhao Yi focused intently on the recording. Ying Xiangying remarked as he watched that they were lucky to even be in the mood for games. But before he could finish, he froze, his brow tightly furrowed as if he had seen something utterly horrific. My God, Ed had actually grabbed the girl by the head. His expression was extremely distorted, wearing a sinister smile. His hands clamped firmly onto the girl's head and gave it a violent backward snap. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the girl's eyes rolled back, filled with grievance and pain. The onlookers screamed in terror. "My God, what is this?" An uproar broke out. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, filled with terror. Zhao Yi remained calm. At this point in the recording, Ed looked like a demon, actually clutching a piece of that unfortunate girl's flesh in his hand. Blood was still smeared on the corners of his mouth, and he looked terrifying. Whispers broke out around them. "Is this guy a cannibal?" Fortunately, he was currently unconscious, otherwise everyone would be finished. Ying Xiangying swallowed hard in fear, trembling all over and drenched in sweat as he said shakily that it was lucky Ed was poisoned. Suddenly, Ed, lying on the ground, moved slightly and reached out to scratch his chest. Ed suddenly woke up and turned around. Ying Xiangying was scared out of his wits and let out a shrill scream. He took off running, shouting for help as he went. Wei Yun watched in panic. She also got up, preparing to flee with Ying Xiangying. Zhao Yi called out to her with a grave expression. Ding Feilong held Wei Yun firmly, preventing her from moving. Wei Yun fell into an extreme state of panic. Ding Feilong warned her not to go out. If she did, she would surely die. Ed still lay there unconscious. Wei Yun felt extremely uneasy and fearful, wondering what would happen if Ed suddenly woke up while they stayed. Ding Feilong, however, appeared very calm. He comforted Wei Yun, telling her to relax and informing her that Ed had been poisoned by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was a smart man. He had certainly calculated the time and wouldn't let Ed wake up at this moment. Wei Yun still couldn't believe it was Zhao Yi who had poisoned him. Ding Feilong looked thoughtfully at the unconscious Ed by the fire. He deduced that the water was the only indirect contact between Ed and Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi must have poisoned Ed's drink after finishing his own. Zhao Yi's face went pale. Ding Feilong thought to himself that it was lucky Zhao Yi didn't have any twisted ideas. Otherwise, if the drinking order had been swapped, Wei Yun thought of the consequence. We would all be dead. Wei Yun and Ding Feilong looked at each other, not understanding why Zhao Yi didn't kill them. Could it be because he was inherently kind? Ding Feilong scratched his head awkwardly, feeling like a fool because before coming in he had always felt that being in the top 14 of the rookie leaderboard, his strength surely wouldn't be inferior to Zhao Yi's. Who could have known it would be like this? Wei Yun glanced over, thinking that this guy had also realized his own status. She picked up a stone that fit right in her palm and waved it with gritted teeth, wanting to kill Ed. Ding Feilong was pale with shock and quickly reached out to stop Wei Yun before he could even react. He urged her not to be impulsive. If killing him were truly that simple, Zhao Yi would have acted long ago. She seemed to be convinced and glanced at the immobilized Ed, feeling helpless. The two stood there staring at Ed in thought. She finally lowered her hand, agreeing to Ding Feilong's suggestion to wait for Zhao Yi to return before deciding. 6 hours passed. The moon was bright and stars were few, and a gentle breeze blew. Zhao Yi was soaked to the skin, leaving a puddle where he sat. Someone unaware might have thought he had wet his pants. Zhao Yi still sat calmly by the fire roasting meat skewers. By now, Ding Feilong and Wei Yun had fallen asleep. Perhaps the aroma of the roasted meat startled them awake and they sat up. Wei Yun even asked groggily if Zhao Yi was back. The two looked at Zhao Yi in confusion because they didn't see Ying Xiangying. Didn't he go after Ying Xiangying last night? Zhao Yi's expression was normal as he held the skewers. However, Ding Feilong and Wei Yun broke into a cold sweat from fright. They turned pale, fearing that Zhao Yi had killed Ying Xiangying and was roasting his meat. Indeed, Zhao Yi could maintain his composure under any circumstances. While roasting the meat, he recounted that after catching up with Ying Xiangying last night, the fellow couldn't run any further. After a short while, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Yi's mouth. He continued, saying that he chatted with Ying Xiangying for a bit afterward, and then watched him freeze to death. Hearing this, Wei Yun felt chilled all over, cold sweat pouring down as she asked shakily if Zhao Yi really ate it. Before she could finish, Zhao Yi confirmed that he never ate human meat, using the analogy that eating human meat was no different from eating feces. The two were stunned into silence by this shocking answer, but also felt Zhao Yi's words made sense. Wei Yun was speechless, but she was still curious where the meat skewers came from. Zhao Yi told the curious girl that this was Ying Xiangying's tenderloin. Zhao Yi looked toward Ed, held up the skewers and shouted that this meat wasn't for him to eat but for Ed. Wei Yun was about to lose it. She roared at Zhao Yi, asking if he was crazy. Why wasn't he finding a way to kill this cannibal instead of feeding him meat? Zhao Yi was still in the mood for jokes at this point, saying that since Ed was so cute it would be a shame to kill him. Ding Feilong and Wei Yun were dumbfounded. This was a cannibal. What was cute about him? Ding Feilong questioned Zhao Yi with some indignation. With his powers of observation, could he really not see how strong the combat power of these two dark figures, Ed and Bear, was? Why not take his life while he was sick? Ding Feilong worried that Ed would kill everyone after he recovered. Zhao Yi continued roasting the meat, answering confidently that he wouldn't kill me, only you. Hearing this, the two instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Zhao Yi added, "If you want to kill Ed, I have no objection." He held the skewers toward the two with an arrogant look, signaling them to go ahead and act. This instead made Ding Feilong and Wei Yun back off. Ding Feilong looked at her, thinking that this smile meant that if they rashly tried to kill Ed, something big would surely happen. Wei Yun expressed her agreement. Zhao Yi reached into his pants pocket to look for something. He pulled out a small blue bag holding the already roasted skewers. He gently squeezed the bag and some substance dripped onto the skewers. He brought the meat to Ed and waved it gently under his nose. Though unconscious, Ed's sense of smell was extremely sharp, worthy of a cannibal, and he snapped his eyes wide open the moment he smelled the meat. He sat up abruptly as if granted a new life, opening his mouth wide to bite into the skewers. There was meat. Seeing the situation was as he expected, Zhao Yi revealed a triumphant look. Ed was wolfing it down like a starving ghost. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Holding the skewer, he calmly asked Zhao Yi where the meat came from. Wei Yun leaned into Ding Feilong's ear and whispered worriedly, asking if he would discover that it was Zhao Yi who poisoned him. Though tense, Ding Feilong comforted her, saying that if he had found out, he would have finished Zhao Yi long ago. He guessed Ed only realized it was human meat. Ding Feilong worried about how Zhao Yi would explain. Zhao Yi quickly ran to Ed's side, putting on a pitiful look and shouting Ed's name. His eyes were clear as he sat beside Ed with an innocent face and began weaving a story. He said last night there was a man wearing a field army uniform, holding a sharp knife, who launched a sneak attack while Ying Xiangying was going to the toilet. He hunched his shoulders, clutching them tightly, as he recounted how when he followed the screams and found him, only half of Ying Xiangying was left. Truly worthy of being a psychiatrist, the two behind him whispered that this acting was simply incredible. After hearing this, Ed flew into a towering rage, his expression distorted as he roared in a hoarse voice, "Isn't the man you spoke of Bear?" He clenched his fists in fury. "That bastard took a low shot while I was sick. I'm going to settle the score with him right now." Zhao Yi set the trap, advising him to stay calm and saying that since he was currently weak from poison, he couldn't beat Bear. Zhao Yi considerately came to Ed's side, handing him the meat skewer. Even if cannibalism was cruel, if he didn't eat some meat to replenish his energy, it would be dangerous when Bear appeared. Zhao Yi was extremely seasoned, playing right into Ed's hands, so Ed obediently bit into the meat, roaring between bites that he would never let Bear off. In the distance, Zhao Yi was overjoyed in his heart, yet he still made a show of looking after Ed. The other two thought to themselves, so he kept Ed around to use him against Bear. How insidious. All was silent around them, with only the four figures about to confront Bear. This strategy of sowing discord by Zhao Yi was indeed brilliant. However, Bear's side held more clues. There was clearly an inside story to this show. Bear and Ed were destined for a showdown. This was a lethal wilderness survival program, a hunting game created by the wealthy. The people invited here were either the homeless or prostitutes with erased memories. On one side was the disheveled Bear, on the other was the bearded Ed. Participating in this show meant they didn't just have to battle the elements, they had to evade these two experts in reconnaissance and hunting. The players in Bear's group knew the truth, so they collaborated to attack those in Ed's group as a means of extending their own survival time. As dusk fell, a light drizzle continued to fall outside. Inside the cave, the rules were being discussed. If they discovered Ed was a cannibal, why would they attack the players on his side? They chattered incessantly, filled with questions about the players. After finishing the meat skewers, Ed collapsed there, foaming at the mouth. Zhao Yi kept a close eye on him. Zhao Yi approached Ed, leaning in to question him. Whispers came from behind. What is he asking? How can Ed answer when he's unconscious? Zhao Yi waited for half an hour without a response. He stood up and let out a sigh of relief, thinking the man was finally asleep. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a trace of sinister charm. Looking satisfied, Zhao Yi turned toward the other two. I want to discuss a business deal with you. Zhao Yi emphasized that this was a matter of life and death, making it sound very grave. Ding Feilong and Wei Yun were apprehensive, unsure of what kind of business Zhao Yi wanted to discuss. He poked at the firewood indifferently and proposed that they each pay 5,000 points as a ticket fare, and he would carry them through the level. Wei Yun was furious after hearing this, clenching her fists and shouting at him, 5,000 points, you're obsessed with squeezing us for every point, you've gone mad. To a player below level 15, 5,000 points was no small sum. But Ding Feilong did the opposite. He agreed to the deal. Wei Yun couldn't understand why Feilong agreed so readily. In truth, there was no other choice. Hearing Ding Feilong's reasoning, Wei Yun had to agree as well. It seemed she was quite naive. Such people were truly gullible, especially one with such a curvaceous figure. Zhao Yi received the 1,000-point transfer from the two. Standing before them, Zhao Yi solemnly announced that they were now all in the same boat. The danger they were about to face wasn't just Ed and Bear. With a serious expression, he pointed upward. It's those 4 players in Bear's group. Wei Yun didn't understand why it was those 4. Since Ed was poisoned and wouldn't attack, shouldn't Bear also refrain from attacking them? Zhao Yi explained that if Bear were to move against them now, the dungeon difficulty wouldn't be purgatory, but unsolvable. Ding Feilong understood the crux of the problem, and said to Wei Yun with a worried gaze, no one can survive for over 10 days in this harsh environment while being hunted by cannibals. Wei Yun still didn't understand why other players would ambush them. With his hands in his pockets, Zhao Yi calmly explained that there were actually hints at the start of the dungeon. Although Bear and Ed were well equipped, they carried no supplies. Look at those 2 savage fellows. The teammates following them not only had food and drink but also weapons. Zhao Yi made it very clear. What those 2 truly wanted weren't guests but to watch them kill each other. To watch the process of falling from hope into despair. At this moment, Ding Feilong and Wei Yun turned deathly pale. Wei Yun, always full of questions, asked Zhao Yi why he chose Ed's camp in the first place. He replied with a shameless air, it couldn't be helped. Who told me I was such an honest person? I simply can't bear to hurt others. Hearing this, the two thought, as if anyone would believe that. Zhao Yi continued to lower his head to tend the fire. Wei Yun looked at the dying fire, worried that without food or fire they wouldn't last long. Zhao Yi comforted her, saying he had brought food. Although it wouldn't be a feast, it would be enough to last 15 days. Zhao Yi continued to add wood to the fire. The firewood was almost gone. He planned to steal some from Bear's group. Zhao Yi composedly told everyone not to worry. He had asked Ed, and for the first 12 days those 2 demons were merely observers and would not interfere with the contestants. Wei Yun stared at Zhao Yi suspiciously, asking why Ed would tell him all this. Zhao Yi crossed his arms smugly. It was because he had hypnotized Ed. Wei Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that hypnosis could be so powerful. Zhao Yi continued tending the fire, explaining that such low-level psychological techniques are mostly useless against those with strong spirits. However, that dark-hearted Ed had been poisoned for 2 consecutive days, leaving his mental defenses extremely fragile. Zhao Yi sat by the fire in a relaxed posture, one leg curled up and the other hand resting on his knee, looking leisurely and at ease. He recalled smugly that the food he gave Ed earlier had lowered his guard, which was why the hypnosis succeeded. Suddenly he sat up straight and said that tomorrow morning he would bring back food and wood, and then teach them how to make some practical traps. Zhao Yi looked at the two with a simple, honest smile. Once they had enough to eat and drink, they had to hurry and get to work. It was still raining outside the cave. 4 bandit-like figures flashed through the brush, weapons in hand and clad in raincoats. A series of whispers made the 4 stop, their expressions sinister. In the distance, a dark figure hid behind a rock. It was Bear. He had applied charcoal to his face to prevent recognition. He hid behind the rock, a ferocious expression on his face, holding a camera. His smile was dark and terrifying. He thought to himself, kill, go on and kill. He loved watching these food items slaughter one another. The more brutal the killing, the more excited he became. He was an absolute lunatic. A man in brown held a reconnaissance screen in his hand. He stared fixedly at the screen. A man in black urgently inquired about the situation, and the man in brown reported that Zhao Yi was alone. In the silence of the late night, Zhao Yi stood alone at the mouth of the cave. Those thugs didn't understand why he had run out of the cave. The time had come. The man in black ordered them to kill Zhao Yi and hide the body. He believed that when Bear's side ran low on food, as long as Zhao Yi and Ed had no meat to eat, they could be easily dealt with after starving for a dozen days. He licked his blade with a sinister face. He ordered Ning Wenshao to go and cut off Zhao Yi's head immediately. Ning Wenshao accepted the order without hesitation. The man in brown wore a treacherous expression, feeling certain they could kill Zhao Yi today and use the head of this top-ranked player as a sacrifice. Ning Wenshao ran incredibly fast. Was he some kind of ninja? His tracking skills were exceptional. It seemed Zhao Yi was about to be ambushed. In fact, Zhao Yi was just as cunning and was no inferior to those thugs. Hearing the wind by his ear, he sensed someone approaching and snapped his head around, asking, "Who's there?" Ning Wenshao was wearing a deep blue shadow cloak, a garment that granted invisibility for 1 minute and masked sound and scent. However, one could not move while invisible, or the state would be cancelled. He stood before Zhao Yi in the invisibility cloak, thinking arrogantly, "I didn't expect Zhao Yi to be so alert, but unfortunately for him, he met me. He truly didn't know the heights of the heavens." He continued to despise Zhao Yi in his heart, thinking the man was weak. But to his surprise, Zhao Yi approached him step by step, and he suddenly felt a wave of shivers. Zhao Yi pulled out his knife. Having already seen through the conspiracy, he sprinted toward the fool who thought he could deceive everyone. That fellow didn't dare move, fearing he would break his invisibility. With a thwack, Zhao Yi stabbed him directly in the left chest. Ning Wenshao was both pained and shocked, unable to understand how the other had seen him. Zhao Yi was full of tricks. Although he couldn't see the body, the rain falling on the cloak clearly outlined the fool's silhouette. As soon as the words left his mouth, the fellow collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. The arrogance on his face vanished, replaced only by agony. He couldn't believe until the moment he died that he would perish so pathetically. In that heavy rain, the level 3 Zhao Yi killed the level 7 Ning Wenshao. Task 1 triggered. Kill the players of the opposing camp at any cost. Task 2, kill Ed and Bear. On the 4th day, Zhao Yi returned. He kept his promise, bringing back firewood and bear meat. Wei Yun and Ding Feilong were wolfing it down. Ed had already woken up. Zhao Yi was holding Ying Xiangying's meat, tending to him like a pet. Ed woke up at the smell of meat, eating while listening to Zhao Yi speak. But he only listened, unable to respond. After eating, he fell back asleep. Only a lump of meat remained on the skewers on the ground. This time, Zhao Yi hadn't added poison. Ed remained in a deep slumber. Zhao Yi stood to the side, reaching into his pocket to pull out the walkie-talkie he had taken from Ning Wenshao. He took a deep breath, holding the battered black walkie-talkie. Suddenly, he burst into a triumphant laugh. One had died last night. They certainly wouldn't dare act rashly today. He talked to himself into the walkie-talkie. Ding Feilong and Wei Yun, gnawing on bare legs, watched him with total bewilderment. Wei Yun told Ding Feilong to look at what he was doing. He looked like he had schizophrenia. Ding Feilong whispered to Wei Yun that he was definitely acting for the other side to see. "Keep it down, don't let it get recorded." Wei Yun nodded in understanding. Zhao Yi stood up and threw the walkie-talkie directly into the fire. The two stared blankly. The walkie-talkie was soon burned out, the number 19 flashing on the screen. He looked at the two. "Time to work. They're coming to kill you tonight. I've prepared the secret weapons sent by the other side for you." Ding Feilong was overjoyed to hear this. "Great, we finally have weapons. Quick, let's see them." Zhao Yi reached out and placed one in each of their hands, a blackhead extractor and a pair of nail clippers. Ding Feilong said bluntly, "Zhao Yi, if these things aren't weapons, then it has to be that knife beside Ed, right?" He nonchalantly took the nail clippers back from Wei Yun, leaving her stunned. What, were the nail clippers not sharp enough? As he spoke, he clipped a nail to demonstrate how sharp and terrifying this weapon was. The two were left speechless by his performance. Wei Yun lost her temper and cursed. "You just want us to die, don't you? Can this thing even kill? It's not even as useful as my middle finger." Seeing the tension, Zhao Yi stopped joking. "Relax, you two really have no sense of humor." "Fine, I admit the gear is indeed lacking. Or you could just pick up a rock from the ground." Wei Yun pointed at the long knife in front of her and asked, "Can't we use this one? You have a soul weapon anyway. Leave the knife for us so we can do our work." But he flatly refused, saying the knife had to be kept for Ed. He didn't have gear like Bear's and needed a decent weapon, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage against Bear. Ding Feilong agreed with his view. Indeed, only Ed could deal with Bear. Leaving the knife to him gave them a better chance of winning. "Then let's do it that way." Ding Feilong and Wei Yun each held a stone. After all, they had paid 5,000 points and there was no way back but to fight. Under the cover of night, the two set off. Zhao Yi turned to Ed and said, "Wake up, it's just the two of us now." Truly a top-tier psychiatrist. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man opened his eyes. Zhao Yi was roasting a large piece of meat over the fire. Ed sat up immediately at the scent. Looking at the sizzling, oily meat, he salivated with greed. Zhao Yi handed over the meat, whispering hypnosis into his ear. Eat all this meat, then go cold bear and commit suicide. The system began to analyze Ed's state. Meanwhile, at Bear's camp, those three were huddled around a fire discussing. The fattest one among them laughed loudly while biting a chicken leg. That idiot definitely didn't expect Ning Wenchao to be carrying a walkie-talkie. Another calculated, we'll wait until they're resting tonight and wipe out their nest. But the leader was more cautious, suspecting things weren't that simple. Ning Wenchao was killed even while wearing the invisibility cloak. Would Zhao Yi not have discovered the walkie-talkie? The other two reassured him. Don't overthink it. Opportunities are rare. If we miss it, we're in trouble. Exactly. So what if they know we have so many weapons they absolutely can't beat us? We must kill them tonight. Having finished, the three stood up and set off. Bear hid in the shadows, recording everything with his camera. Go on, kill to your heart's content. I'll record the whole process. Just as he was getting excited, a sound came from behind him. Bear turned back alertly. It was Ed. No one knew when he had appeared. He pointed his knife at Bear, smiling sinisterly. Bear quickly drew the short knife from his waist. He questioned while evading. What was he doing here instead of filming? Ed grinned ferociously. We agreed on 4 people per group. How dare you steal my people? With that, he lunged at Bear with his knife. Bear, die. In the cave, 2 people fought desperately. Outside, a light rain fell. A dozen minutes later, Wei Yun and Ding Feilong reached Bear's cave. Where are they? Why is no one here? Wei Yun marveled. My god, this cave is ridiculously spacious. Anyone who didn't know better would think they're on vacation. Ding Feilong searched for supplies and saw Longsword in the corner, casually tossing away the rotten stone in his hand. Damn it, talk about favoritism. Both were players, yet the treatment was so different. The system immediately warned, if Ding Feilong insulted the system again, he would be muted. Meanwhile, at Ed's camp, Zhao Yi was already guarding the cave entrance, waiting for them to take the bait. He put on his cloak and entered an invisible state. Before long, the 3 from Bear's group arrived. They waved their flashlights around. Seeing the cave was empty, they cursed in rage. Damn it, where did everyone go? They must be hiding. They rummaged through Ed's luggage, wanting to see what the camera had recorded. The fat man stood not far away when he suddenly seemed to freeze, feeling someone behind him. Kanan Hiroto's flashlight dropped to the ground, startling the other 2. Zhao Yi pressed his knife against the fat man's throat. System prompt. Zhao Yi has deactivated invisibility. The other 2 asked warily, just you, where are your teammates? Zhao Yi retreated slowly while holding the fat man hostage, casually making up an excuse to dismiss them. Zhao Yi's face changed, becoming as dark as a demon. I am a malicious ghost from hell, and I want to enjoy my final meal alone. With that, he grabbed the fat man and ran off quickly. The fellow was too terrified to move. This allowed Zhao Yi to take him away easily. Ji Tang and Ren Hanping gnashed their teeth in rage. They wanted to give chase but couldn't keep up, yet they had to pursue to kill him. They lost him when they reached the bushes. Watch out for an ambush. The 2 stood in the rain, and Ji Tang suddenly felt something wrong beneath his feet. Because the ground was slippery, his foot slipped and he fell flat on his face. Hearing the noise, Ren Hanping quickly looked over. It was a nasty fall, and he closed his eyes in a pained howl. Ren Hanping ran over to help him. What happened? What did you trip over? When the 2 clearly saw the object on the ground, they were terrified out of their wits. It was a piece of human skin still stained with blood, with a long, hideous incision across the abdomen. Seeing such a horrific sight for the first time in their lives, the 2 couldn't help but scream in terror. Before they could compose themselves, the system issued a notification. Player Kanan Hiroto has died. The killer is Zhao Yi. How long had it been since they separated? Had Zhao Yi actually flayed Hiroto already? Could a human really flay someone that quickly? Only then did they realize what a dangerous opponent Zhao Yi was. They scrambled back to his cave. It was too dark out there, and they were far too vulnerable to an ambush. That gruesome scene had truly broken their courage. They were now far more cautious than when they first arrived. Many footprints appeared on the ground near Ren Hanping, but he didn't seem to notice. They were guarding the mouth of the cave, unaware that Zhao Yi was lurking behind them in the shadows, monitoring their every move. Zhao Yi let out a sinister cold laugh and slowly raised the knife in his hand. The system quickly notified players Ren Hanping and Ji Ting have been killed by Zhao Yi. Players Zhao Yi, Wei Yun and Ding Feilong have completed the task. After the main task ends, side task rewards will be issued based on contribution points. In the comment section, everyone was discussing animatedly. Wasn't Hiroto flayed? Why did the bodies on the ground look intact? I guess that skin belonged to Ning Wenchao. Zhao Yi just wanted to scare them. After starting a fire, Zhao Yi turned back to look at the 3 corpses lined up neatly on the ground. He quickly walked over and sat down beside them. Each face was deathly pale, blood leaking from their mouths. Their deaths were extremely horrific. Then he lay down directly next to Hanping's body, which was still seeping blood. Zhao Yi, however, seemed to thoroughly enjoy the sensation. He sighed, remarking that this was the only way to sleep soundly. The viewers could hardly believe how twisted he was. Soon the news spread and everyone switched over to watch the duel between Ed and Bear. Outside, the rain continued to fall as Ed forced Bear to the edge of a cliff. Ed swung his massive blade frantically, roaring, "Die, Bear, just die!" By now, Bear was severely injured. He weakly tried to dissuade him. "Ed, wake up, don't let them use you." Tears of blood streamed down Ed's face as he spoke sincerely. "I know, Bear, but I really don't want to go on like this. Let it all end. We've done too many wrong things. Maybe death is the only release." Bear fell into silence. The two stared at each other for a long time until Bear slumped down in dejection. He closed his eyes and said, "You're right, we have indeed done too many wrong things. Do it, Ed. Let's find release together." Amidst the torrential rain, Ed let out a great roar and drove his blade through Bear. The outcome thereafter was self-evident. On the 12th day, the rain stopped. Zhao Yi was about to leave the dungeon, and he used Ed's video camera to record a clip. No one knew what the content of the video was. Afterward, the players left the dungeon world. The mountain forest returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. A few days later, a helicopter arrived at the summit. The men who disembarked wore Special Forces uniforms, each heavily armed. One of them was reporting to someone over the phone, "Sir, we have reached the Dubuco Mountains, but those two animals, Bear and Ed, are missing." It was unclear what the person on the other end said, but the soldier responded urgently, "Yes, sir." He searched the surroundings and finally discovered a video recorded by Ed. One Zhao Yi had intentionally left behind before leaving. He opened the player. The screen showed Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi had recorded a video for them, but in the footage he was merely whispering something under his breath, his voice muffled and unclear. The soldier curiously leaned his ear closer to hear. Although the content was inaudible, he could see Zhao Yi's eerie gaze and sinister smile. Suddenly, without warning, the soldier raised his gun and fired several shots at the only man in the group wearing a suit. No one knew what Zhao Yi had said in the video. System notification. Zhao Yi has completed all main and side tasks and has finished the mission ahead of schedule. The system was about to scold him, but all the data was instantaneously deleted. Because the system's profanity was too excessive, it was blocked, which greatly satisfied Zhao Yi. However, the system mentioned that after Ed was taught some basic dungeon boss techniques by Zhao Yi, he went on a rampage. This proved that the dungeons they experienced were not merely simple instances. After those NPCs were used, they would be deployed into other dungeons. In other words, the game NPCs players encountered now might very well be met again in other dungeons. While lost in thought, Sister Lu sent a message, asking her little brother to come to her room. Hearing this, Zhao Yi knew her condition had flared up again, so he asked her to send a photo. Sister Lu readily agreed. She soon sent Zhao Yi a sexy selfie. Zhao Yi helplessly told her to photograph the affected area, complaining about why she sent a selfie. After apologizing, Sister Lu sent another photo. A type of red scale had grown on her leg, looking like densely packed mushrooms spreading from her ankle to near her knee. Zhao Yi observed many red blood streaks. It seemed the red demon was about to resurface. After treatment, the red scales on Sister Lu's leg quickly vanished. She looked at Zhao Yi appreciatively. "Little brother, I am very satisfied with today's treatment." She reached out and poured herself a glass of red wine. She told Zhao Yi that the old charlatan Zhang Jian had already signed him up. "When the demon spirit wave arrives, you will be transported to the great secret realm. Not only that, but I've also covered the registration fee for you." Zhao Yi was surprised. He hadn't realized there was a fee to participate in this. Sister Lu swirled her wine glass, took a sip, and smiled faintly. "Of course, the demon spirit wave is high risk but high reward. It's a place of advancement that many players dream of, therefore there are a huge number of applicants, and the system can't possibly screen thousands of people. So a high registration fee is the most effective barrier." Zhao Yi thanked her politely. Sister Lu was blunt. "No need for thanks. Anyway, that old charlatan Zhang Jian lost a golden item to me in a bet last time, and I got quite a few points after selling it. However, don't enter any dungeons for a while. Once you're registered for the demon spirit wave, your soul mark will be locked. During this period, you can only stay in the chaos world, though you can still do world tasks." Zhao Yi agreed and then stood up to leave. Sister Lu waved goodbye with a brilliant smile. Zhao Yi turned to depart, a mysterious smile touching his lips. Sister Lu's arm suddenly jerked back. To whom was she speaking? "You are afraid," she said. An unknown voice responded from the void. "Yes, because it wants to eat me," in his own room. Zhao Yi sat on his bed checking his system level and items. "Good, I already have 30,000 points. I'll spend 20,000 to buy 4 seizing speech fragments first." No sooner said than done. He clicked purchase and then clicked activate. Instantly, 2 streaks of blue light surrounded Zhao Yi, weaving into a bond. Soon the technique merged into his body. Zhao Yi examined his hands with satisfaction, a demonic smile on his face. This technique was truly perfect for him. Zhao Yi also obtained another item. The Destiny chest. He opened the chest. This was something that couldn't be sold. After all, no man could refuse the thrill of a blind box. The system then rewarded him with a shredder. As long as the object wasn't too hard, it could be crushed by this machine. Once a player or ghost is sucked into this shredder, they cannot be resurrected. If the shredder kills a player, it will simultaneously erase all death substitution items on that player. Zhao Yi marveled. This was truly a god-tier tool for murder and plunder. He immediately tested its effect. Putting in a test object and pressing the switch, the machine sucked it in instantly, grinding it to bits. Zhao Yi secretly praised it happily. It was indeed a good item. His eyes turned fierce. He definitely had to take this thing to Gushwen Town tomorrow to try it out. The next day, as soon as he stepped out, the Oath-Taker stopped him. Zhao Yi, you're going to Gushwen Town, right? Can you do me a favor? He scratched his head hesitantly. I want to open a general store in Gushwen Town, but my funds are limited. Only about 150,000 nether currency. Can you help me find a suitable storefront? If you can find me a good location, I'll give you a personal item. Zhao Yi readily agreed. Of course, leave it to me. He then turned and left. The conductor waved and reminded him to be careful on the way, and his favorability also increased to exalted. Zhao Yi gained the privilege of sitting in the train's driver's cab. The kind ghost driver asked, "Are you sure you want to go to Gushwen Town alone? I've taken many people there, and I heard they all died." Zhao Yi asked back in confusion, "Is it very dangerous there?" The ghost driver warned him seriously, "Extremely dangerous. It's full of very high-level fierce ghosts, though they're a bit weaker than those two fellows at the guild base." Zhao Yi said calmly, "You mean the butcher and the clown?" The ghost driver replied. "Yes." Zhao Yi propped up his chin and smirked inwardly. He hadn't expected the clown and the butcher to be that strong. Were they hiding their strength? Remember, don't leave the station after you get to Gushwen Town. Wait for the warehouse ghost to pick you up. He has some influence in the town and can protect you. Zhao Yi replied briefly. "Okay, thanks." In the blink of an eye, Gushwen Town arrived. The warehouse ghost said to Zhao Yi, "Just speak up if you need anything. I said I would help you." Zhao Yi stood up. "Then I won't be polite. There are 3 things I'd like your help with. First is the work problem. I want to settle here and would like you to help me find a job. Second is the disappearance of a friend's daughter, Sun Baba, who might be in Gushwen Town. I'd like you to help look for her. Third, another friend wants to open a general store and asked me to find a storefront, but he only has 150,000 nether currency." As he spoke, he pulled out an item, Pandora's box. Zhao Yi handed the box to the warehouse ghost. "This is the payment." The warehouse ghost couldn't help but salivate as he looked at what Zhao Yi was offering. This was an item of pure temptation. This gift was far too valuable. "However, I won't take it for nothing. I'll handle these matters for you. For the next 2 days you'll stay at my place, and I'll send 2 servants to attend to you." Zhao Yi accepted without hesitation. 3 days later, Zhao Yi happily took a recommendation letter to an interview. He stood before the Flower Fruit Hospital. This must be the place the warehouse ghost recommended. It looked decent and professional. The surgeons here should earn a good salary. 2 ghosts at the entrance watched him loiter, whispering greedily, "Someone's here and he smells delicious. My mouth is almost dry from salivating. The lust part looks most delicious. Should we eat him directly or save it for last?" Afterward, not just 2, but a whole group of ghosts rushed forward. Zhao Yi focused on the sounds and looked up. They had already reached him and surrounded him completely. Zhao Yi glanced around and knew they were all beasts, each with a strength value of at least 36. Any one of them could tear him apart. But who was Zhao Yi? He flashed a demonic smile. These monsters were far too interesting. Before he could act, a plump figure suddenly shouted at the crowd of monsters, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?" She warned angrily, "I'm warning you, this is the new surgeon recruited by our hospital. Don't cause trouble or I'll crush you to death." The group of beasts fled in all directions. They truly couldn't handle the nurse's tonnage. Zhao Yi lamented inwardly, "Don't go." The nurse said to him, "Dr. Zhao, follow me. There's a ghost with enteritis inside who needs emergency surgery. If you can successfully complete it, you'll pass your job assessment." Zhao Yi responded composedly, "No problem. A mere appendix surgery won't stump me." In the operating room, Zhao Yi was getting dressed for surgery when someone suddenly burst in. "Doctor, please wait." A female ghost with a haggard face and scratches pulled out 4 small gold plates and held them before him. "Please, you must cure my husband. I beg of you." Zhao Yi was secretly surprised. This female ghost was in such a wretched state, yet she was still thinking about curing her husband. He smiled and pushed the gold back. "Don't worry, it's just removing an appendix. No difficulty at all." The female ghost froze, watching silently as he entered the operating room. Once the door closed, the ghost on the operating table saw Zhao Yi and roared, "Damn human, what are you in here for? Do you want to be my pre-surgery meal?" Zhao Yi replied cheerfully, "Actually, I am your attending physician. You can call me daddy or father, but I won't acknowledge you as my son." The ghost continued to roar. "Damn it, are you looking for death? How dare a piece of food talk like that? Believe it or not, I'll eat you after the surgery." Zhao Yi asked as he took out his scalpel. "Do you often commit domestic violence against your wife and son? Is it any of your business? They deserve to be beaten. All the money I earn has to go toward my booze, yet that bitch dared to secretly save money to send that brat to school. I'm doing them a favor by not beating them to death." Zhao Yi reached into his pocket, searching for something, as he gave the ghost a cold sidelong glance. You misunderstand. I don't want to interfere in your family affairs, I just want to chat. He quickly pulled out that item. The ghost shouted in question, Hey, what is that you've brought out? Zhao Yi now revealed a hint of a dark expression. Relax, this is just a shredder. It'll help me with the surgery. The ghost wailed in terror. No, don't, I was wrong, but it was too late. Zhao Yi coldly pressed the shredder against its body and blood instantly splattered everywhere. The ghost gave a cry of agony and then fell silent. Zhao Yi worked for a while until it was finally done. He took off his mask and walked out of the operating room. His clothes were stained with quite a bit of blood. Seeing this, the female ghost ran over and asked, Dr. Zhao, was the surgery successful? He took off his cap and said calmly, Don't worry, the surgery was very successful. She pressed anxiously, Then where is my husband? Why didn't I see him come out? Zhao Yi remained calm as he pulled something from his pocket. Oh right, he handed a bloody segment of intestine to the female ghost. Your husband is right here. Seeing her stare blankly at the intestine, seemingly not reacting, he spoke up. Well, it's a clean cut, don't you think? The female ghost asked again. I mean, where are his other parts? Zhao Yi said frankly, Those parts, I thought they were useless, so I threw them away. She seemed to understand Zhao Yi's meaning and quickly pulled out her phone. Hello? Hi, I'd like to ask, does the insurance company pay out after a person dies? I want to ask, my husband just died, is it too late to buy accident insurance for him now? It seemed the insurance company replied that it couldn't be paid. She said with regret, Okay, that's a shame then. Regardless, thank you. Zhao Yi smiled. I take people's money to solve their problems. Oh no, saving lives is a doctor's natural duty, it's what I should do. He watched the mother and son depart happily, thinking that today was another day of practicing medicine and accumulating merit. Congratulations on passing the hospital assessment. Here's your chest badge. With it, you have a proper job in Gushuen town. The ghosts in town will treat you as one of their own. Additionally, the monthly salary is 5,000 nether currency, paid mid-month. Zhao Yi agreed. The system congratulated him on completing the job hunt task, rewarding him with the 5,000 nether currency salary and legal status. The next world task was a bit difficult, so he would take it slow. But the registration fee for the demon spirit wave was actually 50,000 points. That woman Lu Ruoqing wouldn't just give him 50,000 points for free. She must need him to do something for her. Could it be related to that red demon? No, the red demon had a very high fusion rate with her. It wouldn't go out of control. It felt like she was testing him. Just as he was thinking, a message came from the warehouse ghost. News about Sun Baba has been found. Come to my place after work for details. Long ago, the D-17 train Sun Baba was on had an accident in Zili village to the south, and everyone on board subsequently disappeared. I sent servants to Zili village to investigate this afternoon, but they haven't returned. I suspect they've also run into trouble. Currently, I have some real estate in Gushuen town that is tied up, so I cannot leave. Don't be in too much of a hurry to go there for now. It's too dangerous, Zhao Yi said while chewing on something. The warehouse ghost continued its instructions. It's fine, I'll be careful. Also, this is the phone number for the owner of the Chongsheng Trading Company. You can contact him tomorrow and set up a time to look at a storefront for your friend. The door was soon pushed open, and Zhao Yi arrived at the location of the owner recommended by the warehouse ghost. The owner was named Hu Aoshin. He belonged to the neutral alignment, and his weakness was his good-for-nothing son. It was worth noting that he radiated a heavy capitalist aura. The shopkeeper sized him up arrogantly. So, you're the doctor recommended by the warehouse ghost? Zhao Yi replied briefly. That's right, Hu Aoshin continued. Then I'll get straight to the point. I only lease storefronts at the Chongsheng Trading Company. I never sell them. Besides, your 150,000 nether currency is barely enough to wipe my wife's backside. Zhao Yi wore a sympathetic expression. Then your wife's backside must be quite large indeed. Can you handle that? Hu Aoshin let out an angry roar. Don't interrupt me, let me finish. He reined in his attitude and spoke seriously. There is an exception to every rule. My son always says he feels unwell and can't study properly. I've found several doctors, but none could cure him. He gave a treacherous smile. If you can cure him, I'll agree to this deal. Zhao Yi asked suspiciously, Are you a man of your word? Naturally. I, Hu Aoshin, won't hold back a favor involving a storefront. Zhao Yi pretended to cover his face in thought. Hu Aoshin mocked, What? Scared? It's no wonder even ghost doctors couldn't cure him. How could a weak human like you manage it, however? Zhao Yi asked with great interest. Boss Hu, I still have to ask, with your wife's backside being so large, can you really handle it? Why do you keep fixating on my wife's backside? I'm warning you, if you dare harbor any crooked ideas about her, I'll beat you to death. Zhao Yi wore a challenging expression. Apologies, I'm naturally curious about peculiar things. Immediately afterward, he stood up quickly. Before Boss Hu could react, Zhao Yi had already walked calmly toward the door, prepared to go to his house to treat his son. Under the gloomy sky, one tall and one short figure walked side by side. Suddenly, a dark shadow flew out from an upstairs window, accompanied by a burst of cursing. "Who the hell told you to go into the room to clean? How many times have I said, don't touch my figures?" An old man crashed to the ground, his nose bleeding, but he merely wiped it away in silence. Hu Aoshin continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Zhao Yi stopped in his tracks, quietly watching the old man tremble as he crawled back up. He licked his lips and thought, "Smells so good, the scent of food, I should eat more." Seeing him stop, Hu Aoshin looked back in confusion. "If you don't have the guts to go, then forget it. I'm in no mood for jokes. Every doctor who went to treat him before was eaten by my son." But Zhao Yi quickly dismissed his words. "No, boss Hu, please, by all means let me take a look at your young master." The bedroom door was gently pushed open and Zhao Yi stepped inside. As the door opened, a foul stench of rotting meat surged out. Unable to stand the smell, Hu Aoshin quickly covered his nose. His son was unrecognizable, currently holding a set of teeth and muttering that the old man had sent him food again. Looking at his own son, Hu Aoshin also recoiled in fear. "Dr. Zhao, good luck." Hu Aoshin seemed to use every ounce of his strength to utter those last words before fleeing until he was out of sight. Zhao Yi walked forward without a trace of fear. "Hello, Hu Liang. I am the doctor your father hired to treat you." The youth's face was distorted as he stared fixedly at him. "Pray tell, doctor, how do you plan to treat me?" Zhao Yi sat down nearby happily and said in a gentle tone, "Don't be afraid." Hu Liang stood up in surprise to look at him. Zhao Yi scanned him and saw that he suffered from a severe rebellious personality. A combination of rebellious and bloodthirsty traits. This was low-quality food. Though Zhao Yi could use the kid to satisfy his hunger when starving, it wouldn't improve his spiritual power. Zhao Yi lunged toward Hu Liang with extreme speed, scaring him into dodging and screaming, "What do you want to do?" Zhao Yi stared at him darkly, which made the youth even more terrified, stammering for mercy, "You don't do anything reckless." A few minutes later, Hu Aoshin, who was sitting outside smoking, saw the shifting shadows in his son's room and jumped up, the cigarette falling to the ground. "Dr. Zhao, you're actually still alive, he's cured. Boss Hu, from now on your son will listen to you unconditionally, study hard and inherit the family business in the future." Hu Aoshin was struck dumb with surprise. "That's incredible. You're not pulling my leg, are you?" By now Hu Liang had returned to a normal appearance and was sitting there diligently studying his textbooks. Seeing his son in this state, Hu Aoshin practically leapt into the air with shock. Moved to tears of gratitude, he excitedly grasped Zhao Yi's hand. "Dr. Zhao, about the storefront, if the money isn't enough you can pay the rest later." Favorability successfully shifted from indifferent to adored. Zhao Yi was also surprised. He hadn't expected the favorability to rise so quickly. It seemed the man truly valued this son. The father and son escorted him all the way to the door. Zhao Yi then called the conductor to inform him, "I've transferred the 150,000 nether currency to Boss Hu, and the deed to the storefront has been mailed to you." The Joker laughed happily. "Many thanks. Accept this item from my private collection." Zhao Yi immediately received the item. It was a precious collectible, but it required level 5 to be opened. "All right, now to return to the guild base and tell the butcher the news about Sun Baba." After hearing it, the butcher clenched his fists. So his daughter had disappeared in Zili village. No wonder Zhao Yi had asked him about Zili village. The butcher looked sorrowful. Baba's mother Hong Song was from Zili village. Zili village has always been isolated from the world and doesn't let outsiders in. When Hong Song wanted to marry me, the villagers refused to agree no matter what. Later I took her and fled to Mo family village. Not long after, Hong Song gave birth to Baba, but she disappeared mysteriously afterward, leaving only a letter instructing me to take good care of our daughter and never let Baba near Zili village. The police searched the entire village but found no trace of Hong Song. She just seemed to vanish into thin air. Zhao Yi asked if he still had the note. The butcher nodded. "Yes, I'll go get it for you now." He then stood up. Zhao Yi carefully took the letter and read it word for word. Afraid to miss any detail, "I'll hold on to this paper for now. After I participate in the demon spirit wave, I'll go there to help you find your daughter." The butcher followed up in surprise. "You're participating in the demon spirit wave? That place is extremely dangerous. I hope you can come back alive." The sky outside was bizarre and eerie as Zhao Yi walked alone down the street. A blue light enveloped Zhao Yi and everyone who had signed up for the demon spirit wave. The system announced the rules. This mission is to successfully survive for 7 days in the secret realm and escape. Since players can obtain a portion of experience by killing each other, the slaughter this time will be exceptionally brutal. Zhao Yi was soon sent into the secret realm. He opened his eyes, unsure of how long he had slept. This time he was lying on a single bed. Zhao Yi sat up, feeling a slight throb in his head, unsure of what would happen next. While rubbing his head, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. The system told him to pay attention to these clues. Interesting, but why the reminder to survive until the 7th day? Was the word "until" here not used to describe the location in front of him? Zhao Yi was curious. What exactly were these strange cracks on the wall? He walked to the balcony to observe the new environment, reading the diary along the way. February 15th. A chainsaw killer outside suddenly broke through the door to kill you, but with your extraordinary skill, you successfully killed him back and threw him into the shredder. The content after the diary entry was unreadable. Seemingly blocked by some power, he picked up the camera on the table again. The system reminded him it could only be used once. Zhao Yi found it very interesting. Only once? Was there some hidden trick inside? Soon, there was movement outside the door. Zhao Yi heard the sound and looked in that direction. He quickly opened the door to see what was happening outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a man with a chainsaw charging toward him. Sure enough, a man with a chainsaw rushed over. It seemed this diary could predict the future. As the man swung the chainsaw, Zhao Yi calmly executed a flying kick to the other's abdomen, sending him flying. Subsequently, Zhao Yi decisively followed up with a throat slit, killing him on the spot. The man with the chainsaw fell to the ground. Zhao Yi pondered silently. So weak, this doesn't quite fit the status of the demon spirit wave, does it? He dragged the body into the room, musing, what will happen if I don't follow the diary's words later? An invisible wall blocked his path, preventing him from leaving. Zhao Yi tried to throw the body out. Strangely, the body actually passed through. He calculated silently, the body can go through, but I can't. Could it be the prophecy in the diary hasn't ended yet? I must complete it all before I can leave. Meanwhile, 10 other players on the same floor as Zhao Yi were also fighting faceless men. Everyone had different weapons, but their strength was so weak it completely failed to match the imposing manner they displayed. Viewers commented angrily, hoping to see a more exciting breakthrough. Everyone saw Zhao Yi lying there leisurely and began to discuss. Look, Zhao Yi is actually still there taking it easy. It's practically like he's on vacation. He lay comfortably on the bed with his legs stretched out, seemingly calculating something. Zhao Yi suddenly sat up. Wait, this clock matches my internal clock perfectly. That means I've been here for over 10 hours. But strangely, since I arrived, it's been daytime outside with no sign of nightfall at all. I see. Time outside is static. What changes is the time inside the hotel. If players cannot leave the hotel, they will be trapped on the 15th forever. No wonder the system used the word until. To reach the next day, one must walk out of the hotel. No, wait, not trapped forever. With the system's malicious personality, it definitely wouldn't let these weak, faceless men keep appearing. The killers will get stronger and stronger until they take the players' lives. The clock soon pointed to 12 p.m. and sounded the hour. Zhao Yi made a silent deduction. It's 12 o'clock, time outside has begun to flow. He remembered the diary he had read when he first entered. It was a tool for predicting the future. Zhao Yi walked quickly to the desk. He flipped it open and saw that while time outside was moving, the diary was also updating, filled with the words die and die. This diary actually dared to curse him. Zhao Yi then took out the shredder. The diary frantically displayed writing. Big brother, I beg for mercy. He then entered threat mode. It's not impossible to spare you, but you have to tell me how to leave here. Writing immediately surfaced on the blank paper. Kill the third faceless man. Zhao Yi was puzzled. Did he have to kill until the third one to escape this hotel? On the 15th, there was still a faceless man with a chainsaw outside who broke in to kill you. But with your extraordinary skill, you successfully killed it. Just as Zhao Yi expected, the killer's strength would increase significantly on the third day. It would likely be difficult to kill. However, his face suddenly turned sinister as he looked at the diary with a deathly smile. Many thanks. He then threw it directly into the shredder to be decomposed. What kind of person was Zhao Yi? If you dared to curse him like that, how could he possibly let you off? Just as he stood there checking the machine, the telephone nearby rang. The voice on the phone turned Zhao Yi's face dark. The caller told him to bring the camera to the asylum. Having finished, the caller hung up. The voice on the other end was actually his own. This dungeon is truly interesting. It's getting more and more fun. On the third day inside the rooms at the same time and place, every room had a faceless man much more powerful than the previous days. Players exerted massive effort to defeat the faceless men according to the diary. But Zhao Yi was different. He didn't kill the faceless man but instead dragged it to the door. He threw the faceless man across the invisible wall, then stepped across it himself. Finally, he successfully walked out of the hotel room with the camera. Sure enough, that diary was just a trap. He had long seen through it and destroyed it. The first faceless man was actually the weakest, so the diary existed in the form of a prophecy, using the player's cautious psychology to guide them into completing the prophecy. On the second day, players would face immense pressure for survival. Due to the hints on the first day, they firmly believed only by killing the faceless man could they survive. But in reality, only during this period, when the faceless man enters the room and remains alive, will the invisible wall at the door disappear. To leave, one must let the faceless man stay alive in the room, but without it attacking oneself as it was doing now. There might still be danger during the evacuation. Bringing this faceless man along as a health pack was a good idea. Zhao Yi leisurely dragged the faceless man to the stairwell. Suddenly he stopped. Something like a red string was blocking the way. Zhao Yi tried to touch it with his finger. The red string was incredibly sharp and cut his finger clean off. Viewers commented in terror. Luckily Zhao Yi was alert, otherwise his body would be in two halves right now. He found it very interesting. This was actually a soul weapon. Suddenly something shot toward him from behind at extreme speed. Zhao Yi couldn't dodge in time, and a hidden arrow from nowhere pierced his left arm. Zhao Yi's expression remained normal, and without a word he pulled out his scalpel. Without hesitation he cut off the arm with the arrow. The severed arm fell to the floor, quickly sprouting dense pustules, looking extremely horrific. Not only that, but the severed arm was a purplish blue color, as if rotting. A woman walked out from the lounge area. "Hey, what kind of toxin is on your arrow? I quite like it." She was stunned, never expecting him to discard his own arm so decisively and even be able to smile. This wasn't over. She knocked 3 arrows simultaneously to aim at Zhao Yi. He naped into the air, turning mid-flight to successfully dodge the 3 sharp arrows. Realizing she had truly met an opponent, she then lunged at Zhao Yi and pushed him away. The chat channel was flooded with comments. This woman wanted to flee. She clenched her teeth, sprinting toward the red string from before at full speed. Zhao Yi stood in place and quickly threw his scalpel at her. The flying scalpel accurately pierced her thigh, causing her to falter. But she soon crawled back up and continued running. This woman was truly ruthless. She could still run so fast with a knife in her leg. Facing a freak like Brother Zhao, run as fast as you can. Everyone discussed animatedly. Zhao Yi saw through it at a glance. This woman didn't want to flee, but rather to lure the enemy in deep, using a scheme to lead him into the web she had laid. His smile became sinister and treacherous. He frantically used those red strings to pierce directly into his own body. The crowd broke into an uproar. What kind of peerless divine technique is Brother Zhao practicing? This self-harming tendency is too extreme, isn't it? The wounds pierced by the red strings actually healed quickly after bleeding. No, look at his wounds, how are they healing so fast? The severed arm had also regrown. After the woman was stabbed by the knife, predators would be generated at the wound. The more severe Zhao Yi's injuries, the more life force the predators would absorb from that woman. She definitely wouldn't get far. But even so, I couldn't handle such a cruel method. Zhao Yi thus continued to retrieve the knife and throw it again, no one knowing how many times he stabbed her. One chasing and one running, the two arrived at a place where people had gathered. Everyone was stunned to see him covered in blood as he pursued her. What happened? Why is this man covered in blood? Stay away, he looks like trouble. The woman collapsed to the ground in agony. Zhao Yi, in tattered clothes, looked down at her. He gently lifted her head. The crowd was shocked. My God, could that woman be his girlfriend? Never expected to see such a tender scene in such a cruel world. A dark-skinned man, moved by this love, ran over and patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder. "Brother, my condolences." Suddenly, Zhao Yi revealed a sinister smile and pulled out his scalpel. The man jumped back in terror. "Damn it," the ghost shrieked in agony. No, I was wrong." But it was already too late. The blade in Zhao Yi's hand fell swiftly and decisively, severing her limbs in an instant. Everyone present felt their skin crawl at the sight. Under the eerie blood-red sky, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Afterward, he simply grabbed her by the leg and dragged her along. The crowd began to whisper, "The mental pressure is too much, just watching that hurts." I heard her name is Keely, a newcomer who just joined the bugler team. Apparently Boss Yangtao thinks highly of her. Someone else asked, why was she so reckless as to attack Zhao Yi? I really want to know. Zhao Yi mused to himself. The previous voice had been from his future self. Combined with the hints given by the dungeon, a space-time loop existed here. This was a logical closed loop. He guessed that phone call had indeed been from his future self. His specific mention of the camera indicated that this item would play a crucial role in the future. Unfortunately, the camera was broken, missing its lens, viewfinder and film, and it didn't even have a battery. Perhaps that phone call was a reminder to find these components at the asylum. The rift still existed, and Zhao Yi didn't know if he was the only one who could see it or if everyone could. He looked down at the collapsed Keely, her face still streaked with tears. "Tell me, can you see the rift in front of you?" Looking up from below, Zhao Yi currently resembled a malevolent ghost returned from hell. His expression extremely distorted and terrifying. Keely's face turned deathly pale with fright as she shrieked, "Don't come near me, stay away!" Zhao Yi gave a sinister grin and pinched her chin, lifting it as he said, "Don't be afraid, answer my question and I'll let you go. I see a rift too. Stop torturing me, just give me a quick death." He asked if she had any treasures or items that could restore wounds. She said no, begging him to kill her quickly. Zhao Yi crouched down and let out a sigh of regret. "What a pity. I originally thought your stats were decent and wanted to bring you along for some fun," Keely asked back in surprise. "Why would you want to bring me along?" Zhao Yi gave a brilliant smile. "Because you're an old six, a sneaky backstabber. You kill without blinking and you're ruthless. You're treacherous and twisted enough, Keely cursed inwardly. You're the psycho among psychos, but she was also direct. No longer feeling fear, she looked Zhao Yi in the eye and asked, "What are your conditions? I'm a bit greedy, let's say 5,000 points. After all, carrying someone is really exhausting." Hearing this astronomical price, Keely simply laid flat. "Just kill me, I won't resist." Zhao Yi feigned a cough. "Then how many points do you have? I can give you a discount, I'll take 8,000, but I can't give you every penny I have. I can give you 5,000 points and a blue-tier item." Zhao Yi put on a pained expression. "Fine deal." Keely was fuming. Was he seriously acting like he was the one losing out? "There's a blue pill in my upper jacket pocket. Taking it can restore my injuries. You cut off my hand, so take it out and feed it to me." Zhao Yi happily agreed. "Sure, no problem." Because Keely's chest was somewhat large, Zhao Yi accidentally brushed against her while searching for the medicine. She snapped. "You bastard, the medicine isn't in that pocket." Zhao Yi replied honestly. "Well, you should have said so earlier." Keely felt incredibly wronged and wanted to curse him out, but she was no match for him. After swallowing the pill, her limbs immediately regrew. Afterward, she quickly summoned the system and requested to team up with Zhao Yi. He agreed as per their prior arrangement. Next, he received the 5,000 points and a skateboard. The two quickly finalized their team. He then asked Keely, "Have you received a call from the future?" "I did. My future self told me to kill you and then bring you to the asylum with me." Hearing this, Zhao Yi glared at her with an extremely fierce gaze, making Keely jump in fright. Her face darkened as she questioned, "What are you doing? We're teammates now. You aren't thinking of killing me, are you?" "How could I bear to kill you? I wouldn't have the heart to use force on a girl as pretty as you." Keely's face practically screamed. "Like hell I believe you." She thought to herself that he certainly didn't say that when he was hacking off her limbs earlier. The two set off immediately. According to the system's guidance, the asylum was just ahead. She breathed a private sigh of relief. It seemed she had truly succeeded in teaming up with him. At the start, she hadn't understood why her future self gave her the contradictory instructions to both kill Zhao Yi and go to the asylum with him. Now she realized only by demonstrating her strength through attacking him could she successfully team up. Soon the two stood before the asylum. The building was massive, but it looked more like an abandoned ancient castle. They walked in together, finding that other players had already arrived. Everyone was huddling together and whispering. As soon as they stepped inside, an invisible barrier appeared, isolating them from the outside world. Clearly, if the task wasn't completed, no one could leave. Dungeon, the asylum. Main task, identify the killer before you die. Side task, kill the killer. The rewards for the two tasks were 100 EXP, removal of the air wall, and the eye of the homicidal maniac. However, everyone had only one chance to identify the killer. The system began teleporting players to different rooms. Soon, everyone who had been standing there vanished in an instant. Zhao Yi woke up in a room, which this time included a bathroom. Once a team was formed, the teammate's location could be viewed. He quickly checked the room where Keely was located. With good luck, their rooms were quite close, which wasn't too bad. Zhao Yi felt secretly satisfied. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence of the space, piquing Zhao Yi's curiosity. It was the sound of a nearby television, but the eerie thing was that no one had turned it on. The TV automatically played a program. "The fire of the righteous burns the bodies of the wicked." Zhao Yi looked at the screen, finding it somewhat bizarre. Immediately after, a scream interrupted his thoughts. This time it definitely wasn't from the TV. It came from outside. Zhao Yi quickly rushed to the door to investigate the source of the sound. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Keely, who had also heard the commotion. Zhao Yi said, "Let's check the first floor." Zhao Yi and Keely ran down to the first floor together, wanting to find out what that scream was about. On the first floor, a nurse sat slumped on the ground, her face deathly pale as she muttered, "Someone's dead. Someone's dead." Zhao Yi squeezed through the crowd to get a closer look. Indeed, lives had been lost. The people outside the door were also terrified by the sight. The room was filled with corpses and blood was everywhere. Some victims had lost hands, others legs, and the expressions on their faces at the moment of death were extremely terrified, as if they had encountered something utterly horrific. Zhao Yi excitedly licked his lips, thinking, "This scene is truly spectacular, I love it." Then a man stepped forward. "Make way, my name is Chen Long and I'm a forensic doctor." The crowd parted to let him in to examine the bodies. Chen Long quickly and carefully inspected each corpse. He frowned, rubbing his chin as he concluded that these people had died within the last hour. Zhao Yi turned to ask the still shivering nurse, "Supervisor Shay Tay, should we call the police?" She finally snapped out of it. "Yes, call the police. Call them right now." While waiting for the police to arrive, Keely took the initiative to discuss with Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, the task tells us to identify the killer before being killed. Can't we just wait until he comes to kill us and then identify him? If you do that, you'll likely die a miserable death. After all, the end of the main task doesn't mean you'll stop being attacked." Keely's hair stood on end from fear. "It works like that. So, a player must identify the killer before they strike. The method you just mentioned might seem like a shortcut, but it's actually a massive trap left by the system. She suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. Luckily, she had consulted him first. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As everyone was discussing heatedly, the voices were interrupted. "Get out of the way, move, don't block us from handling the case." It turned out the police had quickly arrived at the scene. A policeman barked aggressively. "Why even call the police for a pile of dead lunatics? You're just making trouble for us." The nurse was terrified. "Officer, those are 11 human lives." With a slap, a loud ear-flicking blow landed on the nurse's face, leaving her cheek instantly bruised. The policeman continued to berate her. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" The fat male policeman was incredibly strong. The nurse was slapped straight to the ground and could only sit there clutching her face and crying. He remained cold as he ordered. "You lot, drag these corpses in the room back to be processed. Move it." One of the men complied. It seemed the police had no intention of handling this matter at all, not even bothering to inspect the scene. Others also began to whisper, "If we force them to investigate, we might just get shot. It's better to just keep ourselves alive." Afterward, the crowd dispersed in frustration. Only Zhao Yi and Keeley remained in place. "When I was coming downstairs just now, I saw a darkroom for developing photos at the end of the 3rd floor. I'll go there to see if there are any camera batteries or film." "You go back to your room and wait," Keeley agreed. Zhao Yi walked up to the 3rd floor alone. The surroundings were empty, and it was eerily silent. Suddenly he heard a familiar sound coming from one of the rooms. That sound again. Strange. Why does the person next door close the toilet lid before flushing? A normal person flushes first and then closes the lid, or some don't close it at all. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhao Yi knocked directly on the door of that room. The door was soon opened by a young boy. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" Zhao Yi didn't answer, but instead looked toward the bathroom inside, though everything appeared normal. "Interesting. I clearly heard the sound of the toilet lid closing just now, but the lid in the boy's room is open." Seeing that he didn't speak, the boy continued. "Hello?" Zhao Yi snapped back to reality and gave a pleasant smile. "Ah, sorry, I'm the one living next door. I've got the wrong room." The boy then closed the door. Zhao Yi thought to himself, "This kid isn't quite right," but now wasn't the time to investigate him. The priority was finding the camera's battery and film. He spent over half an hour rummaging through the area. However, there was no sign of a battery or film here at all. Zhao Yi let out a frustrated sigh. Did he really have to wait for his future self to call with a reminder? Just as he was wondering where to look for the items, Keeley called, "The ceiling beam in the room is a bit hollow." Zhao Yi immediately said, "There must be secret passages in the asylum. Otherwise, the killer couldn't have easily dragged 11 corpses into that room in plain sight." Keeley asked in a panic what they should do now. But Zhao Yi didn't show any alarm. He still had some things he needed to confirm. In another corridor, a ghostly figure was making an eerie sound. Black-faced Zhang Fei, like a god in horse combat. Red-faced Zhang Fei gallops across the battlefield. Inside the rooms, everyone was guarding their doors with guns. Hearing that sound, they quickly moved into position, their alertness heightened. Chen Long said tensely, "He's coming. That eerie sound must be from the homicidal maniac. Will he choose us tonight?" The eccentric man stood at the door of Chen Long's room and tapped it once with a sword. Chen Long inside also prepared himself mentally. "Come on, get over here, I'll blow your head off with one shot." But the eccentric man took no further action. Instead, he seemed somewhat confused after hearing the commotion inside. The door was pushed open abruptly, and he shouted with a purple face, "People are dead. Someone's dead." People in the rooms came running out one after another. "Someone died on this floor. More deaths? Who died? Quick, let's go look." That eerie flushing sound rang out again, catching Zhao Yi's attention. He chuckled to himself. Sure enough, every time someone dies, the person next door makes that noise. All of their weapons and equipment had been sabotaged. How did the killer do it? "No, I want to vomit just looking at it." One person couldn't help but throw up on the spot after speaking. Zhao Yi stepped forward and shouted, "Make way, please, everyone make way. Let me through, I'm a doctor. Based on my deduction, these 3 people are probably beyond saving." Everyone could tell he was just putting on an act, but in reality he was intentionally trying to touch their gear. "Look, this lunatic is dressed so strangely, and he's carrying a massive blade. I suspect he's the killer." That eccentric man looks panicked. Upon hearing this, Lao San defended himself in a panic. "I'm not the killer, I just came out to slay gods," someone whispered. "It probably isn't him." After that person confirmed his identity, the system did not send a notification of task completion. That person slumped to the ground in despair, clutching his head and weeping. "It's over, I identified the wrong person," the eccentric man added. "Those deities have already invaded Kala. Fellow patients, follow me to slay the gods." Suddenly, Zhao Yi rushed over and grabbed the eccentric man's wrist. "Hey, stop causing trouble. Come out with me," he shouted. "Don't touch me. I want to slay gods. I want to slay gods." The two stood in a dark corner. "Old man, listen to me. A deity has infiltrated the asylum. It's hiding in the shadows and continuously slaughtering the good people of Kala country. Do me a favor, and tomorrow I'll find it. Lao San was overjoyed to hear this. How do we find it? Tomorrow morning help me drag that pale kid from the 3rd floor to the chapel to pray. He's right there. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. The next morning after breakfast, the boy from next to Zhao Yi was forcibly dragged by Lao San to the chapel to pray. Lao San insisted on pulling the boy in through a skylight. The boy seemed somewhat reluctant, but he was helpless. At this moment, a hand was using a special tool to try and pick the door lock. It turned out Zhao Yi and Keely had seized the opportunity to pick the lock with wire and sneak into the boy's room. The door was soon opened, and the two quickly entered the room to rummage through the contents. Zhao Yi found a diary of his, picked it up and read it carefully. Mama said I was a freak, so she sent me to the asylum and never came back. The director took me in. He's very good to me, never hits me, and even helps me wipe away my tears. Reading this, Zhao Yi felt the director was quite kind-hearted. The director has gone blind and can no longer see the holy light. I must send the director to heaven. There will surely be a way, no matter the cost. Keely felt a shiver of horror. He isn't going to kill the director, is he? Zhao Yi caught the scent of food, a fragrance he had never tasted before. Keely, listening to his strange nonsense, asked, "What smells good?" The two looked at each other. Zhao Yi quickly interrupted, "Did I say something? You must have misheard." Zhao Yi discovered that the kid's toilet was very clean. Not only that, it was a very new one, as if it had never been used. If he doesn't use the toilet, then how does he relieve himself? Zhao Yi pressed the flush button. In the chat channel, everyone was extremely excited. Sure enough, there was no water. It was a literal emperor's new toilet. Zhao Yi then frowned and pushed the toilet aside. As expected, there was a secret passage beneath it. One viewer commented, "Doesn't everyone think that sound is familiar? Wasn't that the closing the toilet lid sound that Boss Zhao Yi often heard?" It turned out that was the sound of opening the secret passage. So, every time the sound occurred during a death, could it be that the kid was the killer? Keely let out a shocked curse. This kid could actually dig tunnels in the asylum. There was even lighting below. Zhao Yi immediately said, "Let's go take a look together." The two entered the secret passage. Keely followed cautiously behind, observing. The passage twisted and turned, appearing to extend to multiple areas within the asylum's walls. No wonder he could kill people without anyone noticing. Zhao Yi privately observed the surroundings, thinking to himself that it might not have been him who committed the murders. A telephone ring came from below, leaving Keely momentarily at a loss. Zhao Yi moved nimbly toward it. Maybe it's our future selves calling. They ran into a room, and sure enough, the phone was ringing incessantly. "You answer the phone. I'll set up some fine wires around us in case any monsters or things barge in." Zhao Yi agreed immediately. As soon as Zhao Yi picked up the receiver, a series of instructions came through. "The film is under the toilet. Take it, it's very important. The side task reward can be used for the camera. Whatever you do, don't lose the camera. After the second day ends, go to an underground secret arena." After listening, he quickly hung up. He had to act immediately. He looked toward that toilet. Was the film inside the toilet? Too disgusting. He didn't want to do it personally. While Keely was focused on setting up the fine wires, Zhao Yi walked up from behind, smiling pleasantly. Zhao Yi called out, "Shao Li." Upon hearing it, her face immediately darkened, and she turned around warily to ask, "What do you want to do?" "Just now my future self called to say the film is inside that toilet." Keely looked in that direction. Retrieving the film from that toilet, looking at the filthy, stench-ridden bowl that looked like it hadn't been scrubbed in ages, Keely, being a girl and naturally having some standard of hygiene, couldn't help but cover her nose, fighting the urge to vomit. "Did your future self really say that?" "Indeed, although I'd love to do this dirty work for you, it would be bad if any accidental changes on our part caused the future to shift." He looked very sincere, not appearing to be lying. Keely weighed her options carefully and finally made up her mind. She clenched her fists and said, "Fine, I'll do it." She walked briskly to the grime-covered toilet. Zhao Yi said he would cheer for her. Keely crouched down, reaching inside to feel around for the film. Finally, she touched the object and fished it out from the sewage. Keely looked at the thing in her hand with disgust and quickly rinsed it with clean water. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi continued his search. He found an envelope in a drawer with the word "foundation" written on it. Previous words had been crossed out. He was curious as to which foundation this actually was. He quickly took out the envelope, which contained a piece of paper. It turned out that all experiments on the 10th line were related to this foundation. This also meant that the underground experimental base at Xishan University and Mayor Li Sheng of City A were all forces of the foundation. The current demon spirit wave was also related to it. He looked at the paper in his hand and flipped to the back to continue reading. On the reverse side was an experimental formula left by a predecessor. He continued to search the desk for other clues. In a diary, the writer had recorded the process of searching for sacred light. He wanted to turn the director into container number 13. to receive the sacred light of the gods. It seemed the director had already been murdered. Keely then asked, "So the killer isn't the boy but the director?" "No, strictly speaking, both are killers. The boy first left the room to enter the secret passage and then ordered the director to kill." "Does that mean the director is in this secret passage?" Keely felt panicked. He quickly soothed her. "Don't be afraid. The lights here are so piercing that the director probably can't see the path and only relies on hearing. He should be very afraid too." The phone rang again. It was the future Keely. As soon as she picked up the receiver, she was given a scathing earful for being forced to dig into the toilet. Zhao Yi could only cover his face. "Oh, don't worry about the details. Give the phone to me," Keely almost shrieked. Standing to the side, Keely didn't understand what was happening, but she quickly went over to take the call. "Hello?" No one knew what was said on the other end, but Keely's face gradually turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and her smile became stiff. She gritted her teeth in fury and turned around. Zhao Yi shouted, "Zhao Yi, you!" Perhaps Keely's roar startled something as both immediately fell silent. Zhao Yi pulled her down and signaled for silence. "Don't make a sound." Keely obeyed silently. A thing with a sticky hand placed its palm on the door and then passed through the fine wires Keely had set up earlier. It was a hideous monster. Keely was shocked. It had actually ignored her soul weapon. What on earth was this thing? It seemed this monster could only rely on hearing. Its entire body was slimy, like a disgusting blob of liquid. Zhao Yi gripped his scalpel, preparing to launch an attack. Terrified, Keely cursed under her breath. "What are you doing? Strike first to gain the advantage." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the scalpel was thrown, leaving several wounds on its body. The monster let out a painful, angry roar. The sound it made was unbearable for Keely, who covered her ears tightly. Keely's spirit value also began to drop. That sound made her feel extremely miserable. Unable to take it anymore, Keely decisively reached out and pierced her own eardrums to block the sound. The viewers were dumbfounded. No wonder Zhao Yi chose her as a teammate. These two were truly lunatics. Subsequently, she drew her longbow, aimed at the monster's head and fired. The arrow flew toward its skull at high speed, the force so great it pierced straight through. The monster sprayed a plume of green liquid which seemed to be its blood. What was this spray? The temperature was so high that even the arrow was melted. The predator ceased to grow. The power gap was too great to do anything to it. The monster was slowly closing in on them like a long, starved tiger. Zhao Yi ran off and instructed Keely to stay and help him stall for a few minutes. "Me alone, damn it, are you trying to sell me out?" Zhao Yi ran without looking back. "If you want to live, listen to me." Keely looked at the monster, her face filled with disgust and loathing. The monster quickly sprayed the green liquid from its body at Keely, but she jumped and successfully dodged. She knew she couldn't fight empty-handed and had to use items. Keely quickly pulled out a big rooster whose function was to draw enemy fire so the owner could escape. Leaving the fat chicken there to stall the monster, Keely quickly found a place to hide. When Zhao Yi returned, the monster was still writhing on the ground, beginning to spray liquid at the fat chicken. Naturally, the fat chicken was hit by that horrific substance, but it seemed largely unharmed. Viewers began to send praise in the comments. The fat chicken could actually withstand such hot liquid. Sensing that spraying was useless against the fat chicken, the monster immediately moved behind it and opened its sharp teeth. Meanwhile, Keely hurried toward Zhao Yi. "Aren't you done yet? The fat chicken is about to reach its limit." Zhao Yi remained standing there calmly. Almost. Finally, he discovered that this monster number 13 had a stone heart. Yiching, this was its fatal weakness. Back to the fat chicken, it had been bitten to pieces by the monster. Number 13 quickly crawled toward Zhao Yi and Keely, flicking its tongue. It had finally run out of patience and lunged directly at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi quickly glanced back and timely used an item to seal the monster for 10 seconds. The monster immediately froze in place. He quickly circled behind it, locking onto the target with his scalpel. At the second, he decisively stabbed into its chest and carved a deep mark. He sliced open the monster's abdomen. The green liquid splashed onto his hand, causing severe burns. But Zhao Yi's expression remained unchanged. At the 6th second, he reached his hand into the monster's belly to feel for what he had read in the book. Finally, he found it inside its body. Zhao Yi happily swung his scalpel, directly severing and crushing that Yiching stone heart. At the 10th second, after the stone heart was destroyed, number 13 clutched its head and let out a roar of agony. Meanwhile, the little boy praying in the chapel also sensed it, his face turning deathly pale. "Oh no, the director has been killed." The little boy rushed back to the room as fast as he could. As soon as he pushed open the door, his eyes widened in shock. The room was blood-stained, and the monster's severed limbs were tossed carelessly on the floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Keely were leisurely sitting on the bed playing cards. Keely seemed to be losing miserably. She hadn't won once even after switching through 3 sets of cards. Zhao Yi felt bored. "I'm not playing anymore. Playing cards with you is practically an insult to my IQ," Keely lamented. "My 200 points, Zhao Yi gloated. "You only lost 200 points, what are you pained about? 1 point per game, you've lost 200 games total." The viewers couldn't help but chuckle. This was truly amusing. The little boy trembled. "You, how dare you kill Lord Director?" Zhao Yi turned his head. "Oh, you're back just in time. I have something to discuss with you too. How dare you? He was supposed to die in the fire with me. You've prevented him from ascending to heaven. I will avenge him. I will kill you both." Keely had no patience for his nonsense and aimed her bow directly. The boy's spirit power directly transformed into psychokinesis. He had lost all reason. Zhao Yi feigned a gasp. "He's resurrected." The boy immediately turned back, thinking the director had returned to life. Little did he know that in this moment of negligence, Zhao Yi swept past him like a breeze. The scalpel was held high, leaving Keely stunned. Did he just die like that? While the viewers were discussing animatedly, the boy's head had already fallen to the floor. Zhao Yi turned to the headless corpse and said, "All right, rest in peace. I know you and the director were the killers of the Asylum." System notification. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the main task, identify the killer. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Keely for completing the task, kill the killer. Based on participation, player Zhao Yi receives 100 express and Keely receives 75 express. Other players receive no rewards. Task rewards have been sent to the mailbox. Zhao Yi quickly opened his personal panel to check his gains. He opened the mailbox. One of the rewards was the Eye of the Homicidal Maniac. Sure enough, this thing could be mounted on the camera, but the film was still needed to use it. He also received another reward, the Eerie camera. Zhao Yi asked her what reward she had received, and she held the item in her hand before Zhao Yi to see. It was a small mobile phone. "I see, so this is a space-time logic closed loop?" Keely asked back in surprise. Zhao Yi explained patiently. "It's simple. Our future selves will give us hints and we follow them. When we reach that point in time, we must remind our past selves. Otherwise the loop will collapse and the task will fail. If I'm not mistaken, your phone can contact the past, but it doesn't have a battery yet. The battery must be at the next location of the Day 3 dungeon." Keely suddenly realized they had to get the battery at the next location and call their past selves. "Correct. So what should we do next? How do we get to the Day 3 dungeon?" "Go to the underground arena. My future self called yesterday and told me to go to the underground arena." On the second night, the sky of the arena remained a gloomy dark red. Everyone soon arrived. Zhao Yi and Keely seemed to be the last to arrive. Looking at this terrain, the Day 3 dungeon was likely a showdown between players. Zhao Yi was full of interest upon hearing this. "I like it, only then is there a challenge." Suddenly, someone walked over from a distance. "Hello there, Dr. Zhao." The two turned back simultaneously at the words. The person had a fierce face, a tall build, and even had tattoos on his face. Keely grew wary. Zhao Yi thought this person looked quite intimidating. "Don't worry, he's just my food." Keely couldn't understand what he was saying at all. She asked seriously, "What do you mean?" Zhao Yi walked straight forward. "Hello there, Asan. It's been years. Your talent has successfully surpassed your father's." At the mention of his father, Asan appeared furious. He roared frantically, "Don't mention that old bag to me. He is the shame of our family." But he suddenly released his grip on Zhao Yi's collar, revealing an insidious, eerie smile. "But it doesn't matter. The heavens have given us a chance to correct that mistake. The games ahead are so interesting. Playing alone is too boring, so why don't you play with me? There's such a good thing. Actually, I visited your family recently to look for you, but unfortunately you weren't there. I was very regretful then. Having raised you for so long, it was lost just like that." Asan jabbed Zhao Yi's chest hard with his finger. "Zhao Yi, listen clearly. Our family's shame will be washed clean with your blood, but don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. Crushing an ant is just too boring. Let's play the Day 3 game together." Faced with the threat, Zhao Yi appeared exceptionally calm. "Fine, Mr. Asan. I wish you a pleasant time." As soon as he walked away, Zhao Yi's waving hand stopped, and his face became fierce. "The food is almost cooked. The smell must be charming." Early on the third morning, everyone gathered in the foyer. Zhao Yi felt the crack before him was gradually widening. Could it be related to time? Every time tomorrow arrives, the crack gets a bit bigger. Keely agreed, feeling the priority was to pass the Day 3 level first. System notification. Welcome to the abalone game. The main task is to survive and pass. The side task is to find the mastermind and kill them. The first game is Contribution, and the rules are very simple. Leave the foyer within 30 minutes and head to the next game point through either the left or right door. There are 600 people here in total. However, as soon as 100 people pass through each door, they will close completely. After 30 minutes both doors will close, and then the plaza will spray a large amount of fatal poison gas. The consequences need no description. Then the game countdown began. The clock pointed to 30 minutes. Everyone began to push and shove, shouting and screaming. They pulled out weapons and began to slaughter each other, using every means to knock down their opponents. Soon many people died on the scene, blood flowing everywhere. Most female players were terrified, shivering as they looked at the corpses littering the ground. Keely thought to herself that if the fat chicken collaborated with the adulterer's skateboard, the probability of her and Zhao Yi passing was high. But now she saw Zhao Yi looking around and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking for pinhole cameras. There are a total of 67 pinhole cameras in this arena, which can observe every corner." Healy was surprised. "So many pinhole cameras, what's the purpose? I'll answer you later. First, look at this corner." Healy was confused as to what was wrong with that corner. He smirked. "I'm going to die there later." Healy felt helpless. She couldn't believe Zhao Yi's words. "Are you joking?" "Why not? I'm serious. Later you'll have to complete the side task alone. If luck is good, I might be able to provide you with a little help." Healy stared at him blankly. "Do you mean you want to?" She faintly guessed Zhao Yi's intention. "Shush, don't say it out loud, it's not good if others hear." "Fine, then what do you plan to do?" He observed the surroundings. "Do you have a flashlight? Give it to me first." Healy quickly pulled one out. "I have one, but what do you want a flashlight for?" Zhao Yi replied quickly. "To perform photosynthesis." "Photosynthesis? Are you a vegetable?" Viewers sent comments feeling pained for Keely for encountering such a psychopathic player. She couldn't win an argument, and more importantly, she couldn't win a fight. With Zhao Yi's logic, we mortals really can't guess what his next move will be. We can only wait and see the show. As time passed, the players stalled in the arena began to feel anxious. Only 100 people could pass through each door, yet there were 600 people here. Counting those who just died, there were still about 500. To pass the first level, another 300 or so had to die. Killing one more person meant a higher chance of survival. The next targets were the female players because they were relatively weaker. Some tall men struck down their female opponents without mercy. The crowd quickly fell into panic, and the place soon turned into a death arena. A man spotted Zhao Yi and walked over stealthily, treacherously thinking to himself that this kid was only level 5 and was the easiest soft target. No sooner said than done. He swung a hammer and lunged at Zhao Yi, shouting, "Go to hell!" Zhao Yi turned and successfully dodged the attack. He threw a punch into the other's stomach with one hand, his other hand still in his pocket. The force was so great the man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but he also quickly swung his scalpel, carving a deep mark on the man's hand. Blood surged from the wound. Zhao Yi had always been merciless. He roughly choked the fool who dared to attack him. The opponent was beaten until he spat blood, and the serious injury to his hand caused non-stop bleeding. Soon the man couldn't handle the internal force from Zhao Yi's palm and fell to his knees. His eyes rolled back as he trembled and pleaded for mercy. Don't kill me, big brother, I was wrong. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm going to treat you to some soup." The man continued to tremble. It seemed he also knew that nothing good was hidden in that soup. That bowl of soup was indeed meticulously brewed by the butcher. The effect of this soup was to drain a portion of the target's life force within 12 hours, causing the drinker to lose all combat capability. The man clutched his throat, coughing violently. Zhao Yi then produced the adulterer's skateboard, his intentions unclear. He forced the man to lie face down on the skateboard, securing him with Keely's fine lines. Then he shoved the skateboard with great force toward the distant Asan. Standing not far away, Asan hadn't even reacted to what was happening. Zhao Yi revealed a sinister smile. "I've sent you a gift." For some reason, the man's body began to mutate like a monster, the veins on his arms bulging abnormally. He stood up and glared at Asan, his eyes and teeth completely dehumanized, resembling a wild beast. This was likely due to drinking the butcher's meat soup. Having completely lost his mind, the man's eyes turned from white to red. He stared at Asan with a ravenous hunger and drew a blade. Only then did Asan sense something was wrong. The opponent swung a blade down frantically. Asan let out a cry of alarm, and though he dodged quickly, his sleeve was sliced off. That strike was incredibly sharp. Had Asan failed to dodge, he would likely have been severely injured. Asan quickly drew his weapon to counterattack, but the opponent grew even more frenzied, launching charge after charge. The surrounding people were terrified by the sight, shouting for everyone to run to avoid being caught in the crossfire, just as Zhao Yi expected. The plaza had descended into total chaos. It was time to act. Everything proceeded according to plan, and Keely nodded quickly. Seeing Zhao Yi and Keely attempting to flee, how could the other players let them off so easily? They clamored, "Someone's running, kill them, damn it." Dozens of bullets hissed toward Zhao Yi. He quickly swung his weapon in front of him to block. The opposition continued their unrelenting fire. Taking advantage of the chaos, Keely stepped onto the skateboard and surged toward Zhao Yi at maximum speed. She leaped into the air and delivered a savage kick to Zhao Yi's face, sending him flying. The viewers were baffled, unable to understand what was happening. This was clearly their plan, but they obviously could have escaped together. Seeing Zhao Yi hit the ground, the other players seized their opportunity. They opened fire on him simultaneously. Struck by several bullets, Zhao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Just as calculated, he lay pathetically on the ground, his body riddled with bullet holes. It all happened so fast the viewers hadn't yet seen clearly. Wait, did you notice Zhao Yi's wounds are healing? They really are healing. The Predator ability was draining Lu Hong's life force to heal Zhao Yi. Could Zhao Yi be using this to evade Asan's pursuit? Look, Asan is currently too busy to deal with Zhao Yi. Lu Hong had successfully drawn Asan's attention. Zhao Yi only needed to take the chance to escape with Keeley. Why make things so complicated? And his body was shot like a sieve. Even if the wounds heal, can he still survive? This can't be called faking death. This is definitely real death. Lu Hong was stabbed by Asan, the blade sinking more than halfway into his body. Once the soup's effect wore off, Lu Hong was no match for Asan, though fighting him for a while before dying wasn't a total loss. Lu Hong collapsed and died instantly after being stabbed. He was truly dead. Asan looked around but couldn't find Zhao Yi. Had he already entered the next level? He then strode toward the door, and not a single opponent nearby dared to approach him. His face was dark as he revealed a fierce smile. Zhao Yi, just you wait, I'm coming for you right now. The remaining players stood in place when suddenly, something emerged from another door. A layer of green smoke quickly filled the air. We're finished, we're done for. What do we do? It's poison gas. The toxic smoke continued to spread, enveloping everyone. None of the players in the arena could escape. Only Zhao Yi lay there because he was already dead, and these toxic fumes posed no threat to him. The poison gas was soon sucked into canisters. The audience finally understood that Zhao Yi didn't seek death to avoid Asan but to avoid this poison gas. He was already dead, so of course he wouldn't be poisoned again. Once the gas cleared, he could rely on photosynthesis to revive. Some disagreed with this view. If that were the case, why didn't he just run out earlier? This death must involve another scheme. Let's wait and see. After all the players had been suffocated by the toxic gas, 2 people entered. They looked like medical staff, but they wore malevolent ghost masks instead of surgical ones. Hurry, move all these bodies to the crematorium and burn them. Leave no trace. The other person quickly obeyed. They pushed 2 handcarts, looking left and right as if searching for something. Check which bodies are relatively intact. Don't send those to the crematorium, send them to the doctor first. They just died. Their organs are still fresh. The 2 soon piled the cart with corpses and pushed them away. It seemed they treated these people as livestock rather than humans. They pushed the bodies into a room, Zhao Yi among them. Time was very tight today. There were only 30 minutes. The bodies had to be taken for cremation in 30 minutes. The other person replied, "Understood. I'll try to harvest as many kidneys and organs as possible in this half hour." The porters were responsible for lifting the bodies onto the operating tables. And finally, it was Zhao Yi's turn. The doctor's hand trembled as he gripped the scalpel. It seemed he was an inexperienced novice. Suddenly, Zhao Yi opened his eyes. He asked calmly, "You want to harvest a kidney with that amateurish technique? Do you even have medical common sense?" Zhao Yi sat up in frustration. "Is that how you hold a blade? Your grip is too stiff and you're just slashing blindly with your eyes closed. Cutting like that, are you trying to sever all the blood vessels and nerves connected to the organs? I've really had it with you. Did you fail your classes in medical school?" Hearing Zhao Yi's berating, the 2 porters nearby felt the kid was asking for trouble. They exchanged glances, signaling to act together. "Damn it, who are you? Believe it or not, I'll blow your head off." As soon as he spoke, one of them drew a gun. But for some reason, the gun in his hand suddenly vanished and reappeared in Zhao Yi's hand. Zhao Yi switched to a smiling face, pointing the gun at them to signal they shouldn't move. "Come on, you lie on the operating table." Hearing Zhao Yi say this, the doctor began to tremble all over. He knew he was no match for Zhao Yi and turned to run. But how could Zhao Yi let him slip away so easily? A gunshot rang out. Zhao Yi didn't say a word and simply blew his head off with one shot. That the doctor was killed, the audience couldn't help but comment. With his head gone, his death was truly miserable. Planning something unknown, Zhao Yi walked toward the headless corpse and picked it up with one hand. "You 2 want to sell organs for money, right? How about we make a deal?" Seeing how cold-blooded he was, the 2 didn't dare to be arrogant anymore and stammered, asking what kind of deal. Zhao Yi put on gloves and laid the doctor's body flat on the operating table. "I'll handle the organ harvesting. I'm 10,000 times better than that useless fool just now. I can make you a massive profit without you spending a penny. How about it?" The porters thought that since the doctor was dead and they lacked a surgeon, agreeing to his offer was fine. But could he harvest the organs cleanly? Could he be trying to trick them? While the 2 were still hesitating, Zhao Yi's scalpel had already pierced the doctor's abdomen. He decisively carved a straight line. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 porters, he skillfully opened the abdominal cavity and meticulously separated the internal organs. Seeing his technique was so exquisite, the 2 were filled with admiration and salivated greedily. This guy was a pro, and a very formidable one at that. The other person quickly urged, "Watch your expression management." In just 3 minutes, Zhao Yi had nimbly removed the organs and placed them in storage bags. "Since it's a deal, you'll also have to do something for me. How about it? You want us to help you leave this place? No problem. There are plenty of bodies in the later games. As long as you can maintain this efficiency, we'll take you out after the second game ends." Zhao Yi wiped his hands, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. "Leave this place? Who told you I wanted to leave?" The 2 looked at him in surprise, as he sat calmly on the operating table. You don't want to leave? Then what do you want to do? First, tell me who is the mastermind behind the abalone game. Second, tell me the content and difficulty of the next game. The audience began to marvel. As expected of Brother Zhao, not only is he not running, he wants to root out the mastermind. The two looked troubled. We probably can't tell you these two questions or we'll die too. Zhao Yi smiled insidiously. No, it's not speaking that is the dead end. I know you've been privately contacting outsiders to sell organs, so you must have worked for the mastermind for a long time. In all this time, have you ever heard of anyone leaving here alive? The two looked at each other. Indeed, they had never heard of a single colleague retiring alive. Could they have been played as well? Zhao Yi said the fact he could mingle his way here proved his capability. If he successfully killed the boss, they could leave with a fortune. If not, they would lose nothing. It was a guaranteed win-win deal. The two porters seemed truly moved by Zhao Yi's words. After a moment of silent thought, they finally nodded in agreement. Deal. Clearly, they didn't think they were losing out on this bargain. As for the specific identity of the abalone game's mastermind, these two porters were also not entirely clear. They only knew that after the third game ended, the mastermind would appear and distribute precious rewards to the surviving players. If Zhao Yi wanted to see him, he had to pass the levels. The next level was the criminal maze. The two began to explain the rules to Zhao Yi in detail. In this level, players have 5 minutes to find a safe house, or they will be killed by the hunters in the maze. The hunters were not human, but some kind of bloody weapon, reportedly 10 series products from a mysterious organization. Zhao Yi pondered privately. Another 10 series. Things with that numbering were not easy to deal with. It was said these bloody weapons were created by injecting a mysterious lizard-like gene into human bodies. These creatures injected with the gene harbored a deep hatred for humanoid beings. They possessed powerful physiques and healed extremely quickly. Most terrifyingly, they could resurrect within 5 minutes of being killed, with power even greater than before they died. Normally, they were frozen in nitrogen chambers and only released at specific times. Once they returned to the nitrogen chambers, their status would reset to their initial state. Zhao Yi wanted to obtain their detailed data. Fortunately, Old Wu in the control room was one of their own. The porters gave Zhao Yi a communication device to contact Old Wu and warned him to stay in the room and not run around. He also reminded him not to disturb Old Wu between 9 o'clock and 11 p.m., as inspection in the monitoring room was very strict then. We have to go deal with the fresh organs and the doctor's body. There's food and water in the box. Help yourself if you're hungry. This is the spare key. If you have an urgent matter and need to go out, notify Old Wu first and he'll find a way for the cameras to avoid you. Zhao Yi nodded and accepted. He quickly contacted Keely, transmitting the intel to her so she could prepare. I've gotten info on the second level. I'll send it for you to see. Keely and the other players were currently being held in different rooms to rest, as the game wouldn't officially begin until tomorrow. Zhao Yi was thinking of a way to go and rendezvous with her. Afterward, he quickly contacted Old Wu at the laboratory. He briefly introduced himself as the new doctor and requested data on the bloody weapons. Old Wu acknowledged, and soon a detailed file was transmitted to Zhao Yi. This was an agreement negotiated by the abalone game mastermind years ago to continuously force the pawns into transactions. Old Wu only knew that the organization had discovered the remains of some kind of lizard and extracted the gene from it. They claimed this thing had an undying body, though it would eventually die in the end. That mysterious organization likely referred to those people. All the previous experimental series were related to them. After mastering the information on the lizardmen, Zhao Yi immediately asked Old Wu if there was a path for him to go find Keely. Old Wu was very efficient, and soon a route map was sent into Zhao Yi's hand. There were no cameras in the maze, so he could follow the route guided by Old Wu. However, his identity had been marked as deceased. If discovered there, he would be executed immediately. Zhao Yi found it absurd that there were no cameras in the maze. The first level had cameras everywhere, indicating the audience loved watching them slaughter each other. Not installing them for this level, could there be another purpose? Or did the mastermind plan to watch live on site? In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Each player was given a map and a pen to navigate the maze and complete the map. Players had 12 hours to reach the center of the maze, where a fully transparent safe house was located. Notably, there were 200 players, but the safe house could only accommodate 21. After 5 minutes, the bloody weapons would enter the maze from various entrances to hunt down players at any cost. Only the top 21 survivors were qualified to enter the final level. Keely felt very uneasy. 2 minutes had passed, and Zhao Yi had previously said he would come find her. Keely nervously gnawed her nails, forcing herself to stay calm. I have to wait for him. Time passed second by second, and Zhao Yi still hadn't appeared. Keely paced in place with anxiety. A loud explosion rang out, scaring Keely into jumping up. She gritted her teeth and looked toward the sound. It was a bloody weapon. They had awakened and were opening their eyes wide, preparing to break free from their restraints. Seeing the monster stand up, Keely used every ounce of her strength to sprint forward, not daring to look back. Damn it, this thing seems able to track me. I can't shake it no matter what. How can I go back to the original spot to pick up Zhao Yi like this? No, running like this will exhaust me sooner or later. I must find a way to kill it once. Then go back to the original spot to find Zhao Yi. Keely quickly took out her own sharp fine lines. She laid traps in various places as she ran. The audience found it very interesting, though some didn't understand what Keely was trying to do. Another person explained. She wanted to covertly set up the fine lines and shred the bloody weapon as it passed through. After a period of pursuit, Keely's fine lines covered the surroundings. Seeing the time was rime, Keely stopped her steps. The bloody weapon also had intelligence. Seeing her stop, it mocked, "Why have you stopped running?" Scared witless, it lunged forward as the prey stopped, and Keely ground her teeth as she observed the situation. Exactly as she expected, the sharp fine lines successfully shredded it into pieces. The monster's severed limbs were scattered across the ground, and only then did Keely breathe a sigh of relief. But to her shock, before she could even catch her breath, this damned ghost thing began to resurrect. The previously severed limbs quickly reconnected, healing perfectly. Not only that, but it appeared to have grown larger in size. In an instant, its body had completely recovered, with no sign of injury. Keely was stunned. Although Zhao Yi had warned her they could resurrect, this was too fast, and the resurrection process even involved spraying blood. This time it walked directly through her array of fine lines, its body no longer being severed. These lizard men could not only resurrect but also evolve. Seeing this level of combat power, the audience was universally shocked. Keely ground her teeth. Damn it, these fine lines were her most proud offensive weapon. If this move was useless, she could only flee for her life. She had to run to the entrance with all her might, hoping Zhao Yi had already arrived, hoping he had a way to deal with this freak. Fortunately, she ran very fast, maintaining a safe distance from that lizard man, and arrived quickly at the entrance. But Zhao Yi still hadn't come. The place was empty. Keely's heart sank halfway. She was already exhausted. If she fought these bloody weapons head-on now, it would be a death sentence. The system lit up and Zhao Yi sent a message. Lie inside the coffin and close the lid. She wondered why he wanted her to lie in there. But Keely did not hesitate, immediately jumping into the coffin and closing the lid as Zhao Yi said. The lizard man furiously swung its sharp claws, frantically scratching the coffin and creating violent vibrations. Hiding inside, Keely ground her teeth and endured. That previous heavy blow had immense force. Perhaps because the coffin was too hard, the monster's finger bones shattered, but they soon returned to normal. This completely enraged the bloody weapon. It roared and pounded the coffin lid frantically. The viewers held their breath and prayed for her, hoping the lid wouldn't be smashed. Unfortunately, the coffin couldn't hold out in the end. Those heavy blows caused the lid to crack. Keely watched the cracks with immense terror. Suddenly, the monster's throat was pierced by something. Blood sprayed out violently. The lizard man's tongue lolled out, its eyes bulging. It was Zhao Yi. He had finally arrived before Keely was crushed. Watching Zhao Yi's impressive display, the audience couldn't help but cheer. Keely, still shaken, said with a trembling voice, "Zhao Yi, you finally came. I really thought I was going to lose my life just now." Zhao Yi replied calmly, "Help me with something in a bit." Keely quickly added, "I'll do anything, but we need to leave here immediately. This monster will revive very soon." Zhao Yi pulled out the shredder and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I have this. This shredder is a law-based weapon. As long as the corpse is thrown in, it cannot be resurrected." Keely marveled at it. "This thing is truly useful." Soon, the bloody weapon was ground into a mess of mangled flesh. Keely asked again, "By the way, what did you want me to help you with?" "Give me your paper and pen." Zhao Yi explained that he had already been marked as deceased in the game, and could not take Keely with him, so she had to complete the remaining tasks alone. Zhao Yi redrew the maze map for her. Keely's eyes widened in surprise. "You actually remembered the map of the maze?" Zhao Yi smiled slightly. "A small matter. Also, once you reach the safe zone, observe carefully to see which players are injured and which ones have not been attacked by the bloody weapons." Keely was confused, not knowing the purpose of this. Zhao Yi guided her. In the plaza of the first game, there were 67 pinhole cameras. "Do you know why?" Keely speculated that the mastermind probably wanted to monitor and observe the player's real-time status. Zhao Yi smiled with satisfaction. "Exactly, but the second game is just as exciting and desperate. Have you thought about why no cameras were installed?" Keely gradually understood his meaning and asked in terror, "Could it be they want to follow the players up close?" "That would be too harsh." Zhao Yi sneered. "It's not monitoring but personal participation. The organizer of this game is a psychopath who wants to join the game directly. If I'm not mistaken, he will appear at an entrance where there are many players, and there will be more than one bloody weapon there." "I understand now. As long as she observed who remained uninjured after the game ended, she would know who the mastermind was. Zhao Yi nodded with a smile. That's precisely it. Also, you must remember, find a way to destroy this map before entering the safe zone. It will be very troublesome if it's discovered. Keely promised she would remember. Afterward, Zhao Yi and Keely advanced toward the central area of the maze. There weren't many players in this area, so there were fewer pursuing bloody weapons, and the path was basically unobstructed. As they were about to reach the center, Zhao Yi stopped and let Keely go on alone while he left through another fork. However, he did not return to the secret room but continued to wander the maze. A few minutes later, in a corner of the maze, a player covered in blood was fleeing for his life, shouting, "What on earth is that thing? It's terrifying. It can still come back to life even after its head is chopped off." The man looked back at the bloody weapon behind him as he ran, thinking desperately, "I'm finished, it's going to catch me." To save his own life, he heartlessly shot his companion running in front of him in the leg, causing him to fall, and then stepped over the other's body to continue rushing forward. The bald man cursed in pain. "I'll definitely kill you," but he no longer had the chance. The bloody weapon arrived in an instant. The monster extended its two long claws, aiming straight for his head. In despair, the severe injury to his leg prevented him from moving another inch. He begged, trembling all over, "No, don't kill me, I beg you." Suddenly, on the edge of despair, he caught a lifeline. It turns out to be Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was standing behind him with a scalpel, smiling brilliantly. "You won't survive until the end of the game anyway. I'll give you a hand and help you reach the end a bit faster." After speaking, Zhao Yi decisively finished the man. His scalpel hungered to slice into a target's body, to kiss the opponent with its sharpest edge. Thinking this, Zhao Yi charged at the lizard man, which opened its maw in a furious roar, prepared to fight. "Hello, let me introduce myself." Before he could finish, the monster's sharp claws pierced his chest. Despite the wound being deep enough to see bone, Zhao Yi showed no weakness, slashing the monster's neck fiercely in return. Even with blood leaking from his mouth, he insisted on completing his introduction. "My name is Zhao Yi." Immediately after, he delivered a savage kick to the lizard man's chest. The previous slash had sent its head flying. The heavy wound on Zhao Yi's chest healed rapidly. He remarked that this was a truly wonderful sight. The wound at the lizard man's severed neck was also healing, as countless tentacles attempted to reconnect the head and body. "Pity I won't give you another chance." Afterward, he brandished his blade in a frantic flurry of slashes. Strike after strike left the bloody weapon caught off guard. When he stopped his movements, the blood from the monster's body finally sprayed out. Zhao Yi turned and elegantly wiped the blood from the blade. The shredder began to operate as well. Zhao Yi threw the severed limbs of the bloody weapon into the machine one by one to be crushed. "I read in Old Wu's files that your regeneration requires the consumption of brain plasma. I'm curious to know how many times your plasma will let you revive." Despite its head being chopped off, the monster was still alive. Seeing Zhao Yi's approaching scalpel, it shouted in terror, What do you want to do?" Zhao Yi patiently cut away the newly grown buds on its head and heart, destroying each piece in the shredder as he cut it. In less than 10 minutes, the bloody weapon could no longer hold on. Zhao Yi revealed a sorrowful expression, sighed, and looked at it with pity. "It seems this is your limit." The bloody weapon lay paralyzed on the ground, speechless. Zhao Yi boredly drove his blade deep into its brain and gave it a violent twist. "Goodbye, little cutie." Blood flowed all over the ground. Due to the successful kill of the bloody weapon, Zhao Yi's soul weapon was enhanced. System prompt: Zhao Yi has obtained the innate red garment bloodline. This is a grade 1 innate red garment bloodline. Note: low-level bloodlines can be upgraded to grade 3 at most. The words red garment sounded very familiar, seemingly related to that segment of lost memory. He then asked the system how to upgrade the bloodline. The system quickly listed the details. Bloodlines are divided into innate and acquired. Innate bloodlines are inherent to the player. Acquired bloodlines are obtained through the shop or dungeon opportunities. Once an innate bloodline awakens, it has a unique upgrade method. However, due to Zhao Yi's data anomalies, the system could not detect its quality or other information. Zhao Yi cursed again about the data anomaly. What kind of trash game was this? The system immediately issued a warning prohibiting insults toward the game. Zhao Yi retorted, "It's not like I haven't insulted you once or twice." He calculated in his mind, what would happen if I sold these fake organs, contaminated with giant lizard fragments, as ordinary organs to those two masked men? Would it revive again? Thinking of this, he found it very interesting and picked up the heart. Following the route planned by Old Wu, he returned to the secret room. Zhao Yi looked at the bloody weapon's heart in his hand and sighed narcissistically. "Great, I'm truly a genius." A few hours later, Keely sent a message. A total of 21 people passed. Among them is an old man who, despite having difficulty moving, was never attacked by the bloody weapons. "I suspect he is the mastermind. Should I act?" Zhao Yi instructed Keely to remember his appearance and wait for the right moment, otherwise her life would be in danger. Keely agreed. After the second game ended, Lao Wang and Lao Shu delivered another large batch of corpses to Zhao Yi, who showed them the true meaning of the art of dissection. Standing amidst the piles of organs, the two masked men were ecstatic. "Damn, if we sell all of this, it'll be worth several $100 million. Dr. Zhao, do you really not want a cut?" Zhao Yi replied honestly, "I'm not interested. My happiest time was when I earned $200 a month as a teacher. I saved money every month back then. I knew that in a few months I would be able to buy a fresh corpse." Hearing this, the two masked men shuddered in unison. Buy a corpse? What are you buying a corpse for?" "Nothing, just a personal hobby," they cursed inwardly. "Does this guy have some kind of mental illness? He doesn't do a single thing a normal person would do. By the way, you haven't told me the content of the third game yet." The reason Zhao Yi refrained from killing the mastermind was his fear that the game would stop midway if the man died. After checking the organs, the two masked men began to tell him the method to pass. A massacre. The surviving players must kill each other. Only when one person is left in the hall are they qualified to enter the special room to receive the reward. Zhao Yi asked where the previous winners had gone. Lao Shu scratched his head. "I don't know, they probably left. This old thing wants to steal my meat. I've raised it for so long, it must not fall into the hands of others." "So where is the big boss of the third game?" Lao Shu answered quickly. "In the VIP room. There will be many guests there." Zhao Yi asked if there was a way for him to sneak in. Lao Shu shook his head. "No, there are only waitresses inside, no waiters. And they only select those with curvaceous figures. You won't be able to blend in at all." But Zhao Yi already had a plan. He chuckled. "No, I can," Lao Wang asked in confusion. "How do you plan to get in?" He sized up the man before him. His chest was flat. Did he want to cross-dress? "Oh boy, what are you thinking? I know a female player with a good figure who might be able to sneak into the VIP room." Zhao Yi added, "Of course, I'll also need your cooperation. Without the help of these two, completing this task would indeed be difficult." Lao Wang advised sincerely, "But even if your friend really sneaks in, it will be hard to kill that mastermind. The VIP room is heavily guarded by super soldiers. If anything happens to the boss, they will never let anyone leave alive." Zhao Yi said he had a way to make the soldiers withdraw. Lao Wang and Lao Shu reminded him to be careful, as it had been hard to find such an efficient doctor. Zhao Yi patted Lao Wang on the shoulder cheerfully and told him not to worry. Seeing Zhao Yi suddenly become so easygoing, Lao Wang was a bit unaccustomed to it. "Next, you just need to do as I say. Soon you'll be able to take the money and fly far away." Lao Wang swallowed hard. The next day, the 21 survivors were waiting for the third game to begin. No one noticed that the two porters here had been replaced. The broadcast rang out. "The massacre game officially begins." Asan was still looking for Zhao Yi, thinking irritably, "I didn't see him in the previous dungeon. Is he really dead? No, I've waited so long just to kill him with my own hands. He must not die so easily." Suddenly he saw a familiar figure. Asan was surprised and delighted, as if he had been looking forward to this for a long time. Zhao Yi stood before him, alive and well, greeting him with a smile. "Hi Asan, meeting again." Zhao Yi's composure enraged Asan, who drew a short blade and slashed through the air. "You really aren't that easy to kill. You are destined to die by my hand," Asan roared, charging forward with lightning speed. Zhao Yi stood in place, smiling calmly. Asan was like a mad bull. He leapt high and swung his blade down. Only then did Zhao Yi take out his scalpel. "You've grown quite well." Asan's bone cleaver slashed straight toward Zhao Yi's face, but Zhao Yi quickly raised his blade to parry. Asan applied pressure frantically, while Zhao Yi also used his internal energy to defend. Asan changed his angle again and slashed down fiercely. "Don't you dare try to stop me." Zhao Yi squinted and smiled. He blocked Asan's bone cleaver with his bare hand. "Dr. Zhao, after all these years you've disappointed me too much. My kitchen knife is so hungry it can't stand it." Zhao Yi licked his lips. "Is that so? Then why haven't you disappointed me and grown into a ripe rosy apple?" Asan ignored Zhao Yi's words completely and stomped down hard on Zhao Yi's arm. The arm snapped instantly, and Zhao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. The audience also sent terrified bullet comments, not knowing how he could fight against this level 12 homicidal maniac. Zhao Yi held his head in a defensive posture. Asan kicked Zhao Yi like a ball. The audience speculated that Zhao Yi might be nearing his end. At this point, Zhao Yi's predator skill could not be activated because he hadn't been able to injure the opponent at all. Soon he was beaten until not a single patch of skin was intact. With both arms broken, Zhao Yi collapsed in the corner covered in blood, motionless. Finally dead? But before it ends, Dr. Zhao, I want you to see clearly how powerful the killing bloodline passed down through our family is. I am here to wash away the shame my father left for the family. At this point, he continued his frantic charge. The observing players were stunned. What is he doing? Why is he turning back to kill us? Since Zhao Yi can't run anyway, he plans to kill us all too, and enjoy the slaughter. Damn it, if he doesn't die, we will. A group of players joined forces to attack Asan. He fought 10 alone. The arena was filled with smoke as explosions rang out one after another. but these attacks failed to injure him in the slightest. Asan proudly declared that he would let the people here witness his prowess. Everyone fell into a panic. Seeing that they couldn't kill him even like this, it seemed he was indeed a tough nut to crack. Facing the horrific killer, they scrambled to escape, shouting, "Open the door, we want to get out." Before the cries for help could fade, 3 people were cut in half. The rest were terrified and retreated repeatedly. 3 people were instantly sliced into 2. A survivor knelt before him and wailed, "Please don't kill me, I'll give you all my points, don't kill us, please." Asan went completely mad. "Beg me, the more you beg for mercy, the more excited I get." He took a deep breath, his face becoming extremely distorted. The head of the person begging for mercy instantly flew off their neck, blood spraying everywhere. The scent of blood further triggered his bestial nature. Soon a girl in front of him was also split open from the head down. The victim's screams gave him great pleasure. Soon Asan had killed all the players and then turned his gaze toward Zhao Yi, who lay paralyzed and motionless on the ground. "Now it's your turn, my love." Asan approached with ecstatic joy. Inside the VIP room, the perverse guests were enjoying this scene through the monitors. A woman held a wine glass, watching the beast on the screen with great interest. "Truly ferocious." That bald, fat man also said it would be a bit of a pity to turn him into a weapon. "It's not a pity. We have plenty of projects, and he has great potential. The only thing that surprises me is that 2 bloody weapons went missing in the maze. The search team hasn't found any trace of them yet." Keely had changed into a waitress outfit and entered the VIP room to serve wine. When the old man saw her enter, his gaze locked onto her. Seeing Zhao Yi lying motionless on the monitor, Keely was anxious. "Zhao Yi, what are you doing? You absolutely must not die." Inside the arena, Asan asked Zhao Yi if he had any last words. He didn't have this much patience for anyone else. He felt he had already been more than generous toward Zhao Yi. An old tree sprouts new buds, flowers bloom and bear fruit. Zhao Yi's voice suddenly rang out, giving him a start. "Your killing intent has swollen to an unprecedented height. Even your father has been left behind. To be honest, I was very dissatisfied with your father's illness a few years ago. So I decided to train one myself. I've waited a long time." What did you say?" Zhao Yi said with a dark face that he had paid a tragic price to cure Asan's illness, but he was willing to endure it. "Bring your father over and complete the last piece of the puzzle for this massacre. He's on his way out. I wish you a pleasant time." System warning. Player Zhao Yi's mental stats are dropping significantly. Asan was blank-faced. Zhao Yi's mental value dropped to 0 in an instant, but immediately afterward an anomaly occurred in the data. Zhao Yi seemed to be evolving. This was his darkest persona, with his combat rating soaring to 999. Suddenly the monitoring screens in the VIP room went black. The guests who were just getting into it were deeply disappointed. "What happened right at the critical moment?" "Exactly, Lord Lu. Is your screen any good? We spent tens of millions just to watch this." Lord Lu, who was being criticized, was also feeling unsure. "Fine, stop talking nonsense. What kind of monster are you exactly?" That was Asan's voice, but the one screaming in agony should have been Zhao Yi. Lord Lu quickly sent someone to the arena to investigate. Upon receiving the order, the maid sped out to scout the situation. The situation was critical, and she didn't dare delay. Lord Lu felt a secret surge of joy. It seemed everything was proceeding according to Zhao Yi's plan. 10 minutes later, Team A, which had been dispatched to investigate, also lost contact. The VIPs in the room began to stir in agitation. "Lord Lu, we can't hear anything except gunfire. What do we do?" The old man forced himself to remain calm. "Wait a bit longer. I hate being disturbed while I'm eating," a waitress cried out in terror. "Whose voice is that? No, that doesn't sound human. Retreat." Team A's defensive line has collapsed, requesting retreat. Immediately after, a series of hair-raising screams erupted from the walkie-talkie. The VIP room fell into a deathly silence. They were beginning to feel uneasy. A man dressed in wooden ornaments and a woman in a red nightgown quickly stood up, making a ridiculous excuse to leave. Others followed suit, one claiming they forgot to turn off the gas at home, another saying their lover had been caught by their wife, and another claiming their wife was in difficult labor. Excuses of every variety poured out. Lord Lu slammed his hand on the table and stood up in a rage. "Enough, men, stop them." With the master's order given, the subordinates didn't dare disobey, quickly leveling their guns at the group of VIPs. Without Lord Lu's command, no one was allowed to leave. The VIPs backed away, trembling. Lord Lu, what are you doing? Let's talk this through." After all, those present were distinguished guests, and the old man didn't dare offend them too lightly. He used a carrot-and-stick approach, saying, "I still have so many elites here. What is there to fear from the ghosts in the arena? Everyone sit down. No one is allowed out without my order. Eaglehorn, take all the guards outside and go to the arena hall immediately to resolve the trouble." Eaglehorn accepted the order and left at once. "Leave 2 at the door, the rest come with me." It seemed Eaglehorn was also one of Lord Lu's capable assistants. Chi Li stayed behind to serve wine to the VIPs. She followed behind a guard. Earlier only she and Eaglehorn had been serving in the room, but now she was the only one left. Chi Li realized her opportunity had come. She walked toward Lord Lu holding the wine. She said in a gentle, submissive tone, "Lord Lu, let me refill your wine." Meanwhile, Lord Lu was busy with the arena matters and had no heart to pay her any mind. "Lord Lu, I'd like to go to the restroom, please grant me permission." The old man impatiently told her to make it quick, but he didn't notice that 2 extremely fine red threads had already been placed around his neck. Chi Li respectfully thanked Lord Lu and then turned to leave, a treacherous smile touching the corner of her mouth, though of course no one saw it. Chi Li's fingers began to twitch, manipulating those sharp threads, but she was in no hurry to act. Chi Li walked leisurely toward the hall, looking almost as if she were flying a kite. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was looking, she slipped into a hidden room near the VIP suite and finally smiled with satisfaction. It was all over. At this distance, even if she acted, no one would suspect her. Chi Li extended her palm, which was wrapped in threads, and then quickly clenched it. The threads tightened instantly following her finger movements. Inside the room, Lord Lu was still trying to contact Eaglehorn. He was giving instructions, but before he could finish his sentence he sensed something was wrong. Before he could react, his head was sliced into countless fragments. Seeing Lord Lu dead, the VIPs in the room were instantly devastated, screaming like lunatics. The scene fell into chaos. A fat man in furs was the first to rush out, but he suddenly froze. A guard asked in confusion, "What happened? Why did you stop talking?" It seemed he was a sharp individual. He quickly sensed something was wrong. He reached out to feel the air, but the moment his fingers touched something invisible, they were severed. He shouted, "It's an ambush," but it was too late. Everyone in the room was instantly shredded by the fine wires. Players Zhao Yi and Chi Li completed the main task and received experience point rewards. Chi Li obtained a battery, but she didn't care about the item at all. She quickly changed her clothes and ran toward Zhao Yi's side to check the situation. Standing at a distance, Chi Li heard a series of screams. She wondered what was happening inside. How could a human produce such terrifying wails? Suddenly, Chi Li's phone rang. She wondered who would be calling her at a time like this. It was Zhao Yi. Chi Li prepared to open the door and answer the phone. She asked him what he wanted. "Listen, if you don't want to die, you'd better not open that door right now." "Then what should I do? Leave here and wait for you to come out yourself?" "No, turn on the speakerphone, turn the volume to maximum, and go in to see him. Let me talk to him. Hurry, we're out of time." Chi Li gritted her teeth and then agreed to the future Chi Li. She turned on the phone's speakerphone, pushed open the arena doors and walked inside. The place was littered with corpses and blood. Zhao Yi stood there, appearing to have lost his mind. Asan was being dragged across the ground by him, groaning weakly. "Kill me, please, just give me a quick death." Chi Li stared at him in horror. Asan looked shattered and pathetic. Zhao Yi stood there in silence, casually crushing something in his hand, blood splashing everywhere. Zhao Yi turned his head. His eyes had turned pitch black, his pupils flashed red, and his face was covered in cracks. He looked like a malevolent ghost crawled out of hell. Chi Li was terrified. Was this Zhao Yi? How had he become so terrifying? Suddenly, he vanished without warning. "Damn, where did Zhao Yi go? Are you looking for me?" Chi Li's whole body stiffened. When had he gotten behind her? Zhao Yi's voice had also changed. "Why are you looking for me?" Chi Li froze on the spot, at a loss. "I can't move and I can't speak. What is this? I can't see anything." "Zhao Yi," a voice came from the phone. "He's one of us. Don't kill her." Chi Li felt extreme terror, and her spirit value dropped rapidly. Zhao Yi suddenly reached out and took the phone. The voice on the call continued, "Turn off the speakerphone." Zhao Yi did so mechanically. It was unclear what was said on that call, but the dark energy on his body gradually dissipated. Chi Li was curious about what secrets those two had shared, but the guy had actually turned off the speakerphone. Zhao Yi quickly returned to normal. He told Chi Li cheerfully that he was preparing to call the Day 1 version of themselves to create a logic closed loop. She asked hesitantly about his body just now. Zhao Yi replied briefly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." After receiving the call from the future at the hotel, Zhao Yi called his past self. "I remember my phone number now." Chi Li also said it would be her turn after he finished. "Hello, bring the camera to the Kala Psychiatric Hospital." The future Zhao Yi was also listening on the line. Everything returned to the initial loop. Then it was Chi Li's turn. Zhao Yi reminded her to be quick and not waste time. She also called her past self, instructing her on the things she had heard in the past. After finishing, Zhao Yi briefed her on the upcoming arrangements he had heard from the future Zhao Yi. On the 4th day, they had to go to the Mingxi Old Mansion. It wasn't as dangerous as the 5th day, but they had to use the camera to photograph a specific object. Now they had to rush there before midnight. We can also observe the terrain there first. Once the 4th day's game started, there would be no leisure time for observation. Chi Li noticed something strange about Zhao Yi's complexion. I think you look a bit pale. Are you okay?" Zhao Yi didn't want her to worry and forced a slight smile. "I'm fine. Releasing the ultimate dark personality does come with a heavy price, but it's worth it." Those dark personalities helped him consolidate his extreme dark power. With such power he could further expand the boundaries of his spiritual world. "Hello, are you two also here for the task at the old mansion?" The question came from a girl with twin tails. The girl looked somewhat cute. Zhao Yi stepped forward and said he was also there to participate in the mansion task. "That's great, then we can form a team to look out for each other, it'll be safer." The girl quickly introduced herself. "My name is Pan Linlin." Then Linlin quickly introduced the other 3 people with her. Zhao Yi stepped forward to greet everyone. Linlin continued, "Since we all know each other now, let's go into the mansion and take a look." So Zhao Yi took the lead and the remaining 5 people followed slowly. The place was indeed worthy of its name, looking very ancient, but it emitted a strange smell that made Qi Li instinctively cover her nose. There seemed to be something in the corridor. Zhao Yi and Qi Li noticed this detail at the same time. She looked closely and saw that it was indeed white fragments, like markers someone had intentionally left behind. "Strange, why is glutinous rice scattered everywhere in the corridor?" Zhao Yi joked half-seriously, "Maybe someone likes eating zongzi and wants to have some even inside the dungeon. By the way, do you like sweet or salty zongzi?" Qi Li instinctively answered this boring question. "Sweet zongzi." Seeing him suddenly freeze, Qi Li also looked back to see what he was up to. He told her that anyone who eats sweet zongzi is a heretic. Qi Li wasn't to be outdone. Anyone who eats salty zongzi has water in their brain. The newcomers watched them bicker, not knowing how to react for a moment. Bai Jihai cursed. They were actually fighting over what kind of zongzi to eat. Auntie Lu Mei also asked if they should go and mediate. It was only then that Linlin showed her fierce true face. "Mediate what? Isn't it better if they fight? I was just worrying about how to solve them all at once." Early on the 4th morning, the dungeon officially began. An air wall rose around the old mansion, making it completely impossible to enter or leave. By today, there weren't many participants left. This time, the 6 of them didn't wake up in a room, but were lying directly on the ground. "Why does this trash game have to knock us out every time a dungeon starts? My head is killing me." Pan Linlin sat up and reminded, "Stop complaining, time waits for no one. Get up and start the dungeon." This dungeon was the Mingxi Ghost Mansion. The main task was to find the heart of the mansion's master. The side task was to eliminate the master. In this game, players' inventories would be sealed and no items could be used, sealing the inventory and locking strength. "Damn, doesn't that raise the dungeon difficulty several times over?" Linlin said. "Bai Jihai, don't panic, it won't solve anything." Zhao Yi suddenly looked up. Qi Li saw he had a dazed expression. "What's wrong, Zhao Yi? Did you find something?" "Look at that window on the 2nd floor." Zhao Yi looked up and observed thoughtfully for a long time. An aged, or more accurately, an old man in armor who was nothing but withered bones was standing upstairs looking down. Bai Jihai cursed. "Is that the ghost thing?" Wang Hua asked if it was warning them not to enter the main house. Qi Li asked Zhao Yi, "Do you think we should go in?" Zhao Yi ignored her and walked forward on his own. "How can we find clues without going in?" Everyone watched him enter the house. They were all terrified by the image and didn't want to follow. Linlin asked Qi Li, "Is he always this brave?" Qi Li's face was dark and difficult to read. She then followed quickly. Linlin also told everyone to follow her, muttering that her master had fought all his life and never suffered a sword wound, and she never expected it would end this way. Qi Li asked loudly, "Who's speaking?" Zhao Yi remained calm. The voice came from the stairs. "I'll go take a look." He walked alone toward the stairs that had been sprinkled with glutinous rice earlier. A paper figure holding a massive blade stood right in the middle of the stairs. Zhao Yi marveled. This paper figure is huge. Sure enough, zombies fear glutinous rice, so at least one zombie was locked on the 2nd floor. But did this mean there were no zombies on the 1st floor? Check the 2nd floor. He had just thought this when he began to move. Seeing Zhao Yi trying to go up to the 2nd floor, the paper figure suddenly moved, swinging its sword at this audacious intruder. Although Zhao Yi was ambushed, he quickly dodged the blade, which smashed a deep pit into the floor. If that had hit, it would definitely be a fatal wound. Qi Li shouted worriedly. "Zhao Yi, are you okay?" He remained calm. "I'm fine, we can't go to the 2nd floor yet. Likely the key task hasn't been triggered, or we haven't gotten the key item. Search the hall more." The other 4 watched Zhao Yi and Qi Li rummaging through everything, observing intently from a distance. Bai Jihai looked at Linlin. He felt Zhao Yi was indeed hard to deal with, and that they had to find a way to separate Zhao Yi and Qi Li before acting. Wang Hua was somewhat hesitant. He didn't want to kill them, but rather hoped everyone could clear the level together. "We must kill them. The rewards Lu Mei and I received earlier were both phones. The calls from the future told us that if we don't kill Zhao Yi, we'll all die." In Linlin's eyes, Zhao Yi absolutely could not be left alive. After speaking, Linlin ran over and put on an innocent smile, saying to Zhao Yi, "I have a good idea." "What idea?" It turned out she wanted everyone to split up to find clues because she felt the 1st floor wasn't that dangerous. Zhao Yi was still scouting secretly. The table was clean, and the tea was still hot and fragrant. "Your idea is good, then let's split up to find clues." They agreed to meet in the hall in half an hour. Zhao Yi told Qi Li that he and she would go in 2 different directions. She went east and he went west. Before leaving, Zhao Yi didn't forget to tell Qi Li to be careful, and she acknowledged it. Afterward, the two quickly split up. Linlin's group stood in place to observe the situation. Seeing the opportunity, Linlin cheerfully began assigning tasks. Bai Jihai and Wang Hua would follow Zhao Yi. They had to kill him, while Lu Mei and herself would follow Qi Li. The three complied in unison. A few minutes later, the silhouette of a slender woman appeared at the door. She was very beautiful, the audience commented with great interest. But since she appeared in a ghost mansion, she definitely wasn't normal. She walked lightly toward the second floor with a graceful posture, looking exactly like a lady from a high-ranking ancient family. "Steward Shi, thank you for your hard work," the audience speculated curiously. This beauty was probably the mistress or a young lady here. Seeing her go to the second floor, everyone stirred, wanting to see what she was doing. They all hoped Zhao Yi could clear the level to satisfy their curiosity. In the east corridor, Zhao Yi was leisurely looking around and the chat box remained active. They were discussing why the flashlight in his hand hadn't been returned to Qi Li yet. Behind Zhao Yi, a pair of feet was quietly following closely. It turned out to be Bai Jihai. He had picked up a vase on the way and planned to simply raise it and smash it against the back of Zhao Yi's head later, which would complete the task. No sooner said than done. He rushed quickly to Zhao Yi's side and suddenly raised the vase, but unexpectedly, a rough black hand with sharp nails landed on Zhao Yi's neck first. Before he could react, he was decisively dragged into a secret room. Bai Jai's swing missed and the vase fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Zhao Yi's sudden disappearance also caused Bai Jihai to lose his footing momentarily. He lost his balance and fell face down on the ground. Unfortunately, a sharp vase shard pierced straight through his neck as he fell. He died quickly and pathetically. Some viewers didn't even understand what had happened before seeing him take his last breath. That clawed hand was now satisfyingly stroking Zhao Yi's face, letting out an eerie laugh. "I'm going to eat you, swallow you alive." Facing that nauseating face, Zhao Yi remained calm. "Hello, paper figure granny." Seeing Zhao Yi's cold reaction, she was somewhat surprised, and the atmosphere fell into silence. "Young man, you're very impolite. You should give a reaction at least." Zhao Yi apologized honestly, "But I really can't feel afraid. Besides, she had just saved him. If she hadn't acted, Zhao Yi would have killed that person who harbored ill intentions toward him. Of all the people who have come to this ghost mansion, you're the first like this I've ever seen." However, the old woman still advised him to get far away, as the horror here exceeded his imagination. "I want to ask you something. Are there still living people in this ghost mansion?" "What nonsense are you talking? How could there be living people in a ghost mansion?" "I'm not just saying there are living people here on a whim. There's evidence," the matron asked in surprise. "What evidence?" "As soon as I walked in, I observed the tables, chairs, and the tea in the living room. Not only that, but there's also the fragrance of women's cosmetics. Moreover, the glutinous rice on the stairs is very fresh. I estimate it was produced within the last 2 years. Thus Zhao Yi concluded that a group of ghosts could never have accomplished such things. There were undoubtedly living people present. Paper figure Granny stopped hiding the truth. She praised Zhao Yi for his keen eyes and admitted that there were indeed living people there. But it was not a place that fragile humans could ever comprehend. "Young man, take my advice and leave quickly. If you wait any longer, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." But Zhao Yi remained stubborn, stating, "I won't leave. Instead, I'd like to ask you, Granny, to tell me where that girl is. Also, I'm genuinely curious about what exactly happened in this mansion." Seeing that she couldn't dissuade him, the Granny relented. "Fine, it's not impossible to get information from me." However, she wanted Zhao Yi to exchange a fairy tale for it. Granny said that the master always complained she didn't know how to tell stories to children. So when the master's child was born, Granny couldn't even coax him to sleep. Zhao Yi crossed his legs, looking smug and arrogant. "Storytelling is my specialty." He began to tell Granny the story of the farmer and the snake. At noon, a farmer returned from work and encountered a snake that was nearly dying of heat. The snake told the farmer that if he could cool it down, it would repay him. Granny listened intently. "Did the farmer pour water on it?" Zhao Yi continued. "The farmer skinned the snake and told it, 'Now you won't feel the heat.' Sure enough, that snake never felt hot again." The story was completely nonsensical, but Zhao Yi seemed very proud of what he had told. Granny looked disgusted. "Is there nothing more suitable for a small child?" Zhao Yi feigned surprise and asked back, "Is this story not suitable for children? Fine, then I'll tell you the story of the little girl selling nuclear bombs." The story was about a poor little girl who had no money for food and could only sell ancestral nuclear bombs on the street. But the passers-by were indifferent, and as a result she didn't sell a single bomb all day. At night the girl felt cold, so she struck a match. In the light of the fire she saw her deceased grandmother, but the match soon went out. Granny asked in confusion, "So did she strike a second match?" Zhao Yi retorted, No, she detonated a nuclear bomb. And that night everyone in town saw their own grandmother." Granny was completely speechless at this story. Is even this not good enough? Then I have— Granny hurriedly stopped him, saying she had already felt his enthusiasm. The viewers were doubling over with laughter. Some even felt that this paper figure Granny was quite pitiful. So, can you tell me now what happened in this mansion in the past? Granny answered honestly that although a part of her vengeful spirit was generated after her death, she couldn't remember everything that had happened. She only warned Zhao Yi to go to the second floor because there, aside from the second madam, whether human or ghost, once they step onto the second floor, they are doomed to die. Zhao Yi froze upon hearing this. It seemed the second madam was the living person. Granny began to recount that the second madam was named Sumei, a concubine taken by the master and his only one. After that horrific accident in the mansion, everyone died. Only she and the first madam, who lived in the side room of the moon viewing tower, survived. Zhao Yi suspected that the accident was related to them. Where does Sumei live? Granny truthfully pointed the way for Zhao Yi. However, there was a pair of very terrifying twin vengeful ghosts guarding the place. Without a token to pass, one would surely be killed. What is the token and where can I get it? Granny said the token was a command medallion in Steward Sha Lin's room in the backyard. But his room was stained with an extremely powerful malevolent energy and resentment. These energies were intertwined and had evolved into intense mental pollution. Humans could easily become lost in it forever. After thanking her, Zhao Yi expressed his intention to go there. Granny seemed to quite like Zhao Yi. Before he left, she urged him to be careful, as not all the ghosts in the ghost mansion were kind. If something was chasing you from behind, remember to run fast and never look back. Zhao Yi agreed quickly and departed. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the thug who had died earlier. But even in death, he hadn't forgotten to stick up his middle finger. This sight made the audience roar with laughter. Let me help turn you into a piece of art. No sooner said than done. Zhao Yi put down his scalpel after skillfully showing off his basic techniques. Once finished, he completed his work. The viewers couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines, and some reminded everyone never to get close to Zhao Yi even in death, calling him too perverse. He turned and left, revealing a trace of a sinister smile. Zhao Yi actually knew someone was stalking him from behind, which was exactly why he had done that. What kind of pervert is Zhao Yi? It's one thing to kill someone, but he actually carved the corpse like that. I still have to try to kill him. Why not? If I get close to him now, I'll definitely be skinned. Better to meet up with the boss first before thinking of another way. Zhao Yi soon arrived at a spacious courtyard in the back of the mansion. He deduced this was the residence of Steward Sha mentioned by paper figure Granny. He turned on his flashlight and entered the room alone. Suddenly, something entangled Zhao Yi's leg. It was black and long like a moving rope. It dragged Zhao Yi to the ground. Viewers quickly sent bullet comments discussing what it was. Some guessed it might be the resentment the Granny had just mentioned. Though tightly bound by these strands of hair, Zhao Yi remained calm. He began photosynthesis, so that even if he were killed, he could revive afterward. Seeing that it couldn't kill him, the thing tried to burrow into his mental world to devour and assimilate him. Come on, my mental world welcomes you. By this point, the viewers were excited by the scene before them, marveling at Zhao Yi's courage. The thing quickly burrowed into his mental world only to be stunned by the sight. The dark shadows shackled by chains sent the strands of hair scurrying in all directions. But how could it escape so easily? A hand reached out from nowhere and grabbed it. That thing looked even more massive and terrifying than itself. The mass of hair screamed in terror. No, but the scream was obviously in vain. In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Yi swallowed it into his stomach. He let out a satisfied belch. This resentment truly brought this upon itself. If it had launched a physical attack, Zhao Yi, whose strength was sealed by the system, might not have held out. But it just had to burrow into his mental world. It was a pity this clump of hair was too weak and could only provide a tiny bit of energy. The audience was shocked to hear this, never expecting that his mental world would actually eat it back. After dealing with the hair resentment, Zhao Yi continued to observe his surroundings with the flashlight. There was a yellowed piece of paper on the table that looked like it had been there for a long time. The content was about things that counter zombies. Zhao Yi deduced there was a zombie in this mansion. At least one. This looked like Steward Shaw's notes. Let's see what was written inside. Month X, Day 20. A group of strangely dressed guests arrived at the Wong mansion. They brought many expensive gifts and told many strange tales about eternal life. To my surprise, the master actually believed them. Has the master, who fought for so many years, also begun to fear death? Month X, Day 21. The master asked me to send 2 twin maids to serve the second madam. How strange. Just a short while ago, the first madam also specifically selected servants for the second madam. What on earth are they doing? Month X, Day 22. The first madam's 40th birthday is approaching and the master has prepared many gifts. Over the years, the first madam has always complained that the master won't have children with her. They had a massive argument over this recently. The first madam said behind his back, "It's all that vixen Sumei who bewitched the master's soul. Ever since he bought that vixen back from the brothel, there hasn't been a moment of peace. I'm truly afraid the master will be sucked dry. Month X, day 23. The master's expression was somewhat strange. He said, I've bought 2 large vats of glutinous rice and planted some in the mansion, but the master never had the habit of eating glutinous rice before. Month X, day 30. The master's face turned green. He called me in, gave me a bag of money, and told me to retire and return home, while also dismissing most of the servants in the mansion, but I felt uneasy these past few days, so I didn't leave. Instead, I went to find the second madam to ask what had happened at home. The second madam said something horrific was about to happen. She told me to leave quickly, but I insisted on staying. I've fought alongside the master for many years. Every time was a step into the jaws of death, and I've never feared anything. Month X, day 5. Alas, my poor master. After a lifetime of battle without ever being wounded by a blade, he departed in this manner. I have followed the master since I was 13 and I'm now 56. You never treated me poorly. Zhao Yi quickly closed the notebook. Too much of the content at the back was missing to get more information. Aside from the notebook, there were a few scattered pieces of paper on the table, with a command medallion pinned underneath. Zhao Yi picked it up and deduced this was the token. He had to hurry to the second madam's residence. The wind began to pick up. Zhao Yi no longer hesitated and pushed the door to leave, but behind him something was hiding behind a pillar. It was peeping at Zhao Yi. The viewers felt their skin crawl. Everyone, something nasty has appeared. That ghost was truly strong, incredibly so. This must be the dangerous thing the granny spoke of. There was no need for a direct confrontation now. If you can't afford to provoke it, can't you afford to hide from it? Zhao Yi quickly turned and ran toward the hall, leaving the ghost staring blankly. It shrieked, "Curses, he made it inside." Zhao Yi had guessed correctly. The hall was a relatively safe place. The ghost shadow no longer pursued him. Zhao Yi deduced it was afraid of the paper figure steward on the stairs. I'll observe that paper figure in a bit. Seeing him approaching from a distance, Linlin asked with feigned concern, "What happened, Zhao Yi? Were you chased by something?" But Zhao Yi didn't want to tell these people the truth. He made up a random excuse to tell them, which of course no one believed. "Have you found anything?" Linlin said she had searched all the rooms and found nothing but a few terrifying ghosts. Zhao Yi smiled and nodded, politely pretending to believe her. He knew perfectly well that this ponytail girl was only pretending to look. In fact, she wanted to reap the benefits without doing the work. However, Zhao Yi actually preferred this type of calculating person. She asked Zhao Yi if he had seen Bai Jihai. Zhao Yi said he had been killed by a ghost and that his death was very miserable. Linlin and Wang Hua exchanged a look. She had heard about it long ago but wasn't in a hurry to expose Zhao Yi. Linlin couldn't help but start trying to coax information out of him. Zhao Yi didn't mind letting her see that notebook either. Zhao Yi was in no hurry to kill these 2 buffoons. The 2 carefully flipped through the notebook and began to analyze the issues together. "Zhao Yi, do you have any thoughts?" He smiled sinisterly. "I guess the first madam has already celebrated her 40th birthday once before." The 2 saw through Zhao Yi's lie at once. He clearly knew something but still had the gall to put on an act. But Linlin could do nothing to him at this moment. She continued reading the notes. Linlin suspected, could this Lord Wang have wanted to refine himself into a zombie? Zhao Yi said he didn't know anything about zombies, only that there were 2 living people in the ghost mansion, the first madam and the second madam, one in the moon viewing tower and the other in the Su residence. Linlin asked in surprise what he planned to do next. "No rush, we'll wait until everyone gathers before discussing it." Linlin hurriedly followed his arrangement. After letting Linlin finish reading, Zhao Yi stood up and said he was going upstairs to take a look. She agreed readily. "Go ahead. Before I find a way to kill you, I'll let you do more of the work." Following the traces of glutinous rice, Zhao Yi deduced someone had been here. But who could it be? The first madam or the second madam? Regardless of who it was, coming here in the middle of the night must mean there was something important. The notes showed both deeply loved Lord Wang. Could that rotting face on the second floor be him? How is it that you're the only one here? Where did Lu Mei go? The injured Qi Li said she had been snatched into a room by a ghost and didn't dare go in because it was too terrifying. Linlin listened from a distance and felt that Qi Li had killed Lu Mei and then blamed it on a ghost. But in this situation, she couldn't easily expose her and could only wait for an opportunity. After exchanging information from the notes with Luo Qi Li, the 4 quickly made a decision. Qi Li and Zhao Yi would go find the second madam, while Linlin and Wang Hua would go find the first madam. She agreed. Zhao Yi and Qi Li walked along a path as he began to share his deductions with her. He hadn't expected Lord Wang might be a zombie, though his motives for such behavior were worth pondering. Zhao Yi didn't understand why, if he were a zombie, he would have people buy glutinous rice. Was he looking for trouble for himself? Qi Li believed Lord Wang did this to restrain himself. Zhao Yi also felt many things were strange, because if that were the case, why didn't he go to the deserted deep mountains to cultivate instead of insisting on staying at home? Suddenly, as if realizing something, they both stopped in their tracks. Qi Li deduced this was related to his heart. After all, that was the main task this time. Zhao Yi expressed his agreement. Their hypothesis was that the master's heart was hidden somewhere in the residence, and a zombie couldn't cultivate far from its heart. So he chose to stay and trap himself on the second floor with glutinous rice. Zhao Yi asked Qi Li what was most important in this ghost mansion. She quickly answered that it was the two living people. Qi Li had guessed correctly. Everyone else was dead except for the two madams, so the heart was inevitably related to them. At this moment, dark clouds in the sky quickly obscured the moon, and it turned pitch black below, with no moonlight. Zhao Yi pulled out a flashlight for illumination. Qi Li reminded him that it was her flashlight. Zhao Yi shamelessly claimed he had picked it up. "You're lying. This is clearly my flashlight." He still had the thick skin to say it was normal for them to be the same model, but unfortunately her name was engraved on it. Qi Li angrily flipped it over to show him. Zhao Yi shouted excitedly, "It really does have her name." He then changed the subject. "It's just a flashlight and you still engraved your name. When we get back to Guxuan town I must give you a psychological exam." The two argued all the way, and soon reached the second madam's residence. Qi Li was worried. "Do we go straight in? Wait, we need a token to enter." Zhao Yi quickly pulled out the medallion he had obtained. Suddenly something like a rope unexpectedly entangled their necks. Qi Li screamed and struggled in terror. Zhao Yi wisely shouted, "Token, I have the token." Seeing the medallion in his hand, the thing slammed the two heavily onto the ground. The two were choked and slammed down, gasping for breath as they recovered. Qi Li asked if he had another medallion to give her, but there was only one of these things, so they had to walk close together. "There's no need to be this close. Get lost." Qi Li ignored him. "I only feel safe being this close, but walking like this was inconvenient." She still felt it was quite normal, and told Zhao Yi to hurry and open the door. The second madam was drawing water from a well while humming a poem. Seeing two strangers enter, she stopped her movements. "Who are you?" "You must be Sumei, the second madam of the Wang mansion, right? We're from outside and had to come here due to some special reasons." "So you're guests from outside the mansion. My apologies, please come in and sit." Zhao Yi wasn't polite either. "Then we'll disturb you." There wasn't much good stuff in the mansion, so Sumei offered the two glutinous rice. Zhao Yi was puzzled as to why she didn't eat. Sumei used the excuse that she was getting on in years and had a poor appetite. But Zhao Yi saw that Sumei was very young, her face even showing no traces of age. "Second madam, if I may ask, has the first madam already celebrated her 40th birthday many times?" Hearing this, Sumei looked flustered, and her eating stopped. "How do you know?" He quickly produced the notes. "Steward Sha Lin told us. He wrote in his notes that the first madam is going to hold her 40th birthday celebration again." Sumei took the notes and pondered sorrowfully. Sha Lin was a simple man, and had always been so enthusiastic in the residence. "It's truly a pity." She let out a sigh. "Sister indeed has experienced many 40th birthdays, but I can't tell you the reason." Qi Li asked if the first madam treated her well when she was alive. Sumei answered calmly, "When she was alive, sister treated me very well." Qi Li followed up quickly. "So the first madam is indeed dead, right?" Realizing her slip of the tongue, the second madam looked terrified, unable to hide her emotions due to excessive fear. She covered her face and said she really couldn't tell them anything, only urging the two to leave this place quickly, or they wouldn't be able to go. Zhao Yi also said they couldn't leave, which was why they wanted to know the truth to find a way out. Sumei stood up. "Apologies, I really can't help you," Zhao Yi shouted at her back. "The second madam loves the master very much, doesn't she? When the master saved you from the brothel back then, you truly fell for him. The master also deeply adored you, but your time together was simply too short. You didn't have the chance to leave him in air." Having said what needed to be said, the second madam, Sumei, turned and left immediately. Qi Li wanted to force her to stay for an interrogation, but Zhao Yi held her back. Against a living person who could walk through this dangerous ghost mansion unscathed, Qi Li wondered what her chances of winning actually were. Realizing she was being too hasty, Qi Li sheepishly dropped the thought. "You're right. Since we can't get anything out of the second madam, do we have to go to the first madam's side?" Zhao Yi asked Qi Li if she had found any useful clues on her way back from the west. Speaking of that, she indeed found a special book. Inside the ancestral hall where the gods were worshipped, she found records concerning puppetry. Earlier there were too many people in the hall, so she hadn't brought it out. Qi Li carefully opened the book, and Zhao Yi leaned in curiously. "Let me see." After only a few minutes, Zhao Yi finished reading and closed the book. Qi Li was stunned. This book was over 1,000 pages thick. Could he really remember anything after just skimming it? "The part about meat puppets is on page 761. What nonsense are you talking about?" Qi Li was unconvinced, refusing to believe he could remember the entire content in such a short time. After checking it herself, Qi Li cried out in alarm. "Are you a ghost? Page 761 really does record meat puppets. These things are refined from corpses that haven't yet rotted. They can carry a portion of the owner's memories from when they were alive. Their emotions are also extremely unstable. In short, the corpse should not differ much from how it looked in life. When the puppet's memory vanishes completely, it loses the ability to think. However, the most important part at the end had been scratched out. Nevertheless, Chi Li understood why the first madam had celebrated her 40th birthday several times, why the paper figures said she was still alive, and why she could still argue with the master. To be precise, she wasn't dead but had been refined into a meat puppet. But she and Zhao Yi could not go to the first madam's quarters yet. Zhao Yi deduced that entering that place required a token. Without it, there was only a dead end. Now they had to go back and find the paper figure granny. Zhao Yi guessed she knew many things but had been silenced by something. Chi Li followed closely behind. The road on the east side of the main house was no longer safe. I encountered a ghost last time that I couldn't face head-on. Let's take a detour. Chi Li indicated she would follow his lead. Looking from afar, two dark shadows were swaying in front of the courtyard. Chi Li asked in confusion, "Zhao Yi, are those the two maids by the second madam's side?" Seeing Zhao Yi sprinting ahead, she cursed, "You have the token, so why are you running? Those two ghosts aren't protecting Su Mei. They are maids sent by the first madam to kill her." "How do you know they aren't the second madam's maids?" Zhao Yi explained as he ran. "Steward Shah said the second madam's maids are a pair of twins." "These two are not." Chi Li peeked back. The two ghosts were still chasing them fiercely. They were indeed different. Chi Li marveled. "Zhao Yi, where did you buy your eyes? I want to buy a pair too." He replied snarkily that he could give her a 50% discount. A pair of eyes like his would cost 100 million points. Chi Li screamed in rage. "Zhao Yi, get lost!" Running and bickering left them both exhausted. Chi Li gasped for air. Fortunately, the ghost didn't chase them into the hall. Zhao Yi deduced they were afraid of the master and the paper figures, so they didn't dare come here. Suddenly, Chi Li discovered something wet on the ground. Looking closely, she cried out, "Zhao Yi, look, that's blood." The granny had told him long ago that this ghost mansion would become more horrific over time. It seemed something had happened. "Come on, let's go check it out." The hall was in total disarray, and in the center lay the corpse of a man whose head had been separated from his body. It was Wang Hua's head. Kid Pan Linlin also, Zhao Yi observed calmly. This was the volume of blood from one person. Pan Linlin was likely still alive. He looked upstairs. The paper figure steward was no longer standing there, but the glutinous rice had not yet turned black. The thing upstairs probably hadn't come down yet. Something else had killed Wang Hua. According to Zhao Yi's analysis, that ghost thing had clashed with the paper figure steward. Unable to defeat the steward, it had likely fled. Chi Li hoped Steward Shah would win. After all, he was in the neutral camp and wouldn't harm them. But one thing was certain. The paper figure steward's existence was to isolate the first and second floors. There must be a reason why he had left this spot. Observation revealed that the ghost was much weaker, but it had used a diversionary tactic to lure the steward away. Chi Li panicked. "You mean a diversion?" She guessed it had lured the steward away for some other conspiracy. Zhao Yi suddenly grabbed her hand and dragged her along. "Quick, find the paper figure granny, otherwise it'll be too late." The two rushed to the granny's room. As soon as they entered, they saw her sitting in a chair. She was already dead. The blood was still warm. Chi Li guessed the ghost that killed her might still be nearby. Zhao Yi used his light to search for clues. He believed it had already moved far away, otherwise they wouldn't be alive to stand there. "It lied to the master, it lied to us all. Please stop it. To enter the North Tower, you must go to the storage room at the end of the corridor and get the spirit-quelling incense. It has gone there too. Be careful." Chi Li remembered Zhao Yi saying there was a terrifying ghost over there. So how were they supposed to get across now? Zhao Yi was composed because he deduced, "It's already dead." She asked in confusion how he could be so certain. Zhao Yi analyzed for Chi Li as they walked. The one who killed the granny was another even more powerful ghost. That ghost also went to the storage room, so the previous ghost couldn't possibly have survived. When they reached the storage room, the ghost there was indeed dead. It didn't even have the strength to resist. That ghost was indeed much stronger. Zhao Yi told her to quickly find the spirit-quelling incense. Chi Li found it strange. It came here too. Could there be something here it was looking for as well? It had taken the key. Zhao Yi deduced it intentionally wanted to unlock the second floor. He handed the incense to Chi Li. She asked in shock who it was. It was a person who had never been acknowledged. That invisible person. The night sky was lit by moonlight and the surroundings were silent. Zhao Yi and Luo Chi Li walked forward together holding the incense sticks. Luo Chi Li asked in confusion, "What did you mean by that invisible person earlier?" Zhao Yi concentrated on the path and said he would explain later. They had to enter the moon viewing tower first. There were likely clues inside to help them complete the task. Zhao Yi and Luo Chi Li stepped into the tower, which was filled with wafting red mist. Seeing the scene inside, Luo Chi Li was startled. Zhao Yi saw fresh bloodstains around them. Luo Chi Li said in fear, "It seems Pan Linlin has already gone in." The two walked up the stairs together. Luo Chi Li observed from ahead. The first floor was clean, but the second floor smelled heavily of blood. Zhao Yi followed behind, also catching the metallic scent in the air. The two walked down the corridor. The scent of fresh blood drifted everywhere. They searched for the source of the smell. Pushing open a door, they found the scent of blood was coming from inside. The two stared into the room. On the bed inside was Pan Linlin's corpse, covered in blood. Pan Linlin's body lay on the bed, missing a hand and with her eyes gouged out. She had clearly experienced extreme agony before she died. Luo Qi Li cried out Pan Linlin's name, while Zhao Yi continued to calmly assess the situation. A voice came from the corpse. "I've finally found you." No sooner had the words been spoken than Zhao Yi stepped forward and crushed the eye that had emitted the sound. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing, thinking Zhao Yi was too cool. How dare a mere eye put on airs in front of him? Goodbye. Zhao Yi sat on the bed beside the corpse. Pan Linlin is beyond saving. Look for useful clues, then we'll go to the third floor. Luo Qi Li agreed. The two searched the room for clues. Luo Qi Li looked in the wardrobe while he searched the bookshelf area. Suddenly, Zhao Yi discovered a piece of paper in a gap between the shelves. Luo Qi Li leaned in curiously. Zhao Yi scratched his head. The name on the property deed was actually Fang Tian. Luo Qi Li also found it strange. What? The master of this Wang mansion is Fang Tian. She deduced that at the start of the dungeon they were reminded that the main task was to eliminate the heart of the Ghostface Mansion's master. So it's not referring to Lord Wang's heart, but Fang Tian's heart. Zhao Yi had also deduced this. As expected, the ghost that lured away the paper figure steward was sent by the first madam, and the one who killed the storage room guard and took the key to the second floor was also the first madam. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the first madam must be on the second floor of the main house right now. Zhao Yi looked up and smiled. No, I haven't put it quite accurately. The first madam actually died a long time ago. The current first madam is just a meat puppet, an invisible person. From the moment she began to be resurrected, everyone treated her as the first madam, but they knew in their hearts she was a new life with an independent consciousness. Everyone in the mansion treated her with respect, but not a single person acknowledged her existence. She's like an invisible person living in a world where she has no place. As a result, she became provoked, her emotions grew extremely unstable, and her flaws began to show. She used her identity as the first madam to argue with the master, make things difficult for the second madam, and even wanted to kill her. Luo Qi Li finally understood after hearing Zhao Yi's analysis. So that was it. The system always said the master of the Ghostface Mansion appeared in the main house, and almost every clue pointed to the master. It had dug a bottomless pit for them. She cursed the dog system in rage. Zhao Yi looked at her. All right, stop cursing and find more clues. They discovered a diary here. It was a diary. Reading the entries, scenes from that time surfaced in their minds. The master didn't join me on the boat today. It must be that vixen's fault. If I kill her, he'll join me on the boat. The first madam stood on the balcony, looking down with a somber gaze. Turning the page, none of the men today are any good. They should all just die. The first madam waved her hand in fury, knocking over everything in the room. Today I saw that book. It says that if I can get a heart of true love, I can live. If the master says he loves me, he'd be willing to give me his heart, right, would he? The first madam flipped through every page, a sinister expression on her face. Today he seemed to see through my intentions. Damn it, could he be thinking of getting rid of me during the birthday celebration? It's highly likely. I absolutely cannot sit and wait for death. The first madam curled up on the bed in fear. She opened a box containing a piece of jade. Another boring birthday today. He gave me a Linglong heart. He said this heart is his true heart and that he's willing to give me everything, including his life. Only a ghost would believe a man's words, but this Linglong heart looks quite beautiful. I'll keep it for now. Something terrible seems to have happened in the mansion today. The master is dead, but his heart has vanished. The first madam was also surprised to hear this news. A bizarre smile appeared on her face. He saw that vixen one last time before he died, so his heart must have been taken by her. I must find his heart. I must find it. The first madam sent people to investigate. A servant said the vixen went to the second floor of the main house every day. The master's heart must be there. The master said the gift he prepared would let the madam see his true heart and soothe her anger. Zhao Yi and Luo Qi Li read every page of the first madam's diary carefully. Zhao Yi was also surprised after reading it, even feeling somewhat moved. Lord Wang had given the first madam a Linglong heart. It turned out this old man had literally cut out his heart and given it to her. Zhao Yi closed the diary. Luo Qi Li looked at him. You mean that Linglong heart is actually Lord Wang's heart? Linglong heart sounded romantic, but she hadn't expected it to be so bloody. Zhao Yi turned and answered Luo Qi Li. I know why the first madam went to the second floor of the main house. She doesn't know she already has the master's heart. Instead, she thinks his heart is on the second floor, which is why she's trying every means to get it. Luo Qi Li mocked. Then she really is riding a donkey to search for a donkey. Zhao Yi put the diary items back into the system space. Although she wouldn't get the master's heart by going to the second floor, she might accidentally find her own heart. Zhao Yi deduced that since the first madam's heart was gouged out when she was refined into a meat puppet, it was likely hidden with Lord Wang on the second floor of the main house. The books recorded that a meat puppet's power and life originated from resentment, and that resentment accumulated in its heart. Zhao Yi looked excited, telling Luo Qi Li with great interest that when a meat puppet and its heart merge perfectly, it becomes a super terrifying zombie. Luo Qi Li cried out in alarm. If that's the case, aren't we finished? Why are you so excited? Zhao Yi told her calmly. Don't panic, we'll go to the third floor first to find Lord Wang's heart. It must still be in this building. Zhao Yi walked quickly up the stairs to find clues just as he had deduced. Reaching the third floor, they stood before the main room's door, which emitted a deathly, eerie atmosphere. Zhao Yi told Luo Qi Li that normally the place where important items were kept was more dangerous. So, get ready for battle. She also assumed a combat stance. I'm ready, just as the door opened. A black object resembling a mass of hair suddenly pounced. Luo Qi Li screamed in terror. What on earth is this? Zhao Yi quickly swung his blade and sliced it apart. It let out a shriek. It seemed this thing was alive and knew pain when wounded. The two pushed the door wide and looked inside. Luo Qi Li's face turned deathly pale at the sight, while Zhao Yi revealed a playful smile. Inside was a rotting corpse. It roared and pounced toward the two. Someone had come. Zhao Yi retreated quickly and ordered Qi Li. Stop her. Qi Li panicked, holding her red threads and not yet reacting. Me again? The ghost pounced. Luo Qi Li dodged nimbly to one side. She cried out, I'll take you on. She used her red threads from behind to choke its neck. While Luo Qi Li was fighting, Zhao Yi swung his blade to cut the ropes binding Steward Sha. Steward Sha, we've come to save you. After being saved by Zhao Yi, Steward Sha swung his blade at the monster. The sudden attack left it with no time to dodge. The blade struck its head squarely and blood splattered everywhere. Luo Qi Li slumped to the floor, letting out a long sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. Zhao Yi reached out to help her up. This female ghost must have been sent by the first madam to the main house to create a diversion. She originally couldn't have defeated Steward Sha, but she could use the power of the moon viewing tower to suppress him here. Steward Sha, she asked Zhao Yi, so what do we do now? The first madam must already be on the second floor of the main house. Zhao Yi showed the wooden plaque and said Steward Sha was in trouble. The meat puppet first madam had already gone to the second floor. Hearing the news, Steward Sha quickly jumped out the window. Luo Qi Li worried. Can Steward Sha defeat the meat puppet first madam if he goes over? Zhao Yi was searching for something, saying it wouldn't have been a problem before, but now he was severely injured and it might not be enough. Furthermore, the closer that meat puppet was to her heart, the stronger she would become. Luo Qi Li held a bead and handed it to Zhao Yi to see. Are you looking for this? Zhao Yi turned his head. Where did you get that? Luo Qi Li said she discovered a small protrusion on the female ghost during the fight and thought it was a weak point. Zhao Yi took it, recognizing it was the master's heart. We have to find a way to stuff this into the first madam's chest. It will dispel all her resentment and of course kill her. Luo Qi Li stammered. With just the two of us? Zhao Yi turned quickly and gave the wooden plaque back to Qi Li. I'll go to the main house to help Steward Sha stall for time. You go quickly to the side room to find the second madam. Tell her about the situation here. The final battle won't work without her. She urged Zhao Yi to hold on, saying she'd be back soon. Not daring to delay, Zhao Yi rushed outside to support Steward Sha. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Yi saw Steward Sha spitting blood in the distance. Two dark shadows jumped down from the building. It was the first madam and the master who had mutated into a zombie. She was laughing maniacally. I've finally been resurrected. The heart is in my hands and everyone in this mansion shall die. Zhao Yi helped Steward Sha up. I'll help you stall your master. You stall that meat puppet until the second madam arrives. Steward Sha nodded in agreement. Zhao Yi waved his hand and his attribute panel displayed the personality loading. Mad Personality 14, Violent Personality 6, Bloodthirsty Personality 1.2, Gained Melee Modification and Neural Excitement, Duration 180 seconds. Steward Sha was currently under fierce attack from the meat puppet first madam. He struggled to resist, his body trembling under her immense strength. Zhao Yi moved with lightning speed, swinging his blade at Ghost Lord Wang's neck, nearly severing his head. However, in the next second the blade mark gradually faded, and the wound on the ghost's head healed instantly. Zhao Yi deduced that Lord Wang had already been refined into a zombie with freakishly high defense. A conventional scalpel could not cause him physical damage. Fortunately, chaos damage ignored resistance. Otherwise, the predator would have been unable to parasitize him. Ghost Lord Wang moved with extreme speed, throwing a punch toward Zhao Yi's face. Zhao Yi marveled that he had become so formidable after turning into a zombie. Despite being beaten until he spat blood, he still praised the creature as a perfect work of art. Since he couldn't defeat it for the moment, Zhao Yi could only rely on the life force provided by the predator to fight to the death. He frantically drained the power within Ghost Lord Wang's body. The first Madam Ghost then opened her maw full of fangs and laughed maniacally. What use is struggling, you pathetic little bug? With a casual tug, she actually ripped one of Steward Sha's arms clean off. Before absolute strength, all resistance appeared pale and meaningless. Immediately after, she slapped away Steward Shaw's head with a single palm. Steward Shaw was defeated. The first Madam Ghost turned her attention to Zhao Yi, who was still continuously absorbing Ghost Lord Wang's power. Zhao Yi underwent a mutation. One of his eyes turned red with blue veins bulging around it. Do you want to attack me? Then I can only release the ultimate dark personality to resolve this. Although the price was heavy, he didn't care if it became necessary. Just then, a cry of "Sister" rang out, and both the female ghost and Zhao Yi looked over in surprise. The second madam was sprinting toward them with 2 guards. "Sister, don't do this. Stop now." The first Madam Ghost was furious. "You vixen, you actually dare appear before me." The 2 guards dove down from above. Seeing this, the first Madam Ghost roared, "Puny bugs seeking death. I'll deal with you two first." Luo Qili had successfully brought the second madam. Zhao Yi said to the second madam, "Things have come to this, you have no other choice. If you still feel gratitude for the kindness the Lord showed you, then help us deal with this meat puppet so the Lord can rest in peace." The second madam didn't know what to say, remaining silent with eyes full of tears. She ran over and hugged the Ghost Lord tightly. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so attached to the Lord and had followed his instructions to destroy his body and bury Sister's heart, the Lord and Sister wouldn't have become like this." The Ghost Lord, suddenly embraced by the second madam, actually ceased his movements and gazed at her quietly. "The Lord has no heart, it must hurt terribly, right? Mayor will give you one so it won't hurt anymore." She reached out, pulled out her own heart and handed it to the Lord. At that very instant the Lord suddenly regained his sanity, and his appearance returned to that of a human. He looked at her, his lips trembling as he called out, "Mayor!" The second madam collapsed from exhaustion. The Lord caught her and wept aloud. "Mayor, no, don't leave me." On the other side, the first Madam Ghost was tearing a guard in half. She looked back toward them. "Old man, you actually still remember her?" The Lord let out a heart-wrenching roar. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. "When have I ever been unkind to you? I never viewed you as a puppet before. I was even willing to cut out my heart for you. Why did you treat me this way?" The first Madam Ghost turned around and said to Lord Wang, "Never treated me as a puppet. Did you two ever truly care about me?" "No, all you ever cared about was Fang Tian, that dead bitch. Let me tell you, old man, I am not Fang Tian. I am your nightmare." The two immediately engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks. The viewers in the live stream were also discussing animatedly, their voices booming so loudly they made one's head ring. At the exact moment their fists were about to collide, the viewers continued to comment, "Who do you think will win?" After the collision, both the female ghost and Lord Wang were blown back, much to the audience's surprise. They commented, "This zombie is indeed strong, but Lord Wang has merged with his lover's heart. He's no pushover either. I'm voting for Lord Wang." Lord Wang struggled to steady his form, facing off against the female ghost. Then the female ghost spoke, "I didn't expect you to have some skill, but if I interfere with your spirit, can you still move so nimbly?" As she spoke, she extended her long, sharp claws, making a move to shred Lord Wang. At that moment, Lord Wang suddenly clutched his head with both hands, pressing down hard and letting out a scream of agony, as if someone were driving nails into his brain. Seeing this, the viewers left messages. "How vicious, it's a mental attack. How is this expert going to handle it?" Other comments believed that looking at Lord Wang's state, it seemed he would have a hard time holding out. Lord Wang's mental defenses completely collapsed, and he shouted, "No, I will never allow you to continue exploiting this situation." The female ghost accelerated her charge toward Lord Wang to launch a fierce assault. Seeing Lord Wang fall further into a disadvantage, Luo Qili said urgently to Zhao Yi, "Zhao Yi, Lord Wang can't beat her." Zhao Yi remained indifferent, completely ignoring the battle. He just stared at the motionless Steward Shaw lying on the ground. "Steward Shaw isn't fully dead yet. I'll reattach his head and see, maybe he can still help with that." Zhao Yi laid Steward Shaw flat on the ground. Zhao Yi and Luo Qili stared at Steward Shaw together. Zhao Yi spoke, "He's okay, but he needs a blood transfusion to fully recover." Hearing this, Luo Qili asked in return, "In this situation, where are we going to find someone to give him blood?" Zhao Yi took the opportunity to grab Luo Qili's right hand, using a sharp object to slice a wound on her wrist. Blood immediately gushed out. Afterward, Zhao Yi guided Luo Qili's arm to where Steward Shaw had fallen, letting her blood pour onto him. Luo Qili screamed in terror, "Zhao Yi, what are you trying to do?" After absorbing Luo Qili's blood, Steward Shaw actually sat up abruptly before the two. Luo Qili forcefully pulled her arm back and shouted, "Fine, fine, he's awake, let go of me. I need to find something to bandage this." Seeing Luo Qili's panic, Zhao Yi looked at her and said, "Calm down, I've already made those tentacles close up to stop the bleeding for you." Luo Qili looked at the wound and found it was indeed as Zhao Yi said. Only then did she calm down, thinking to herself that this man had at least a bit of a conscience. Zhao Yi pointed toward Steward Shaw, while holding a glowing golden bead. "Steward Shaw, the zombie has accumulated too much resentment and has completely adapted to this power. Your master is doomed. The only way to kill it is to neutralize the resentment on its body. This Linglong heart contains the love the master felt for the first madam during his life. Please stuff it into the zombie's chest. It can dissolve the resentment. Since we are too weak to get close, perhaps you are the chance. After listening, Steward Shaw immediately turned and charged straight toward the zombie to launch an attack. The viewers also frantically filled the screen. The paper figure steward's entire body has turned red. It looks like he's going all out. Some comments were moved by the scene. Tears in my eyes, fam. This steward has dedicated himself to the Wong family until the very end in life and death. Seeing Steward Shaw approach, the zombie turned and roared at him. You still dare come here to seek death? In an instant, a single strike from Steward Shaw severed the zombie's left arm. Immediately after, Steward Shaw's long blade continued to hack toward the zombie's chest, prompting viewers to comment, the steward's strike is even stronger than before. Others believed that as long as the zombie's chest cavity could be sliced open, the Linglong heart could be stuffed inside. Before they could recover from the shock, the zombie used its sharp fangs to bite down hard on Steward Shaw's long blade, stopping the subsequent damage. The bullet chat erupted again. Is even this not enough? The zombie's heart is actually surrounded by a ring of fangs that won't let go. Some viewers felt their skin crawl at the sight. So disgusting, my trypophobia is acting up. The zombie's other hand quickly choked Steward Shaw's neck and lifted him into the air. Having lost his blade, Steward Shaw could only resist with one hand, while his other hand had to protect that Linglong heart. The zombie instantly took the upper hand, sneering at the terrified Steward Shaw. A weak bug like you can't do anything to me, no matter how hard you try. The zombie asserted again. You can't hurt my heart, don't be naive. Suddenly, a burst of blood sprayed from the zombie's chest. It was so startled it hadn't yet understood what happened. It looked back to see that Zhao Yi had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Zhao Yi used his bare hands to rip open its chest cavity, attempting to extract the heart hidden deep within. The situation reversed, and Zhao Yi gave a light laugh, telling the zombie, terribly sorry, the one in Steward Shaw's hand is just an empty shell. Let me take the one inside out and give you a new one. After hearing this, the zombie immediately released Steward Shaw and turned back to attack Zhao Yi. But Zhao Yi turned nimbly and dodged the attack. The zombie roared in exasperation, no, you won't take that heart. Because its attack was too hasty, the zombie revealed a weakness. Zhao Yi seized the chance to press the Linglong heart into the zombie's chest. The moment the Linglong heart entered the zombie's body, it began to react, causing it to howl in agony. Finally unable to hold on, the zombie slumped down before Zhao Yi. This method still works. At this point, when Lord Wong and Steward Shaw locked eyes, Steward Shaw immediately knelt to report to Lord Wong. Master, this old servant has failed in his duties. Please allow this old servant to go on ahead. Seeing his follower sacrifice himself, Lord Wong showed a look of sorrow. It was I who harmed you all. It is all my fault. Zhao Yi approached from behind and patted Lord Wong on the shoulder. Lord Wong, I have something else I want to ask you. Those people who once mentioned eternal life to you, what was that all about? Facing Zhao Yi's inquiry, the Lord replied, those people, I don't know where they came from, but their attire was very similar to yours. After getting the information, Zhao Yi pondered in his heart, attire similar to ours. Then aren't they players of this era? In the silent space, only Zhao Yi, Lord Wong, and Luo Qili remained. Lord Wong continued to press. What exactly were those people doing? After Etienne died in difficult labor, those people came to me, saying they were from some fortress church, and even gave me some information on refining corpses. Zhao Yi focused his mind on every word Lord Wong spoke. The Lord continued his statement. I followed the method in the materials to remove Etienne's liver and refine her into a meat puppet. I wanted to keep her forever, but she became increasingly suspicious and even wanted my heart. So I also wanted to remove my own heart and turn myself into a zombie through refinement. Facing Zhao Yi and Luo Qili, Lord Wong explained continuously, but I didn't expect that after Etienne's heart and mind turned into zombies, they would resonate and become increasingly feral. So I had Mayor kill me and then bury Etienne's heart. Unfortunately, Mayor couldn't bring herself to do it. Hearing this, the question surfaced in Zhao Yi's mind again. Fortress Church again? Why are they always using these bizarre genes for experiments? What exactly is going on in those twisted heads? After speaking, Lord Wong turned his back to Zhao Yi and Luo Qili, kneeling before Steward Shaw's corpse and Etienne's zombie form, consumed by self-reproach. I shouldn't have been greedy and kept Etienne. One wrong step led to 10,000 more, and in the end it harmed everyone. Lord Wang's body began to slowly turn into light smoke and vanish. After witnessing the disappearance of Lord Wong and his confidant, the system issued a follow-up announcement. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Luo Qili for completing the main task. Based on contribution, Zhao Yi receives 300 Express and Luo Qili receives 200 Express. The air wall has been removed. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Luo Qili for completing the side task and obtaining a gift. Space-time delay energy battery. The rewards for each player vary. Reminder, There is no need to enter a dungeon for the next 2 days. Stay in the external world and time will naturally progress to the 7th day. Hearing the system announcement, both Zhao Yi and Luo Qili breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Qili couldn't hide her excitement as she said to Zhao Yi, "The system says we don't need to enter dungeons. Doesn't that mean the next 2 days will be very safe?" Hearing this, Zhao Yi responded, "Don't get too excited. Quickly use the phone to call our day 3 selves. Then install the battery we just got into the camera and see what this camera actually is." A few minutes later, Zhao Yi and Luo Qili finished their calls, completing the space-time closed loop. Zhao Yi also successfully installed the battery into the camera. Zhao Yi scrutinized the camera in his hand and the system issued a prompt. Item BHS Cross-Time Camera. Quality. Task Item. Introduction. A small product created by a mad scientist. Yes, the same one who invented the high-efficiency meat shredder. Any captured scene will truly reappear after 24 hours. Note 1. Cannot be taken out of the secret realm. Note 2. Battery is extremely low, can only be used twice. Note 3. BHS will record everything you see in the photograph. After listening to the system's item introduction, Zhao Yi understood one issue. So that was it. Hearing Zhao Yi speak, Luo Qili was somewhat confused. What? So it's like that. What have you discovered now? Zhao Yi turned to look at Luo Qili and replied softly, "I'm not sure yet. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to see the changes before us." In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Luo Qili looked at a photograph and spoke, "Another day has passed and the crack in the eye is getting bigger. It looks like a ghost's eye inside." Afterward, Luo Qili turned to press Zhao Yi. "Is this what you were talking about yesterday? A ghost living inside the crack?" Zhao Yi nodded slightly in affirmation. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yi told Luo Qili that if he hadn't guessed wrong, every player participating in the demon spirit wave was being monitored and tracked by a ghost. Until the 7th day, it can do nothing to us. But notably, when the 7th day begins, it will suddenly appear and kill us. Hearing this, Luo Qili asked somewhat fearfully, "Zhao Yi suddenly appear, then how should we handle it? Is there no other way?" Seeing Luo Qili's fear, Zhao Yi held up the camera and explained, "It's fine, we can use this camera to fix the location where it appears." Luo Qili didn't understand Zhao Yi's meaning and immediately followed up. Zhao Yi moved the camera closer to Luo Qili and explained slowly, "The function of this camera is that any captured scene will truly reappear after 24 hours. Now the system mentioned the notes. The third point is exactly that everything you see will be recorded in the photo." Zhao Yi gestured as he spoke so that Luo Qili would understand his meaning. "In other words, we find a place to take a photo on the morning of the 6th day, and we can capture the ghost in the eye as well. When this ghost appears on the 7th day, it must appear at the place where we took the photo." Hearing this, Luo Qili understood Zhao Yi's entire plan. She responded to Zhao Yi, "I get it. When it appears at our fixed location, we can prepare in advance to evade the ghost pursuit, right?" Seeing Luo Qili grasp the plan, Zhao Yi also showed a look of relief. "Exactly. Now we must wait until tomorrow morning. As soon as it's light, we'll find a suitable place to take the photo." Having reached a consensus, Zhao Yi and Luo Qili prepared for the next day. That day finally arrived. Starting from the morning of the 6th day, the two walked forward confidently. Reaching an open space, they began to execute the pre-arranged plan. Zhao Yi told Luo Qili that it was relatively open here, so they should take it here. When the evil ghost appeared, it would be easier for them to escape. Feeling Zhao Yi's proposal was reasonable, Luo Qili agreed. "You take the photo first." Zhao Yi crouched down, raised the camera to his eye and pressed the shutter. After the shot was taken, the camera revealed a bizarre image. A red-eyed, red-skinned evil ghost with 2 sharp horns was crawling out of a space rift. Seeing this, Zhao Yi responded casually, "As expected, I caught it." He handed the camera to Qili for her to operate. Qili took it and said, "My turn, let me try too." She leaned down and raised the camera, having already made up her mind. "I'll take the photo right facing this cesspool. Let's see how those evil ghosts like the taste of filth when they come out." In the image displayed on the camera, an identical evil ghost to the one Zhao Yi had captured appeared. The difference was that this ghost was fixed in a rift directly above the latrine pit. Witnessing this, Qili burst into laughter. "After monitoring us for so long, it's time you suffered a little." Having taken the photo, Qili returned the camera to Zhao Yi. Afterward, Zhao Yi disclosed some information to her. "All right. On the 7th day, when the evil ghost breaks through the mirror, it will appear at the place where we just took the photos. We'll stay here and wait." Hearing this, Qili asked in confusion, "Break through the mirror? Is it going to come out of some actual mirror?" Zhao Yi fiddled with the camera in his hand confidently and replied, "Exactly. Those rifts are reminders that the true location of this secret realm is actually inside a mirror. We've been in a mirror world from the very beginning. The evil ghosts outside want to rush in and kill us, but they need 7 days to break the mirror and escape the secret realm. In essence, they are trying to escape from this mirror world. After listening to the explanation, Keely followed up with a confused question. But we can't even touch the mirrors we see with our eyes. How are we supposed to leave? Zhao Yi answered. When the evil ghosts appear tomorrow morning, the shattered mirror will manifest along with them. What we need to do is lure them away during their pursuit and then hide on the other side of the mirror. Keely's body stiffened abruptly. She carefully confirmed, Wait, are you saying that when I run away tomorrow I have to jump into that cesspool? Zhao Yi turned his back and replied, Precisely. Only then did Keely grab Zhao Yi's hand and shout in a panic, Zhao Yi, since you predicted the method of departure long ago, why didn't you stop me just now? Zhao Yi replied indifferently, I thought you had that specific fetish. I wanted to remind you, but then I figured the dungeon was ending soon anyway. Zhao Yi added with a candid tone, So I figured I'd let you indulge yourself once. Hearing this answer, Keely felt as if she had been hit by a sledgehammer. To make matters worse, Zhao Yi looked back and added one more thing, Since you like it, go for it bravely. Hearing this, Keely practically wanted to wail aloud, consumed by regret for her foolish mistake. I really want to die right now. I can't imagine what tomorrow will be like. At this point, the situation was quite grim. Many people elsewhere had deduced that to escape the demon spirit wave they needed to wait for the evil ghosts in their eyes to appear and then return to the real world through the mirror. Therefore, they unanimously agreed that open terrain would help evade the pursuit, and gathered in the plaza. Eerie sounds began to emerge, throwing all players in the area into a panic. Those evil ghosts with green faces, fangs, and long horns tore through the void, rushing into the crowd in a frenzied attack. Screams erupted everywhere. It's coming out, run, run! One player, slightly slow in movement, was caught by an evil ghost and torn in two on the spot. Another player was swallowed whole by a ghost. Unlike the others, Zhao Yi stood calmly in place, watching the crowd being eaten alive. He thought to himself, it's finally here. Keely pointed toward the cesspool and confirmed, Mine has appeared too. Zhao Yi pulled out the skateboard and confidently pulled Keely toward him. Get on. We need to lure them away a bit before rushing into the mirror fragments. Keely nodded in agreement and did as Zhao Yi said. The two clung together, speeding along on Zhao Yi's skateboard. Although the two evil ghosts were chasing desperately behind them, Zhao Yi and Keely left them in the dust in an instant. Reaching a corner, Zhao Yi quickly manipulated the skateboard into a wide-angle drift, forcibly shaking off the two ghosts. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, Zhao Yi immediately signaled for Keely to jump off. The two acted separately, each charging at full speed toward their own mirror. Zhao Yi used his momentum to leap, heading straight for the mirror surface. Witnessing this, the viewers outside posted a barrage of comments. Zhao Yi succeeded. Many comments expressed admiration for him. Don't say anything, just don't say anything. That pose was incredibly cool. Other comments were concerned about Keely's situation. Now it's Keely's turn. That cesspool is truly a hardship. At this moment, Keely was charging toward the pit where her mirror had appeared. She leapt into the pit, quickly holding her breath and closing her eyes as she accepted reality. The comments from the viewers outside flooded the screen. Keely didn't even hesitate. She's got real guts. There were also blunt comments. Honestly, if it were me, I'd rather die than jump into a cesspool like her. I wonder how much of a psychological shadow she'll have the next time she sees a latrine. Some viewers found Keely's behavior amusing and commented, I don't know if she'll have a shadow when she sees a latrine, but Zhao Yi will definitely become her psychological shadow. After experiencing this event and returning to the Rogue Guild, the system sent a notification congratulating player Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi had completed the Secret Realm trial, obtaining 60,000 points and a green destiny chest. Zhao Yi stood before the bulletin board and muttered to himself, not bad. In this way, his points had reached 76,700, enough to buy quite a few fragments of seizing speech. Zhao Yi began searching for other tasks to see if he could start a new world task. Information for a new task soon appeared on the board. World task, build an airport, recommended level 6 and above, recommended number of players, unlimited. Task rewards, opening of the new map Shishin, and distribution of points based on contribution. The final introduction read, you have established a foothold in Gushuen town through your own efforts and have a stable job. However, based on conversations with ghost colleagues, you learn that there are no roads leading to the outside world from Gushuen town. There is only an unfinished airport and a plane that has been grounded for many years. You wish to continue exploring the outside world and find other companions. That plane is your only hope, but the steel needed to build the airport must be obtained from an extremely dangerous factory. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yi rested his chin in his hand and thought, it seems I'll have to visit the steel plant first. It shouldn't be too hard to complete, right? I'll go to Flower Fruit Hospital to finish this month's check-in first, and then I'll start the factory dungeon when I have time. A short message notification rang. It was a message from Lu Ruoqing that read, come to my room. Zhao Yi sat on the sofa talking with Lu Ruoqing. Zhao Yi asked, "What's wrong? What illness do you have now?" Lu Ruoqing answered, "None. This time I'm looking for you for something else." Zhao Yi turned to look at Lu Ruoqing, waiting for her next words. "Zhao Yi, you're a smart person. You must have guessed that the red demon was just my way of testing you. It was so weak it couldn't pose any threat to me at all." Hearing this, Zhao Yi was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" Lu Ruoqing closed her eyes and raised her left hand above her head. A blue light immediately appeared in her palm. Subsequently, Lu Ruoqing pointed toward a corner where a young girl with goat horns on her head and fish scales covering her body suddenly appeared. "This is the red demon." Lu Ruoqing revealed, "All the elders of the guild are leaving tomorrow. I don't know if we'll return from this trip, so the red demon is being left in your care." Zhao Yi looked at the red demon and asked with some concern, "Where are you going?" Lu Ruoqing fell silent for a moment and slowly uttered 3 words, "The path of immortality." After hearing Lu Ruoqing's answer, Zhao Yi followed up, "What is the path of immortality?" Lu Ruoqing gave a light laugh and answered, "You can't access those things yet, so don't even mention it." Lu Ruoqing continued to explain, "In short, that path is too dangerous and full of variables. The red demon cannot go with me. Let her enter your mental world. She can follow you to most places, but you are not allowed to eat her." Hearing this, Zhao Yi responded, "That really is a pity, but since I owe you a favor, I'll agree." Zhao Yi reached out and took the red demon's hand. "Come over here. Welcome to my mental world." The red demon instantly turned into a cloud of red mist and rushed straight into Zhao Yi's mind. This was the manner in which the red demon entered Zhao Yi's mental world. In Zhao Yi's mental world, groups of evil ghosts were imprisoned by chains beneath a towering cliff. The air here was filled with chaos and evil energy. When they saw Zhao Yi and the red demon standing at the top of the cliff, they began to discuss animatedly. One of the ghosts yelled, "Come over here, little darling, endless pain is waiting for you." Another ghost in the distance chimed in, "Come enjoy this dark and sunless torment with us." Seeing this, the red demon was a bit frightened. She covered her mouth with her hand and asked Zhao Yi, what is down there?" Zhao Yi answered calmly, "Don't be afraid, it's just another Zhao Yi." The red demon extended her arms toward the evil ghost below the cliff and actually began to absorb all the chaos energy. Witnessing this, Zhao Yi asked in surprise, "You can absorb the chaos here?" The red demon answered while absorbing, "I can, but my absorption capacity is limited. I can only absorb a little bit each day." Seeing this, Zhao Yi rested his hand on the red demon's right shoulder and said, "Then let me see how much you can increase the dissipation speed of the chaos elements in my mental world." After feeling the flow of energy from the red demon, Zhao Yi thought to himself, "Excellent. You've actually tripled the dissipation speed of the chaos elements. In other words, whereas it used to take 6 months to recover from releasing the ultimate dark personality for 6 minutes, it now only takes 2 months. Zhao Yi was stunned by the ability brought by the red demon and continued to calculate. "This way I can use it for a few minutes and fully recover after a few days of rest." The red demon looked at the imprisoned chaos entities below and swallowed hard. Zhao Yi rubbed the red demon's head and said to her, "Do a good job. If you do well, I'll let you eat your fill in the future." Hearing this, the red demon replied softly, "Okay." Afterward, Zhao Yi called a ghost taxi. Since no driver had been willing to take him to the steel plant for a long time, Zhao Yi ultimately had no choice but to seek help from the warehouse ghost. Inside the car, Zhao Yi saw a sign by the road that read, "Straight ahead 200 meters to the steel plant." The driver stopped the car and said to Zhao Yi, "I can only take you this far." Zhao Yi replied, "It's fine, I'll walk the rest of the way, thanks." Seeing Zhao Yi prepare to get out, the driver pulled out a cigarette and lit it, saying to Zhao Yi, "I'll wait for you here for 7 days. If you haven't come out after 7 days, I'll head back first." Zhao Yi thus continued to walk straight ahead. He made a farewell gesture to the driver and then walked in confidently with his hands in his pockets. Standing before a large gate, the system immediately prompted him whether to enter the world dungeon. Zhao Yi answered confidently, "Yes." A few flashes of strange light appeared around Zhao Yi, and the system continued to provide relevant information. Dungeon name, Steel Mystery. Main task, investigate the truth behind the decomposition phenomenon inside the steel plant. Hidden task, unknown. Main task rewards, express, 15,000 points. Hidden task rewards, unknown, difficulty unknown. In an instant, Zhao Yi had been transported to another space. He opened his eyes and heard a greeting. "I'm Chen Fei, the senior employee responsible for leading this batch of newcomers." After becoming fully awake, Zhao Yi found himself wearing a worker's uniform, standing in a neat line with other workers. He continued listening to the lecture. "Buckle down and stay sharp while you're working in the plant." The administrator speaking was a variant. His brain was exposed and connected to mechanical equipment throughout his body. He continued to emphasize the rules here. "Of course, besides working hard, it is more important that you must follow the factory code. The code is near your workstations, and your names and positions are written on your work uniform tags." Zhao Yi quickly picked up his name tag to check, and others around him followed suit. When he got the tag, it clearly read, Zhao Yi, Rust Hauler. Zhao Yi thought to himself, Rust Hauler, what kind of job is that? Before he could recover his senses, the variant administrator roared, Rust Hauler's over here, move it, don't dawdle. When all the people whose tags read Rust Hauler gathered over, he pointed ahead and said, These are the prepared concrete wheelbarrows. Listen up, each person take one wheelbarrow to transport rust. There's a list of rules in the cart, read it yourselves. Zhao Yi looked at his wheelbarrow, picked up the paper and read it. The contents were as follows. Factory employee Zhao Yi's code. 1. Under no circumstances must you allow any wounds to appear on your body within the plant. 2. If you are accidentally injured, please contact the administrator immediately by phone and be accompanied by a senior employee. Use special medicine to repeatedly wipe the wound until a thin layer of medicinal film forms. 3. If your body feels itchy, do not scratch it with your hands. You may only lightly pat with your hands or use other methods to relieve the itch. 4. Fighting is prohibited. 5. Do not lose your wheelbarrow during the work process. 6. All factory employees must wear blue uniforms. The same applies to management. If you see colleagues in gray uniforms coming to borrow things, you must not agree and must stay away from them. 7. When you see colleagues in red clothes, no matter what you are doing, please immediately close your eyes and lower your head for 1 minute. During this period, you must not open your eyes regardless of what you hear. 8. If you find your shadow has disappeared, remember to find a place where the sun doesn't shine within 5 minutes and wait quietly for your shadow to reappear. 9. The rules and workload for the first day are very simple. Finish today's tasks today. 10. There are no people wearing black clothes in the plant. If you see someone in black inside the plant, please call the security room as soon as possible and wait in place for security to capture them. 11. If you wish to become an outstanding employee of the plant and obtain this lifelong career, please be sure to follow the above regulations. After reading the rules, Zhao Yi thought, I didn't expect this dungeon to be rule-based. Interesting. Seeing this, the viewers outside began to post comments. Brothers, this is the first rule-based dungeon. Definitely something to look forward to. Someone else commented, Let's see how my big brother fixes this workplace. In the factory's activity area, a young man spoke up, The weeding supervisor is over there. Your task is to haul the rust grass they cut to the steel furnace. The remaining workers responded, Yes. This young man pointed at 3 workers including Zhao Yi and ordered, You 3 as a group go over there. Zhao Yi's group had 2 other people. One was a long-haired man named Zhang Ming and the other was a bald man named Ying Shang. After receiving the administrator's order, the 3 responded in unison, Yes. The sun was scorching and the air became increasingly stifling. The workers picked up their tools and began to work. Zhao Yi also walked toward his workstation. Looking at the wheelbarrow, the system immediately displayed information. Neutral rust. This was just ordinary rust. The workers nimbly used shears to cut the grass on the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Yi thought, This rust grows extremely fast where the grass is cut. The rules say the body cannot have wounds, so this rust might be a source of infection. Hauling it might be to prevent the virus from spreading, but any minor accident could lead to injury, and once a wound is exposed to the air, it means being infected. Zhao Yi rested his chin in his hand and continued to ponder. What happens when rust grows on the body? It really makes one curious. After the worker filled Zhao Yi's wheelbarrow with goods, he signaled that it was full and to quickly deliver it to the steel furnace. Hearing this, Zhao Yi responded and began to work. After a while, Zhao Yi delivered the goods to the steel furnace. The construction and design of this steel furnace were extremely bizarre, decorated with patterns that were strange yet eerie. After pushing it in, Zhao Yi encountered another worker. He had just taken the goods from Zhao Yi's cart when he began to complain. Damn it, every day it's these same damn rusty chores. When will it ever end? Seeing the worker continue his work in front of him, Zhao Yi thought to himself that this fellow's gloves seemed to be stuffed full of something, as they weren't depressed at all. He carefully observed the workers as they toiled, a suspicion forming in his mind. There are blood-stained thumbtacks on the table. Could his hand have been pricked? Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Yi stole a thumbtack, then turned and walked away thinking, I'll take one, it might come in handy. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi pushed his cart out. The scorching sun beat down directly on his face. Why do I feel so thirsty, as if my body is being hollowed out under the searing sunlight? Zhao Yi turned to look at the ground and suddenly discovered a bizarre phenomenon. He thought in terror. Is my shadow about to disappear too? Immediately, a system prompt appeared. Rule 8. If you find your shadow has disappeared, you must find a place where the sun doesn't shine within 5 minutes and wait quietly for your shadow to reappear. Anxious, Zhao Yi pushed his cart at full speed, searching for a shelter, thinking he had to find shade quickly. Ducking into the shadow behind a wall, Zhao Yi reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. After a while he sat down, hugged his knees and closed his eyes, thinking he should stay here for a bit longer. He felt his physical strength gradually recovering. Then Zhao Yi looked into the distance, observing the workers at their labor, and noticed that the shadows of those ghost creatures hadn't changed at all. Is it because I'm human, or some other reason? Zhao Yi looked at the nearby wheelbarrows and thought in terror, wait a second, where did Ying Shang and Zhang Ming go? It seems the ghost creatures also need to hide from the sun. In that case, the reason my shadow is fading probably isn't because I'm human, but because workers responsible for different projects must follow different rules. Zhao Yi continued to observe the distance, noticing that the color of the weeding workers' uniforms seemed to have faded. Why is the color fading? What will the consequences be? At that moment, the system issued another prompt. Rule 6. All factory employees wear blue uniforms. The same applies to management. If you see colleagues in gray uniforms coming to borrow things, you must not agree and must quickly stay away from them. Appearing before Zhao Yi's eyes was a worker pushing a freight cart with a limp. He was actually wearing a gray uniform. The system immediately displayed other prompts. Rule 5. Do not lose your wheelbarrow during the work process. Zhao Yi guessed that this cart belonged to either Ying Shang or Zhang Ming. This ghost creature in gray had pushed away their cart. He didn't know what would happen. The system displayed information for a man in gray. Status, neutral, weakness, none. Note, you can talk to him, but you must never lend him anything, and your stay must not exceed 5 minutes. The longer you spend with him, the more dangerous he becomes. Not long after, dark clouds covered the sun and Ying Shang and Zhang Ming returned to the meadow, only to find their wheelbarrows gone. The two stared at the spot where the carts had been parked, utterly bewildered. Ying Shang clutched his head and roared, "Where's my cart? Where did it go? Who dares steal my cart? Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll beat the crap out of you." He looked toward Zhao Yi and saw a wheelbarrow beside him. Infuriated, he pointed at Zhao Yi and roared, "Was it you, you insidious human, who hid my cart? Are you afraid I'll snatch your title of outstanding employee?" Zhao Yi's expression was indifferent. "It wasn't me," however, a voice rang out. "It was him who pushed it away. I saw it, his cart was lost, so he took yours." Zhao Yi and Ying Shang turned simultaneously to look at the speaker. It was a Gu Huo ghost thug ghost danger level, high. Note, a delinquent youth in life, he always tries to show off his muscles and strength in various ways and enjoys bullying the weak. Weakness. To you, he is nothing but weaknesses. You can kill him, but you will pay a price. Ying Shang believed the thug ghost's words and became even more enraged at Zhao Yi. "You damn fellow, you actually have the gall to deny it. You lost your own cart and then pushed mine away. Give it back quickly." Zhao Yi reached out and gripped the wheelbarrow tightly. "What if I don't? You want to snatch my cart? Your courage is commendable. I'll give you a surprise." As he spoke, Zhao Yi still held the cart with only one hand. His strength was terrifyingly immense. Since Zhao Yi had been constantly clearing dungeons, his strength was steadily increasing. Now, let alone an ordinary human, even this ghost was no match for him. Zhao Yi casually flicked a thumbtack, which Ying Shang didn't notice as he continued trying to seize the cart. "Give it back." Seeing him pulling incessantly, Zhao Yi suddenly let go. Due to overexerting himself, Ying Shang lost his center of gravity and instantly stumbled backward. By chance, his foot stepped right on the thumbtack Zhao Yi had thrown. He fell back on his haunches, howling in pain. "Who's throwing nails around?" He pulled the nail from the sole of his shoe and blamed Zhao Yi. "It's all your fault. I only got pricked because you were fighting me for the cart. Give it back now or I'll beat you to death." Zhao Yi maintained his smile. "Are you okay?" Only then did Ying Shang realize what Zhao Yi meant. A piercing pain came from the sole of his foot, making him grit his teeth. He sat on the ground and took off his shoe, finding something inside. The wound wouldn't stop bleeding, and rust had already invaded his foot, causing him agonizing pain. He asked himself, "What is this thing?" Curious, Ying Shang reached out to touch the wound, but even a light touch caused extreme pain and a spray of blood, making him let out a desperate scream. Unable to take it anymore, he called the foreman Chen Fei. "My foot's been pricked. It's all Zhao Yi's fault for fighting me for the cart. Come save me quickly." After hanging up, he looked at Zhao Yi with a smug sneer. "You despicable human, you're finished. Foreman Chen Fei will be here soon. If he finds out you lost your cart and snatched mine, you'll be fired." But Zhao Yi didn't care at all. "Worry about yourself first." Ying Shang looked back at his foot. "Damn it. How did this rust grow onto me? I can't move my foot." In the distance, a figure dragging a chain appeared. It was the aggressive foreman Chen Fei. He asked, "Who called?" Ying Shang hurriedly raised his hand. "It was me, Foreman Chen. This insidious and crafty human stole my wheelbarrow." However, Foreman Chen didn't listen at all, merely staring at Ying Shang's wound and asking, "How long has it been rusting?" Ying Shang answered honestly, "A few minutes." Hearing it had only been a few minutes, Foreman Chen was greatly shocked and quickly locked onto Ying Shang's neck. "Follow me to the infirmary immediately. Any later and it might be too late." The people nearby saw Ying Shang being taken away by the foreman. Looking toward the infirmary, they also showed looks of curiosity, then warned each other, "Back to work, stop looking. I always feel something's off. Hope Ying Shang is okay." After everyone left, Zhao Yi crouched down to search for the thumbtack he had thrown earlier. "Strange, where did the nail go? I clearly threw it right here." Perhaps because of Ying Shang, the nail had shifted. After searching for a while, Zhao Yi finally found it beside the pool of blood from Ying Shang's foot. Normally a reset wouldn't change the original shape of an item, therefore the rusting here was certainly unusual. He just didn't know if this rust could change other things as well. Dark clouds suddenly appearing in the sky caught Zhao Yi's attention. This massive black cloud was incredibly large, instantly obscuring the sun. Zhao Yi seized the opportunity to quickly fill a cart with grass. Just as he finished, the sun was about to peek out. Zhao Yi looked up at the sky and sighed. Just finished collecting a cart of grass and the sun is coming out. If I run back to the steel-making room quickly, I'll be fine. Zhao Yi pushed the cart and charged into the steel-making room at high speed. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his speed had increased significantly, and he ran fast enough. A cry for help came from outside. A person's body was rapidly dissolving, and the bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. What happened? Was he melted by the sun? That's terrifying. If I were Zhao Yi, I wouldn't dare save him either. What if I get melted too? The dissolving man was still pleading. I don't want to die, help me. But it was too late. His body had already liquefied. Rust enveloped him. A viewer commented, what exactly is this rust? It even covered Zhang Ming's corpse. Zhao Yi leaned against the door and commented, this process indeed looks like art. A pity I have to deliver goods and can't watch closely. Then he continued pushing his cart. The audience continued to discuss, I can't watch anymore. He actually wants to watch. Is it because he thinks he's not perverted enough? Doesn't seem like Zhao Yi. Just like Zhao Yi, there was another fellow moving around the factory. Holding a package with trembling hands, he muttered curses under his breath. Don't let me find out who stuffed thumbtacks into the sealable bag or I'll kill him. Zhao Yi looked at those trembling hands and thought, his hands are shaking even more violently. It seems he still hasn't gone to the infirmary for treatment after his hand was nicked by the thumbtack. But for me, that's a good thing, maybe I can make use of it. 10 minutes later, Ying Shang returned, leaning on a crutch, missing a leg. Foreman Chen pushed a wheelbarrow to him. I'm very sorry to tell you that once a wound rusts, it can no longer regenerate. Also, I'll ask Zhao Yi about the wheelbarrow in a bit. For now, there happens to be a cart here. That Zhang Ming died because he didn't follow the rules. You can use his cart. After hearing this, Ying Shang happily took the cart and thanked the foreman. Foreman Chen turned and called to Zhao Yi, requiring him to come with him. Zhao Yi agreed readily. Ying Shang watched the backs of Foreman Chen and Zhao Yi, thinking, this kid is dead meat. The foreman will definitely punish him. In a deserted area of the factory, Foreman Chen advised Zhao Yi, this place isn't suitable for a living person like you to work. It's too dangerous. I can help you with the resignation procedures. You should leave quickly. These words surprised Zhao Yi. It seemed this person was actually decent. Zhao Yi gave a light cough and changed his expression. In truth, I am a space-time special agent. The future world has undergone a sudden mutation, and Gushwen Town is facing a danger originating from this very factory. It's a dragon-level threat. This groundless statement left Foreman Chen's mind full of question marks. Before he could react, Zhao Yi continued, we reversed time and space, crossing countless past timelines to perform a secret agent operation aimed at saving the past. Operation Code Name Chris. After hearing this, Foreman Chen found it hard to believe. Is there anything that can prove your words? Zhao Yi summoned his real estate deed. This is my ID card. Agent level A007, codename Arbon, Old Man Lu. Foreman Chen still didn't believe him. What space-time special agent? This is too absurd, and that codename, it doesn't sound like something that could pass an audit. Knowing he wasn't believed, Zhao Yi casually manifested a machine. I know you don't believe me. Look at this, I've brought the cross-time travel machine with me. Just throw something in, set the time, and you can travel back to the past. But Foreman Chen retorted, no matter how I look at it, this doesn't look like a high-tech time travel product. It looks like a meat shredder. Zhao Yi shouted, if you don't believe it, try it yourself. It's real. At this, Foreman Chen decided to try it with wood first. After the wood was thrown in, it instantly shattered into remnants. Foreman Chen saw it clearly now. This was clearly a paper shredder. Zhao Yi extended a hand in a please gesture, repeatedly emphasizing, civilization, do you understand? After hearing this, Foreman Chen was speechless for a while. It wasn't over. Zhao Yi continued to bluff Foreman Chen. In fact, these fragments are just to deceive outsiders, a design by the master who built this machine. He specifically developed a function that can analyze the structure of the item that enters and transport it back to the past. Simultaneously, it produces similar debris to let others mistakenly believe this is just an ordinary corpse shredder rather than a time travel machine. Foreman Chen couldn't believe his eyes and confirmed it once more. Zhao Yi launched an even stronger psychological offensive. Of course it's true. If it weren't for the mission, why would I, a human, come to such a dangerous place to wade into these muddy waters? Hearing this, Foreman Chen felt the reason was indeed irrefutable. In that case, is it true what you said just now, that a massive disaster will occur in Gushwen Town in the future, and the source of the disaster is this steelmaking plant? Hearing Foreman Chen's inquiry, Zhao Yi put on a mysterious expression. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that these matters are too dangerous for a child like you. It's better not to know. Foreman Chen thought Zhao Yi felt he was weak or looked down on him. I'm one of the few red-clothed employees in the plant. Hearing the title of red-clothed employee, Zhao Yi remembered Rule 7. Could he be the red-clothed employee mentioned in Rule 7? Then why was he wearing a blue uniform now? Zhao Yi stroked his chin as he scrutinized Foreman Chen. This is a classified mission. If you want to know, you must join us, but after joining, you could be sacrificed at any time. Are you willing to sacrifice your life to save the world? Listening to Zhao Yi's tone, Foreman Chen guessed there was a massive organization behind him. His dream since childhood was to become a great hero who saves the world while riding on 7-colored clouds. Wasn't this the opportunity he had dreamed of? Foreman Chen looked at Zhao Yi seriously. I am willing, Zhao Yi agreed. The organization is willing to accept you, but you need to swear an oath from the heart. Now I'll read a sentence and you follow it. Foreman Chen straightened his back. No problem. Zhao Yi read a sentence and Chen Fei followed. Night gathers and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall win no glory. I shall live and die at my post, even if I am alone. I shall never retreat. I will fight to the last moment until the last drop of blood is drained. By the time he followed along to this sentence, Foreman Chen was already moved to tears. System prompt. Ghost worker Chen Fei's relationship with you has shifted to awe. Zhao Yi practically wanted to burst out laughing. He had just made up a few lines of nonsense and the favorability rose so much. Zhao Yi reached out and shook Chen Fei's jagged arm. Comrade Chen Fei, welcome to the organization. Since you are participating in this mission to save Guxuan Town, please be sure to cooperate with me from now on. Chen Fei said respectfully. Please instruct me on how to cooperate, Brother Zhao. I will certainly do my utmost. Having won Chen Fei's trust, Zhao Yi wanted to understand the specific situation of the factory. Why do grass and people rust, and what's the deal with the factory rules? Chen Fei didn't expect Zhao Yi to ask this, but he was very willing to share. I heard from an old senior brother before that this steel-making plant has existed for a long time. It was already here before Guxuan Town was built, and originally it was a rather special laboratory. There is something in the steel plant that can affect the surrounding organisms, within a certain range as long as a creature's surface is injured. It can sense it and then use rust to devour it. Next, it eats the rusted material and spits out high-quality steel. This steel is processed and purchased by the Guxuan Town construction team, but I don't know what that thing is. I only know it's probably underground because the rusted material is transported underground every time, Chen Fei added. As for the factory rules, they were formulated by a machine left by the factory developer. I heard the rules can protect the workers here from mysterious powers. Do you remember there are 4 colors of uniforms? Zhao Yi answered that he did. Chen Fei continued. The workers' uniforms are specially made. If a worker is infected with rust, the uniform color will fade, and at a certain point they will become workers wearing gray uniforms. These employees are called rust shells by the supervisors. They look like ordinary workers, but they are actually very dangerous. If they successfully borrow something from you, or if you stay with them for too long, you will disappear. Red-clothed employees wear blue uniforms during the day and change into red uniforms at night to manage these ordinary workers. After putting on the red clothes, they can see clearly, even if the uniform color has only faded a little bit, and then they dispose of them. After listening to Foreman Chen's account, Zhao Yi realized that the red uniforms could only be worn after 9 at night. He asked Chen Fei, "Do you know where the missing workers went?" However, Chen Fei claimed he had never seen them again. Zhao Yi then inquired about the workers in black uniforms. Chen Fei said, "I've worked at the plant for decades and never seen anyone in black, but I heard an old senior mention that a person in black appeared in the factory 100 years ago. After that person appeared, something utterly horrific happened because the security office failed to report it to the security department in time. A brutal bloody massacre had taken place at the steel plant. The security office was nearly wiped out and many workers were either killed or injured. Blood and rust were everywhere, making it look like hell on earth." Hearing this, Zhao Yi rubbed his chin and deduced, if that man in black was strong enough to kill everyone in the security office, then how did that old senior you mentioned survive? Reminded by the question, Chen Fei recalled something. It is strange. The ghost in the black uniform didn't kill everyone back then. After nearly slaughtering every ghost in the plant, it seemed to receive some kind of command. It suddenly stopped the killing and left. We don't know where it finally went, but the old senior told me that when he later pulled the surveillance footage from the security office, he didn't see anyone in black leaving the factory. So, the senior eventually quit, resigned, and returned to his hometown. Zhao Yi seemed to understand the story of the factory. He began to formulate a plan. Chen Fei, your status on the construction site is higher than mine. Find a way to investigate the information regarding the rust inside the plant. I'll come find you later. Foreman Chen agreed, but also warned, You have to be careful of those new ghosts. They harbor deep hostility toward you and might try to harm you. Also, I snatched a bottle of medicine from the infirmary, take it for now. If you get a wound on your body, spray it immediately. Foreman Chen handed the medicine bottle to Zhao Yi. The system scanned the bottle and displayed the information. Product, 205 medical glue. Quality consumable. This was followed by a long tragicomic introduction about this 205 glue. Effect, apply or spray on the surface of an object to form a thin film. The film hardens and becomes adhesive after 1 minute. Of course, it can also be sprayed on wounds to prevent infection and stop bleeding. Manufacturer's quote. A week after 205 medical glue was born, I won the Nobel Prize in medicine. Truly bizarre. Foreman Chen added another instruction. If the wound has already rusted, cut away the surrounding flesh first before spraying. Clutching the glue, Zhao Yi thought to himself, 205 glue. I bet the manufacturer never imagined it would end up being used as a medical supply. Back in the factory work area, two ghosts were still talking. That human kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's use Foreman Chen's hand to teach him a lesson and show him that not just any piece of trash can work at the steel plant, Ying Shang chimed in. Exactly. Imagine having the gall to compete with us for the outstanding employee title. This human truly doesn't know the vastness of the world. Suddenly, Zhao Yi came walking over from a distance, humming a tune and pushing his cart. Ying Shang asked his companion in confusion, "Hey boss, how is that kid back?" The companion was also puzzled. It really is Zhao Yi. Did Foreman Chen not deal with him? He stared wide-eyed at the humming Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi glanced back at him. You know, you're going to be in big trouble this afternoon. Zhao Yi's provocation made his blood boil. With just you? Zhao Yi merely returned a pleasant gesture, signaling him to keep his eyes peeled. Before the thug ghost could explode, Zhao Yi turned and walked away leisurely, still humming. He was furious. How dare he be so arrogant? He swore he would find a chance to teach Zhao Yi a lesson. He looked at the pile of rust grass, seemingly plotting some scheme. In the factory canteen, the workers were finding seats after getting their meals. 2 bottles of liquor suddenly appeared before Zhao Yi, catching his attention. Brother Zhao Yi, I'm truly sorry. This morning was my fault. I apologize and hope you're big-hearted enough not to hold a grudge. These 2 bottles are a token of my sincerity. Let's have a drink. Zhao Yi knew well that when someone is unexpectedly helpful, they're up to no good. Zhao Yi looked at the beer with a smile, opened the bottle right in front of the thug ghost and poured it onto the floor. From the bottle, Zhao Yi picked out a fragment of rust grass. Is this your sincerity? The other party was still being stubborn. Brother Zhao Yi, don't you go accusing people falsely. You clearly pulled that out of your own pocket. A loud shout from a distance drew their attention. What are you doing? The thug ghost was the first to complain, seizing the initiative by pointing at Zhao Yi. Foreman, this man named Zhao Yi has a wicked heart. He secretly threw a piece of rust grass into the liquor bottle and tried to trick me into drinking with him. But he didn't know that Chen Fei was already on Zhao Yi's side, so the iron chain in Chen Fei's hand lashed directly onto him. Chen Fei closed in on him, cursing, "You can't even tell a good lie. This unopened bottle of liquor was clearly in your hand. I just saw you go and get 2 bottles with my own eyes, and you're still playing the fool here. Do you take me for a pig?" Hearing this, his face turned deathly pale. "Foreman, I really didn't." Chen Fei slammed him onto the ground and issued a warning, leaving him screaming in pain. "Damn it, you still dare cause trouble on my turf, I'll kill you next time." Looking at the thug ghost's pathetic state as he hit the ground face first, Zhao Yi mocked, "Your prostate braking system is quite impressive." Foreman Chen turned to Zhao Yi and said politely, "Go back to eating, nothing will happen with me here." Zhao Yi thanked him politely. The two talked, but neither noticed the sinister gaze behind them. It turned out a red-clothed ghost was standing behind them. Meng Jin, he found Foreman Chen very distasteful. "Chen Fei, you won't be arrogant for much longer. I'll find a way to replace you." After being taught a lesson by Chen Fei at noon, the thug ghost was deathly jealous, but he didn't dare to openly provoke him. He simply hated Zhao Yi to the bone. Zhao Yi pushed his cart into the forging room as usual. A person sitting inside caught Zhao Yi's attention. It turned out to be the young man who had been pricked by the rusty nail. Seeing that his clothes were about to turn gray, Zhao Yi looked forward to what would happen. Zhao Yi observed him while putting the grass on the conveyor belt. Suddenly, the man stood up with a bizarre smile on his face. "Hello, excuse me, could I borrow that for a moment?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "Sorry, I can't lend it to you. I need to use it too, but I know someone who can lend it to you, though he's a bit shy. You'll have to pester him for a bit before he'll give it to you." Hearing this, the man asked, "Who?" Zhao Yi looked at him with a smile. "Follow me, I'll take you to find him." Zhao Yi pushed his cart and led him along, talking and laughing the whole way. Zhao Yi pointed at the thug ghost and said, "See that ghost? He's dressed very fashionably, right? Just ask him to borrow it." The man followed up with a bizarre smile. "What if he won't lend it?" "Then you just stand beside him and wait," Zhao Yi advised. But the man asked again, "What if he runs?" Zhao Yi remained calm. "Then you chase him. He's a soft-hearted ghost. As long as you hold out for 5 minutes, he won't be able to help but agree." Having received a satisfactory answer, the man, who had now completely turned into a rust corpse, walked excitedly toward the thug ghost. Zhao Yi was thinking that in order to make this rust corpse trust him just now in the steelmaking room, he had injected it with some negative personalities. This action led Zhao Yi to discover that the rust corpse's mind seemed to be connected to some massive monster. Could it be that thing hidden underground that Chen Fei mentioned? If so, it could be deduced that the employees in gray clothes are actually puppets controlled by the rust source. This rust not only erodes their bodies but also their spirits. While Zhao Yi was lost in thought, screams were already coming from over there. "Stop following me!" The rust corpse lunged at the thug ghost to borrow something. The thug ghost was terrified. "There are so many people. Why do you have to ask me? Did I eat your family's rice or use your family's toilet?" The system displayed a prompt. All employees in the factory wear blue uniforms. The same applies to management. If you see a colleague in a gray uniform coming to borrow something, you must not agree and must quickly stay away from them. The thug ghost looked at Zhao Yi, cursing inwardly. Zhao Yi had told him this morning that something would happen this afternoon. This rust corpse must be his doing. This damned human actually dared to plot against me. He angrily raised his grass shears and charged at Zhao Yi. "You dare scheme against me, I'll kill you." Meanwhile, the rust corpse continued to pursue him relentlessly. "Why won't you lend it to me? Why?" When the rust corpse touched the thug ghost, he shrieked, "Let me go!" To resist the rust corpse's pursuit, the thug ghost stabbed his shears toward its throat. This completely enraged the rust corpse. It roared, "You actually dare to hit me!" Just a pair of shears, yet it hadn't even injured the rust corpse. The thug ghost began to have doubts. Could it be because the rust is too hard? A snip only broke off a tiny bit. Seeing the rust corpse getting closer and closer, the thug ghost was terrified. "Quick, get Foreman Chen over here," but the rust corpse still reached out to grab him. "Lend it to me." The rust corpse choked the thug ghost's neck and continued, "Lend me that thing of yours." Witnessing this, Zhao Yi lamented, "It seems the thug ghost is dead meat. I really can't bear to watch. I'll take advantage of the empty steelmaking room to check out that magical ghost head." After choking the thug ghost to death, the rust corpse turned to look at Zhao Yi, who was pushing his cart away. Its face was almost entirely taken over by rust. "He wouldn't lend it to me." "You lend it to me." Zhao Yi stared at the nearby ghost head. The cart was still filled with rust grass. That massive ghost head, with its sharp fangs and mouth constantly opening and closing, made Zhao Yi curious about what was hidden beneath. "I really want to know." The rust corpse that had choked the thug ghost to death followed Zhao Yi all the way here. "Lend me something. I want to borrow something from you." It kept repeating this sentence. Zhao Yi looked at it and clicked his tongue twice. "You shouldn't have come here." The rust corpse had completely lost its sanity and just pounced at Zhao Yi, saying over and over, "Lend it to me." Finding it too troublesome, Zhao Yi summoned Old Man Lu's property deed. The effect was to forcibly seal a monster within a 5-meter range for 10 seconds. Afterward, Zhao Yi stabbed his scalpel into the rust corpse's head. "I wanted to let you live a bit longer, but since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way first." Zhao Yi's scalpel sliced the rust corpse directly in half. "By the way, my sincere thanks to you for killing the thug ghost for me. That kid was indeed too annoying, always wanting to walk all over me." After the rust corpse was split open, the system displayed a prompt. "Congratulations on eliminating a rust corpse. Your soul weapon has absorbed an unknown meme and is calibrating. Meme calibration successful. Matching with the evil god meme. Matching unsuccessful. Different memes are attempting to fuse. Power. Upon receiving certain damage, the predator's power becomes even stronger." After the system announcement ended, Zhao Yi could only lament that it was memes again. He looked at that gaping ghost mouth. Any creature he could extract memes from must have been extremely dangerous and powerful during its life. This rust corpse clearly wasn't. The massive monster controlling it from behind was. "I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of thing it actually is." Zhao Yi licked his lips and gazed into the depths of that pitch-black, bottomless ghost mouth. "It's too deep. If I jump down directly, no matter what horrific thing is waiting below, this height alone will kill me. I need to test it with something." Thinking this, Zhao Yi summoned the Vanquisher's shotgun. "These items were bound to me. As long as I didn't give them to other NPCs and remained alive, I could reclaim them at any time. Of course, the distance couldn't be too ridiculous." Zhao Yi threw the gun into the ghost head's mouth. He listened intently. 10 seconds later, there was movement. It seemed to have hit the bottom. He then reclaimed the shotgun. The fact that he could reclaim it meant the distance wasn't too deep yet. The gun's durability hadn't dropped at all, indicating it hadn't suffered any damage. It seemed that as long as one could avoid the teeth of that massive head, enter the throat safely, and go down the neck, they would reach the bottom. But right now, he didn't know if there was any horrific presence below. It would be best to find someone to go down and scout first. At this moment, the system displayed a prompt. "You have reclaimed the item, the Vanquisher's shotgun." In the factory, Chen Fei was assembling the workers. "Although some accidents occurred today, and 2 employees have left us forever, your performance has been passable. Additionally, given that Zhao Yi violated the 4th rule of the steel furnace today, he should have been fired, but given that he killed the gray-clothed rust corpse alone, he will be dealt with leniently. Employee Zhao Yi will fast tonight and be responsible for the night watch. After detailing the recent situation, Chen Fei announced the end of the meeting. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Fei walked over to Zhao Yi. "Brother, you almost bit it today. Fortunately, the plant has been short on hands lately. Plus, I have some connections in the plant, which is why I was able to save you." Hearing Chen Fei claim credit, Zhao Yi praised him. "Agent Chen, you did well. I'll report back to the organization later." Receiving the praise, Chen Fei looked proud. "Thank you, big brother Zhao. We are both agents of the absolute cult. Helping each other is only natural." He then glanced around and whispered, "By the way, big brother, I've got a lead on what you asked me to check." Zhao Yi turned to look at Chen Fei. "How is it?" Chen Fei answered, "I know a recorder in the personnel department. I helped him out with a small favor before, so today he gave me a list. It recorded the personnel changes in the factory over the years. Every month, 30 to 100 employees became gray-clothed workers and died. Some were blue-clothed workers and others were red-clothed." Zhao Yi looked at the list, which clearly contained names like Luo Hai, Li Ling, and Sha Fei. While reading, Zhao Yi asked Chen Fei, "Do you know the name of the rust corpse I killed today?" Chen Fei tried hard to recall. The employee who turned into a rust corpse today seemed to be named Shen Jin. Having obtained the desired name, Zhao Yi flipped through the list to find it. Shen Jin's name appeared on the list. Position, smelter. Join date, December 22, 2022. After reading Shen Jin's information, Zhao Yi deduced, that person in black not only hasn't left the factory but is also continuously killing. The employees on the list seem to have all become rust by accident and were dealt with. But in reality, if you look a bit more closely, you'll discover a very horrific fact. Chen Fei asked curiously, "What horrific fact?" Zhao Yi's gaze shifted. In the lists from recent years, not a single employee has survived for more than a year. Previously, I thought someone had accidentally stuffed thumbtacks into a bag and pricked Shen Jin, causing him to turn into a rust corpse. Now it seems that the death of any employee in the plant is by no means an accident. Every employee's death is a carefully planned murder. Hearing this, Chen Fei said in confusion, "But big brother, I've been here for several years. Why am I fine?" Zhao Yi told him, "You should be glad I came early." Chen Fei was completely baffled. Zhao Yi continued with his deduction. "The list of personnel increases and decreases in the factory in recent years. Old employees like you are not on the list, so you are not within that black-clothed man's hunting range, but I guess he has other reasons for not killing you. Think carefully. What do you old employees have that the new ones don't?" Chen Fei fell into deep thought. "What is it that old employees have and new ones don't? Let me think hard." A flash of inspiration struck Chen Fei. "I've got it. It's permissions. In the beginning, many workers died in the plant, and then, not long after I joined, didn't the old senior brother give me his permissions before he resigned? In the factory, besides changing into red clothes at 9 p.m. to handle the gray-clothed employees, I'm also responsible for leading every new employee like I am now." After hearing the information provided by Chen Fei, Zhao Yi continued to speculate that this might be the reason he had survived until now. The mastermind likely treated employees with permissions like them as tools. "You are usually responsible for the factory's operation while he handles the killing." Hearing this, Chen Fei was shocked. "What? Have I been an accomplice to that horrific executioner all this time?" Zhao Yi advised. "Don't think too much. Go back as usual and don't show any weakness. Next, focus on investigating the steel production in the plant. If there's action later, I'll notify you." Chen Fei immediately agreed. At dinner in the canteen, Meng Jin carried his tray and intentionally bumped into Lu Jia's hand, making him cry out in pain. After the provocation, he patted Lu Jia's shoulder. "So sorry. My foot just tripped on the chair." Lu Jia looked at him suspiciously. "Isn't this the supervisor from the neighboring team? He seemed to stuff something into my collar." Frowning, Lu Jia felt his neck itching and reached out to touch the back of his head. He happened to pull out a note that read, "Tonight at 12:30, 3rd floor restroom. See you at the 5th stall." Looking at the appointment time on the note, he muttered to himself, "What's going on?" In the middle of the night, Lu Jia was waiting for Meng Jin in the restroom, his face full of impatience. "Why hasn't he come yet? Is he playing me? It's too stupid for me to be waiting in the toilet like this." Meng Jin walked in wearing a red uniform, which gave Lu Jia a great shock. Seeing a colleague in red, he remembered Rule 7. "No matter what you are doing, please immediately close your eyes and lower your head for 1 minute. Do not open your eyes regardless of what you hear during this period." Seeing that Lu Jia was following the rules, Meng Jin spoke, "All right, there's no one here, no need for that. I came to give you something, take it." Lu Jia turned his head and asked suspiciously, "This is," Meng Jin instructed Lu Jia, "go to where you work during the day later and put this black water egg in. When Chen Fei gets close to it, press the remote start button." Lu Jia was terrified upon hearing this. But Chen Fei is my supervisor. If I do this, I'm afraid. Before Lu Jia could finish, Meng Jin offered the bait. If you pull this off, I have a way to put you in Chen Fei's position. Do you want it or not? For his immediate gain, Lu Jia instantly agreed to Meng Jin's demand because Meng Jin was a man of his word. Meng Jin naturally promised, of course. Also, you must keep my secret after it's done. Lu Jia revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, big brother. Although I don't have much talent, my lips are sealed. The two left quickly after they finished talking. Hiding in the next stall, Zhao Yi heard everything clearly. Are these two crazy? Discussing something like this in a toilet? They almost made me constipated. How can you filthy guys use a sacred place like a restroom to discuss backstabbing schemes? I must tell Chen Fei immediately. Zhao Yi contacted Chen Fei. Chen Fei, I just heard a red-clothed ghost in the restroom bribe an employee to harm you during tonight's patrol. How should I put it? Is there a way to counterattack? Chen Fei replied on the other end of the phone. Yes. As long as that employee dares to step forward to identify the red-clothed ghost and successfully passes the factory's lie detector test, the red-clothed ghost who framed me will be severely punished and dismissed. Tell me the employee's physical features. I'll go talk to him now and persuade him to turn over a new leaf. It's not too late to turn back. But Zhao Yi stopped Chen Fei. Don't go. He might not listen to you. Leave this to me. It just so happens I don't have to sleep tonight. I have a way to make that guy reap what he sows tomorrow. In the yard, what kind of grass was Lu Jia collecting? He thought to himself that according to what the red-clothed ghost said, Chen Fei would come on patrol later. At that time, as long as I press the button in my hand, I can blow him up and then become the new supervisor. Seeing Chen Fei's figure from a distance, Lu Jia quickly found a place to hide. He chose to hide behind a wall, thinking he could stay invisible and clearly see Chen Fei's every move. As soon as he enters the blast radius, I'll immediately press the remote. However, when he turned around, Zhao Yi was crouching there with a scalpel, looking at him with a grin, scaring the wits out of him. Lu Jia pointed at Zhao Yi, trembling. How did you get here? Zhao Yi looked at the blade in his hand. Someone told me you know things you shouldn't. Once you kill Chen Fei, I'll kill you, and then I can take Chen Fei's position. Lu Jia's face turned deathly pale. What? No wonder that red-clothed ghost reminded me to keep the secret before he left. It turns out he already had a backup plan and wanted to kill me to silence me after it was done. I see. Lu Jia sat down with a look of righteousness. Brother, no, big brother, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to take Chen Fei's position either. Zhao Yi continued to pretend. How so? Lu Jia kept talking. Big brother, let me ask you a question first. Was the one who sent you to kill me a red-clothed ghost whose stomach was sliced open? There are no internal organs inside, just all kinds of complex electronic equipment, right? Zhao Yi feigned a curious expression. How did you know? Lu Jia was completely enraged. Big brother, we've been played by him. He told me to kill Chen Fei and promised me the supervisor position, and then he sent you to kill me, likely promising the same position. It's clear this guy is just a massive fraud. Since he sent you to kill me, he'll definitely send someone else to kill you afterward. Zhao Yi's acting was exquisite. So it's like that? Lu Jia grabbed Zhao Yi's shoulder. Big brother, let's just go all the way and kill that old fraud in red. Lu Jia calculated in his mind that this newcomer could take on a rust corpse alone this morning. So there was a good chance he could beat that red-clothed ghost. Even if he couldn't win, he could take the opportunity to escape and save his life in the chaos. Zhao Yi disagreed. That red-clothed ghost is very strong. Fighting him will attract other red-clothed ghosts, which is too much trouble. But I have a good idea if you want to kill that fraud. Hearing there was a way to deal with Meng Jin, Lu Jia listened intently to what Zhao Yi had to say. Chen Fei talked to me this morning. Ghosts like them with permissions cannot be harmed casually. If they abuse their office for personal gain, they will be stripped of their permissions and suffer extremely severe punishment. Tomorrow, as long as you step forward to identify that red-clothed fraud's evil deeds and pass the lie detector test, he won't be able to escape. Chen Fei will also treat you as an outstanding employee because you saved his life. Lu Jia also thought the plan sounded good but was still wary. What about you? Why don't you step forward? Don't you want to be an outstanding employee? Zhao Yi explained. Are you stupid? How can the two of us be the same? You're a ghost and I'm a human. If you take the lead, they'll think you're a hero and admire you. If I take the lead, they'll likely be particularly jealous of me and might even want to kill me. Think about whether that makes sense. Lu Jia clapped his hands as if he had realized the truth. He patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. Brother, you're right. Let's do it that way. Zhao Yi showed a smug smile because the plan had succeeded. Early the next morning, Lu Jia went to the administration building to provide evidence of someone plotting to kill Chen Fei and successfully pass the lie detector test. The factory director ordered the guards, "Go quickly and call Meng Jin and Chen Fei. I want to interrogate them clearly in person." The guards took the order and acted swiftly. A few minutes later, both Chen Fei and Meng Jin arrived. The factory director spoke. "Next, you have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will become evidence in court. Come, let the lie detection begin." Meng Jin, you're an old employee of the factory and know the rules very well. I need an explanation. At this point, both Meng Jin and Chen Fei were standing in the lie detector zone. Meng Jin stared at the lie detector, thinking to himself that it was impossible to lie in front of it. Therefore, he had to mix truth and falsehood to package his motives reasonably. Only then could he escape judgment. It's like this, Director. Yesterday I saw Chen Fei talking with a human in the canteen and even throwing a ghost directly out of the canteen. So that's why I made a move against him. Meng Jin began to talk his way out of it, and the machine showed that he passed. The director turned to ask Chen Fei, what happened? Chen Fei also reported truthfully, that ghost wasn't working properly. Instead, he stuffed a piece of rust grass into a liquor bottle to trick Zhao Yi into drinking it. Fortunately, Zhao Yi didn't drink it. I saw through his trick and went to settle accounts with him. But he not only refused to admit his mistake but also tried to bite back and frame Zhao Yi. In a fit of anger I threw him out. Chen Fei's detailed testimony also passed the machine test. Chen Fei continued, I think if Meng Jin had been paying attention to this side at that time, he must have also seen that thug ghost trying to kill Zhao Yi. So by downplaying the situation and pointing the finger at me just now, was he trying to cover up his crime of plotting to kill me? Meng Jin's face turned pale, and he cursed inwardly. He asked so directly that I can't avoid my true motives at all. What should I do now? The director turned to question Meng Jin. Exactly why did you want to kill Chen Fei? Answer my question directly. Having no way out at this point, Meng Jin could only say, actually he made me do it. The director asked suspiciously who he was, but Meng Jin just painfully clutched his neck, barely emitting a muffled groan, and used his last bit of strength to say, he is about to descend. Your time is short. We will meet again soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Jin fell to the ground and trembled violently, then fell silent. Looking at the corpse on the floor, the director muttered to himself, exactly who is this descendant he mentioned? Chen Fei stood in the center of the room without saying a word, but he was extremely terrified inside. This matter was definitely unusual. He had to remember all the circumstances of the scene firmly and tell Big Brother Zhao Yi after he got out. Only now he still had to point the finger at Lu Jia according to Big Brother Zhao Yi's instructions. Chen Fei turned to look in the direction where Lu Jia was standing. Hasn't the lie detector test been done yet? Lu Jia got goosebumps all over after being called out and tremblingly agreed to the test. Chen Fei questioned Lu Jia. After Meng Jin came to find you last night, did you take his weapon and try to kill me? Lu Jia tremblingly denied it. But the lie immediately caused the machine to light up red. He hurriedly defended himself. No, listen to my explanation. In the beginning, I did want to kill you, but later I gave up. At this point, the lie detector turned green, confirming that Lu Jia was telling the truth. After witnessing this, the director announced, according to factory regulations, the punishment for attempted intentional homicide is the same. Security, take Lu Jia out and deal with him. Lu Jia pleaded for mercy in terror. No, director, forgive me this once. I was momentarily fooled and deluded. I didn't mean it. At this point, Chen Fei asked the director, boss, can I have this person to deal with? The director hesitated for a moment but still acquiesced. Forget it. Although the rules forbid lynching, he wanted to kill you, so it's understandable if you want revenge. In short, regardless of the method you use, he cannot appear in the factory again. Chen Fei promised, don't worry, boss. I'll definitely kill this kid. Lu Jia was tied up and locked in a room by Chen Fei, he thought to himself. It's over, completely over. Chen Fei locked me here and left. He must be going to find tools to torture me. I shouldn't have believed Zhao Yi's words. That cunning human hasn't told a single true word. Lu Jia gnashed his teeth in hatred but was helpless. Suddenly, Zhao Yi pushed the door open and walked in, leaving Lu Jia stunned. Zhao Yi, why are you here? Zhao Yi untied Lu Jia. If you want to live, don't make a sound. Come with me. Zhao Yi led Lu Jia to the ghost head. You can't stay in the factory any longer. There are guards at the entrance, so you can't get out either. I know a place where you can survive, but you have to do something for me. Lu Jia hated Zhao Yi to the bone and wished he could skin him alive and pull out his tendons. But now, as a man under another's roof, he had to bow his head and could only give in. Just say it. What is it? Zhao Yi pointed at the open ghost mouth. Jump into this skull, see what's down there, and then tell me on your phone. Lu Jia panicked upon hearing this. What the hell? If I jump from here, you might as well just kill me. God knows what horrific thing is hidden down there. Zhao Yi put away his friendliness and said coldly, if you don't go down, death is certain. If you go down, there's a slim chance of survival. Choose for yourself. Having no other way, Lu Jia had to agree to jump. Zhao Yi handed him a flashlight. I'll lend you this flashlight. Take it. One more thing, I must warn you first, it's not safe down there. The first thing to do after going down is to set your phone to silent and then find a hidden place to hide. Lu Jia took the flashlight and did as Zhao Yi said. Zhao Yi summoned the real estate deed. forcibly sealed a monster within 5 meters for 10 seconds and temporarily controlled the ghost mouth. Immediately after, Zhao Yi raised his leg and kicked Lu Jia into the ghost mouth. After finishing, he clapped his hands. Done. Now back to work. Just call me after he lands. While Zhao Yi was pushing the cart, his phone suddenly rang. Knowing it was Lu Jia calling, he picked up the phone to ask about the situation. Lu Jia only managed to shout, "Big brother Zhao, it's too noisy here." Zhao Yi asked, "What's the movement down there, a war?" Lu Jia answered, "I don't know what that sound is, but I'm facing an extremely horrific scene." He continued to report, "There are a large number of corpses wearing black clothes here, all of which are connected to a long, thin rust pipe leading into the depths of a cave." Hearing this, Zhao Yi demanded, "Go in and take a look. The source of these rust corpses' birth must be hidden there." Lu Jia seemed to have realized something at this point and questioned, "You actually want me to keep going inside?" "Zhao Yi, tell me the truth. Did you have this planned from the very beginning?" Zhao Yi didn't hide it anymore and admitted it straightforwardly. Lu Jia cursed in a rage. "Zhao Yi, may you die a miserable death. If I ever listen to you again, I'll be a massive fool." After cursing, he hung up the phone directly. Zhao Yi lamented, "Hung up, huh? What a temper." But only half an hour later, Lu Jia called back with a completely different tone. "I'm sorry, big brother Zhao. I found out I really am a fool." Zhao Yi inquired, "What's wrong? What horrific thing did you encounter?" Lu Jia shared what he had seen. Ahead was a deep valley packed with rust corpses. The further back he went, the more rust corpses there were. By the end, he couldn't even distinguish the color of their clothes. There might be thousands. No, far more, definitely tens of thousands. Zhao Yi asked again if the resentment was heavy, but Lu Jia denied it. "There is no resentment, they seem to be sleeping. Densely packed rust pipes are connected to these rust corpses, leading to a deeper place. I don't dare cross that rotten bridge that looks like it's about to collapse." Listening to the report, Zhao Yi privately speculated, "The roar deep in the factory is getting louder. What exactly is hidden there?" Hearing that allies were coming soon, Lu Jia was very happy. "Someone's coming, that's great. Finally, I don't have to face it alone. Big brother Zhao, I'll go right now. Hurry up and send people over." In the afternoon, according to factory regulations, after completing the day's work, workers can freely dispose of their remaining time. Therefore, Zhao Yi called Chen Fei and asked him to get him a piece of steel and a record of steel sales. Holding the piece of steel in his hand, the system scanned it and issued a notification. "Neutral evil steel. Contains a portion of life force and resentment. Extremely hard. It is best not to use this for large-scale construction." Zhao Yi flipped through the steel sales records, and as he expected, about 300 years ago, the steel plant had sold a large amount of steel to the villagers. The abandoned station had been built with this evil steel. No wonder it had turned into such a terrifying entity. Seeing the look on Zhao Yi's face, Chen Fei asked, "Big brother, have you discovered something?" Zhao Yi replied, "I've finally figured out what those gray-clothed rust corpses want to borrow from the other employees. They want to borrow their spirit, or rather their souls." Chen Fei was puzzled by Zhao Yi's mention of souls. So Zhao Yi explained further, "Exactly. That giant monster beneath the factory can use the rust to absorb the workers' spirits. So when those workers' bodies begin to rust, they try every means possible to borrow someone else's soul so they can revert to their original state." Chen Fei suddenly understood. No wonder the quality of the steel produced was exceptionally high whenever rust corpses appeared. Could it be because the workers' souls had permeated the steel? But why would that produce steel filled with resentment? Zhao Yi didn't know the reason, but he speculated that a terrifying invisible hand was pulling the strings behind Guxuan town. As the two were discussing this, the factory broadcast suddenly rang out. "Emergency, an anomaly has occurred in the factory. All security personnel and red-clothed employees must gather immediately." Chen Fei hurriedly prepared to leave. "Big brother, I have to go. Keep those ledgers safe. I'll need to return them later." But Zhao Yi stopped him. "Don't be in such a hurry." Zhao Yi reached out and pressed his hand against Chen Fei's head. "I'm going to leave something in your spirit to prevent your wounds from being corroded by rust." Chen Fei was pleasantly surprised. "There's such a good thing?" Zhao Yi's finger touched Chen Fei's forehead, and a red glow flickered from his fingertip. Zhao Yi instructed, "Relax, don't resist." "That's it. I'm in." A few seconds later, Zhao Yi told Chen Fei, "I've locked down your mental world. The reason the people in the factory rust is because their spirits are invaded. Now your spirit can no longer be invaded, so you can fight without worry if you encounter danger." Having received Zhao Yi's assistance, Chen Fei ran off, not forgetting to leave a word of thanks. "I won't let you down." Zhao Yi watched Chen Fei's retreating back and thought, has someone already realized the factory is about to have a major problem? This is indeed good news. There's far too much rust appearing today. If people are willing to help deal with it, it saves me a lot of trouble. Done. Zhao Yi picked up the phone and called the security office. "Hello, this is employee Zhao Yi. I see someone wearing black clothes." Simultaneously, Rule 10 surfaced. There are no people wearing black clothes in the plant. If you see someone in black inside the plant, please call the security room as soon as possible and wait in place for security to capture them. The person on the other end was frantic. What? You saw someone in black? Where are you now? Zhao Yi calmly set his plan in motion. It took me to the depths of the factory. I'm so scared. The entrance is in the smelting room. Enter through the mouth of that giant ghost head. The security office grew even more terrified upon hearing this. Stay where you are and don't move. Don't run around. We're coming to save you right now. Zhao Yi also feigned great terror. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hurry up. After hanging up the call to the security office, Zhao Yi dialed Lu Jia's number. Lu Jia, the security team will be heading down soon. Find a quiet place to hide. However, the signal on the other end crackled with static, and Lu Jia's voice was muffled and intermittent. Big brother, that rust, it's starting to move. I'll send you a video. See for yourself. Inside Zhao Yi's mental world, a red demon saw a ghost locked to a pillar, wailing and trembling violently. The ghost state terrified the little girl, causing her to drop her book basket. What is that thing? From behind, Zhao Yi rested his hand on the red demon's shoulder, making her feel a bit flustered. Zhao Yi informed the red demon that this would be a fierce battle. If you don't want to die, fight alongside me. The red demon looked at Zhao Yi with excitement. I understand. Dozens of robots flew down from above, emitting a buzzing sound. They declared in unison, eliminating Zhao Yi's mental avatar is the sole objective of this operation. The red demon opened her mouth wide, and long tentacles crawled out. Those tentacles danced in the air, extending rapidly. Zhao Yi praised the red demon for her good work. Guard this place. I'm going to release the ultimate dark personality immediately. I figure since it won't produce chaos atoms here, there's no reason not to use it. Zhao Yi closed his eyes and concentrated deeply. Chains began to sway, making a metallic clashing sound. The ultimate dark personality was released. His appearance was similar to Zhao Yi's, but his entire body was pitch black. His head was covered in white hair and his face was hideous, with red light radiating from his eyes and mouth. He tilted his head and said, "We have guests. I must entertain them properly." In reality, Zhao Yi leaned against the wall, watching the video on his phone and tracking the movement of the rust. Let's see what's going on. A massive heart was bound by multiple chains, emitting a steady, rhythmic thumping. Zhao Yi realized that the rumbling sound he had heard earlier was the beating of this heart. Zhao Yi speculated that the person who originally built this altar might have left 4 chains to lock the heart. But later, for some unknown reason, one of them had broken. This construction style was identical to the abandoned station in Mo Village. Build an extremely terrifying object first and then bind it in some way. Initially, 4 chains bound this heart, but an accident occurred. As for whether the accident was man-made or due to other reasons, it was not yet certain. As he was deducing this, Zhao Yi received a text. "Big brother, those corpses are all moving. What do I do now?" Zhao Yi replied, telling him to find a place to hide and that he would handle it shortly. Lu Jia didn't forget to add, "Be careful, big brother." The system displayed task options. Do you accept the hidden task? Zhao Yi rested his chin in his hand, thinking. The system continued, "Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the main task. Investigate the truth behind the destruction of the steel processing plant. Rewards will be distributed after the dungeon ends. You have triggered the hidden task. Seal the heart of Bisbrank. Rewards, Bloodline Crystal, title Iron Man. Task difficulty is high. You may choose to abandon it. Abandoning the hidden task will result in immediate teleportation out of the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi noted that the heart's owner was named Bisbrank, which didn't sound like a human name. Zhao Yi felt he couldn't back down. He'd be a fool not to take such a generous reward. Subsequently, he quickly sent a text to Chen Fei explaining most of the situation and guiding his next steps. Then, Zhao Yi locked the warehouse door, found a chair, and sat down quietly. Zhao Yi took out his scalpel. He'd had a very interesting idea since yesterday, and now it was finally time to act. Zhao Yi used the scalpel to stab directly into his own arm, and blood sprayed out. He held out his bleeding palm, an excited expression on his face. "Come on, it smells the blood." He looked up and saw something appear. A giant red and green sphere appeared before Zhao Yi, resembling a cluster of spores. Zhao Yi asked in confusion, "Is this the thing eroding the employees' spirits? It looks quite unique." Zhao Yi sat and waited for it to fly over. It gradually drew closer to his head. Zhao Yi closed his eyes and put his hands behind his back. "Come on, little darling, my mental world is waiting for you." Inside Zhao Yi's mental world, everything was dim, with red and purple light intertwining. The red demon was leisurely taking a stroll. Suddenly, a crack appeared above. The red demon also sensed the anomaly and looked up to observe. Above, swarms of robots were diving down at high speed. These robots were humanoid in shape and their entire bodies were covered in red marks. Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality emitted an extremely violent aura. "Come on, let me feel your presence. It's been a long time since I've seen such an abundant supply of food." One robot had its head sliced off but continued to emit sound. "Warning, warning. Detector damaged, visual system failed. several streaks of black energy flew out from the body of Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality to attack the robots. They emitted panicked buzzing sounds. Target lost. The ultimate dark personality smiled. The feast is about to begin. Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality only needed to stand still for the surrounding robots to begin exploding one after another, easily destroyed. Before the power of the ultimate dark personality, they were completely helpless. They attempted to use laser attacks, but target locking failed. The lasers passed through the body of the ultimate dark personality without causing any damage. The ultimate dark personality laughed with excitement. This food is truly delicious. I love it too much. Zhao Yi suggested that the red demon join in so they could settle things faster, and the little girl nodded in agreement. Together the two easily swept through the robots. The surrounding area was filled with the wreckage of exploded robots with severed limbs and heads scattered everywhere. Zhao Yi stopped to observe and found that more things were coming. High in the sky, a massive warship was deploying dozens of robots, surrounding Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality. Their goal was to purge Zhao Yi's mental avatar. Seeing more and more robots, the ultimate dark personality became increasingly frenzied. Holding a round mirror, he split his mouth to reveal sharp teeth and laughed. Better food has arrived. Evil mirror refraction. The mirror shot energy rays that hit the robots, leaving them unable to dodge. Seeing that their lasers were ineffective, the robots immediately changed tactics, grouping together to launch a melee attack from below. The red demon looked at Zhao Yi. What on earth did you provoke? With this level of mental strength, the opponent is likely a half-step great calamity. Although there was a world of difference between a half-step great calamity and a true great calamity, anything associated with the words great calamity was absolutely extremely dangerous. Zhao Yi smiled confidently. Don't panic when things happen, just face it head-on, remember. This is my mental world. As long as my conviction is firm enough here, there is nothing that cannot be done. Zhao Yi closed his eyes and relaxed, his body slowly rising high into the air as the red demon looked up curiously. The red demon's face was pale as she gazed upward. Zhao Yi had actually simulated a ghost domain within his own mental world. Although he was human and what he manifested wasn't a true ghost domain, it still succeeded in weakening the enemy. To what perverted extent had Zhao Yi's mental strength grown? In reality, workers and security were gathering together. Quick, jump in one by one. Employee Zhao Yi is down there waiting for rescue. A black-clothed rust corpse's hand reached out from within, startling Chen Fei. So many black-clothed rust corpses? How are we supposed to fight this? A large number of black-clothed rust corpses crawled out. Chen Fei thought to himself, Big Brother Zhao Yi is a high-ranking member of the Absolute Cult. He's from the future, so he must already know the state of the factory. Since he gave me this mission, it means I can definitely complete it. I cannot let Big Brother down, and I cannot disgrace the name of the Absolute Cult. Chen Fei turned and roared at the crowd of black-clothed rust corpses. I'll fight you to the death. The others were also quite surprised by the sight. The foreman is actually this brave? Chen Fei charged in without hesitation, and the others were inspired. It seems the strength of these rust corpses has dropped significantly. In that case, let's go too. If we let these black-clothed rust corpses live, our factory is finished and we'll all be unemployed. Charge together. Take their lives while we have the chance. The others also began to charge. The leader raised a hammer and shouted, They're about to destroy the factory. Fight them. Chen Fei severed a rust corpse's head with his bare hands. Go to hell. How dare you target my boss Zhao Yi? As a disciple of the Absolute Cult, I will never forgive you. Others also counterattacked with weapons. Someone used shears to snip off a rust corpse's head. Die, all of you. Another person was being choked by a rust corpse but continued to fight with all his might. 10 minutes later, the black-clothed rust corpse swarm was completely routed. The factory workers cheered. Brothers, we won. Good job. I didn't expect we could kill so many black-clothed rust corpses. That was truly satisfying. Brothers, later we'll go to the best nightclub in Gushwen town to celebrate. My treat. Suddenly, someone pointed at the door, trembling all over and stammering. Wait, look over there. Chen Fei also looked over and cried out in alarm. It's the black-clothed rust corpses. There are even more of them. This time, even more black-clothed rust corpses appeared at the door, several times more than before. Chen Fei gritted his teeth. The situation became even more tense. It's still not over. Chen Fei rushed out to attack them, thinking he couldn't run away. If he didn't finish the task Big Brother Zhao Yi assigned quickly, it might put him in danger. This batch of rust corpses was more numerous and had stronger combat power. They struck Chen Fei in the abdomen, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. Chen Fei was sent flying by the rust corpse's strike. Fortunately, Zhao Yi had locked his spirit earlier, otherwise Chen Fei would definitely have started rusting by now. Seeing Chen Fei beaten so badly, the others began to waver. Sorry brothers, my mom's calling me home for dinner, I'm out. The person next to him was also terrified. I just remembered the children's channel is about to air my favorite show. I'm leaving too. Chen Fei slowly stood up. "Hey, how can you desert like this? Employee Zhao Yi is still waiting for us." At this point, they were scattering in all directions out of sheer terror. "If we go any further, forget Zhao Yi. We won't even be able to save ourselves. Sorry, foreman, money isn't as important as our lives. We really have to go." As that person was running, his face hit something and he fell heavily to the ground. He cursed, "The road is so wide, did you have to block me?" It was the warehouse ghost. He asked where Zhao Yi was, but the man didn't know him. Seeing that he didn't answer, the warehouse ghost asked again, "I asked you, where is Zhao Yi?" The man pointed in terror. "He seems to be over there in the mouth of that ghost head." The warehouse ghost pushed him aside. "Get lost, out of my way." A large number of black-clothed rust corpses swarmed from the ghost mouth. The warehouse ghost opened the door and red smoke drifted out from inside. The moment the rust corpses touched the smoke, they were instantly corroded and dissolved. The combat power of this iron bucket ghost was simply nonsensical. He directly turned that crowd of rust corpses into bloody water. Chen Fei was also shocked by this power, standing in place as if turned to stone. "This must be an agent of the absolute cult. He's here to help Big Brother Zhao Yi and me. I knew the mission was so dangerous that the absolute cult wouldn't let Big Brother risk it alone." Chen Fei quickly ran to the warehouse ghost. "Big Brother, actually Big Brother Zhao Yi isn't under that head. But to save him, we have to go down and complete the task he gave me." The warehouse ghost looked at Chen Fei in confusion. "Task? What task?" Chen Fei explained that Zhao Yi said there was a giant black heart locked by 4 iron chains below, but one of them was broken and we needed to reconnect it. After hearing this, the warehouse ghost realized the task was not simple, but Zhao Yi could not die. Chen Fei led the warehouse ghost to the edge of the ghost head, and the warehouse ghost confirmed once more, "The entrance is the mouth of that giant ghost head. Come on, I'll go down with you." Chen Fei was overjoyed to hear this. "Fantastic, with your help, we'll definitely be able to complete the mission successfully." Inside Zhao Yi's mental world, the ultimate dark personality was frantically clearing the robots. The system emitted a warning signal, and the robots immediately noticed. "Warning. Someone is approaching the heart of Bisbrank." Upon receiving the warning, the robots immediately flew away. They changed their mission objective, and seeing this, the ultimate dark personality followed closely behind. The system continued to prompt that in order to prevent the Iron Ghost from approaching Bisbrank's heart, Zhao Yi had to be dealt with immediately. The Iron Ghost lunged forward, its hands death-gripping the throat of Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality, attempting to erase his mental form. The Red Demon watched Zhao Yi with deep concern. "Zhao Yi, is your ultimate dark personality about to dissipate? If he dies, are we finished too?" Zhao Yi gasped heavily, appearing exhausted from the battle. He calmly told the Red Demon, "Don't panic, the show is just getting started." Suddenly, Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality grew even stronger, grabbing the Iron Ghost's arms to pin them, rendering it unable to attack. "Is this all the strength you have?" The Iron Ghost detected that Zhao Yi's mental form was continuously adapting to its attacks with an astonishing learning speed. The swarm of robots began to retreat into a defensive formation. Chen Fei and the warehouse ghost were nearing the heart, and the system issued urgent warnings. It could no longer afford to be entangled here. Sensing that the terrifying Iron Ghost was closing in on Bisbrank's heart, it had to rush back immediately. The Iron Ghost activated the rocket propulsion systems in its limbs, attempting to flee quickly to defend the heart, but the ultimate dark personality glared at it. Leaving wouldn't be that easy. Chains shot out, entangling the Iron Ghost as it tried to escape. The Iron Ghost was held fast by the chains and could not fly away. The chains wrapped around its chest and legs. It used the flames erupting from its hands to easily slice through one of the chains. The Iron Ghost looked up at the closed entrance of the mental world. It had to kill Zhao Yi's mental form before it could leave. Below, Zhao Yi was slowly approaching. The Iron Ghost looked down at the looming threat as its body temperature spiked. Its data began to glitch, emitting a stuttering sound. "I will kill you." The Iron Ghost turned and unleashed a rain of missiles, aimed straight for Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality. The missiles hit their mark, triggering a horrific explosion. The force of the blast sent the Iron Ghost tumbling into the distance. Looking toward the site of the explosion, it discovered that Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality was still there. Though his limbs were mangled and incomplete, he continued to close in. Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality stared at the Iron Ghost with a bizarre smile. The explosion spread, sending debris flying and shaking Zhao Yi's entire mental world. The Iron Ghost crashed to the ground, its systems leaking as it issued a severe damage warning, demanding immediate repairs. Zhao Yi appeared before the Iron Ghost, driving it into a frenzy. "I will kill you now, you lowly ant. The chainsaw in my hand will erase you." The Iron Ghost's arm transformed into a circular saw. It glared at Zhao Yi. "Your soul will sink forever into the heart of the great Bisbrank." There was no peace to be found. The Red Demon was fraught with worry. "Zhao Yi, your ultimate dark personality has been killed. We've lost, we're doomed." Blood flowed from Zhao Yi's mouth and eyes. The destruction of his ultimate dark personality had caused a significant backlash, yet Zhao Yi laughed. Even with blood at the corners of his mouth, both the Red Demon and the Iron Ghost were bewildered by his bizarre behavior. Zhao Yi pointed at the Iron Ghost. "Why don't you understand? If I hadn't intentionally let you in, do you think you could have entered my mental world? I've searched for so many years and finally found a qualified meal. Even Ban, whom I raised myself, can only be considered a dessert." Zhao Yi widened his eyes, staring at the Iron Ghost. "But you are different. You are a sumptuous feast." The Iron Ghost grew even more enraged at his words. "Damn you, you're on the verge of death and still talking tough." It charged directly at Zhao Yi. Suddenly, the Iron Ghost was pinned down by a massive black hand. It looked back in shock to find another ultimate dark personality of Zhao Yi standing behind it. But this time the personality had changed. It possessed 8 arms and was staring at the Iron Ghost with a sinister smile. Finally, enough. The ultimate dark personality used its 8 arms to bind the Iron Ghost tightly. "Your consciousness hasn't fully entered yet, has it? I can give you one last chance." For the first time, the Iron Ghost began to feel true terror. "What kind of monster are you?" The ultimate dark personality weighed down on the Iron Ghost, making escape impossible. It looked directly at the Iron Ghost. "Stop the nonsense. Those guys outside rushing toward your heart will bring about your eternal ruin. Come, use all your mental strength to duel me." Only then did the Iron Ghost realize, "You've been plotting against me from the start. First, you drew my attention, forcing me to use most of my mental power to deal with you. Then you let a group of people outside seal my heart. Humans truly are treacherous. Come, I'll stake all my power to duel you. Today, only one of us leaves alive." A massive burst of energy erupted from within the Iron Ghost, knocking back Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality. Outside, beneath the steel plant, Chen Fei and the Warehouse Ghost had reached the location of the giant heart. The Warehouse Ghost asked, "Chen Fei, is this the heart Big Brother Zhao Yi mentioned?" Chen Fei thought it likely was. The Warehouse Ghost observed, "The 4th chain should be at the other end, submerged in darkness. I can feel an extremely powerful sealing force on it, but I can only suppress the seal for a moment. You must take the opportunity to pull the chain to the heart." Chen Fei immediately ran toward the chain. "Understood, I'm on it." The Warehouse Ghost also acted swiftly. The Warehouse Ghost's arms transformed into fine tentacles that shot toward the heart and attached to the chain. Both sides began a desperate struggle of suppression and deadlock. Chen Fei slid over to the chain. Following the plan set by the Warehouse Ghost, Chen Fei swung his arms and used his own iron chains to snag the heart's chain. But it only swayed slightly. Chen Fei panicked. "Why is it so heavy? How can I pull this alone?" Just then, the factory director and Lu Jia also ran over. "Let me help." Lu Jia followed behind. "I'm here too." Chen Fei turned back in surprise. "Director, Lu Jia, what are you doing here?" the director said. "The old director entrusted this factory to me. I can't just stand by and watch the factory collapse. Today it's my turn to give it my all." Lu Jia added, "I've been waiting for you guys here. Now is the time." Other factory workers who had fled earlier now returned to help Chen Fei as well. "We're here too. We have to defend the factory. To defend our home, we will never simply surrender to this ghost thing. We'll fight to the bloody end." Chen Fei looked back at them. "Everyone, you all actually came down," Lu Jia ordered. "Stop talking, quick, everyone pull this chain together." Everyone worked in unison to pull the chain, shouting rhythmic counts. At that moment, a large number of black-clothed rust corpses closed in. They muttered to themselves as they approached, "Protect the heart, protect the heart." Seeing this, Chen Fei signaled everyone to hurry as the rust corpses were nearly upon them. They continued pulling. Only by restoring the chain could they make these rust corpses disappear. The Warehouse Ghost was struggling to hold the chain. Once the connection was successful, he turned and shouted to the crowd, "Chen Fei, I can't hold out much longer. Everyone get out of here." The massive heart suddenly vibrated violently. The swarming rust corpses stopped in their tracks. As the heart shook, they collapsed one by one. Simultaneously, in Zhao Yi's mental world, Brank's heart was sealed, and the robots transformed by its mental power were defeated by the ultimate dark personality. The Iron Ghost's head was severed. Zhao Yi's ultimate dark personality held the head and feasted upon it, appearing highly satisfied. Mental energy flooded into Zhao Yi's mental world like a tide, and the ultimate dark personality began to influence even more distant areas. Zhao Yi looked into the distance as a bloodline temple gradually materialized. Zhao Yi smiled. "Is this bloodline temple related to my red garment bloodline?" Zhao Yi pondered to himself. If it were related to his bloodline, perhaps he could recover his lost memories through it. But it wasn't yet fully constructed and could not yet bear his presence. Zhao Yi looked at the broken robot arms. He had to continue finding stable food for his ultimate dark personality. Only then can the telephone poles be built quickly to see what's really inside. Zhao Yi rubbed the little girl's head. "I'm leaving. You rest here for a while. Eat whatever you want." The girl agreed and waved goodbye to him. Zhao Yi opened his eyes and stepped out of his mental world. He was leaning against a corner of the steel processing plant's scrap warehouse. The system congratulated him on completing the main task, investigate the truth of the steel plant's decay. It also congratulated him on the side task, seal Bis Brank's heart, rewards 300 EXP, 45,000 points bloodline crystal. Title: Steel Straight Man, physical damage reduction 3.5. The steel processing plant was now unlocked. The ghost Lu Jia's favorability toward you has increased to respect. Zhao Yi woke up and rubbed his head. The system continued to prompt, unlocking a personal exclusive side task, the warehouse ghost's request. This was a high difficulty task. When the warehouse ghost makes his request, you can choose to refuse. If refused, favorability drops to 0. If completed, favorability will rise to loyalty. Zhao Yi rubbed his head and thought, the personal exclusive favorability task is actually unique? Sounds interesting. Currently, the warehouse ghost had risked his life for him at just respect. If it reached loyalty, he would effectively have a powerful free enforcer. The thought alone was satisfying. The setting sun gradually descended upon the steel plant. Zhao Yi walked out composedly. The matter was settled, and it was time to leave. Chen Fei walked over to call him, Brother Zhao. Zhao Yi turned to look at Chen Fei. Chen Fei raised his hand in a salute. Zhao Yi stepped forward. You did well. I'll report your merits to my superiors. The organization might even promote you from a D-class agent to a C-class agent. Chen Fei shouted at the top of his lungs. Absolute cult trainee C-class agent Chen Fei is willing to contribute everything to the organization. Standing by for orders at any time, the warehouse ghost was driving that yellow convertible to take Zhao Yi away. Take this. It was found in a mysterious secret room beneath the steel plant. Zhao Yi read the note, which contained strange contents. Does the legendary child of God truly exist? Can it really bring hope to the world? As the experiment has progressed, everyone's devotion hasn't waned, but has grown even more intense, becoming more fanatical and mad by the day. A lucid person like me seems to have become an outlier among them. And for some reason, the way my colleagues have been looking at me lately seems wrong, strange. I hope I'm just overthinking it. 7 years ago, the church gave us the blueprints and our final task. Since then, we haven't received a single message or instruction from them. It seems we've been abandoned. Zhao Yi fell into deep thought after reading. The child of God? Is the church the Logos Church? Could it be that all their previous experiments were for this so-called child of God? Truly an interesting clue. I'm getting more and more interested in this church. As they drove, the warehouse ghost spoke up, wanting to ask Zhao Yi for a favor. By the way, I heard you mention last time that you wanted to go to Tula village. If you really go, could you do me a favor? Zhao Yi looked at the warehouse ghost with a smile, thinking, is the exclusive task coming? He replied cheerfully, yes, I'll be going to Tula village next. What do you need me to do? The warehouse ghost drove with a troubled expression and sighed. It's like this. I used to have a very important statue in my cargo box, but I lost it in Tula village. If you're going there, could you look for it for me? Zhao Yi turned and asked, you've been to Tula village before? The warehouse ghost answered, yes, back then I wasn't fully released yet, and my consciousness was quite blurred. The warehouse ghost recalled lying in the bed of a pickup truck at the time. Back then, the Mo village station was still under construction, and someone wanted to send him there. But because there was no railway, they could only take the small backroads through Tula village. When passing through Tula village, something bizarre happened. Even though there was clearly nothing around, the people escorting me started running around like madmen, even killing each other. They clutched their heads and screamed about ghosts. In the end, the team escorting me suffered heavy casualties. Only a few survived to carry me out of Tula village, with 3 of them hauling me along. The box on the warehouse ghost's chest contained a special idol that had accidentally fallen out in the village during the escape. Zhao Yi asked curiously, what did the statue look like? The warehouse ghost described it, saying its body was extremely strong and sturdy, with a sense of inexplicable power in its muscles. It was covered in exquisite tattoos that looked like totems. Because no one ever saw its face clearly, it had no features. Its most iconic trait was having 8 arms. Zhao Yi covered his mouth. From the description, isn't that just me? Damn, which bastard carved me into an idol? Fine, carve me if you want, but why not carve the face? That stupid sculptor actually ignored my greatest feature. The warehouse ghost followed up anxiously. Well, can you agree to help me? Before he could finish, Zhao Yi interrupted him. Of course, wait for my good news. Zhao Yi agreed cheerfully and returned to the guild residence. Upon returning to the guild, Zhao Yi was finally able to open the destiny chest given to him by the Joker, thanks to his rank upgrade to silver. He focused his gaze on the item box in his hand. Zhao Yi opened the box. Go on, a golden legend. The box opened, and an item emitted a golden light that illuminated the entire room. The system displayed the intuitive state of item K49, which usually appeared in the form of a key. The holder would be continuously beguiled by it, feeling a compulsion to insert it into any hole with a lock and twist vigorously until the keyhead trembled for a moment. Only then would the beguilement cease. Effect, can open the vast majority of manual locks. Attached note from the inventor, damn it. I knew I shouldn't have been inventing while making a baby with my wife. It really learned bad habits. Zhao Yi held it in his hand. Well, although it's a bit different from what I expected, getting a master lockpicking key is a good haul. Suddenly, a notification sound surprised Zhao Yi. The system displayed, "You have received a new message from the Joker, please check it in time." Opening the message, the Joker wanted to warn Zhao Yi. "I heard from the warehouse ghost that you want to go to Tula village. I'll give you 3 warnings. First, do not stay in the village for more than 24 hours. Second, do not eat or drink anything in the village. Third, speak to the villagers as little as possible, especially the living ones." Zhao Yi asked back in surprise, "There are actually living people in Tula village," the Joker continued messaging. "Eerie, isn't it? There are even stranger things. Years ago, the station ghost reached its peak strength and was about to break through to the Great Calamity level. Being able to leave the station area for short periods, it led thousands of ghosts to invade Tula village, wanting to devour more souls to become a true Great Calamity. You know the result. The station ghost died and became the pathetic wreck it is now." Zhao Yi was intrigued. "I once entered the Mo village dungeon. The system took me to a timeline many years ago when the station ghost hadn't reached its peak, and it was already terrifying." Zhao Yi scratched his head. Even that entity had met its match in Tula village. That was proof enough of the village's horror. "It's extremely deadly," the Joker messaged. "So don't go." Zhao Yi insisted on going. "No, I still have to go." Zhao Yi revealed an excited expression, saying with a dangerous look, "The more deadly a place is, the more I like it." At dusk the next day in a canyon, Zhao Yi was dropped off by the train ghost. "Tula village has no station. I'm only stopping as a favor to you, but it's still some distance from Tula village. Walk the rest of the way yourself." Zhao Yi thanked the train ghost. He could handle the remaining road. The train departed, and Zhao Yi watched it leave with a smile. He was looking forward to the interesting things to come. It seems this Tula village is indeed bizarre. I'm even more excited now. Zhao Yi walked composedly toward Tula village, strolling along the forest path. Suddenly, there was movement in a nearby bush. Zhao Yi stopped to observe and found it was Fang Bai and several others. Fang Bai was overjoyed. "Brother Zhao Yi, is it really you?" Zhao Yi looked at him, also surprised, and asked cheerfully, "Fang Bai, what are you all doing here?" Among the people with Fang Bai was a bald man named Li Shang. "The few of us took on an exclusive mission from Guxuan town with very generous rewards, so we teamed up to come here." Fang Bai asked him, "Brother Zhao Yi, why are you here?" Zhao Yi smiled and told Fang Bai's group with confidence, "I took on a personal quest." Upon hearing this, they looked at him with immense envy. Tula village was a notoriously dangerous place. "Did you come here on a personal quest, big brother? That's incredible." Li Shang echoed, "As expected of the #1 on the newcomer list. You truly live up to your reputation. Let's walk together, we can look out for each other." Zhu Junchang, who was traveling with Fang Bai, showed an impatient expression. "Are you two done talking? Stop wasting time, it's almost dark, let's go." Fang Xiaoji clung to Zhu Junchang, acting spoiled. "Exactly, my feet are so sore, let's get into the village and rest." The two of them walked ahead while Fang Bai and Li Shang tried to smooth things over from behind. All right, let's move quickly then." They hurried toward Tula village before nightfall, and Zhao Yi said nothing more, strolling leisurely at the back. The group entered Tula village under a sky thick with dark clouds, tinged with an eerie dark red hue. The architectural style of Tula village was ancient and weathered, typical of remote rural landscapes. As they reached a house, Fang Xiaoji huddled into Zhu Junchang's arms. "It's so cold, I feel like something is behind us. Brother Chang, I'm scared." Zhu Junchang feigned toughness. "It's fine, it's just psychological. I'll protect you, don't be afraid." Zhao Yi, meanwhile, focused his observation through the system. He furrowed his brows. This probably wasn't just psychological. Through the system, Zhao Yi saw a black hand pressed tightly against the back of everyone's neck. Zhu Junchang and Fang Xiaoji were still snuggling together. "I knew Brother Chang was the best to me," Li Shang complained. "You two, stop with the PDA already." Zhao Yi reached out and grabbed at the empty air, then asked Fang Bai what it was. Fang Bai looked back but saw only Zhao Yi clutching at nothing. Fang Bai scratched his head. "Brother Zhao, what are you doing? Is there something there?" Zhao Yi said calmly. "Nothing, we've been cursed." The group spun around in terror to look at Zhao Yi. Zhu Junchang snapped, "Stop talking nonsense to scare people, we aren't that easy to fool." Fang Xiaoji pressed herself fearfully against Zhu Junchang. Li Shang stammered, "What, we've been cursed?" Fang Bai's expression turned solemn. "Brother Zhao Yi, what exactly is going on? Can you explain it more clearly?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "I only know we've been cursed, I'm not clear on the rest yet. If we want to find out what's happened, we need to head into the village and take a look." Li Shang and Fang Bai looked at Zhao Yi with worry, not knowing what to say. The other two looked on with disdain. "Then why all the chatter? Get inside and stop dawdling. I thought the top of the newcomer list would have some actual skill, but it turns out he just knows how to brag." Fang Bai whispered to Zhao Yi, "Brother Zhao, I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were this kind of people when we teamed up. Let's not lower ourselves to their level." Zhao Yi didn't care. It's fine, let's keep moving. Completing the quest is more important. Fang Bai looked at him. Thinking he was truly magnanimous, the group continued deeper into the village. But they hadn't seen a single soul since they arrived. The village seems empty. Why don't we take the chance to finish our quest now? Li Shang suggested, and Zhao Yi agreed. Alright, I suggest we split up, our quests are different anyway. Zhu Juncheng spun around abruptly, and Fang Xiaoji followed. Both held a grudge against Zhao Yi. At least you're sensible. Without you dragging us down, we'll definitely finish our quest first. Li Shang shouted at their retreating backs. Brother Zhu, wait for me. Fang Bai turned to bid Zhao Yi farewell. Then we're heading off first, be careful. Zhao Yi said, don't worry. After everyone left, Zhao Yi stood in place to observe and noticed a large house nearby. That family seemed quite wealthy. Entering the house, he saw a two-story building. Upon closer inspection, he found the door was locked tight. Zhao Yi marveled at the high level of security awareness of the villagers. Zhao Yi took out key K49. His K49 was already thirsting for a lock. The system issued a prompt. You have used item K49. It can open the vast majority of manual locks. Zhao Yi pushed the door open and entered. There was no danger on the first floor, but nothing useful either. Just some tables and chairs. Zhao Yi moved to the second floor, his footsteps echoing through the empty rooms. The upper floor was filled with various torture devices. Zhao Yi remarked that the decor here was quite unique. A torture chamber on the second floor, surrounded by patches of dried blackened blood. A meat hook was stained with blood, with a shred of rotten flesh still hanging from it. Zhao Yi leaned in to sniff it. Tisk, that's the smell of human meat. Outsiders rarely enter Tula village. The people being tortured by these devices, could they be family members? What kind of perverts are this family? Are they abusing their own relatives, or do they have another purpose? Zhao Yi decided to explore another room to see what was inside. Pushing open the door, he found a smoky altar. What kind of idol is this? I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Zhao Yi suddenly recalled he remembered now. Weren't these the black hands currently cutting into his own body? Invisible black hands were piercing through Zhao Yi's chest. Zhao Yi activated the evil eye of his ultimate dark personality to suppress them slightly. He discovered that these two black hands were exactly the same as the two pillars on the altar. It seemed the deity worshipped here was this very invisible curse. Zhao Yi observed that the black hands had moved downward, which meant the upper part of his body had already been sliced. Once it cut through completely, what would happen to him? Zhao Yi rested his chin in his hand and fell into thought. He realized a problem. The Joker had said they couldn't stay here for more than 24 hours. Based on the cutting speed of the black hands just now, they would finish cutting the entire body in exactly 24 hours. In other words, when they finished, if they hadn't left the village, the wounds on their bodies would likely materialize. Zhao Yi remained indifferent. The cutting was quite precise. After 24 hours, everyone would probably literally turn into a pile of minced meat. Suddenly, there was a sound. A sudden surge of sharp pain caught Zhao Yi off guard for a moment. He leaned against the wall, the burst of agony making him nearly unable to stand, his face twisted in pain. This bell can actually launch a mental attack. I wonder how Fang Bai and the others are doing. On Fang Bai's side, the bell caused everyone extreme agony. Fang Bai clutched his face and screamed, "Run, run!" Blood began to flow from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Li Shang was also violently coughing up blood. "Help, help me!" Fang Xiaoji clutched her stomach and gagged. Zhu Junqing felt his head spinning too and told Fang Xiaoji, "Don't throw up, or the villagers will know there are living people inside the house when they get back." Fang Xiaoji's eyes were bloodshot. Blood wouldn't stop flowing from her mouth. "I'm sorry, Brother Chang, I can't control it." Fang Xiaoji's eyeballs suddenly burst out, and she let out a piercing scream as blood poured down from her eye sockets. Fang Xiaoji was in absolute agony. Brother Chang, where are you? My eyes, I can't see." Zhu Junqing glanced at her with a look of pure disgust, thinking he was just playing around and never expected her to be such a burden. Zhu Junqing heartlessly raised his leg and kicked Fang Xiaoji away. "Get lost, don't block my way." Suddenly, something appeared in the distance. He found a group of people walking toward them in the village. Zhu Junqing was terrified. "What are those things?" Fang Xiaoji lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Junqing turned and bolted. "Are these guys the villagers of Tula village? I have to run fast." Though Fang Xiaoji couldn't see the path, hearing Zhu Junqing's footsteps as he fled made her turn her head and scream, Brother Chang, where are you going? Don't leave me, Brother Chang." The villagers had already reached Fang Xiaoji's side as Zhu Junqing abandoned the girl to save his own life. Zhao Yi also saw the dark figures entering the village. He looked down from a high vantage point. Tula village did not allow outsiders to set foot within. If these villagers found him, they would surely entangle him for a long time, wasting valuable time. He looked out from the second floor windowsill and gave a slight smile. Fortunately, their movement speed isn't too fast. He could still search 2 more houses. With that thought, Zhao Yi immediately dashed toward the remaining 2 dilapidated civilian houses at top speed. He leapt onto the roof. Zhao Yi had specifically chosen these two houses because he wanted to confirm whether the torture chamber and altar in the first house were the owner's personal quirk or a village-wide standard. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi finished his search and reached a conclusion. Regardless of the layout, the torture chamber and altar were the same. He was observing from within another house. Here too were the same torture devices, all stained with human blood. Moreover, from the fine details it could be inferred that all the victims were female. Time was nearly up, it was time to leave. Zhao Yi quickly jumped outside the house. He sprinted out of the village toward the hillside to the west, thinking as he ran, "Why are women being tortured? What does this have to do with the village curse and that strange idol? Comparing it just now, I realize the two small pillars on the altar are ghost hands. So those two large pillars must represent legs. I've seen people worship all kinds of deities, but this is the first time I've seen hands and feet worshipped directly as gods." Just as he ran out of the village, the bell from before rang again. Zhao Yi stopped to determine the direction. The sound came from that way. "I'll go see what that thing is first. Maybe I can find new clues related to the curse." Just as he intended to head toward the source of the bell, several monsters suddenly appeared before him. Zhao Yi's gaze sharpened. There are actually this many cuties on this mountain. Zhao Yi pulled his gun and blasted them in half, then took off on his skateboard. He seemed excited. "Then I'll play with you guys for a bit." He charged straight toward a building. By now the sky was an eerie red. Zhao Yi had already cleared those monsters. He decided to speed up his skating to find his target as quickly as possible. The skateboard flew forward. Upon reaching the destination, Zhao Yi put away the board and walked into a building. Inside was a massive tree. He felt puzzled. Strange, isn't this idol the very god the villagers worship now? He stood there thinking. A village willing to build a temple for a god meant that deity held a very high status in the villagers' hearts. This temple shouldn't have been abandoned to this state. He took a step back. Even if the temple was abandoned due to some irresistible force, the idol inside should have been moved away. But now the idol had been discarded along with the temple. Surrounding the large tree were black pillars painted with smoky white patterns. Zhao Yi speculated the only explanation was that the villagers' faith had been replaced by that hand and foot idol. Zhao Yi reached out to touch the large tree, examining it closely. But if that's the case, another doubt arises. Throughout history, whenever a new faith wants to completely replace an old one, it must be built upon the ruins of the old. Following this logic, the idol before him should have been destroyed, yet it remains intact and the temple wasn't even demolished. Could it be that it wasn't a new god replacing the old, but rather the god's own form had changed? Meanwhile, the villagers had already surrounded Fang Xiaoji. She sat on the ground, covering her face. A villager said, "An outsider. There's an outsider girl here." She screamed loudly, "No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." An old woman from Tula village named Wang Long approached and grabbed Fang Xiaoji's hand. "Don't be afraid, child, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We are all good people." Fang Xiaoji was still extremely terrified and pushed the old woman's hand away. "I don't believe you, don't come over. Please don't come near me." The old woman knelt on one knee before Fang Xiaoji. "We really won't hurt you. Child, the bell on the mountain must have terrified you. Come rest at Grandma's house for a bit, eat something good to get your strength back." Hearing this, Fang Xiaoji was still a bit skeptical. "Really? You really won't kill me?" The old woman confirmed. "Really." Wang Long urged Fang Xiaoji. "Let's go, come to Grandma's house." An extremely sinister look flashed across her face. Fang Xiaoji couldn't see because she was blind. She said gratefully, "Thank you for not killing me." The two left together while the remaining villagers stood at a distance watching. Another old woman said, "This hall is truly excellent this time. Wang Long really got a bargain." Old man Wang said, "Everyone takes turns according to the rules. This time it's Wang Long's turn. Don't be envious. Disperse." Wang Long helped Fang Xiaoji sit down. "You sit here first. Grandma will go get you something to eat." Fang Xiaoji thanked her. Wang Long walked into a pitch-black room. Fang Xiaoji sat outside, listening intently. Didn't she say she was getting food? Why is there the sound of clashing metal, and there seems to be a scent of blood in this room? Fang Xiaoji finally realized, could she be lying to me, trying to trick me into her house to kill me? She immediately stood up and bolted. "It must be so. I have to run. I have to leave here right now." She fumbled her way to the door only to find it had already been locked. She thought in a rage, "I knew they were up to no good. A bunch of lunatics, perverts." Just as she was fumbling with the lock trying to find a way out, Wang Long appeared behind her. "Don't bother, you can't escape." Fang Xiaoji was so terrified she was incoherent. "What do you want to do?" Wang Long's eyes rolled back, her hands holding sharp hooks, her mouth stained with blood as she grinned savagely. "Damn outsiders, listen to me clearly. Lord Mountain God belongs to Tula village. Anyone with ill intentions toward the Mountain God must die here." She snarled like a beast, raising her hands high and lunging at Fang Xiaoji. Fang Xiaoji's shoulders were pierced by the two iron hooks, and she let out a piercing scream. Half an hour later, Fang Xiaoji was hung high by her. Wang Long stood there with hands on her hips, looking at the corpse. What a pity, she couldn't even handle a little tossing, out of breath in just half an hour. A knock came from the door. Wang Long, open up quickly, something big has happened. Wang Long opened the door and asked what was wrong. Auntie Dong said several people had entered the village this time. The locks in town and the cabinets at home were all pried open. Even the mountain god temple wasn't spared. Now the village chief has urgently summoned the villagers for a meeting, preparing to turn the whole village upside down to search. Wang Long slammed the door in rage, gritting her teeth. Those beasts actually dared touch the mountain god temple. I'm going over now. I'll catch them and skin them alive. The villagers assembled, carrying torches and patrolling everywhere, their leader shouting, "Search carefully. Don't miss any suspicious signs. We must find all the outsiders." Someone ran over to report, "Chief, we found traces on the west hillside. The outsiders might have fled up the mountain." That man was none other than village chief Liao Yun. Liao Yun ordered everyone to head there immediately. The villagers charged toward the west mountain. Meanwhile, in the river below, bubbles rose. Zhao Yi emerged from underwater. He had easily shaken off his pursuers. No matter the occasion, this luring the tiger away from the mountain trick always worked. Half an hour ago, Zhao Yi had looked down from the roof and, after determining there were no clues in the temple, used his evil eye to observe the village's movements. After observing for a while, he had grasped part of the situation. Zhu Juncheng had indeed abandoned Fang Shaoji and fled. He remarked that his judgment of people was truly spot on, and when he found Fang Bai, he'd have to make him treat him to a meal again. Zhao Yi observed Wang Long's house and saw Fang Shaoji hanging there, thinking that so this was how those torture devices were used. Truly artistic in a certain sense. He then observed the assembled villagers. Someone asked, "Chief, if we all go to catch the outsiders, how can you ensure your daughter and granddaughter won't run off? They're always thinking of escaping the village." The chief sat in his chair, looking down at the crowd. "I guarantee with my life that they won't escape this time." Zhao Yi was curious. The chief's daughter and granddaughter always wanted to escape. Could they be the butcher's wife and daughter? What a coincidence. He had to go take a look. Back to the present, the villagers were chasing the clues he had intentionally left on the west mountain. Taking advantage of this, he could visit the chief's house as a guest. Arriving before the most luxurious mansion in the village, Zhao Yi found it was indeed the most imposing, and its location corresponded exactly to the village assembly point he had seen with his evil eye. It was definitely the chief's house. He used his key to open the door and entered. Suddenly, a little girl ran toward the door, pouncing into Zhao Yi's arms and shouting "Grandpa," catching Zhao Yi completely off guard. Zhao Yi asked the girl, "Are you Sun Beba?" The girl replied, "I am Sun Beba." Then she questioned him loudly, "You're not my grandfather. Who are you exactly?" Zhao Yi ruffled Sun Beba's hair and said gently, "I'm a friend of your father's." Hearing this, Sun Beba looked at him with pleasant surprise. "My dad's friend? Did dad send you to see us?" Hearing Zhao Yi claim to be the butcher's friend, Liao Hongsong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but press further. "What are you saying? You're really Sun Long's friend?" She was the butcher's wife, Liao Hongsong. She walked down the stairs and approached Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi nodded in affirmation. "That's right, I'm his friend. He told me that when the accident happened in Mo Village, the station met with disaster. Beba was supposed to leave Mo Village, but something went wrong with the train halfway." Liao Hongsong pulled Sun Beba into her arms, tears welling in her eyes. "Besides me, only he knows about that. It seems you truly are his friend." She looked at Zhao Yi with concern, asking about her husband's situation. Is he doing okay?" Zhao Yi covered his mouth slightly, hiding part of the truth. "Neither good nor bad. He's still there selling meat. It's just that almost everyone in Mo Village is dead. Right now in that station, only the Joker is keeping your husband company." Learning that her husband was still alive, Liao Hongsong felt a wave of relief and ease. "That's wonderful. He's still alive," Sun Beba also shouted happily. "I miss Daddy so much. When can I see him?" Zhao Yi said that he had risked sneaking into the village this time to take the mother and daughter away, and he didn't know if they were willing. Liao Hongsong and Sun Beba seemed very hesitant. Liao Hongsong glanced fearfully out the window and stammered, "Mr. Zhao Yi, you should leave the village quickly. We can't get out. There are hidden sentries all over the village entrance and they patrol day and night except during the weekly pilgrimage. Last time Beba and I tried to escape, we were caught, and it nearly cost my father his life." After hearing this, Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. "I see. It seemed he had to solve the village's problems before he could take them away." Zhao Yi continued, "I respect your choice, but I have a few things I'd like to ask you. This is very important to me." Liao Hongsong nodded in agreement. Zhao Yi asked, "I heard that Zili village worships a mountain god. Can you roughly describe what the mountain god looks like?" Liao Hongsong walked to the door to observe, appearing extremely cautious and alert. After closing the door tightly, she turned back to Zhao Yi. "Mr. Zhao, I shouldn't be saying this, but you risked your life to come for us. If I don't speak, it would be too selfish. As long as you ask, I will tell you everything I know." Zhao Yi gladly agreed. "Fine, I'll start with what I already understand. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The mountain god of the village was originally a tree since ancient times. It possessed human wisdom and a human body. But later, for some reason, it transformed into a strange image. Those 4 pillars." Liao Hongsong looked at Zhao Yi with a pale face. "Where did you hear about this?" Zhao Yi replied, I'm just guessing. I went to the west mountain of the village. There's an abandoned temple there, but the idol is well preserved. That idol is different from the one I just saw in the village's ancestral hall, so I suspect the mountain god itself hasn't changed, only its form of expression. Since it's the same god, there was no need to destroy the original idol. Additionally, does the change in the mountain god's form have anything to do with a group of people in black? They visited twice. Liao Hongsong nervously grabbed Sun Beiba. You know those men in black? Zhao Yi shook his head. No, I don't know them. I only know they come from a certain church. Zhao Yi continued with his deduction. They came to Zili village primarily to conduct some inhumane experiments, and you villagers were their subjects. But I guess they didn't expect Zili village to actually have a mountain god. As a result, that group of people met their downfall in Zili village. Zhao Yi's words shocked Liao Hongsong, and she confirmed his statement long ago. A group of people wearing black suits and carrying weapons arrived at the village and established a horrific experimental base. Under their threats, the villagers were forced into the base to become experimental subjects. Liao Hongsong recalled that those men in black took people away like herding livestock, everyone dressed in black suits. We were forcibly injected with some kind of meat product and forced to undergo barbaric experiments. Back then, the painful wails of villagers could be heard every day. Some were shackled to operating tables with iron chains and blood covered the floor. Finally, one day, a villager fled to the West Mountain at the cost of his life and awakened the sleeping mountain god. She knelt on the ground and cried out, "Lord Mountain God, please save us. I am willing to offer my life and soul, asking only that your mercy dispels the evil of Zili village." The mountain god was moved by the villagers' sincerity and woke with a rage like fire. He cast down a horrific curse, and from then on any outsider would be cursed, including the invading men in black. Before they died, those men in black wanted to take everything down with them. They took out the foundation of a horrific creature to try and combat the mountain god. That foundation brought immense pollution, and to protect the environment, the mountain god had no choice but to swallow those 4 foundations. From then on, the mountain god's form and personality underwent a massive change, turning into the 4-pillar form it has now. Zhao Yi's deductions were almost entirely correct. He smiled and nodded. So that's how it was. He looked at the mother and daughter and asked another question. The station ghost has been here before. Where did it end up? The station ghost was a demon with a human appearance. When it appeared, it brought thousands upon thousands of horrific monsters. Liao Hongsong still had lingering fears as she recalled, "I know about that thing. In the end, they were all eaten by the mountain god." Suddenly, Liao Hongsong let out a scream, pointing toward the stairs. "Mr. Zhao, someone is coming, quick. Go hide on the 2nd floor." Zhao Yi sprinted up the stairs. At that moment, the village chief and the villagers had already returned to the front door. Village chief Liao Yun noticed that the keyhole of the front door had become significantly larger, as if a guest had entered the house. Although Liao Yun noticed it, he didn't want the villagers to know. He thought to himself, "I absolutely cannot let others discover that an outsider who can pick locks is hiding in my home. Otherwise, Hongsong and Beiba will surely face extremely horrific punishment." Liao Yun pretended to open the door as usual, even though the lock had actually long since been picked by Zhao Yi. Liao Yun pushed the door open and entered, shouting loudly, "Hongsong, Beiba, I'm back." The villagers also peered in from outside the door. Liao Hongsong and Sun Beiba stood at the top of the stairs watching. Liao Hongsong asked, "Father, Elder Zhang, why has everyone come over? Weren't you going to catch the outsider?" "Did you catch them?" Liao Yun walked in, his tone annoyed. "Don't mention it, we only caught one. The rest are still being searched for on West Mountain. Elder Zhang was afraid you'd take the opportunity to run off with Beiba, so he specifically brought a few people over to keep an eye on you. Just to be safe." Liao Hongsong immediately replied, "After being punished last time, I already know I was wrong. I won't do it again." Elder Zhang stared at her for a while. "It's good that you know we're not trying to make things difficult for you, but you should understand the rules of the mountain god." Wang Long added, "That's right, Hongsong. Don't blame us for being suspicious. It's for the good of everyone." Liao Hongsong could only reply, "Yes, I understand." Liao Yun then suggested, "Elder Zhang, look, searching for outsiders also requires manpower. It's too much of a waste to leave everyone here. Why don't I stay behind to watch the mother and daughter while you all continue to search for those other outsiders? We absolutely cannot let them destroy the temple." Elder Zhang and Wang Long exchanged a glance, appearing somewhat hesitant. But Elder Zhang finally agreed. "Fine, we'll be at ease if you stay." Another young man said, "Don't worry, village chief. We will surely catch those filthy outsiders before the cock crows tomorrow morning and skin them alive as a sacrifice to the mountain god." Elder Zhang then led the villagers toward West Mountain. The villagers followed behind, shouting, "Catch the outsiders, sacrifice to the mountain god, catch the outsiders, sacrifice to the mountain god." Once everyone had left, Liao Yun quickly closed the front door. He turned around, his expression stern as he looked at Liao Hongsong and questioned, "Is someone hiding upstairs?" Liao Hongsong was so nervous she couldn't speak, stammering her answer. "Father, what are you saying? How could someone be hiding upstairs?" Sun Beba raised her hands wanting to hug her grandfather, but Liao Yun had already guessed the truth. An outsider had opened the lock and the keyhole was much larger than usual. Liao Yun continued, "Although I don't know how he did it, I can conclude that fellow is hiding in our house right now." He reached out to pick up his granddaughter and continued, "Hongsong, you know the rules of Zili village very well. I can turn a blind eye to the things you usually hide. But this person must die." Liao Hongsong looked at him anxiously. "Father, but he..." Before she could finish, Zhao Yi had already stepped out on his own. He stood on the stairs looking at Liao Yun. "The village chief is indeed impressive to have discovered me so quickly." Liao Yun sneered and pulled out a short sword. "You actually dare to come out yourself, you've got some nerve." Liao Hongsong hurriedly blocked her father. "Father, don't kill him. He's Sun Long's friend, I beg of you." Zhao Yi looked at the village chief and said calmly, "Actually, I carry the curse of the mountain god. Even if you don't kill me, I won't live much longer, but before you kill me, I want to make a deal with the mountain god first, a deal it cannot refuse." Liao Yun pointed his blade forward. He laughed loudly. "You think you can make a deal with the mountain god? Stop your groundless lies. No matter what you say today, I won't let you go." Zhao Yi asked back plainly, "Whether I'm lying or not, wouldn't it be clear once you take me to see the mountain god? Besides, I can't run away with the curse anyway. What are you in such a hurry for?" Zhao Yi showed no fear as he slowly walked down the stairs. Liao Yun said in a low voice, "The mountain god's attitude toward outsiders has always been vicious. If taking you up the mountain fails to satisfy the mountain god, my whole family will be implicated." Liao Hongsong and Sun Beba stood between the two, consumed by anxiety. Zhao Yi stared at Liao Yun, his eyes resolute. "Village chief, only by letting go can one gain." Zhao Yi's words struck Liao Yun's psychological defenses directly. "The mountain god of today is no longer the mountain god of back then. Do you really have the heart to let your daughter and granddaughter be trapped here forever, never seeing their husband and father?" Hearing this, Liao Yun felt a wavering in his heart. "The mountain god of today has indeed long since become a demon, and we have all become its slaves. Do I really want my daughter and granddaughter to be slaves here for their entire lives?" After thinking for a moment, he decided to try and believe Zhao Yi. Liao Yun lowered his head. "Fine, I'll take this risk just once." He handed Zhao Yi several important items. "This is the map of the village's sentry posts. This wooden plaque is our identification. It can help you pass the mountain entrance behind. You carry the mountain god's curse, and you might encounter eerie things on the way up. Whether you can reach the mountain god temple depends entirely on your own fate." Zhao Yi took the wooden plaque and thanked Liao Yun. Liao Yun cautioned him once more with gravity. "Remember, once you enter the back mountain, you must never lose this identity plaque. Absolutely never. Otherwise you will encounter extremely horrific things." Zhao Yi noted his warning. To put Liao Yun at ease, Zhao Yi added, "I'm not the only one who came to Zili village this time. Please do me another favor. A man named Zhu Junchang is hiding in the eastern part of the village. You can take people to find him, but don't kill him. Leave him for me to deal with. If I don't return today, then you can kill him." Liao Yun agreed, saying he would have to catch him sooner or later anyway. Outside the village, the sky was as red as weeping blood and high mountains surrounded the settlement. Zhao Yi held the sentry map the chief had given him and slipped into the back mountain, successfully spotting the so-called mountain entrance. On that deep and rugged mountain path there was a tightly closed bronze gate. Zhao Yi looked up and took out the identity plaque Liao Yun had given him. With a massive boom, a surge of red mist poured out from the gate. This was likely the gateway to the mountain god temple. It was time to show the identity plaque. That gate was a full 5 meters high, with a pair of crimson eyeballs growing on it like an evil ghost. The red mist it emitted carried a trace of the bizarre. After identifying Liao Yun's plaque, the gate slowly opened. Inside the gate was a desolate canyon devoid of vegetation, with only bare rocks. The sky and the space were an oppressive red. Zhao Yi stepped inside and looked around. There seemed to be no immediate danger behind the gate, but more caution was needed now. The gate slammed shut, making Zhao Yi turn back toward the rock wall that towered into the clouds. He looked down. The cliff was bottomless. "I guess if I fall, I'll turn into a perfect meat patty?" Zhao Yi observed for a while before coming back to his senses. After a moment of daze, Zhao Yi remembered that he had to go to the mountain god temple to make a deal with the deity. It seemed someone had given him something or said something to him before he came here, but he couldn't remember it at all now. "Forget it. If I can't remember, I won't think about it. I'll go to the mountain god temple first. Finding the mountain god is the most important thing anyway." Zhao Yi gripped the wooden plaque tightly and searched for the path to the temple. On one side were high mountains, on the other was an abyss, and the sky was only blood red. The space was dead silent when suddenly a small white car appeared beside Zhao Yi. A person stood by the car, leaning against the door. Zhao Yi observed closely. He hadn't expected someone to be hauling goods in a place like this. Truly impressive. Zhao Yi walked straight past the person in the car, only casting a cold glance to observe. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yi hid at a turn to observe in secret. The man standing by the car was still in the same spot, holding a cigarette and muttering, "Strange, how did I lose sight of him? Did he fall off the cliff?" After seeing Zhao Yi, the man walked over and asked, "Brother, I lost my lighter. It might have fallen down the mountain. Can I borrow a light?" Zhao Yi agreed cheerfully, "Sure." Zhao Yi took out a lighter and was about to hand it to the man. The man reached out to take it. "Many thanks. You know, driving without smoking is really exhausting." Suddenly, Zhao Yi's movement stopped. "Wait, I just remembered a very important matter." He pulled the lighter back, leaving the other party hanging. Zhao Yi swiftly snatched the man's cigarette pack, the movement so fast the other had no time to react. Zhao Yi held the cigarette pack, preparing to throw it into the abyss. The man immediately screamed, "What are you doing?" Zhao Yi patted his shoulder. "Did you know smoking is harmful to your health?" He continued to talk nonsense. According to reliable reports and statistics, every time one person smokes a cigarette, another cigarette is smoked by someone else. So to prevent the cigarette from ending up in my hands, please don't smoke. Zhao Yi's nonsensical words left the man stunned, wondering if this guy had a problem in his head. What was he babbling about? Zhao Yi looked at the lighter in his hand. This lighter wasn't good either. Keeping it would make one want to smoke. He had to find a way to deal with it. The man followed up, "Right, the lighter isn't good either. Throw it away." Zhao Yi said it was a good idea and ran over, preparing to throw the lighter. The man thought his goal was about to be achieved, and revealed a sinister smile, ecstatic in his heart. Throw it quickly. Without a lighter, you'll be trapped to death here." He mocked in his heart. It turned out all of this was his plot to trap Zhao Yi. He wanted to trap Zhao Yi here until he died. Zhao Yi, however, suddenly stopped and stood in place, staring at the lighter. The man looked at his strange behavior in surprise. "Didn't you just say the lighter was no good? Why haven't you thrown it yet?" Zhao Yi replied clearly, "Things aren't that simple. Do you really think this is just a lighter? What?" The man felt disappointed. Damn it, did he see through my illusion? If that's the case, I'll just have to put in some effort and do it by hand. He pulled out a knife hidden behind his back, preparing to sneak attack Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi put the lighter back in his pocket and said casually, "A single spark can start a prairie fire. The weather has been dry lately. What if this gasoline-filled lighter explodes and causes a mountain fire when I throw it down?" He smiled and opened his arms, beginning to lecture with reason. "As beautiful creatures in this world, we should naturally join hands to build a better world. I will never engage in irresponsible behavior like littering lighters." The man was completely petrified by Zhao Yi's outrageous words. Thinking Zhao Yi was truly a lunatic, he pulled down his hat to cover his face, which was written with displeasure. "If you're afraid of causing a fire, why not just leave it by the roadside?" Zhao Yi retorted. "But what if someone like you, who wants to smoke but doesn't have fire, passes by and sees a lighter by the road? What if they pick it up and use it?" After being subjected to Zhao Yi's nonsense for so long, the man finally couldn't hold back his rage and roared, "No one else comes this way at all." Zhao Yi immediately followed up with a question. "Then why did I come here?" the man shouted. "You're quite the special one." Zhao Yi pressed further. "Special in what way?" This question left the man speechless. Stunned in place and unsure how to respond, unable to concoct another excuse, he gritted his teeth and blurted out, "You're quite handsome." Even he found the words a bit embarrassing. Hearing the compliment, Zhao Yi patted his shoulder. "If anyone else had praised me like that, I'd criticize them for lying without a script. But you seem like an honest fellow. You definitely aren't lying." Zhao Yi took out the lighter in front of the man. "Fine, I believe you. I'll leave it by the roadside." The man quickly chimed in. "Yes, just leave it by the road. It's not like anyone's going to pick it up anyway." He stared wide-eyed, completely stunned by Zhao Yi's next move. Zhao Yi lunged with lightning speed, his scalpel driving straight into the man's abdomen before he could even react. The man asked in bewilderment why he was being stabbed. Did Zhao Yi remember? Impossible. He had clearly used the mountain god's power to seal away a portion of the man's memories. There was no way he could break through the mountain god's strength. Absolutely impossible. Black air surged from his abdomen. Zhao Yi scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. "I'm terribly sorry. I've forgotten too many things, so I have to be careful with everything. Since I couldn't tell if you were a friend or a foe, I figured killing you would be safer for my peace of mind." Trembling, he stammered, "You truly are a madman." Fresh blood flowed from his mouth. He glared at Zhao Yi with a sinister look, the black air from his abdomen still dissipating. "Even if I die, the tissue paper is still on this road. Your memories will never return. And there are more tribulations waiting for you. You will die a miserable death. And I won't truly perish. Lord Mountain God will resurrect me." Zhao Yi confidently asserted that the man was dead meat and that no one could bring him back. Zhao Yi then produced that meat shredder out of nowhere. Seeing it, the man was terrified. "The malicious god shredder, how do you have something invented by that old lunatic?" Zhao Yi asked him. "You know the inventor of this shredder?" The man covered his face, so terrified he stammered and didn't dare look Zhao Yi in the eye. "No, I don't know him. He ran over and hugged Zhao Yi's leg, pleading, "Don't kill me with that. I beg you, I failed to recognize your greatness. I was wrong. Forgive me this once, I promise I'll never do it again." Zhao Yi looked at the man weeping while clutching his leg and sighed. "Oh, don't be like that. Stand up and speak." The man thanked him repeatedly. Thank you for giving me a chance." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yi delivered a flying kick that sent him straight into the shredder. The machine revved up, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the man vanished completely. Zhao Yi stood to the side and watched. Malicious God Shredder. That name sounded quite interesting. Once the task was done, Zhao Yi casually tucked the machine back into his backpack. He stared at the lighter, lost in thought. A driver constantly wanting him to throw away the lighter suggested that it was very important to him and had to be kept safe. Also, the man said that as long as he was on this road, his memories wouldn't return. It seemed the mountain god's mental power was indeed formidable, strong enough to reduce his memories to mere fragments. Zhao Yi opened his backpack to search. Given such a disparity in power, a man as handsome as himself would never have stepped into this place without a guarantee of safety, so he must be holding a trump card that the opponent feared. Zhao Yi rummaged through his backpack. What exactly was it? Let me see. He scrutinized the contents, thinking that none of the items seemed capable of threatening the mountain god. In other words, his bargaining chip wasn't an object but a certain piece of information. This information had to be enough to threaten the mountain god, determine its life or death, or perhaps decide its growth. Only then would he have the leverage to negotiate or trade, and only then would he dare risk coming to this bizarre place. Zhao Yi smoothed his hair and evaluated himself. As expected of me, even with amnesia I can deduce so much useful information based on the smallest clues. He had to continue up the mountain, otherwise he'd be wasting his own brilliance. Amnesia seemed to have caused Zhao Yi's self-confidence to swell significantly. He pulled open the car door, preparing to drive up the mountain. Zhao Yi drove the car by the roadside steadily forward. While driving, he reflected that in just a short time he had already covered nearly a kilometer, much faster than walking. After driving for a while, abnormal dust began to appear in the surroundings. Zhao Yi noticed the dust beginning to swirl in the air, accompanied by that ominous-sounding bell. Several eerie figures appeared in front of the car, walking on their tiptoes. Their heels never touched the ground. Those people were dressed in white, wearing white hoods and masks, their eyes blood red and their bodies emitting a red aura. It was a funeral procession. The red aura also wafted around a wooden coffin. Joss paper was scattered into the air. Zhao Yi's car suddenly stalled, even though it had been running perfectly fine for the past few kilometers. Zhao Yi felt a terrifying resentment powerful enough to stall the freight truck directly. It seemed the thing inside the coffin was not something he could handle at his current stage. Zhao Yi immediately locked the car doors. This vehicle belonged to the ghost driver from before. It could be considered an Eerie transport vehicle. Staying inside the car was certainly much safer than being outside. Zhao Yi locked the doors and sat quietly inside. The group drew closer and closer to the car until the coffin lid suddenly popped open. A claw reached out, its nails sharp and dripping with killing intent, clearly extremely dangerous. The coffin lid fell off completely, revealing a female ghost inside. She opened her mouth, and her eye sockets were nothing but pitch-black voids. Her entire body was deathly pale, clearly a corpse that had been dead for a long time and had turned into a vengeful spirit for some reason. The female ghost lunged at the car, her long tongue licking the windshield as she pressed herself tightly against the vehicle. The killing intent she brought was staggeringly thick. She definitely wanted to kill him. Zhao Yi thought for a moment. In such a dangerous moment, he couldn't just sit and wait for death, so he made a decision. He tore open a paper bag with both hands and, as expected, he immediately felt less tense. Looking at the female ghost through the windshield even gave him the sensation of watching a 4D horror movie. How interesting. Zhao Yi sat calmly, eating cookies. Amnesia had not only made him more confident but also more optimistic than most. Seeing Zhao Yi's actions, the female ghost felt she was being insulted. Damn it, back then the villagers looked at me as if they were seeing their ancestors. They were both terrified and respectful. How is this newcomer so ignorant of the rules? She couldn't tolerate this, she had to teach him a lesson. The female ghost transformed into an even more horrific form. Numerous small holes appeared on her body, and sickening maggots crawled out from her eye sockets in the holes. She shrieked, "I will eat you, swallow you whole, tremble human, kneel and beg me, and perhaps I can give you a swift death." Zhao Yi ignored her entirely, stuffing a large mouthful of cookie into his mouth as he observed her. He looked out the window without a hint of fear, thinking to himself, so much high-quality protein. Truly nutritious. This reaction left the female ghost stunned, her terrifying aura vanishing instantly. Now she looked more like a monkey clinging to a truck. The ghost was furious. Damn it. He's actually not afraid of this. She stared fixedly at Zhao Yi through the glass. Cursed intruder, don't think you're safe just because you're hiding in the car. I will swallow you whole today. Zhao Yi scrutinized her, thinking the ghost's hair was quite impressive. She laughed. She could be even more impressive. Zhao Yi evaluated the situation. She actually managed to squeeze her head inside. This truck was a ghost object. Its defense shouldn't be this poor, right? The female ghost had squeezed her head into the car, but her body was still stuck outside. Zhao Yi looked at her and almost spat out his food. He rested his chin in one hand and touched the ghost's face with the other. "Don't say it, you really shouldn't say it. You look quite cute stuck here like this." Zhao Yi gave her cheek a hard tug, making the ghost shriek in rage. "Cursed human, how dare you touch my noble face with your filthy hands? I will kill you, I must kill you." Zhao Yi brought out the shredder again and looked at her. "Since you're threatening me like this, I won't be polite. Come on, my machine is very big." The shredder made the female ghost panic as well. "How do you have such a thing? No, stop." Zhao Yi raised the shredder toward the ghost's head. She shrieked in terror. "I was wrong. I won't scare you anymore. Don't use that thing to kill me." The ghost's head was mangled, and her body, which had been stuck outside the car, fell away, blood splattering across the cab's glass. As the female ghost lost her head, the group of white-clothed people carrying the coffin also collapsed one after another. The ghost wasn't dead yet. She fled quickly, and mouths full of sharp teeth actually grew all over her body. She shrieked in terror as she ran. "There's a human even scarier than a ghost." Zhao Yi laughed with great interest and shouted at the ghost, "Don't run. I haven't seen enough of the 4D movie yet." By now, his car could be restarted. Zhao Yi slammed on the gas and the car sped forward. The female ghost was fleeing desperately to get away from him. Zhao Yi charged toward her at full speed and she pleaded, "Please don't kill me, don't kill me." Zhao Yi smiled sinisterly. "I won't kill you. How could I bear to kill you? I just want to go to the mountain god temple, and we're heading the same way anyway." The ghost wailed, No, I'm not going that way at all." The female ghost fled to the entrance of the temple and thought to herself, "What should I do? The mountain god temple is right ahead. If I don't stop the car, I'll bring this human directly into the temple. It doesn't matter if he enters, but driving in forcefully is a grave disrespect to the mountain god. If I provoke the mountain god, I don't know if this human will die, but I'll definitely die a miserable death." The ghost decided to stop. She turned around and reached out her hand toward Zhao Yi. "Wait, I have something to say to you." Zhao Yi slammed on the gas and laughed. "What did you say? The wind is too loud, I can't hear you." The ghost shouted, "I have something to say, let me explain." But he still didn't stop, and the car slammed into her, sending her flying. She crashed into the door behind her, blood splattering everywhere as an eerie voice echoed from within. "Who dares disturb my peace?" Zhao Yi felt that this mental power was too strong, charging directly into his mind. That bizarre force delved into Zhao Yi's memories, flipping through his past scenes and the secrets deep within his heart. At that moment, Zhao Yi blurted out, "I remember now, the purpose of coming here." He remembered all the fragments. He stood before the door with his hands in his pockets, thinking to himself, "Now is the moment that decides life or death. The disparity in strength is too great. I must not make even the smallest mistake. Only those who prove their value deserve to live." Zhao Yi crossed his arms over his chest and said, "Head, hands, feet. Let me guess, you haven't found all your parts yet, have you?" The space fell into a suffocating silence before the main gate slowly creaked open. Zhao Yi stepped inside, facing a presence that radiated an oppressive light. Cracks appeared on Zhao Yi's face and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. It looked horrific, but he showed no fear. He smiled and thought, "I love this feeling," the face slowly cracking, blood flowing everywhere. Flowers blooming. A voice emerged from the center of the light. "You are very special." As expected, the mountain god's strength had already surpassed Bis Brank's heart in the factory and the train ghost. This fellow was likely even more vicious than the legends. He stepped forward, his tone full of confidence. "I've come to make a deal with you." The mountain god laughed, mocking him for being too weak and saying he had no interest in him. On the contrary, he was very interested in Zhao Yi's body. He said that if Zhao Yi were willing to be a servant, he would grant him power. Zhao Yi didn't stop walking. "Listen to the terms of my deal first." The mountain god agreed to give him a chance. He began to raise his hand and tell his story. "Many years ago, outsiders brought the limbs of a monster. You swallowed the tree roots and obtained a pair of hands and feet, along with immense power. Later, a head bringing tens of thousands of horrific ghost things came to your door. It wanted to devour you, but it never expected to be defeated by you in the end. So you ate another head and gained immense power once again. After eating the head, your strength reached an unprecedented height. But just then, you discovered something interesting. Besides the head and limbs, there are other fragments with terrifying power, such as the body and the heart. Although they don't come from the same individual, their power shares the same origin. Once these powers are combined, you will truly become a supreme existence. Am I right, Lord Mountain God?" Zhao Yi's words made the mountain within the halo fall silent for a moment. Sounds of movement and bursts of oppressive pressure emerged from within the halo, and a towering figure and a horrific skull manifested. The mountain god admitted, "You aren't wrong." Zhao Yi then smiled and asked, "Then do you agree to make a deal with me?" The mountain god extended a thick finger, its sharp nail pressing directly against Zhao Yi's forehead. He said, "With just a single thought, I can make you disappear completely, reduced to nothingness." Tell me, where are those things? He was met with Zhao Yi's staggering composure. I said I won't just say it. You can either trade with me or kill me. This greatly surprised the mountain god. How could a person speak of death so lightly? The sharp nail slowly pierced his forehead and blood began to flow. The mountain god asked, "Are you threatening a god?" Zhao Yi still answered confidently, "Kill me and you can forget about ever finding the remaining 2 pieces. In that case you'll always be an incomplete specimen." He roared in rage. "Bastard, I think you're looking for death," Zhao Yi retorted. "Then why don't you try killing me?" he burst out laughing. "A weak ant like me making a god bow his head. No matter how I look at it, it seems like a bargain." A purple light enveloped Zhao Yi's body. "Besides killing you, I have other ways to make you talk." His eyes became dull and pitch black as he began to hallucinate. Within Zhao Yi's consciousness, countless wandering and intimidating ghosts appeared, forcing him to reveal the remaining locations. But this method seemed ineffective because he was prepared. Zhao Yi spoke, "Mountain god, put away your boring little tricks. Before entering the mountain, I set a lock on my core secrets. Once it encounters an abnormal reading, that part of the memory will self-destruct. Trading with me is your only choice to obtain the secret." The mountain god was surprised that Zhao Yi could resist the intrusion of fear. He felt this person deserved to die, and though he wanted to kill him, he absolutely could not accept remaining an incomplete specimen. He longed to obtain the heart and the body, to become a truly supreme evil and head to the holy mountain. At the mention of the holy mountain, the mountain god's thoughts drifted back to long-distant memories. Although legends of the holy mountain had circulated in the chaotic realm for a long time, very few truly knew how to reach it. It was only after seeing the second group of people enter Zili village that the mountain god learned the way to the holy mountain. That day, the group was transporting the warehouse ghost through Zili village. The mountain god saw at a glance that these people belonged to the same organization as the black-clothed men who had previously come to the village to establish an experimental base and brought the ominous limbs. Thus, the mountain god attacked them and obtained fragments of news from their mouths. To go to the holy mountain, one had to cross an extremely horrific and unfortunate ancient path. That road was the burial ground for countless great horrors. Only those who reached the rank of supreme evil were qualified to step onto that path. After the mountain god ate the mysterious limbs, he was infected by the filth within them. His ambition began to swell, and he wanted to go to the holy mountain. Later, the mountain god swallowed the head of the station ghost and was further eroded by the filthy power. He became increasingly mad and thus held a special ceremony, using his own power to gather many souls from the distant forest and forcing them to sign contracts to become his slaves. The villagers were also affected by the polluted bell in the mountain temple, becoming neither human nor ghost. They became the mountain god's steadfast believers. The mountain god also decreed that each household could only keep 1 or 2 women to carry on the family line, while the rest were to be killed as sacrifices to him. But the mountain god had been too heavily eroded by the polluted power and was no longer able to absorb the power of faith to grow stronger. The only way to break the shackles was to find and completely devour the other remaining limbs that also possessed powerful polluted energy. Returning to reality, the mountain god pointed at Zhao Yi and said, "Lowly ant, speak. What kind of trade do you want?" He began to set his terms. "First, I want the village chief and his entire family to be able to enter and leave Zili village freely." This seemed to challenge the mountain god's authority, but compared to becoming a supreme evil, it was nothing at all. He agreed to the first condition, and Zhao Yi promptly proposed the second. "I need a certain stone statue, the one that fell from the iron bucket ghost's chest. You took it, didn't you?" "It's a special idol with 8 arms, the mountain god asked suspiciously. "Do you know that statue?" Zhao Yi replied. "I don't know it personally, but I have a friend who wants it." Zhao Yi smiled, noticing the mountain god's hesitation. "It seems that statue is indeed something special." When the mountain god inquired about the third condition, Zhao Yi answered, "Third, I need some time to prepare. By the end of the month I will give you news regarding the heart and the body. If you agree, I am willing to help you find the remaining parts." Noticing the mountain god pause, he added, "You've already waited so many years. Is another 10 days really that hard?" The mountain god raised a massive palm and said, "I can agree to these 3 conditions, but you must enter into a soul contract with me. If you fail to provide the information, you must serve me as your master for the rest of your life." This boss was indeed difficult to deal with. This condition prevented Zhao Yi from using guild residence rules or substitute dolls to play tricks. The mountain god looked down at him, his voice laced with suspicion. "What, are you afraid?" Zhao Yi spread his hands, appearing incredibly confident. "What is there to fear? Of course I agree." Their fingertips touched, erupting in a blinding light. With his soul as his promise and his blood as his oath, Zhao Yi formed the Zili curse seal. If he could not provide the information to the mountain god by the end of the month, he would have to obey the mountain god as his master without defiance. As soon as the words fell, an aura containing powerful life force entered his body. At that moment, Zhao Yi's body returned to normal. The blood on his face vanished, and all his injuries were nearly healed. Then a black stone statue with 8 arms, exactly as he had requested, appeared in his hand. Information flashed on the screen. You have obtained the item, mysterious statue. The people of the church called it the blasphemer. Ancient records stated it was once the nightmare of the gods. Holding the statue, Zhao Yi smiled and thought, the nightmare of the gods, I like that name. He then put the statue away. This idol had complex connections to the Skull Church, involving the darkness of personalities and lost memories. Perhaps he could find clues within the church, but for now there were more important matters. The mountain god handed him another item and said, take this as well, it contains my power of filth. With it, you will have safe passage in Zili village, making it easier to find the remaining heart and body. Zhao Yi walked out of the temple, his mind racing. The station ghost of Mo village was the head, already devoured by the mountain god. The limbs were in Zili village, also devoured by the mountain god due to an accident. As for the heart in the steel plant, its mental energy had already been devoured by him. That heart was no longer a threat for the time being. So where was the remaining body? While pondering, Zhao Yi used the leaf given by the mountain god to smoothly descend the mountain. He held up the leaf, and the gate at the village entrance immediately opened, allowing him to enter easily. After descending, Zhao Yi headed straight for the village chief's house, not encountering a single patrol along the way. This made him feel something was wrong, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Before him, a crowd of villagers had gathered, shouting for Liao Yun to come out. Someone was arguing at the chief's house. It was unclear what had happened. A voice in the crowd questioned, Liao Yun, everyone has always respected you as the village chief. It is precisely because of your great contributions to the village's development that everyone didn't report your daughter and granddaughter's attempt to flee to the mountain god a while back. An old man added. Now, not only are you ungrateful, but you are also openly harboring an outsider. Have you forgotten the mountain god's instructions, or have you decided to betray him? Liao Yun stood forward and said, I have never harbored an outsider, much less committed any act of betrayal against the mountain god. An old woman holding a child said her son saw him harboring an outsider with his own eyes. The child, while eating, said, I saw with my own eyes village chief Liao give his identity plaque to an outsider, and then that person ran toward the back mountain. A man added, Chief Liao, I think you should take out your identity plaque for everyone to see. As long as you can produce it, there's no issue. Inside, the village chief's daughter was deeply worried. This group of villagers had always been restless. They were surely trying to seize her father's power and had bribed some villagers to monitor them. Before Zhao Yi's arrival, they had been biding their time, waiting for her and her father to make a mistake before stepping forward. The old woman spoke again, Can't produce the plaque? Have we hit the mark? The crowd grew agitated. Some defended him, while others demanded Liao Yun be stripped of his position. Liao Yun was furious yet helpless, able only to grit his teeth and endure. Zhao Yi stepped forward and said, Who's come to the chief's door to beg for food? He remained in his habitual stance, hands in his pockets. With an aura of dominance on his handsome face, Zhao Yi stood up to defend the chief. Liao Yun was ecstatic. Fantastic. Zhao Yi returning alive from the back mountain means his deal with the mountain god has been struck. This is truly beyond my expectations. Seeing this, the crowd brandished their hoes and shovels, clamoring to hack and kill. Because he was an outsider, they accused him of desecrating the mountain god temple. Zhao Yi didn't say much. He simply raised the leaf given to him by the mountain god. He issued a provocation with a confident smile. Whoever wants to kill me, go ahead and take a step forward. Every villager recognized the aura of the mountain god radiating from the leaf in his hand. The crowd was struck with shock and paled. Someone shouted from the throng, That leaf is a sacred relic of the mountain god. How could an outsider possess it? But in Zili village, seeing someone holding a sacred relic was equivalent to seeing an envoy of the mountain god. One must never lay a hand on an envoy. Old Zhang, a bald man, thought to himself that he had coveted the position of village chief for a long time. Having finally found this opportunity today, he couldn't let an outsider interfere. With this in mind, he pointed at Zhao Yi and said, Don't believe him, everyone, he's just an outsider. The mountain god hates outsiders intruding into Zili village. How could he possibly make him an envoy? He's lying to us. Kill him. Several villagers echoed his sentiment, believing Zhao Yi had forged a fake relic to deceive everyone. Many believed old Zhang's words. 2 of them brandished weapons and charged at Zhao Yi. Seeing this, he simply stood there, smiling at this group of foolish people being led by the nose. Without needing to exert much effort, Zhao Yi held up the leaf and said, Show your power. The leaf glowed, emitting an eerie green aura. The aura condensed into the shape of a skull and charged at the attackers, scaring them out of their wits. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Only then did old Zhang speak up in terror. This sacred relic is real. He truly is the mountain god's envoy. He knew he couldn't keep the riot going. It seemed he'd have to find another way to take the chief's position. But if your life is gone, everything is gone. Zhao Yi walked toward the crowd and spoke, I tell you, you believers of the mountain god hold high positions but lack ambition. All day long, you only think of power struggles and plotting against others. You are truly the vermin of Zeely village," the old woman spoke respectfully. "Lord Envoy, we did this for the safety of the village. We hope the Lord Envoy will appease his anger. We would never dare show the slightest disrespect, though our words were a bit heated. It was only because we didn't want to see the mountain god insulted." Zhao Yi smiled. "Is that so? You seem to have a point." But in her heart, the old woman thought, what envoy, just a wet behind the ears brat, so easy to fool. She pressed her palms together and said respectfully, "Even if we were given 1,000 times the courage, we would never dare offend you." He then took out the leaf, requiring her to swear an oath before he would believe her. She stammered in fear, What oath, Lord Envoy?" Zhao Yi held the leaf and demanded, "Just swear loyalty to the mountain god. If you truly did these things to uphold the mountain god's dignity, then today's matter is settled. Otherwise heavenly lightning shall descend." Naturally, she didn't dare swear. Zhao Yi was quite satisfied with this. "As the envoy of the mountain god, I have both the right and the obligation to deal with traitors for him." She immediately knelt, begging the Lord Envoy for mercy, claiming she was momentarily bewitched by a demon into lying. Zhao Yi asked the villagers, "Is he usually good to everyone?" He then pointed at the bald man who had just clamored to attack him. Several people stood up to accuse the man, saying he was never good to them. They did all the dirty, exhausting work while he took all the benefits for himself. He smiled and pointed at Liao Yun, asking, "What about him? How is the village chief usually to everyone?" Only then did the villagers realize that the chief had actually always taken care of everyone. Zhao Yi questioned the crowd. "He is so good, yet why did you help this hypocritical trash harm him?" He raised the leaf in his hand. "Everyone gathered at Chief Lao's door today must swear loyalty to the mountain god. Whoever dares not swear shall be deemed disloyal. For the disloyal there is only death." Several people in the crowd began to panic. They originally thought Zhao Yi was only catching the leaders, but now it seemed he intended to settle accounts with all the villagers. 10 minutes later, the people standing at the chief's door were forced to swear. As a result, 8 or 9 people died, and only 3 or 4 survived. Looking at this scene like a living hell, the remaining villagers felt a terror that reached the depths of their souls. They no longer saw Zhao Yi as an outsider intruding into Zeely village, but as a judge from hell. They knelt respectfully. The Lord Envoy sees through everything with absolute clarity. Zhao Yi turned and said, "Everyone disperse. I have other things to do now, don't get in the way here." Zhao Yi then said to the chief, "I have obtained the permissions. You, your daughter, and your granddaughter can now enter and leave Zeely village freely." The chief was moved to tears, not knowing what to say. Zhao Yi waved his hand and said it was nothing, then asked how the matter he had assigned was going. Had they found the man named Zhu Juncheng? The chief replied that he had been found and was being held in the jail, and he would take him there now. He opened a secret underground passage, cautioning, "Lord Envoy, watch your step." The two walked down into the basement, which appeared quite spacious. Inside an iron cage, a man was locked up, looking somewhat disheveled. Zhao Yi stood there looking down at him. Zhu Juncheng, long time no see. His mouth was full of blood as he looked at Zhao Yi in surprise. The person beside Zhao Yi was clearly the village chief, so why had he not only not caught him but also acted so respectfully? Zhao Yi turned and ordered the chief, "Wait outside, I want to talk to him alone." The chief obediently turned and left, leaving Zhao Yi and Zhu Juncheng. Zhao Yi took out a key. System prompt, "You have used item K49. He then opened the cell door where Zhu Juncheng was locked. Zhao Yi asked with a smile, "Shang Babeng sent you to kill me, didn't he?" Zhu Juncheng appeared confused. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Zhao Yi held up his scalpel, revealing a dangerous smile. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell the truth." Zhu Juncheng grew frightened and admitted that Shang Babeng had indeed issued a bounty. Bringing back your head or digging out your heart would earn 50,000 points. "But this time I came to Zeely village for a task, not to kill you." Zhao Yi rested his hand on his chin and fell into thought. "I see, 50,000 points." Zhao Yi sat down and said to Zhu Juncheng, "Brother, I've suddenly thought of a way to make a fortune when I get back to the guild residence. You dig out my heart, cut off my head, and take them to Shang Babeng to collect the points. Then we'll split it 70-30. What do you think?" Zhu Juncheng was somewhat worried. "It won't work. Shang Babeng isn't stupid. He'll check the guild member list. If you die, your name will disappear from the list." Hearing this, Zhao Yi stood up and threw an item out. "That truly is a pity. Mr. Zhu, you've lost your value." Zhu Juncheng screamed in terror. "Zhao Yi, are you crazy?" He pressed himself tightly against the iron cage in fear. "We're both players. Even if you won't save me, you're actually going to kill me?" Zhao Yi looked grimly at the item he had just thrown. Its function was to wash away and clear all the players' resurrection items. Zhu Juncheng shrieked, "I worked so hard to get 3 substitute dolls, each worth nearly 100,000 points. You actually dare use a meat shredder to kill me, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. I will never let you go." Zhao Yi turned a deaf ear as blood began to flow. The system also issued an announcement. "Player Zhu Juncheng has been killed by your rule-based weapon. All items on his person have been cleared. The next day in Mo Village, a butcher with 2 horns was swinging a knife chopping meat on a block. A cry of daddy came from behind, making him whip his head around to find his wife and daughter had returned. His young daughter spread her arms and pounced on him while his wife said gently, "Sun Long, we're back." Sun Long was beyond excited. He thought he would never have the chance to see them again in this lifetime. From now on, our family of 3 can be together forever. System prompt. The butcher's favorability toward you has increased to awe. He turned and handed Zhao Yi a blade as thanks. This was Aocoin's blade. Quality, special item. Function, the key to open Aocoin's private secret realm. Zhao Yi held the blade and asked the system, what is a private secret realm? It was equivalent to an exclusive dungeon restricted only to that specific player. The rewards were more generous than ordinary dungeons, but the difficulty was also higher. Zhao Yi held the blade across his chest. High difficulty, that's great. I love high difficulty dungeons. Private secret realm, wait for me, I'm coming. And that wraps up the absolute madness of Zhao Yi's journey, covering right up to chapter 205 of the original comic. A truly satisfying finish for the man who dared to turn hell into his personal playground. If you enjoyed watching this kind of overpowered and slightly psychopathic main character, don't hesitate to smash that like button and subscribe to BALA Manhua Recaps. Your support is our absolute biggest motivation to keep hunting down and bringing you even more incredibly addictive comic masterpieces. Thanks for sticking with us until the very end. See you guys in our next comic recaps.